Outdoor disciple Ye Chen, because Dan Tian was broken and no longer missed Xianxiu, he is now expelled from the Zhengyang sect. He must not step into the Zhengyang Lingshan half a lifetime. In the majestic hall, the icy voice is like the judgment of God, full of majestic majesty. Below, Ye Chen stood quietly in the temple, looking pale as paper, listening to the ruthless judgment, his fists clenched and perhaps too much strength, nails were inserted into the palm of his hand, soaking blood. Dan Tian ruptured, missed Xianxiu. Ye Chen smiled, but it was full of sadness. 3 days ago, he helped Zongmen go down the mountain to get the elixir, but he was attacked by a master of the enemy. He tried to protect the elixir. He returned to Zongmen after his death, but Dan Tian was shattered and turned into an outright waste. However, he never thought that his loyalty was worthless in the eyes of these high-ranking people, and he was so impatient to drive him out as if it was useless garbage. "Don't go yet?" Seeing Ye Chen still standing still, there was a voice in the hall again, very impatient. "Dan Tian is broken. Is it interesting to rely on it? Zhengyangzong never leaves waste. I have raised you for 3 days, and I have done everything." The disdainful voice in the temple fell into Ye Chen's ears, like a steel needle inserted into his heart. This kind of sect is really chilling me. With a little sorrow and anger, Ye Chen turned silently. Outside the hall, there are all kinds of spirit mountains, ancient trees stand tall, the spirit is hazy, the clouds are dazzling, the cranes are dancing and dancing, the place is peaceful and peaceful, like a fairyland on earth. This is Zhengyangzong, a Xiuxian gate in the south of Dachu. However, all this now, in Ye Chen's eyes, seemed so cold that he could not help holding his body trembling. Let's say it. I'm still being kicked out of Zongmen. As soon as Ye Chen came out, some disciples pointed at him, taunting and sighing. Brother Yi is pitiful enough. He was very good to us before, otherwise we should send him off. What to send? We are immortals, what is he? Tonight is different. The mockery and sighs around him made Ye Chen drop her head and wanted to say something, but when she spoke to her throat, he seemed to be stuck by a fishbone. At this moment, he was like a prisoner who was pulling to the street and was cast aside by the world. Yes. He is no longer Ye Chen. Today, he is not a cultivation fairy, but a wasteland of Dantian's rupture. His former arrogance has long since disappeared. In the face of the cold world, some simply accept it in silence. Yo yo yo. A funny laugh came from the front. A disciple in white holding a folding fan came face to face and looked at Ye Chen with eyes full of mischief. Who is this? Isn't this Brother Yi? Ye Chen looked up slightly, and saw the appearance of the comber from the gap of his hair. He was fair-faced, his 2 thin lips showed a meanness, and he was still handsome, but he had a pair of Danfang eyes. Xiao Kong. Ye Chen found this person's name from his memory. Xiao Kong at that time was not as strange as it is now. At that time, he was respectful to Brother Yi. Huh. Thoughts were interrupted. Xiao Kong turned around Ye Chen, looked up and down, and his mouth was full of tongues. Brother Yi. How is it getting so embarrassed now? I really feel bad for the younger brother, you see. Knowing that it was ridicule, Ye Chen didn't plan to say more, and immediately stepped forward. Don't go. Xiao Kong straddled one step and stood in front of Ye Chen again, shaking the folding fan lightly, and looked at Ye Chen with interest. Step aside. It's all rubbish, so stiff. He closed the folding fan suddenly, and the smile on Xiao Kang's face suddenly disappeared. Do you really think you are the former Ye Chen? Ye Chen shivered and wanted to refute, but was unable to speak. Want to go? It's okay. Xiao Kong spoke again, saying that he had split his legs and looked at Ye Chen with a playful look. Climb over from my majesty. Maybe I can still reward you with some spirit stones. Travel expenses. Xiao Kong. Suddenly, he looked up, and Ye Chen's dull eyes flashed a cold coldness. "Brother Xiao Kong, are you doing this?" Among the crowd, some disciples whispered, wanting to be in justice for Ye Chen, but Xiao was weak, and said with no confidence. "Looking for death?" Xiao Kong turned back and yelled, glaring at the disciple. The scene was silent for a moment. It seemed to frighten Xiao Kang's strength, and the atmosphere didn't dare to say anything again. After shaking his disciples around, Xiao Kong looked at Ye Chen again and sneered, "Ye Chen, do you still climb?" "I." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Kong stopped because he saw a Qianing walking slowly not far away. The comber's clothes fluttered, the 3,000 blue silk flowed like blue waves, and the silk lingered around Manhua. That peerless face was beautiful and suffocating. She was like an extraordinary fairy, and she did not mess with the world. Its sister Ji Ningxuang. The disciples' eyes were all around. Especially the male disciples, their eyes are fiery, naked. The naked salivation and admiration are fully exposed, but that is the beautiful and immortal fairy of the Zhengyang school outside the door, the object of all male disciples' admiration. In Zhengyang sect, who doesn't know, Ji Ningxuang is indifferent to thousands of miles away from all his disciples, but only in front of Ye Chen will show the world-loving beauty. They are the golden boy and jade girls recognized by Zhengyang sect. Naturally, such pictures are limited to the past. Now that Ye Chen is so down, the proud Ji Ningxuang will never smile at him like before. Ji Ningxuang. Ye Chen's voice was hoarse, and he could hardly hear it. He didn't turn around, but his eyes were complicated. That was the person he was willing to use his life to protect his life, but since the moment when his dantian was broken and repaired, Ji Ningxuang, who smiled brightly at him all day, became extremely indifferent. Since that moment, Ye Chen has understood that the so-called affection, the so-called Shanmeng oath, have disappeared. Sister Ningxuang. Here, Xiao Kong has opened the folding fan neatly, greeted with a smile, and he was really evil. For Xiao Kang's smiling face, Ji Ningxuang only nodded politely, but her look remained indifferent, as if any disturbance in the world would not make her beautiful eyes ripple. Came to Ye Chen lightly, although Ji Ningxuang had sighs and regrets in her mind, there was nothing but indifference in the beautiful eyes, as if to say, we are no longer all the way. Go all the way. Few words, although beautiful, like heaven, still couldn't hide the coldness in Ji Ningxuang's tone. What kind of expression do you have, pity? Without going to see Ji Ningxuang, Ye Chen just bent over to pick up the backpack that fell to the ground. There was no tenderness in the words anymore. It was heartbreaking to say so. Ji Ningxuang didn't say a word. Some of the feelings of the past were just a momentary whistle. Leave, leave. Ye Chen patted the dust on the backpack gently. Ye Chen turned slowly, striding on tired feet, the thin back, looked extra lonely under the moonlit night. Slap. Slap. In the dark night, on a lonely old road, a thin horse walked slowly, and the sound of the hoof hitting the ground was slow and rhythmic. Ye Chen lay tired on the horse's back, looking up at the void quietly. Since Zhengyang's sect came down, he has been lying on this horse's back, being carried by the skinny horse, and boundless, he doesn't know where to go or where he can go. Zone, no family, no parents, no relatives can be found in memory. He has always regarded Zhengyangzong as his home, and his brothers are his relatives. Now, he was kicked out of Zhengyang's sect and turned into a homeless child. His unprecedented loneliness caused him to curl up involuntarily. Where is home? Murmured words, especially clear in the dark night, before unknowingly, Ye Chen's eyes became hazy, and fatigue made him unable to bear to sleep. Of course, just at the moment when his eyes were blurred, above the dark night sky, there was a dazzling star falling, especially dazzling. Seeing this, he suddenly sat up, and his eyes turned with the falling star's tendency. The star was golden, and seemed to have gathered billions of stars. It passed through the ancient times and went through the vicissitudes of all ages. Jianhui fell, shining the entire starry sky. That's what? Ye Chen looked at the night sky, and he could even see the thunders that were connected. Boom! When he was shocked, there was a bang, and the stars fell, and the earth trembled. The stars are falling, the eternal wonders. Ye Chen hurriedly got up, stepping on the scorched earth, and slowly approaching the rolling heat wave. However, when I approached, I discovered that there was a star falling from the sky, but a golden flame the size of a palm. Suddenly, Ye Chen froze, never thinking that it was a flame that caused such a big movement. Soon, Jianhui dispersed, and the flame was like a candlelight of a lamp, lonely hanging there, although it was a flame, but Ye Chen could not feel the slightest heat and swayed the small flame, lonely, like a homeless child. Don't you have a home? It seems that loneliness is similar. Ye Chen couldn't help but stretched out his palm and touched it gently. The flame seemed to be spiritual, and it even jumped to his palm, playing like an innocent child in his palm. Interesting. Ye Chen couldn't help but reach out his finger and nodded the flame. However, it doesn't matter that, the flame turned into a golden light and penetrated into his body. Ye Chen talked discoloredly, and did not respond. The flame seemed to be very playful, turning around in his body a lot, and finally slipped into the cracked dantian. Soon, there was a scorching heat in his lower abdomen, causing him to look inwardly at his body. He saw an amazing scene. Because of the flame, his broken dantian healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The meaning of warmth, flowing all over his body, seemed to be the winter moon, bathed in the hot Sunday. Ye Chen opened his mouth. But this is not over yet. The flame jumped up and down in his dantian. It seemed that he felt the narrow capacity of his dantian, and its small flame body suddenly became huge, exuding brilliant gold, until it became a golden sea of fire, and with it turned into a sea of fire, which also expanded Ye Chen's dantian. Well! Ye Chen groaned while holding his lower abdomen, and fell to the ground on the spot. There was such a sound in the underworld, and dantian, which Ye Chen had just recovered, broke up again. It was broken by the flames and became white, like a heaven and earth. The white mist was dazzling above and the golden light was dazzling below. At this point, the flame stopped quietly, floating around there, as if walking around his newly created home. But it is like a person who is fine. Ye Chen's condition is not good. He was lying on the ground, panting heavily, already sweating, and painful, causing blue veins to appear on his forehead, bloodshot eyes, and even his face became distorted a lot. I do not know when, the pain gradually dissipated, and a sense of warmth hit the whole body again, so that Ye Chen returned to Qingming. At this moment, he stared at dantian after his earth-shaking changes, opened his mouth, and his throat was a little dry. Is this Danhai? Monk's sixfold realm, Ning Qi, Ren Yuan, Zhen Yang, spiritual deficiency, emptiness, heavenly silence. The reason why Ye Chen is so shocked is that the so-called Danhai is a higher level than dantian. Only when he cultivates to reach the empty realm can he really open up the Danhai. He couldn't think of it. The flame not only repaired dantian, but also he opened up the Danhai. Suddenly, the thin aura between heaven and earth fluctuated. Soon, the heaven and earth auras converged towards Ye Chen, forming Ye Ai swirl around the center of Ye Chen, which poured into his body through the pores of Ye Chen's whole body, and then poured into his Danhai. His body is like bottomless, the whale swallowed the aura between heaven and earth. At this time, the flame was alive again, and all the auras that poured into Danhai were strongly tempered by him into pure golden true qi, so that the dry Danhai that had just been opened up became golden and dazzling. Really angry like the golden ocean. Ye Chen looked at Danhai. Ye Chen's eyes were a little confused, his body was shaking a few times, and he fell to the ground. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. In the morning, Ye Chen's eyes spilled on Ye Chen's face through the window. Opening his eyes slowly, Ye Chen faced a small childlike face, looking at him with big eyes. "Brother, you're awake." The boy showed 2 rows of white teeth. "Who are you?" Ye Chen Ji-ling sat up, looked at the boy, and looked around. "Very strange, what is this place and why am I here?" "My name is Hua." The boy was simple, with a thick smile. "This is Hengyue Zong Shaoling Garden. You fainted in the forest last night. You and your grandfather brought you back." Hengyue Zong? Ye Chen froze. The 3 kingdoms of the Great Chu Kingdom, the Bloodthirsty Palace dominates the northern Chu, and the Zhenyang, Qingyun, and Hengyue sects dominate the southern Chu. To a certain extent, the Hengyue and Zhenyang sects are still hostile. Ye Chen never thought that he had just been kicked out of the Zhenyang sect not long ago, and today came to the hostile Hengyue sect. "You're hungry. I'll get you something to eat." Seeing Ye Chen faint, Hua said, she also ran out. On the bamboo bed, Ye Chen froze for a while, and the consciousness gradually returned to Qingming, only to remember what happened last night. Last night? Thinking of what happened last night, Ye Chen hurriedly inspected his body. Dan Hai was a dazzling piece of gold, like a world, with a mist of white mist above it, and a tumultuous tumbling golden color below. Not dreaming, all this is true. Ye Chen breathed a little, and when he woke up, the broken dantian not only repaired, but also opened up the Dan Hai. Even the true energy in Dan Hai became more and more refined. Holding his fist, he found the long-lost monk feeling, Vision Heli, at this moment, had an unprecedented sublimation. And all this is due to the golden flame. Thinking of the golden flame, Ye Chen's eyes subconsciously looked at the golden flame suspended in the Dan Hai. It swayed the flames, and jumped like a child. "You're not going to be a real fire." Ye Chen thought of it, summoned the flame into the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the temperature in the room rose up instantly, but he could not feel the terrible temperature, but had a kind of affection for the flames. "You will follow me in the future." Ye Chen smiled, stroking the real fire gently, indescribable joy. "Brother, come out for dinner. Come here." After receiving the real fire, Ye Chen turned over and jumped out of bed. Stepping out of the door, Ye Chen looked around. This is a small garden, only 20 feet in diameter, and there is a spiritual fruit tree in the center of the small garden. Except for the boy named Hua in the garden, he is an old man. The 3 were sitting in front of a small stone table with a huge bird squatting next to them. They were staring at the food on the table. Monks, this kind of bird is called a spirit beast. Used as a monk. After talking, Ye Chen learned that the old man who rescued him last night was called Zhang Fengnian. He was abolished for repairing and degrading Zongmen because of mistakes, so that he lived near the foot of Hengyue Zongling Mountain. "Come, kitty, this one is for you." Hua threw a piece of bacon in the bowl to the giant bird, and said that he still did not forget to touch the giant bird's head with his little hand and watch the posture. "I saw the giant bird as a loved one." Here, Zhang Fengnian smiled gently and looked at Ye Chen. "Young man, you are also a monk." Ye Chen, who was gorging food into his mouth, heard Zhang Fengnian's question, hurriedly put down the chopsticks, and nodded with a smile. "Which martial art do you have?" "Old man, I have no aptitude, just a casual repair." "That's a pity." Zhang Fengnian sighed. "Fenghua Zhengmao, it is time to find a cultivation gate. After all, you have the cultivation resources you need, and it's not that old." 1. The predecessor said yes. Ye Chen smiled again, and concealed his past. Of course, he can practice again, and he will certainly seek to practice the ancestral gate again. Zhang Fengnian said that doing casual cultivation is not safe, not to mention that the practice resources alone is indeed a problem, but being a disciple is different. At least there are pedigrees that can be relied on, and the cultivation resources are also guaranteed. Seeing Ye Chen thinking, Zhang Fengnian smiled kindly. Young people, are you interested in being a disciple of Heng Yuezong? Of course I'm interested. Ye Chen laughed in a hurry. He thought the same way. Heng Yuezong's strength is not weak. Zheng Yangzong, and he really has no place to go at this time. Being in Heng Yuezong, here must also be his best choice. It can be said that he is full of energy at this time, and he is a leader in Zhengyang's sect. He firmly believes that with the help of true fire, in Heng Yuezong, he will certainly shine in the near future. Senior, the threshold of Heng Yuezong is not low. Ye Chen asked while looking at Zhang Fengnian. Anyway, I write an introduction letter. I believe that it is still possible for you to be an intern disciple. Introduction letter? Listening to these 4 words, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly look at the old man. Although he could not cultivate the waste man, it was not so simple on the surface. Boom! At this moment, the door of Xiaolingjiwen was kicked open, and then a young man in white came in. Yo! What about eating? The young man in white smiled miserably. Zhang Tao, what are you doing? The tiger baby immediately stood up, staring angrily at the white-robed child, and Zhang Fengnian's face suddenly became gloomy, and even the giant birds on the side were screaming non-stop, open. The big wings protected the tiger baby behind him. Ye Chen glanced at Zhang Tao to see that he was a disciple of Heng Yue, because the word Heng Yue was on the robe, and he could see through the Tao's cultivation, and he had reached the 2nd level of condensed gas. Humph! Zhang Tao snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Fengnian fiercely. Old things, please hand them in, or don't blame me. I don't have what you want. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng's old face turned pale in an instant. Don't shame your face. Suddenly he yelled, and Zhang Tao kicked the table, kicking it fiercely, like a robber with a knife licking his blood. Ha! Ha! The giant bird on the other side has rushed forward with wings fluttering. Although it is a low-level spirit beast, it has a high level of intelligence. The expression of someone with big eyes is anger. Look for death. Zhang Tao's eyes were cold, and there was a qi lingering between his palm fingers, which instantly condensed into an air blade, and instantly left a blood puppet on the bird. Big Bird's blood splashed and fell to the ground. Kitty. Tiger baby rushed over. Ha! Ha! The big bird cried out of energy, Rao is so, but still protected the baby with big wings. You wicked. Fingers tremblingly pointed at Zhang Tao. Zhang Fengnian rushed to his heart and almost fell to the ground. Give it up, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Zhang Tao took a step closer, but the spicy word had not yet been spoken. Ye Chen, on the side, slapped her head and covered her face with a slap. Snapped. The applause is crisp and loud. Zhang Tao was beaten, and before he didn't react, he found that his arm was tugged by Ye Chen severely, and his body immediately lost his balance, and even when he was separated from the ground, he was whipped up. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhang Tao, who was arrogant at the last moment, was severely dropped by Ye Chen on the ground, and the stiff ground was smashed into a human shape. Puff! A spit of blood spurted out, and Zhang Tao was moved by Ye Chen's internal organs. In this scene, looking at Zhang Fengnian was dumbfounded. Admittedly, Ye Chen was a sneak attack, but his strength was a bit scary. However, where did they know that Ye Hai was Dan Hai? If it is to fight for the true qi, the repair is the same as the condensed qi. Ye Chen Danhai has 3 times the amount of qi as they are. In this way, although Ye Chen Xiu is the first condensed qi, it is the 3rd heavier than the ordinary condensed qi. People are doing heaven and watching, and accumulate more virtue for themselves. With Ye Chen's curse, Zhang Tao, who was beaten up with flesh and blood, was thrown out of Shaolin Garden by Ye Chen. At night, thank you very much today. Zhang Fengnian was sitting on the stone steps, looking at the old man a lot, and was poisoned by his apprentice. For his kind old man, it was really hurt. Whatever the seniors say, it's just a matter of raising their hands. Ye Chen smiled arrogantly. Ugh! Just listening to Zhang Fengnian sigh, the murky old eyes were full of memory, as if remembering a sad past. I was the elder of Hunyuazong, only to be degraded to this small spiritual garden because of a big mistake. And that Zhang Tao, my former disciple, everything was my fault, and I taught nothing. The master leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. Ye Chen comforted, the seniors don't have to blame themselves, it's just his nature. He just wants the grandfather's curse. The tiger baby on the side exclaimed, his fist clenched tightly. These grandfathers have robbed him of everything these years, and come to bully them every day. Celestial curse? Ye Chen is no stranger to the name. Hunyuazong has a magical charm, called Tian Ling Mantra. Once attached to a person, he will seal the person's true energy in a short time. This charm has long been famous case. This kind of charm is extremely precious. It has never been rumored. Ye Chen never thought that this kind of charm would have such a charm. My friend, I have already written the letter of recommendation, and I will go to the mountain to practice tomorrow. Your talent is not low, but don't bury it.
Ye Chen jumped out of the little spirit garden and looked for a quiet place. She crossed her knees on the rock, quietly exposing the mysterious fire of Modanhai. Since he got this real fire, Ye Chen has benefited a lot. He first repaired Dantian and then opened up the Danhai. The true energy was also refined and refined. It can be said that his foundation at this time was better than Jingzhen. Yangzhou must be strong. Really extraordinary. Ye Chen whispered, then closed his eyes and raised his mind. His mind was unprecedentedly bright. Soon, the thin aura of heaven and earth converged, centered on him, and formed a vortex of aura, which was taken by him, absorbed into the body through the whole body acupuncture point, then poured into Danhai, and then tempered by the golden true fire. On the other hand, he divided the real fire into countless paths, either infused into the meridians or wrapped the bones, and used it to temper the bones and meridians. Over time, in the subtle influence, his meridians have been widened and become flexible, and the bones have been tempered by real fire, and the flaws have been smoothed out, becoming smooth and flexible, and a little bit of gold lingering on it. I don't know when he jumped off the rocks and tempered with real fire, making him feel more comfortable than ever. Very good. Ye Chen roared heartily. Ye Chen stepped down one step, rushing with anger, converging in the palm, and there was a slight thunder lightning between his fingers. Ben Lei. With a loud shout, he slaps on a rock with one palm. Boom! The strong palm wind brought thunder and cracked the rock. This method is the attacking mystery obtained by his experience. Its name is Ben Lei Palm, with the potential of Ben Lei, the sound of thunder, and strong and overbearing. Because of this, when performing this technique, you must have a high demand for physical strength. Otherwise, the powerful palm of the thunderbolt will hurt the enemy, and may also hurt your own meridians and bones. This is overbearing. Disadvantages of mystery. However, this disadvantage is completely negligible for him. With true fire quenching, his physical strength, meridian and bone toughness can already ignore the self-injury of Ben Lei's palm. Call. Exhaling a deep breath, he took out the file that Zhang Fengnian gave him and spread it out. Hunyuazong is divided into inside and outside doors. The outer door is divided into a hall, 2 gardens, 3 peaks and 8 pavilions. Hall 1, Law Enforcement Hall. If the elders are at fault, they will be handed over to Law Enforcement Hall. 1 lesson, Commandment Hall. If the disciples are at fault, they are left to the Commandment Hall. 2 gardens, Spirit Grass Garden and Spirit Orchard. 3 peaks, Tianyang Peak, Diang Peak and Renyang Peak are the 3 main peaks of Hunyue Outer Gate. 8 pavilions, Spirit Pavilion, Book Collection Pavilion, Lingdan Pavilion, Wanbao Pavilion, Qiankuan Pavilion, Mission Pavilion, Information Pavilion, Jiuqing Pavilion. It's the same as Zhenyang sect. Ye Chen touched his chin, and he was a disciple of Zhenyang sect's information cabinet. In addition to practicing, he collected some simple information. Because of this, he was the last time after going down the mountain, Dan Yunzong's disciples broke Dantian. However, as a disciple of the Zhenyang sect's information cabinet, Ye Chen was keenly aware that this Hunyue sect is just like the Zhenyang sect. It looks calm on the surface, but secretly there is a dark tide and a dark battle between various factions. It never stops. I do not know when he closed the dossier, stretched a lazy back fiercely, and then returned to the little spirit garden, fell down and fell asleep. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. In the early morning, just when a red glow emerged from the east, Ye Chen opened his eyes. With a long spit of muddy breath, he turned over and jumped out of bed. His face was rosy, his spirit was full, and even his breath was thick. After a brief breakfast, Ye Chen walked out of the Xiaolingjuan. In the eyes, it is a strangely long stone ladder that leads directly to the Lingshan mountain. Until it enters the cloud, Ye Chen has not seen the end. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen lifted his feet and walked up step by step, and at each step, he could feel the immense expanses of air coming forward. In the last step, Ye Chen looked up at the world in front of him. The mountains in the distance were vigorous, the ancient trees were towering, the aura was hazy, the clouds were dazzling, and there were fairy cranes dancing in the clouds from time to time. I found the feeling in Zhengyangzong. Ye Chen smiled, greedily sucking the aura flying in the air. As Zhang Fengyan told him the route, Ye Chen walked towards one side. Here it is. Ye Chen looked up at the attic, walked in, and handed in his recommendation letter. In the lobby, it was an elder Tsing-yi who received the letter. When he heard that it was introduced by Zhang Fengyan, the elder Tsing-yi did not forget to look up at Ye Chen, and then opened the letter. When elder Tsing-yi looked at Ye Chen was secretly watching the elder Tsing-yi of Jiuqing Pavilion. This man looks too lawless. Secretly, this is what Ye Chen couldn't help saying. No wonder he is so, mainly the elder Tsing-yi, who is too long, his eyes, nose, and mouth are slanted, and not slanted to the side, so that he has a strong impulse, that is to go up and straighten him. Looking away from elder Tsing-yi, Ye Chen looked to the other side. In addition to elder Tsing-yi, there are still 3 people sitting there, one with a big belly and one with skinny skin. The third one is quite normal. They talked very well. It didn't look like this elder, but came to visit the door. These 3 people are the first of the 3 main peaks of the outer gate of Hengyuazong, Zhong Laodao, Guhong and Qingyan real people. After reading the elder Tsing-yi, he handed the letter to the other 3, and laughed, 3 brothers, you discuss and discuss, who would like to be the master of Ye Chen's friend, this is introduced by Zhang Fengyan, give him some thin side. Oh. This is fresh. The 3 looked at the letter alternately, and then looked up and down Ye Chen. How old are you? Zhong Laodao, who had a big belly, looked at Ye Chen. 16 years old. 16 years old. Zhong Laodao raised his eyebrows. It was only 16 years old when he was full of condensate. Your talent is also. Having said that, Zhong Laodao had a dry cough, and he got up, patted his big belly, and said, well, I have something to do at Tianyang Peak, so I will go first. The words didn't end. The plump Zhong Laodao ran out of the lobby, afraid that the elder Tsing-yi would drag him back to collect Ye Chen as a disciple. Only elder Tsing-yi was left in the lobby. Zhong Laodao and Guhong were walking back and forth. Elder Tsing-yi had to focus on the real person in Qingyang. The 3 men left one after another, and the elder Tsing-yi was extremely embarrassed. Looking at Ye Chen in the hall, elder Tsing-yi coughed and laughed, little friend, it seems that you can only be an intern disciple, would you be willing? The internship is the internship, maybe I'll get it right someday. That's good. Elder Tsing-yi took a white jade card out of his sleeve, and then entangled his fingertips engraved with the word Ye Chen on the jade card, which was then handed to Ye Chen, smiling, little guy, this is your jade brand. In addition to these, elder Tsing-yi also took out a jade bottle. Although the jade bottle was sealed, Ye Chen could still smell the smell of the medicine. Needless to say, what was in the jade bottle was the spiritual fluid that helped cultivation. Because you are an apprentice disciple, you do and have Hengyue exercises and Hengyue robes, and you can only get 1 bottle of this jade spiritual fluid. Thank you, elder. Ye Chen took the Yulingya, and didn't care much about it. Well, go to the lingering pavilion to pick up a magical weapon. Elder Tsing-yi smiled and said that he still patted Ye Chen's shoulder, with a gentle voice, without the slightest majesty of the strong, little guy, good work hard and see how you perform after 3 months. Out of Jiuqing Pavilion, Ye Chen followed the guidelines and came all the way to Spirit Pavilion. The guard of Lingbao Pavilion is a plump elder, and his small eyes can almost be seen by plucking it with his hands. His body is full of wobbly fat, bare breasts, and milk, like a Maitreya Buddha. This person is the first seed of the Spirit Pavilion, Chow Tai Fuk. I've met the elders. Seeing that Zhou Dufu was lying on the lounger with a leisurely look, Ye Chen stepped forward and saluted him respectfully. Xiaowa, I haven't seen you. Glancing at Ye Chen, Zhou Dafu sat up, his small eyes focused, and Ye Chen looked up and down. I'm a new apprentice disciple. Ye Chen handed over his jade card. Elder Tsing Yi asked me to choose a magic weapon. Chow Tai Fuk took the jade card, looked it over and over, then threw it to Ye Chen at will, laid back lazily, waved his hand, and said, go in and choose for yourself. Interns can only choose on the first floor. Don't sneak up to the second floor. Ah. Ye Chen received the jade card and walked into the depths of the Lingyi Pavilion. The ground floor is large enough, with a circle of several thousand feet, and various types of weapons are placed. There are really all kinds of weapons in the 18th category, and each of them is shining with luster, like blossoming flowers. Flowers. Sure enough, they are all low level. Ye Chen glanced over most of them, and Ye Chen was slightly disappointed. As an intern student, he could only choose a spiritual implement on the first floor. Thinking to himself, Ye Chen held up a ghost-headed sword, then shook his head, it's too light. Put down the sword, and picked up a spirit sword. Although this sword is sharp, Ye Chen returned to his original position. Picking and picking all the way, Ye Chen is like a grocery purchaser. Although there are many magical tools here, but after a long walk, I have not found a magical tool that I can fancy. If I put it in the past, these magical tools he ignored it directly, but now it is not the same as before, and he can only find in this pile of low-level artifacts. Nearing the end of the lap, Ye Chen still had nothing to gain. However, at this moment, his real fire in Danhai trembled, and a thin flame of hair was split out and flew out. Ye Chen was a little dazed, and hurried to follow him until he came to a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a black iron sword. Perhaps it hadn't moved for a long time, so it was covered with dust, and the trace of real fire, wrapped around this iron sword. Surprised in his heart, Ye Chen had already grasped the hilt of the iron sword, a magical weapon that could be seen by real fire, and he also wanted to take a closer look. However, Ye Chen seemed to underestimate the weight of the iron sword, and he didn't pick it up in a breath. At least 200 pounds. Ye Chen estimated the weight of the iron sword in his heart. It is no wonder that it would lie here alone. The weight of 200 pounds is not for fun, and ordinary disciples can't pick it up. Even if you can afford it, you have to be full of energy. If you take it to fight with others, you won't be killed by yourself. However, because of this, he became more interested in the iron sword. Running slightly infuriatingly, he picked up the iron sword and gently blown the dust off. On facing Ye Chen, he felt a breath of vicissitudes of time, and also returned two ancient words on the hilt of the sword, Tianyi. Heaven. A murmur, Ye Chen looked carefully at the iron sword. The iron sword has never been sharpened, it is much wider than the general spirit sword, and its material is not visible. It only knows that it is extremely thick. On the sword body, there are many runes that Ye Chen cannot understand, and it is very old. It's a strange sword. Ye Chen muttered in a low voice, secretly saying that this unopened iron sword has such a weight, if it is not specified to cut people, but if you hit people, it is a good choice. Just you. Ye Chen carried the iron sword on his shoulder and walked outside. Huh. Not far away came Cho Taifu's frivolous whisper, little boy, you little figure, what is not good, you have to choose such an iron sword. Dang. Ye Chen came, and when she heard it, she put down the iron sword. The iron sword was too heavy, and half of the sword body was obliquely inserted into the ground. Elder, what's the origin of this sword? Ye Chen asked, pointing at Tian Jian, this is not normal weight. This is it. Chow Tai Fuk squeezed his mustache and groaned for a moment before he said, it was already here when I took over this Lingyi Pavilion. I would say that it has been here for at least 100 years. I do know the origin. That's it. I urge you to change to another magic weapon. This iron sword is not so heavy. Choose a lightweight one. No, just leave it. Ye Chen smiled and stroked the iron sword gently. Stubborn little guy, carry it. Elder Xie. Ye Chen paid a respectful gift again, and then walked out of the lingering pavilion with Tina. As soon as I left the house, we received a surprised look. The disciples passed by in twos and threes, first glanced at Ye Chen, and then looked at the celestial sword carried by Ye Chen. Who is this kid? I haven't seen him, is he a new apprentice? The sword he was carrying was supposed to be Tina. It seems that the strength is not small. Even if Xiuwei is a little weaker, his brain may not be normal. Ye Chen ignored these people's discussions directly. He had a feeling that this day's sword is very simple. Compared with those low-level spirits, he is more willing to choose this sword and carry it on his body every day. Help practice. Yeah. The people of Zhengyangzong. I don't know who it was, and there was a whisper, and everyone around him looked at the sky. There was another huge flying sword, 3 people standing on it, a middle-aged beautiful woman, a beautiful beauty, and a handsome young man. Why did the people of Zhengyangzong come to my Hengyuezong? Someone asked in doubt. You don't know about it. In 3 months, there will be 3 big comparisons between Zhengyangzong, Qingyunzong, and I, Hengyuezong. Zhengyangzong came, and it seems that they are discussing the big comparison. That female disciple is so beautiful, like a fairy daughter. The discussions of people around him didn't hear Ye Chen's words. His eyes were already on the sky, and more accurately on the beautiful woman on Fei Jian. Her clothes were fluttering, otherwise she was as dusty as the world. Ye Chen, immaculate. She, isn't it Ji Ningxuang of Shenyang sect? I didn't expect to meet so soon. Ye Chen murmured, and there were complex and indifferent eyes in the dark and deep eyes, I will kill back someday. Perhaps Su felt that someone was looking at herself. Ji Ningxuang on Fei Jian couldn't help looking back, but at this moment, Ye Chen had disappeared into the crowd. So familiar. Ji Ningxuang whispered. What's wrong, sister? It's all right. Ye Chen has found a small hill. The trees here are lush and the flowers are lush, but compared with the 3 main peaks, this small hill is not ordinary. Call. Breathing out in a breath, Ye Chen inserted the Tianjian sword in front of him, then cut through his fingers, and dropped a drop of blood on it, which is a magical weapon, and naturally recognizes the Lord. Soon, blood was incorporated into the nature. Of course, Tina immediately trembled, a flash of blue light flashed, and then a huge message came into his mind with aggressiveness. Well. The sudden sting in his head made Ye Chen hug his head suddenly and growl. However, the pain comes quickly and so does the pain. After a while, Ye Chen shook his head, the blue tendons on his forehead slowly dissipated, and some dizzy eyes became clear. Instead, an irresistible ecstasy appeared on his face. Very wild refining body. Ye Chen's breath was a little sharp. He was so ecstatic because of a secret technique hidden in the sword that day, and because of his confession of the Lord, he triggered the seal in the sword of the heaven and released the secret technique called the barren refined body. It's a treasure. Shengsheng depressed his excitement, and Ye Chen hurriedly sat on the ground with her knees crossed, quietly comprehending the mystery of the mystery. Through enlightenment, Ye Chen found that the wild body is a mystery of tempering the flesh. Refining bones and extracting bones, calcining tendons and veins, burning heart and quenching blood, dermabrasion and filing. Ye Chen never found that when he spoke, his heart was fluttering, but these few 16 words were the best interpretation of the wild body. That's right, this is the wild refining body. Calcining is every inch of human skin, every bone, every vein. It is the method of thoroughly refining the body, and the pain caused by practicing this secret technique. Not inferior to Ling Chi's torture. This is a secret method created by some lunatic. Ye Chen opened his eyes, but his mouth was full of tongues. This wildly refining technique is absolutely overbearing. However, after stunning his tongue, Ye Chen's eyes glowed with fiery light. Although the barren refining body has to bear the pain that ordinary people cannot bear, the benefits after refining the body are also extremely horrible. Cultivation to the end can create a body that is not bad, and push the mountains and the sea. Moreover, this mystery is not practiced by anyone, and those who need to cultivate must have fire inherently. Click it. Once the bodybuilding secrets were in operation, the sound of bone collisions was heard in Ye Chen's body, and the Danhai fairy fire raged all over the body. Wow! The sudden pain caused him to growl. Ha! 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 Soon, such sounds continued. Ye Chen, who was under severe pain, did not realize that the 720 acupoints in his body had been continuously smashed. The acupuncture points were strongly opened. The continuation of bone refining has also been opened up. Well. Ye Chen screamed in his teeth, his whole body up and down, every bone and every inch of skin, as if torn, the pain almost made him pass out. Click it. Click it. That section of bone began to break inch by inch, and then continued slowly after the break, and then broke again during the break, so reciprocating, the bone continued to form a cycle of continuation and break. Ye Chen's forehead was exposed, his dark eyes were bloodshot all over his eyes, and his entire body seemed to be pierced with tens of steel needles. Ye Chen clenched his fist gently and felt the physical body become stronger. At this moment, not only vision, hearing, speed, and strength have improved. At this moment, even every corner of the body, there is a strange stream of power flowing, making him more energetic. After a while, Ye Chen turned over and jumped up. He took out the Yuling liquid from his arms, and poured a whole bottle of Yuling liquid into his mouth. At this moment, if anyone is here, it will definitely stop, because the Yuling Ye is made by extracting the essence of many spirit grasses, which contains majestic spermatozoa. Take it with caution. A whole bottle will be poured into it, otherwise it will break Dantian. However, such concerns are completely negligible to Ye Chen. You must know that Ye Chen does not have Dantian but Dan Hai at the moment, and the capacity is not ordinary. Mo said that it is a bottle of jade liquid. Even if he filled 180 bottles, it would not break his Dan Hai. When the Yuling liquid entered the body, Ye Chen Dun felt like a clear stream flowing across all the meridians in the body, refreshing and refreshing, nourishing the painful meridian bones, exhausted and quickly dissipating. The next day, the glory of the morning sun filled Hanyua's home. Ye Chen walked down the hillside and trot all the way to the mission hall. His arrival attracted a lot of attention, on the one hand, because of Ye Chen's face, and on the other, because Ye Chen's condensate was heavily cultivated as the Tianjian Pei. Heavy air is heavy, and his talent is too bad. As soon as he walked in, Hanyue disciple glanced at Ye Chen disdainfully. I also chose Tina to be a magic weapon. I'm really full. Seriously suspected that his head was flooded. Ye Chen didn't care about other people's discussions. He stared straight at the stone erection in the mission cabinet, which was covered with small jade cards. Each jade card represented a task. From low to high, the task became more and more difficult. With Dan Hai, the blessing of the body, and the real fire protection, I have enough strength to regret the monsters below the 5th level. While looking at each task on the steel, Ye Chen was secretly assessing his strength. In the end, his eyes finally fell on a jade card, which was a relatively lower task. Within his ability, Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf, Ye Chen has seen it on the treasured beast spectrum. It is extremely fierce. Its strength is equivalent to the triple condensate of a human monk. It has a fierce flesh. The general condensed state cannot break his defense. General the monks were unwilling to provoke it. Just you. Ye Chen was about to reach for the jade card, but his white palm was almost one step away from him. The task of the Blood Wolf, I took it from Xiao Long. The faint laughter was clear in Ye Chen's ears, and his words were provocative and abusive. Ye Chen subconsciously bowed his head and saw a young boy wearing a purple dress beside him. He was born with a handsome person, with thick black hair, flowing like a waterfall, but there was a playful smile that made him extremely disgusted. Why? Don't you agree? The disciple named Xiao Long raised his chin high, and even Ye Chen's eyes were tilted. Brother took it. Ye Chen was too lazy to discuss with him, his eyes were on the stone monument again, looking for other tasks again, and finally fancying killing blood wolves a level of tasks, but also killing monsters. It was just that he was about to reach out and Xiao Long took off the jade first. I took this task too. Xiao Long's laughter sounded again, not forgetting to cast a provocative look at Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced at Xiao Long, but still forbeared. His eyes were again on the steel, and he was looking for another task, but like the previous 2 times, he was about to pick it up, and a white palm took him 1 step ahead. This task is also mine. Xiao Long still shot, and his chin was raised high, which meant more provocation. Ye Chen frowned. He could see that this Xiao Long was not here to take on the task, but to find out the differences. Otherwise, so many disciples took up the task, why has he grabbed Ye Chen's task? This brother, I have nothing to do with you, why is it difficult for me? Ye Chen stared at Xiao Long. Ye Chen originally thought that when he first came to Hanyua's home, everything needed to be low-key and never take the initiative to cause trouble, but this did not mean that he was afraid of things. Xiao Long in front of him was obviously directed at him. Chen's nature will never be troubled in vain. Nothing to do, humming. Xiao Long snorted coldly, you hit my little brother, dare to say that it doesn't matter to me. Are you brave? My dad, Xiao Long, you dare to bully, really suspects have grown. As soon as this remark came out, Ye Chen understood it. He had roughly guessed who was the younger brother in Xiao Long's mouth. Except for Zhang Tao, who fell yesterday, he really couldn't think of anyone else. In this way, Xiao Long came to help Zhang Tao get angry. It is worthy of Xiao Long's younger brother. Compared with Zhang Tao, Xiao Long Xiu is a lot stronger, but also more arrogant than Zhang Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Long's hand was already on Ye Chen's shoulder. Immediately, a force of perseverance poured into Ye Chen's body, colliding rashly in him. Ye Chen frowned, but it was calm and relative. Dan Hai burst out with anger, and gave out the vitality of Xiao Long. Jinchi was topped out. Although Xiao Long was a little surprised, his playful smile was even better. Boy, I really look down on you. It was he who took the shot first and could not blame me. Ye Chen looked indifferent. He could knock Zhang Tao down, and he would not be afraid of Xiao Long, because Xiao Long's cultivation is only 5-pointed, if he really opened his arms, he may not lose. Okay, good. Xiao Long clapped and applauded, I like people who don't have the strength and who are tough. With that said, his body surface had already flowed with anger, and quite a blow made Ye Chen lie on his side. Seeing this, Ye Chen wouldn't show weakness, and when his thoughts moved, Dan Hai's anger burst out frantically. The smell of gunpowder was strong, and immediately attracted the onlookers of the surrounding disciples. This is going to fight. He is so heavy, this boy dare to fight with Xiao Long, take the wrong medicine. Are you going to rebel? A loud drink came from the inside, and the elder in charge of the mission court came out, filled with majesty, this is the mission pavilion. I can't tolerate you and want to fight to Fenjiantai, get out. Some elders were frightened. Of course, Xiao Long did not dare to make trouble again, and even Ye Chen obediently accepted his anger. Boy, find your account sooner or later. With a cold smile, Xiao Long did not forget that he threatened Ye Chen fiercely when he left. I'm waiting. Slight words spit out of his mouth, Ye Chen flashed a cold light in his eyes, turned around again, glanced at the steel, and picked a jade card from above. It was the task of killing the fire wolf. Hi. After receiving the mission jade card, Ye Chen followed the walk out of the mission cabinet, but he knew that in the next few days, it would be difficult to practice peacefully. Out of the mission hall, Ye Chen went straight down the mountain. After simply recognizing the direction, Ye Chen tightened the rope tightly tied to the Tianjian sword, and then headed towards the monster forest. Half an hour later, Ye Chen stopped on a rock. Standing at a high place, Ye Chen's eyes looked around for a moment, and he was attracted by a glowing spirit grass on the rock wall not far away. That spirit is glowing with purple light, there is an aura lingering, the name is purple ginseng, Ye Chen is very familiar with this herb. After taking it, it has a good effect on stabilizing the mind and eliminating distractions. It is a rare elixir. Luck is really good. Ye Chen murmured, but didn't leave immediately. From his experience, he naturally knew that wherever there is a grass, there must be monsters. Soon, the lush forest clumps dumped to both sides, and a behemoth rushed out, more than a foot tall, full of purple flames, and a pair of huge blood-red pupils, showing all the violence and bloodthirsty. The fire wolf. Seeing the behemoth, Ye Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth, is looking for you. Roar. Here, the fire wolf had roared loudly, the blood basin opened wide, and a purple flame was emitted. Seeing this, Ye Chen pointed at the rock on his toes, and jumped out instantly, then suddenly turned back by a boulder rebounding. The golden sword breath that had been condensed out immediately, the target pointed directly at the fire wolf's pupil. He has killed the fire wolf more than once. He knows that the fire wolf is strong in body and extremely strong in flames, but the weak point is his eyes. To treat such a thick-skinned monster that can control the flames, all he needs is a hit. Ha! The golden sword gas rustled and pierced the air. Puff! Puff! With the stink blood splattering, and then the fire wolf screamed fiercely, its huge pupil was already blurred in flesh and blood. Hum! At this moment, there was still stinky blood dripping on it. This is the beast element of the blood wolf. As for the beast element, that is the essence of the beast, and it is also the most precious place for the beast. The monk killed the beast, mostly for the beast element. The beast element contains too much essence, and the monk takes it, which is very beneficial to cultivation. The task is complete. Ye Chen wiped the blood on the beast element and shoved it into his arms. He never expected the task to be completed so quickly. Okay. His brows frowned, and there was only a cold sting in his back. Suddenly in his heart, Ye Chen backed sharply. But the speed is still slow. The 3 silver needles have pierced the air. Although he tried his best to avoid it, he still succeeded. The 3 silver needles were inserted into his arm regardless of the sequence. The silver needles are highly toxic. His eyes soon opened, and before his third breath, his entire arm turned black. Dignity Yuan, even sneak attack. Spit of blood, Ye Chen backed up, covering her arms, looked coldly at the lush jungle. Boy, you have a good sense. The grinning voice came from the jungle. The next moment, a humpbacked old man in a grey coat came out, holding a cane, pock full of faces, and wrinkled skin were almost piled up, his eyes were deep, and those blood-red eyes were more creepy like a viper. This suffocation is very heavy. At first glance, it is a wicked person who specializes in killing and overdoing goods. Everything you should hand over. Leave you a whole body, or I will make you worse than death. The old man smiled faintly, showing his yellow teeth. I'm so heavy, what can I have? Ye Chen said coldly, his eyes started to feel dizzy. On the arm, the poison contained in the 3 poisonous needles was specially sacrificed and spread very fast. It didn't take long before most of his meridians and bones were corroded. It seems you are very disobedient. The old man grinned fiercely, already walking slowly, palms and black mist lingering. Capsized in the gutter. Ye Chen hated his teeth itchingly. The old man with a humpback in front of him looked like a master who used poison, and he was so serious in the realm of human beings that he had a big difference. Ye Chen thought that even if he was not poisoned, he couldn't do it. Alas! Of course, at this moment, the golden fire of the Danhai even trembled, divided into dozens of channels and channeled into Ye Chen's meridians and bones, and those toxins were even refined by it. Can this also be refined? Ye Chen looked inside his body in a hurry. Ye Chen was a little surprised. However, although the poison had been refined, he remained motionless. The reason why he is still in place is to prepare the old man to give him a thunder when his defense is lax, and repair it to be absolutely suppressed. If he fought directly, he thinks there is no possibility of winning. However, if it suddenly hits it, it will be hard to say. Little baby, don't blame grandpa. The old man has arrived, eyes full of vicious light, obviously a big evil person, but he wants to show a look of compassion. I don't blame you. Han Guang suddenly appeared, a sneer appeared in the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Seeing this, the old man with a humpback frowned. Ben Lei. With a sudden drink, Ye Chen, who was still, shot fiercely. You are. The old man was shocked and wanted to avoid, but the short distance and Ye Chen shot so quickly that he had no response at all. Ye Chen was sturdy. Hit on the chest. Pedaling backwards, there is still shock in the eyes of the hunched old man. How could he think that Ye Chen could solve the poison in such a short period of time, and even gave him such a great show of Jedi counterattack? Ben Lei. With a single blow, Ye Chen hissed again. The humpbacked old man who has not yet stood still has no time to defend, but he is thrown back by the vomiting blood of Ye Chen. Ye Chen was so angry that he didn't give him time to breathe, like a fierce beast, and his head was covered with a few palms of thunder. The humpbacked old man tried several times during the period, but Ye Chen didn't give him any time to react. Puff. With the ordinary cold knife inserted into the chest of the humpbacked old man, he lay down with his head up and wanted to talk, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood poured out, and there was a shock in his eyes, which he had never expected before death. He would be killed by a junior with a heavy breath. Successively used Ben Lei's palm to exhaust his energy, but it is worthwhile to kill the old man who has been cultivated in this realm. I am afraid that even before, he had never had such a brilliant record. Although he relied on sneak attacks, he was proud of himself. Without a stop, Ye Chen got up and didn't dare to delay. He took the old man's storage bag, put on his back, and hurriedly rushed into the jungle. Looking for a cave, Ye Chen climbed into it with difficulty. Soon, he took out the old humpback's storage bag. I have to say that as a human being, the humpbacked old man's collection is quite rich. Because the advanced process consumes too much spiritual fluid, there are only 3 or 4 bottles of spiritual fluid in the storage bag. The other is the monk's currency. There are as many as 500 spirit stones, which can be considered a small fortune. In addition to these, it is a pile of evil poisons, with dozens of bottles piled up, Ye Chen's tongue that keeps watching. It's always going to be used. Ye Chen didn't destroy these poisons in case he needed them in the future, maybe he would use them sometime. After rummaging for a while, all that remained in the storage bag was a pile of low-level artifacts. It wasn't until a yellowed-out ancient book made his eyes bright that the 3 big characters on it should be seen: Beast Heart Anger. Xianwu. Ye Chen's eyes were hot, which was what he lacked most. Counting it down, plus Xingyang's sect and Hanyuazong at this time, the mysticism he knows only has the most basic imperial qi and that overbearing Ben Lei palm. Royal qi is the most basic means of monks. It is okay to face ordinary enemies. It is not very useful when encountering strong enemies. The power of Ben Lei is not weak, but it is too expensive, so what Ye Chen lacks at the moment is mysticism. What do you really want? Thinking to myself, Ye Chen had opened the ancient book, and couldn't wait to see the beast's anger. After studying it, Ye Chen found out that the beast was angry because it was an introduction to moves, and more precisely, it was a fighting style. I don't know, I was shocked at first glance. This beast is divided into 6 articles, but the first 3 articles are about the cooperation of human body parts and how to cooperate to maximize the power. As for the last 3, they are the real skills. The reason why it is called beast heart anger is naturally related to the beast. The predecessor who created the beast's anger must be good at observing it, because the beast's anger comes from the beast. He thoroughly grasped the beast's fluttering, grasping, hitting and other skills. This imitated the beast and created the beast's anger. Most of the beast's fights are based on primitive flesh. People should sometimes learn from them. The cooperation of the legs, feet, hands, and knees will allow them to exert close combat while maximizing their strength. Coupled with his increasingly powerful body, it will definitely have unexpected results. Xian Miao, really Xian Miao. Ye Chen couldn't help but admire. As he looked down, his mood was sublimated. I found the treasure again. Ye Chen laughed loudly, patted the ground, jumped up, and the practice method of beast heart anger was already imprinted on her mind. As soon as he shouted, Ye Chen punched out immediately, then turned around and swept the legs, followed by a slanting split. A set of actions in one go. Immediately, Ye Chen's movements became faster and faster, sometimes like a wolf leaping at a rabbit, sometimes like a tiger flying up, and sometimes an ape jumping quickly. The action was weird, but it included many murderous beasts. Ye Chen didn't use her chi, she only used the limbs of her body, and while the body continued to stretch, she realized the mystery of the beast's anger. This exercise is 9 hours. Until night fell, Ye Chen sat down sweating on the ground. In the next few days, Ye Chen did not return to Hanyezong, but carried out a hard practice against close combat. It was another starry night. Ye Chen stretched a lazy waist, appeared at the entrance of the cave, and after coming out for a few days, he planned to go back tonight. Okay. Ye Chen, who was about to jump into the mountain forest, frowned, and looked up at the night sky. There was a Changhong coming in from the sky. It was only after a short distance that she was a woman in white. Empty underworld. Ye Chen trembled in his heart. A monk. If a monk who is in a state of condensed spirit and a human being wants to go to the sky, he needs to mount a flying beast. A monk in the realm of the sun needs to control the flying sword. When he reaches the spiritual realm, he can control the rainbow. Only in order to reach the empty realm, you can really do the flying without the help of spirit beasts, flying swords, and Shinhong. The woman in white could fly in the air, indicating that Xiao Wei had reached the sky. Shocked, Ye Chen saw the appearance of the woman in white. What a nice view. At this instant, Ye Chen had a momentary encounter. The woman's clothes were fluttering, white clothes were victorious in snow, 3,000 blues were flowing like water, sparkling rays of light, a peerless look, beautiful and suffocating, as if she were an ordinary fairy, and did not mess with the world. However, the condition of the white woman was not very good. When passing through this void, the speed suddenly decreased, and her brilliance was almost annihilated. Shoot it. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, only to find that there were still 3 people behind the woman in white, and each of them was walking in the air, needless to say that the cultivation was at least empty. Going is the best policy. Ye Chen realized that this place could not stay. But as soon as he moved his footsteps, the woman in white fell into the void, drawing a graceful arc in the air, falling in front of him. Puff! A spit of blood spit out, and the woman in white hurriedly glanced at Ye Chen, then turned and hid in the lush jungle. The whole person's breath had converged. Ye Chen stood here without even feeling any fluctuations in her. Behind him, the 3 men who followed them came quickly, a gray-haired old man, a middle-aged man in a python robe, and a young man in a white robe. Boy, do you see anyone passing by? The white-robed youth stared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heart was stunned, she didn't dare to move at all, and her whole body seemed to be transparent in the eyes of the white-robed youth. What do you want to say? The middle-aged man in the purple robe sang loudly. Towards. In that direction. Ye Chen pointed at random in any direction, and it was right to let them go anyway. Don't let me find out that you lied to me, or you'll die terribly. Chasing. The gray-haired elder ordered, and the 3 set foot in the void again. She was seriously injured, and she was hit by Acacia again. She couldn't run too far. If she caught her, the first adult would be happy. Call. After the 3 men left, Ye Chen exhaled heavily, and his whole body seemed to be out of force. Soon, the hiding white woman stumbled out, with an extremely embarrassed appearance, blurred eyes, pale face like paper, and a sluggish breath, even shaking. A breeze blew, and the woman in white fell down after all. Hey! Ye Chen didn't intend to manage it, but she stepped out 1 step and dragged it off as the white woman was about to fall to the ground. The night sky is deep, and broken stars are like dust. Ye Chen, carrying the woman in white, went deep into the monster forest and found an extremely secret cave. A faint bonfire was burning in the dark cave. The woman in white was lying obliquely on the wall of the cave, still in a coma, pale and painful. She was a real monk in the underworld, but at this moment she was more like a weak woman and arousing pity. Beside, Ye Chen was quietly conveying her anger to her, and she sometimes glanced at the woman in white. He was determined that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, none of it. Some of them were drunk, but Ye Chen had never noticed that her face was already red. It's hot, it's hot. He murmured softly from the white woman's mouth, interrupting Ye Chen's drunkenness. Suddenly, the white woman's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes slowly opened, her eyes were watery and hazy, her body twisted a bit, her white jade hands slid around her body, tearing her coat. Senior, you wake up, Without saying a word, Ye Chen's mouth was blocked by the fragrant lips. Suddenly, Ye Chen froze, her lips were silky and delicate, with a pleasant aroma, making him feel as numb as electric shock. Senior. A moment of soberness, let Ye Chen gently push away the woman in white. Hot, it's hot. The white woman murmured again, her soft body was directly attached, the jade arms surrounded and hugged his neck, and the lustrous scent of lips came to Ye Chen's mouth again, sometimes biting gently, was licked by a sticking tongue on his lips. Aside, Ye Chen had already grasped the jade arm of the woman in white with one hand, and her fingers moved on her pulse. Huan-san. With a frown, Ye Chen could understand why she showed such a charming gesture, and she also understood more about the existence of Huan-san. Regardless of men and women, once they were recruited, they must have with each other, otherwise they would break their veins. Die. The means are really enough. Ye Chen thought of the 3 people who hunted down the woman in white, needless to say that they were poisoned. Ah. Ah oh. The woman in white murmured, her body was hot, and it seemed that she could no longer suppress the toxicity of Huan-san. A flush of cheeks appeared on her cheeks, and her delicate body rubbed Ye Chen's body. The incense tongue was a predatory invasion in Ye Chen's mouth. Agitated. At this moment, Rao is Ye Chen's determination is a little bit amused. The woman in white was so seductive that Ye Chen's mouth was dry, and the blood speeded up, and a scent of aroma rushed in front of him. The sweet smell in his mouth drunk him, and a wicked fire in his lower abdomen suddenly grew. It's stabbing. The woman in white ripped off her shirt, exposing her white and soft body, and every inch of skin was shining with a charming luster. She seemed to have lost her mind, her eyes contained water mist, and the toxicity of acacia powder inspired her most. The original desire, what I want at this moment, is Ye Chen in front of me. Give me, give me. The cool and silky jade hand took off Ye Chen's shirt, and the lush jade fingers flicked on the thick chest. At this moment, I am afraid that no normal man can resist this temptation. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests ushered in the Shaolin garden in Hangyua's zone. Old thing, hand over the boy. The leader was still Zhang Tao. His face was already sulking like a demon at night, and he was not good enough, so he led a group of disciples to seek revenge. And the spirit curse that day, all surrendered. He's gone, and I don't have any celestial curse. Zhang Fengyan had been bruised all over and his speech was weak. I really don't see the coffin and shed tears. Hang it for me. The little spirit garden was very noisy, full of Zhang Tao's abnormal roar, and the little rabbit and the hairy bird were hanging up for Lao Tzu. I killed you. The dark and lonely monster forest was broken by a female voice. Although this voice is beautiful, it contains cold and murderous power. In the cave, a woman in white transformed into a crystal jade hand, clutching Ye Chen's neck, and held it up in the air. It seems that the poison of acacia in her body has been resolved, but there is still a piece of tide on the cheek. She woke up and couldn't accept this fact. There were a few pink glare under her skirt, and she was full of mess. Even if she didn't care about finishing her clothes, she couldn't stop the murder, and vowed to kill her virgin Ye Chen. You talked about. Unreasonable, you pounced. You pounced over. You fell in love with acacia, and I saved you. Ye Chen couldn't help cursing, his face flushed, his hands and feet struggled, but still unable to escape bondage. That's why you take my chastity. The white eyes of the woman in white are full of water mist, reflecting the cold light. You crazy. Mad woman, I knew I wouldn't save you. You still said. With a wave of the jade arm, Ye Chen was dropped on the ground. Come back and pack you. A cold glance at Ye Chen, the white woman flew out like a rainbow, and then a glowing rope floated into the cave. Ye Chen, who had just got up, was given the spot by the glowing rope. Tied up. I trust. Ye Chen could not help but yelled. Ye Chen's face was dark, and he rolled around on the ground, doing his best, but still couldn't break the weird rope. At the critical moment, Ye Chen had a flash of light and thought of the real fire of Danhai. Quick, help me. Sure enough, the real fire of the Danhai came out, turned into a trace, and wrapped around the glowing rope. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, a war has begun on the dark night sky. A long distance away, Ye Chen also clearly saw a mountain peak, which was collapsed by the palm of his hand. This was a confrontation between the strong and the mountains. Sparse usually. Chu Ling, do you still needlessly struggle? In the void, the three great empty realms pinched back and forth, all eyes were full of obscene light. Make me pay for it. The wonderful voice was unusually cold, and the white woman named Chu Ling had her hands imprinted, and then she appeared gorgeously, gathered from the four sides, and transformed into a huge holy lotus. I can't help it. The white-robed young man sneered and was about to kill him, but was stopped by the gray-haired old man. There are many strong men approaching. It's Hangyua's own. Withdraw. The gray-haired old man ordered immediately. The three came fast and went fast, and disappeared into the night sky like three rainbows in an instant. Puff. The woman in white named Chu Ling spit out blood and was stunned, almost falling into the void. Linger. The sound came from far and near, and she helped the white woman named Chu Ling. The comer also fluttered in white clothes, otherwise the world is dusty, lingering in the rays of light, like an extraordinary fairy, and like a blooming snow lotus, the world's beautiful face, the beauty is suffocating. However, it is strange that this woman looks exactly like Chu Ling. Well, there is only one explanation, that is, they are twins, her sister is Chu Xian, and her sister is Chu Ling. Then, the white woman named Chu Ling, needless to say, is also a person of Hanyua's own. I do not know if Ye Chen, who has escaped from the cave, knows whether he will vomit blood on the spot or not. What a scene. After a while, Chu Ling's breath stabilized. Brothers, you go back to the ancestor first. I still have something to do. Chu Ling hurriedly said a word, and Chu Ling went straight to the cave like a Changhong. Linger, your injury. Anyway, you guys, are not allowed to follow. Chu Ling found a whole circle in the lush monster forest, but did not see Ye Chen. Don't let me catch you. Chu Ling said resentfully, and the fragrant scene from a while ago reappeared in her mind, with flushing on her cheeks, and she was always known as a jade girl, how could she think that she would also call lewd? Ah! Shamed to death. Lame, shy Chu Ling, could not help covering his hot cheeks. Linger. There was a voice behind him. Because Chu Xian was not assured of Chu Ling, she followed him secretly, and when she approached, she found that Chu Ling was blushing, and could not help but be surprised. No. Nothing. Chu Ling was indifferent, and her cheeks became hotter. Could she tell her sister that her sister had with someone? And that man was still a little monk who was so hard. The words come to mind, it is absolutely impossible to say. Then what are you looking for? Zhu Ling glanced puzzledly. Chu Xian didn't forget to look around. Can it be possible? Do you have a baby here? Where is the baby? I just go around. You're lying. Ah. Go back, Brother Zhang is still waiting for us. Guiling guilty, Chu Ling hurriedly pushed Chu Xian, but when leaving, did not forget to turn and glance at the direction of the cave. The two stood side by side, walking in the air, and soon disappeared. The night was dark and the forest of monsters fell into peace. I do not know when, in an unknown corner of this forest, a huge monster corpse squirmed. Then, a palm came out. This is a scary scene. Can a person swallowed up by a monster be alive? If you look closely, there is a big mouth in the lower part of the monster, and a blood man crawls out of it. This person, needless to say, is Ye Chen. Alright. In order to avoid Chu Ling's pursuit, this uncle actually hides in the belly of the monster. If Chu Ling knows, I don't know if he will praise him. Call. He spit it out, and Ye Chen patted his chest fiercely. I almost lost my life. I still saved her life. Ye Chen coughed, and found a very good reason for herself. At this moment, the little spirit garden at the foot of Mount Hengyue Zone is full of wailing sounds. Cry for Lao Tzu again. The sound of the evil voice sounded. Zhang Tao pulled out a black cloth from his arms, kneaded it into a ball, stuffed it into Hua's mouth, and finally remembered to slap him into Hua kicked and scolded, crying, why don't you cry? The tiger baby is really miserable. Since Zhang Tao brought someone yesterday, he has been hung for a whole day, and his body is covered with footprints. Zhang Tao, you have something to charge me. The old voice was weak, and Zhang Fengyan, who was also hung up, was much miserable. His body was covered with bloodstains left by a whip, and on the old face, there were red and swollen palm prints. He was old, his cloudy eyes, not even his dim eyes. Come at you. Okay. Zhang Tao sneered, and pulled the leather whip from his waist again. The momentum came, and the leather whip flew up in the air. Snapped. Snapped. Every time the whip falls, Zhang Fengyan will have an extra blood mark on his body. Let you not give me the Tianling curse, let you not give me the Tianling curse. With each fall of the whip, Zhang Tao growls loudly, like a lunatic, and can't wait to strip Zhang Fengyan's skin off. Ha! Ha! Seeing Zhang Fengyan's beating and gagged tiger baby, he shouted, his eyes were filled with tears. Ha! Ha! Even the little beak spirit beast screamed, it was hung up, its wings were hooked by iron hooks, and it was bloody. In the little spirit garden, in addition to Zhang Tao, there are also 2 Hüngyue disciples. Although Xiao Wei is also a condensed gas double, but his breath is not as magnificent as Zhang Tao. Seeing Zhang Tao's dead hand, the 2 Hüngyue disciples came forward to dissuade him, brother, pay attention to the size. Don't really kill him, or we will not blame it, but we can't afford it. A waste, who cares? Zhang Tao spit, Zhang Fengyan glared resentfully, but finally stopped. But although he stopped, Zhang Tao still had a depressed mood in his heart. Zhang Fengyan couldn't fight anymore. He looked viciously at the hanging eagle bird and said, take it as a loved one. Lao Tzu wants today cook it in your presence, you too, and chop this dead bird for me. Okay. The 2 Hüngyue disciples immediately rolled up their sleeves, had taken out the gloomy short knife, and went straight to the giant bird. It was a bit hungry after a long night of tossing. You. Zhang Fengyan's dim eyes gradually flashed through the cold mang, but every time he said a word, he spit out blood. Ha! The tiger baby was struggling violently, and his face was covered with tears. Although the little eagle is a low-level spirit beast, they are accompanied day and night, and they have long regarded it as a loved one. Now they want to watch their loved ones killed, and their hearts are like being stabbed. Of course, just when the 2 Hüngyue disciples were about to start, the door of the Shaolin garden was pushed open, and Ye Chen, who was full of blood, came in. Senior, I'm back. Without saying a word, Ye Chen's words were choked, and he looked at everything in the garden. Zhang Fengyan was hung in a manner, and the tiger baby was also covered with scars and hung. Even the low-level spirit beast eagle was pierced by an iron hook. Yo yo! You really dare to come back? Seeing Ye Chen, Zhang Tao jumped up suddenly, drank with hate, and chuckled. Zhang Tao. The cold and clear voice spit out of Ye Chen's mouth, and the dark pupils instantly became blood red. He strode forward, and the monstrous murderous intention could no longer be restrained, and his expression was even more haggard than Zhang Tao. No one can save you today. A big breath. Ye Chen was furious. Zhang Tao rushed over like a fierce beast. He thought of being seriously injured by Ye Chen's condensate a few days ago, and his face was a little distorted at the same time. Ha! It was still Yuyang Jianqi, piercing the air. Zhang Tao seemed to be mad, waving his arms madly. Sword chi came on, Ye Chen did not hide, like a tiger rushing, and let that sword chi leave a trail of blood on his body. Compared to seeing Zhang Fengyan tortured, this hurt is not too much. Ye Chen suddenly slammed and killed Zhang Tao in front of him, his fists clenched, and he didn't use his vitality at all, only hitting Zhang Tao's face firmly with the explosive force of the flesh. Puff! Zhang Tao vomited blood and was beaten back by Ye Chen's fist. The entire face was twisted. Before he could stand on his heels, he was knocked out by Ye Chen's kick, and the blood spurted out again. This. The other 2 Hüngyue disciples appeared in shock, and a trainee disciple who had a double chi was able to knock Zhang Tao down without using his chi, which was completely beyond their perception. Kill, kill, kill me. The crazy growl interrupted the shock of the two. Zhang Tao circulated with his hair, calling his younger brother. Let's go together. Knowing that Ye Chen is not easy to deal with, 2 Hüngyue disciples came from left to right, and the palms of the hands were full of vitality. One gathered the palm knife and the other gathered the blades. They are the most basic methods of controlling gas. However, these are nothing in Ye Chen's eyes. Roll. With a loud roar, Ye Chen ran a thunderbolt and flew the disciple on the left out on the spot. When he landed, it was already bloody. And then hurriedly flew for swords to release Zhang Fengyan's chain. Grandpa. As soon as he was put down, Hua rushed to Zhang Fengyan. Senior, it's all my fault. While instilling insanity for Zhang Fengyan, Ye Chen said blamefully, his eyes were full of guilt. If it weren't for him, Zhang Tao might not have been so crazy. Little guy, don't blame yourself. Zhang Feng's injuries were indeed very serious. Although he was very old, he was protected by Ye Chen with genuine energy, at least he wouldn't worry about his life. Ye Chen swears here that you will never be hurt again. I am afraid it will take several months to heal. Settled them, the look on Ye Chen's face instantly became cold. We knew it wrong, we knew it wrong. One of Henghua's disciples was frightened and hurriedly begged for mercy. Wrong, you have to pay the price. The cold voice sounded, like a majestic sentence. Ye Chen immediately lifted his foot and kicked the disciple's dantian. What? The screams suddenly sounded. My dantian, my cultivation. The disciple screamed screamingly, covering his bleeding lower abdomen, and his cold sweat swelled. From now on, he is no longer a high-level fairy, but a downright waste. Ye Chen has gone to another disciple. Zhang Tao was also really scared. He never thought that Ye Chen had shot so fiercely, but he really abolished their cultivation. As a participant in this incident, he was doomed to escape from doom. Do you know who my master is? My master is Gu Hong, the first one of Di Yangfeng. How dare you hurt me? Zhang Tao growled, but he didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, so he still took it at this moment. The master scared Ye Chen. I said, no one can save you today. The cold voice was still bones, Ye Chen's kick was crisp, and Zhang Tao's dantian was abolished. Ah! Zhang Tao's scream was so infiltrating. At this moment, he is no longer a high-level immortal. He is destined to be abandoned by the teacher. It will be a miserable life waiting for him. At this moment, he knows that he regrets and should not provoke Ye Chen, so much that it has caused today's calamity. The pain to them must be paid back 100 times. Ye Chen's anger seemed to have never dissipated, and he took out 3 silver needles from the storage bag and inserted it into Zhang Tao's body. This silver needle is the poisonous needle of the humpbacked old man. It is made by extracting the toxin of the tapeworm. After Ye Chen's personal test, the poisonous needle will not cause people to die immediately. The poisoned person will bear the pain of poisonous insects. At this moment, it seems that it is suitable for Zhang Tao. Ah! The toxin had dispersed, and Zhang Tao kept mourning, clutching his hands casually on his body. Blood traces quickly appeared. Release me, please release me. Zhang Tao hugged Ye Chen's legs. All brother Xiao, both brother Xiao Long. He wanted me to send the spirit curse, no matter what. My business. Xiao Long. Upon hearing the name, Ye Chen appeared in Ye Chen's eyes. Suddenly turning around, Ye Chen strode toward the door, full of suffocation and icy murderous power that could not be stopped. He wanted to go to the mountain to find Xiao Long for a decisive battle. This up was doomed to blood stain the battle platform. Even if I die, I will make you pay a painful price. At this moment, on the Zhenyang mountain peak, Gu Hong's high-level lectern was teaching the cultivation experience to the disciples of Di Yangfeng. Cultivation should respect heaven and earth, and the world is the largest. Qi is the root of human beings, and monks should focus on refining qi. Below, the disciples are full, respectful and respectful. Every sentence that Gu Hong said is cherished in his heart, and he dare not be sloppy. Are they still afraid of his severe and demanding master? With a glance down, Gu Hong rubbed his beard lightly. Looking at those awe-inspiring eyes, he even regarded himself as a superior man. He enjoyed this feeling of being supreme. At the Yangfeng mountain, he is the heaven and he is the king in charge of everything. Xiao Long, I'm waiting for you at Fengjiantai. Suddenly a cold voice came to Diangfeng. Who is challenging brother Xiao? At the scene, there was noisy immediately. Can it be the disciples of the other 2 main peaks? Everyone is in vain. Brother Xiao Long is about to break through to the 6th heaven of Ningqi, and there is a secret technique of master's biography. At the gate of Hengyu Zone, except for the 3 first true disciples, who can defeat him. The lower Xiao Long had already got up, but the corner of his mouth was immersed in a playful smile, as if listening to the sound to know that it was Ye Chen. Longer, who knows who challenged you? On the lectern, Gu Hong closed his eyes and raised his soul, but his voice was full of disdain. Xiao Longnai was a disciple who he had personally trained, and he was also some of his favorite disciples. For Xiao Long he has always been confident. Master Huai is an intern student named Ye Chen. Ye Chen. With a groan, Gu Hong frowned slightly, as if the events in Zhiqing Pavilion sounded in his memory, and asked, is that Ye Chen who is 16 years old and only cultivated to a heavy realm? The master knows him. Xiao Long was a little surprised. He wanted to be my disciple of Di Yangfeng, but I refused. My Di Yangfeng never accepted that kind of waste. That's it. Hearing the reason that Gu Hong said, the disciples were full of sarcasm, and the sound of sneer came one after another. I think that Ye Chen was trying to get into Dian Peak, but I thought of this method to attract the master's attention so that the master could accept him as an apprentice. It's a good idea. Go. On the lectern, Gu Hong closed his eyes again, and said casually, just punish me, don't start with too heavy, lest others say I Di Yangfeng bullies. What? The new intern disciple, who is only heavy and hard, wants to challenge Xiao Long. That kid is brave enough. The story of Ye Chen's challenge to Di Yangfeng and Xiao Long spread, causing an uproar in the Hangyuazong's outer gate, so that the disciples who ran out in the morning to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon all ran towards one direction and converged. From a distance, it was a battle platform full of disciples. This platform is called Fenjiantai. It is the place where Hangyuazong devoted himself to discipling and resolving personal grievances. Over the years, the disciples who lacked arms and legs due to the upwind of Yunfengtai were no more than 1,000, and there were 800. At this moment, Ye Chen was carrying a natural beast, standing on the Fengyun platform, standing upright, standing still in the changing circumstances, like a monument that will never collapse. That's Ye Chen. My new intern student in Hangyuazong. Under Fenjiantai, the discussion sounded one after another, mostly pointing to Ye Chen, but when talking about Ye Chen's age and cultivation, they also showed disdainful eyes. I heard that the first of the three main peaks outside did not want to accept him as an apprentice, so I became an intern disciple. Couldn't it be that he wanted to challenge Xiao Long to attract the attention of the three main peaks and accept him as an apprentice? 80% is. Ye Chen Chong turned a deaf ear to the discussion around him, the whiteness of his fist grip in his sleeve, and his body could not help but tremble because of the unstoppable killing. Xiao Long is here. With a voice coming, he suddenly looked back and looked at the end of the crowd. There, more than a dozen Diangfeng disciples in gorgeous robes came along with Xiao Long. Each of them was so arrogant that they did not dare to provoke them and gave way to them. Hi brother Xiao Long. I've seen brother Xiao Long. Along the way, the disciples on both sides leaned forward, and the words were full of compliments. Okay. A senior brother Xiao Long put his hands on his back, not squinting, and looked indifferent. I really didn't know he was a senior who had cultivated himself. With all the attention, Xiao Long came to Fenjiantai, and gave a dismissive glance at Ye Chen, saying arrogantly, Ye Chen, I will not go to you, but you come to me for too long. Come on stage. For Chen Long's disdain and mistreatment, Ye Chen only spoke these two words. What do you dare to speak to brother Xiao like this? Waiting for Xiao Long, a disciple of Di Yangfeng who came behind to help out had yelled, you also need brother Xiao to take the shot himself. With that said, the disciple was about to rush to the stage, but was stopped by Xiao Long. Since brother Yi has challenged me, why not go for a few tricks? Our Diangfeng has always been fair, and it must not have broken the rules of Fenjiantai. The quiet word sounded, Xiao Long had flung his robes, and his toes were just like the wind, and he landed on the battle platform. The free and easy manner caused the female disciples to scream. Hearing, Xiao Long folded her hands again. He seemed to enjoy the complimenting and awesome gaze below, which made him soaring. Hum. On the opposite side, Ye Chen had already pulled out the sounds of nature, the sword was huge and heavy, it cut through the air, and the sound of buzzing came out. Come on. Ye's words were loud, Ye Chen was ready to fight. MOG. Glancing at Ye Chen with a playful smile, Xiao Long raised a playful smile, Feng Yuntai has learned from ancient times, did brother Ye Chen not want to gamble with me? With a slight frown, Ye Chen saw the meaning of Xiao Long's words in an instant. This is to win something from him. On Fenjiantai, the opposing parties can make a bet and make a bet. The winning side can take all the bets. This bet is either a spiritual stone, a sacred medicine, or a gongshukshuan. The two sides agreed that anything that can be imagined can be used for gambling. During Xingyang's sect, Ye Chen visited Fenjiantai more than once. He understood the rules inside. What to gamble? Ye Chen's words were plain and without emotion. If anyone loses, let the other person be a lifetime descendant. Xiao Long smiled quietly, and there was a sly light flashing in his eyes. This bet is probably two. There was a sudden uproar below. The lifelong descendants, it's no different than selling a deed, Ye Chen has a lot of fun this time. Brother Yi, do you look good? Xiao Long Rao looked at Ye Chen with interest, his chin raised high, full of provocation. In the spotlight, a sneer flashed in the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Brother Xiao wants to bet, we might as well bet a little bit. Oh. Xiao Long raised his eyebrows and laughed, but I don't know what brother Yi wants to bet on. Bet. Fate. Hiss. Hearing the words, the sound of air conditioning is down. What a hatred it is. This is endless. It's normal to see blood on this Fenjiantai, but bet on life, but there has never been such a precedent. I am afraid that everyone did not expect Ye Chen to come out like this. A conscientious intern disciple will bet with a condensed 6th degree disciple. This is crazy or the brain is flooded. Opposite, Xiao Long's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that the bet he had made was already big enough. He never thought that Ye Chen was even more crazy. He still has a life as a human being, but this life is not a joke. Xiao Ming'er is not here. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? With a cold voice, Xiao Long's eyes were full of ruthlessness, and the bet that the two said, he was already weak in the momentum of Xiao Chen. What? Excuse me? Suggest? After hearing the words, Xiao Long laughed loudly on the spot, smiled and laughed. The laughter came to an abrupt end, looking at Ye Chen fiercely and sneered, I bet, you want to die like this, then you can't blame me. The words did not end. Xiao Long stepped on the platform, as a blast of wind rushed to Ye Chen. Dan Tian rushed out with anger, there was real air flowing between the palms of his fingers, and Ling Tian patted Ye Chen's heavenly cover with a palm. Hum. Ye Chen's arm waved, and the Tianjianpei was out of gear. LB. Xiao Long patted him on the palm of the hand, and the sound of metal collision was heard, making him shudder and tremble, but he was also backed up by the force contained in the ball, and his hands were numb. I really despise you. Xiao Long was coldly repulsed by a move. Don't look at me, you will die terribly. The cold voice carried the cold murderous spirit. Ye Chen had already fluttered with great excitement. Hum. 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 Soon, the sound of tetanus was endless. The heavy nature sounded and buzzed against the air and moved. The people watching the stage swallowed and drooled. This day was huge and heavy. If it was smashed, it would not feel bad. Where's this kid so hard? When the condensed gas is heavy, the amount of true qi is scarce, but it is also necessary to separate the true qi to control the tianqi. This will not only consume the true qi, but even the speed will be slowed down by the weight of tianqi. Ye Chen chose tianqi, which is unwise. The discerning disciple groaned, but shook his head slightly to Ye Chen's approach. However, one heavy gas can go 3 strokes in Xiao Long's hands, and Ye Chen can be regarded as having 2 sons. Dang! The crisp sound interrupted the discussion below. Before the 5 strokes arrived, Ye Chen's sound of nature had already been beaten by Xiao Long. At this point, many people have sighed and sighed, and many people have left the field. This war without suspense, apart from some scary bets, can hardly find any highlights. I see what else you can rely on. Xiao Long took a cold drink, stepped out, and waved out 3 sword blades. Then he followed the blades, and he was very aggressive, and he was quite ready to defeat Ye Chen in one fell swoop. Ye Chen gave a sneer. Without the restraint of the weight of Tina, he was relaxed a lot, the speed of the suppressed blood flowing instantly accelerated, the boiling desire burned, and even the bones in his body came the sound of clicking. War. Suddenly yelling, Ye Chen kicked off the ground, and shot like a cannonball. When the 3 sword blades were about to pierce his body, he jumped suddenly, standing up like an ape, and avoided 3-rode sword blade. This is the ape portrait in the mystery of the beast's heart anger. Ye Chen avoided the 3 swords easily, making Xiao Long's heart bewildered, but he was closely following the 3 swords. Ye Chen had crossed the top of his head, so close, it was difficult for him to change his body shape. It's all in between light and flint. Give me down. All I heard was that Ye Chen gave a cold drink. He was full of strength and energy, all gathered on his right leg, and sturdily struck Xiao Long's face. Boom! His face was wounded, and Xiao Long was kicked with a kick. This. The disciples watching the battle were staring round, and the time on the stage for the confrontation was so short that they didn't react, and they didn't even know how Xiao Long was confused. Foot. Ye Chen, you it. Xiao Long's roar rang out on the battle platform. However, he has just stabilized his body, and Ye Chen has already come forward. Kill. Xiao Long's face was a little scary, and he waved a light handprint. Various flaws. Ye Chen sneered, the beast's heart was angry and the tiger jumped out of his arms, escaped that palm, and instantly killed Xiao Long. Being close to me is destined to be your sorrow. The icy voice was flowing in the air. Ye Chen was already swiftly flowing with blood, his muscles and bones' depressive power broke out instantly, and a punch hit Xiao Long's chest. Puff. Xiao Long spurted blood, and Ye Chen's punch was not that simple. You. What am I? Ye Chen didn't give Xiao Long the time to react, and bullied himself to kill him again. He looks like a beast going down the mountain, and the way out of the gloves is even weird, sometimes like a tiger, sometimes a fierce ape, sometimes a lion, sometimes like a wolf, grabbing, patting, tearing, using hands, feet, knees, shoulders, every joint on his body. The parts are all fierce weapons. Xiao Long who fought was defeated one after another, and his fist prints, palm prints, and foot prints continued. What is this style of play? On the scene, the disciples watching the scene watching the audience stunned, Ye Chen's style of play completely subverted their perception. What about gorgeous mystery? What about gorgeous moves? None of them. The most primitive fighting technique is used, but it is the most basic fighting technique, which makes Xiao Long suffer again and again. What? At this moment, the roar of Xiao Long was on the stage. Not long ago, he could not be proud of himself with the high attitude of his brother. At this moment, he was so embarrassed and confronted. He was condensed by a 6 strength practice, and he would be beaten by a condensed gas. Roar. With a roar of the wolf, interrupting the hustle and bustle below, Xiao Long used mystery. His fist had been wrapped by an elusive wolf's head. At the time of his shot, there was the roar of the wolf. Kanglanquan. The spectators in the surroundings were full of fiery eyes, as if they had seen the great power of Xiao Long and Xian Shu. I did not expect the first seed of Di Yangfeng, and even this secret technique was taught to Xiao Long. Come on. Xiao Long frowned, punching him. Ben lay palm. Just listening to the cold drink, Ye Chen waved his regret once again. There was a thunderbolt between the palms of his fingers. The power was even more fierce and overbearing. Boom. There was a popping sound between the fists. Puff. The sound of vomiting blood suddenly started and Xiao Long was beaten back. How is it possible? In retrogression, Xiao Long looked at Ye Chen with an unbelievable face, and he clearly felt the overbearing power contained in Ye Chen's palm fingers, definitely not inferior to him. Kanglanquan, which is one of the few mysteries of Di Yangfeng, is famous for his powerful attack. With this mystery, he does not know how many outsiders have been defeated. But now, he was broken from the front by a heavy apprentice disciple, which he couldn't accept. Is he really heavy? At this moment, not only Xiao Long, but even the disciples who watched the battle from the audience also appeared for a moment. This kid is so weird. The audience was surprised, one after another, with a wonderful look. How? Still playing? Outside the crowd, a group of people rushed over again. Needless to say that the person who had left the field before, at this moment heard that the victory had not yet been separated, and they all returned. When they saw the fierce leaves, when Chen Shi looked, he watched it. But where do they know how deep Ye Chen's heritage is? In the past, in the Zhengyang sect, he conquered the beast with the monster, and condensed the quartet with the realm of the Yuan dynasty. After many experiences, Xiao Long was too strong in actual combat ability. At this moment, Ye Chen has a large capacity Dan Hai, and the amount of true energy is not inferior to Xiao Long. The powerful body after refining is inferior to Xiao Long, and the overbearing beast that is close to him is angry, so this duel was doomed from the beginning. What? The scene was full of Xiao Long's roar, but no matter how angry he was still suppressed by Ye Chen. It's over. With Ye Chen's roar, he stepped down and leapt up, and the fierce and domineering nature was lifted above him by his head. The whole posture of splitting Huashan was crisp and clear, without any gorgeousness. At all. Hum. The thick nature shook the air and buzzed. Seeing this, Xiao Long talked discolored, hurriedly held up his golden sword to block, and instilled his vitality into it. Dang! Ye Chen slashed on the spirit sword. Boom! Xiao Long, who was standing the last moment, was half-kneeled on the ground by the sword, and he even heard the sound of a broken bone in his arm. Puff! Immediately, a blood spurted out of Xiao Long's mouth. Quiet, surprisingly quiet. Not long ago, the stage was noisy, but at this time, there was only the sound of breathing, and the scene on the stage, they looked petrified. Ningqi 5 strength Xiao Long was actually kneeled on the ground by a heavy Ningqi apprentice disciple. You lose. It's impossible. Xiao Long growled, his legs trembling as he wanted to get up, but Ye Chen held it down with a sword. Your life is over. In response to Xiao Long, Ye Chen's cold voice. At this moment, everyone in the audience is awake like a dream. Bets are their lives. This. Ye Chen won't really kill Xiao Long, can't it? Xiao Long is the first disciple of Di Yangfeng. If he cuts with a sword, he can't live. But I look at Ye Chen's posture, but I want to kill. I'm a disciple of Di Yangfeng, would you dare to kill me? Xiao Long seemed to be unaware of the situation at the moment, his head growling and growling. What bets and bets are in his eyes a joke. Although he loses, he doesn't prove that he has to give up his life because he has a strong back office. You dare to kill Brother Xiao, Master will not forgive you. Below, the disciples who came to help out in Xinjiang yelled, but scared of Ye Chen's strength, no one dared come up. Before the bet, he must die. Ye Chen said coldly. You dare to kill Brother Xiao, Master will not forgive you. Below, the disciples who came to help out in Xinjiang yelled, but scared of Ye Chen's strength, no one dared come up. Before the bet, he must die. Ye Chen said coldly. This master, just for discussion, has to deal with people and get around. An indifferent voice sounded, and a female disciple in the crowd glanced at Ye Chen. This female disciple is truly beautiful, with beautiful eyes and clear eyes, green silk flowing like water, white clothes wagging like a lotus flower in full bloom, and all the male disciples present were scorching hot. Ren Xinfeng Su Xinyue. She came, she didn't even see it before. Ye Chen bowed his head and stared at Su Xinyue. This sister, if only Ye Chen was the loser, would you say the same thing? Your heart is too heavy to kill, and it is difficult to achieve a positive result. Su Xinyue still looked indifferent. Although standing in the crowd, he had a high-minded attitude. In the words, Ye Chen had already pronounced the way forward. Sister Charmine, let him go. Ye Chen's mouth drew sneer, depressed anger, after all, did not erupt. This anger is not only for Xiao Long's mutilation of Zhang Fenyan, but also for Su Xinyue, because her temperament is so much like Ji Ningxuang, it is a high-minded attitude, and it is a kind of pity that looks like pity love is fake. I want to get you back on the right track, so I don't want to be. Do you have any relatives? Ye Chen interrupted Su Xinyue's words directly, and a pair of bloodshot pupils stared at her as if questioning. The speech was interrupted, Su Xinyue frowned, and she did not know why Ye Chen asked such a question. If I hang up your loved one and fight for a day and night, will you kill me? Ye Chen questioned, sneer looking at Su Xinyue, if you can, too, show me this mercy the false posture of beings. You. Being scolded in public like this, Su Xinyue was instantly covered with a layer of frost. At this moment, she was indifferent like her, and her could not help violently rising and falling. She was a disciple of Ren Yangfeng and a flower of Heng Yue's own. On the stage, Ye Chen has regained her gaze and raised her palm that lingers. If this palm is broken, Xiao Long will die. However, at this moment, a powerful momentum whistled and appeared on the battle platform instantly, turning into a figure holding a dusting hand. This person, if you look closely, isn't it the first Gu Hong of Di Yangfeng? Master, the person who saw him was Gu Hong, and a dozen of Diangfeng disciples in the audience suddenly rejoiced and fell to the ground. I've seen Uncle Gu. I've seen Uncle Gu. The disciples at the scene also bowed and salute, and at the same time they mourned for Ye Chen. Gu Hong is a well-known concubine, and if he is hated by him, the end is miserable. Master, save me, save me. Ye Chen is crazy, and he wants to kill me. Xiao Long, who was suppressed by Ye Chen Tianyi, first flashed a faint smile, and then hurried to Gu Hong for help. Yes, Master, this Ye Chen is too serious to kill, and should be sent to the law enforcement hall to be severely punished. Those disciples of Di Yangfeng began to coax again. I have such evil thoughts at this age, and I will have it later. You have to decide for Brother Xiao. Noisy. Gu Hong's snorting sound was extremely gloomy. His disciple, who was personally trained, would be defeated by a heavy apprentice disciple. He was the first one to lose his face. However, thinking of Ye Chen, he still has many surprises in his eyes, which can defeat Xiao Long, indicating that Ye Chen is not as simple as it seems. When he heard the disciples' report, Rao was his fixation, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Ye Chen, who was too lazy to look at that day, had such strength. In the final analysis, he still had some regrets. Closed, there will be no slapstick today. Ye Chen, let go of your sword. Gu Hong froze his beard, his voice filled with endless majesty, like judgment and order. I have seen your strength, you can be my disciple of Gu Hong. Master, this. What's the situation? Below, there was a voice full of surprise. Uncle Gu wants to take Ye Chen as a disciple. I've seen Uncle Gu so proactive for the first time. Nonsense, Ye Chen did not hesitate to make such a big move, wasn't it just to catch Uncle Ji's attention? The purpose was to enter the Yangfeng mountain, and now his purpose has been achieved. Ye Chen sneered at the corner of Ye Hong's words. He still did not put down the sword in his hand and laughed. First, thank you for your attention, but I have no intention of being a disciple of Di Yangfeng. Wow! The pan exploded instantly below. Gu Hong is also a person who is one of the three main peaks of the outer gate of Hangyue Zone. Many disciples have broken their heads and want to be regarded as masters. His invitation will be rejected by a conscientious apprentice. It was the first time that Gu Hong had invited a disciple outside the world, but this was the first time that he had been rejected. What did you say? Looking at Ye Chen, a cold light flashed in Gu Hong's eyes, his face was gloomy again, and the powerful momentum appeared suddenly. What is this? This is a naked face. Today, he has lost his face, but in order to attract talents, he is still willing to lower his attitude to invite Ye Chen, but he has lost his face again. For him, he is already the biggest laughingstock of Hangyue Zone. I said, I don't plan to be a disciple of Zhen Yangfeng. There was blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, but Ye Chen was still not humble. Good horses don't eat reed grass, which is his nature. I was ignored ruthlessly that day, and now I was invited in a commanding manner. Do you really think that Ye Chen is a wall puppet with no principle? Okay, good. Gu Hong laughed loudly, but the laughter gave a creepy feeling, and everyone felt anger from his laughter. It's over. Ye Chen will suffer in the future. Uncle Gu must report. Ye Chen will have a hard time in the future. He is shameless, he thinks who he is. Let people go. Just listening to a violent drink, Gu Hong glared at Ye Chen with great momentum, and vomited blood again. Sorry, I can't let people down. I have to bet on it first, and he must die today. Ye Chen shook it a few times, but still stabilized his body, and a dagger had already crossed Xiao Long's neck. Sin beast, look for death. Gu Hong drank angrily, his robe was lifted by the hurricane, his palm was lifted immediately, and it was necessary to cut it with one palm. But Ye Chen had been prepared for a long time, and had taken Xiao Long to quit and go to 12 feet. First seat, I am a human, not a beast. When he stopped, Ye Chen stared directly at Gu Hong, his words were powerful. Moreover, the dagger in his hand had cut through Xiao Long's neck, which meant that obviously, if you moved again, Lao Tzu would destroy him. In this scene, the hearts of all the disciples below are all mentioned, so you Ye Chen, your courage is not ordinary, and you dare to provocatively challenge the first seat. You threaten me. Staring at Ye Chen, Gu Hong's voice froze coldly. The first talk is heavy. Ye Chen sneered. I said that before the bet, he must die so that I won't kill him. Yes, you can take him or you can depend on how much you can take. Sincerity, I have taken a step back. If you still insist on killing me in the first seat, I can only die with your disciples. Talking, Ye Chen made a cut on Xiao Long's neck again. He has already cut out. Since the ancient wealth and wealth insurance, he didn't really want to kill Xiao Long. He didn't want to die, but since he had resentment with Di Yangfeng, he simply did a big vote. People cannot kill, but they can't put it in vain. But if Gu Hong really wanted to kill him, Ye Chen also had a mortal heart, and he would have to take Xiao Long before leaving. After all, he is betting that if he wins, he can make a fortune, and if he loses, he will have nowhere to be buried. At this moment, the scene was terrible, all that could be heard was the sound of beating hearts. Master! Save, save! Save me, save me! Xiao Long's roar broke the silence. He was really scared. He really felt Ye Chen's murderous power. If Gu Hong really wanted to shoot, he may really want to be buried with Ye Chen. First seat, what do you think? Ye Chen smiled at Gu Hong, we are gambling first, you won't really kill me in the face of so many people. You are the first seat of a peak, but don't kill me, this humble intern disciple has lost your good future. Moreover, Xiao Long has been cultivated by you. If you were to be buried with me, it wouldn't make any sense. Ye Chen, do you know what your actions today mean? Gu Hong's voice was so cold that his face was already scary and scary. Of course I know, but I don't care. Then I will take you on the road in advance. Gu Hong looked cold and suddenly strode forward, really killing himself. Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and he secretly said he might have lost the bet this time. However, at this moment, a gurgling voice came out from a hall in the deep. Gu Hong, it's a big crime to kill martial disciples, do you want to challenge the rules of my Hangyue Zone? Really don't say, this discourse really made Gu Hong stop, because that was the voice of Daojia, the first law enforcement hall in the outer door. With a somber old face, Gu Hong looked at one party and said coldly, Dao Ju, was he killing my apprentice first, do you want me to watch the apprentice be killed? Or, you deliberately cover Ye Chen. Protection. A distant laugh came from the distance. They have a gambling battle, and they have a bet on life. This is what they agreed to in advance. He lied, Ye Chen killed you and said, how come I shelter? What's more, Ye Chen has taken a step back. If you show your sincerity, you can save your disciples. Why do you need to kill and lose? If you lose, you lose. Speaking here, the voice stopped for a moment, and the voice was a bit cold. You can't afford to kill if you can't afford to lose it. Are you blind? You. Gu Hong was speechless for a moment, and his anger almost stabbed him for internal injuries. Indeed, this is true. He has no right to intervene before the bet. Blame his babies for betting too much, and blame him for being too confident in his disciples. Moreover, with the strict voice and preaching from the distant voice, Gu Hong also restored a touch of calmness. He was determined that if he shot at this time, he would follow Ye Chen on the road. Moreover, he spent too much time training Xiao Long. If he was to be buried with Ye Chen in this way, it would be worth the trouble. After several thoughts, Gu Hong forcibly suppressed the anger, covered his face, pulled out a storage bag from his sleeve, and threw it into Ye Chen. Seeing the storage bag running, Ye Chen did not reach out to pick it up, but blocked it with a crossblade, because he felt a horrible dark power from that storage bag. If he rushed to pick it up, he would be seriously injured. Insidious and cunning. Ye Chen cursed. LB. The storage bag slammed on the puppet that day, making a sound of metal collision. Even so, Ye Chen was shocked by vomiting blood and retreated. You will pay a bitter price for today's move. Gu Hong came like a gust of wind and went away like a gust of wind. He was taken away and Xiao Long. Only the cold voice lasted in the sky. I'm waiting. Listening to the cold intimidation when Gu Hong was leaving, Ye Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth. The end of a stormy duel. I thought there was no suspense, but it was a wonderful fight. The intern disciples counterattacked, not only defeated the first disciple of Di Yangfeng, but also blatantly provoked Gu Hong, making the entire Di Yangfeng look shameless. This battle is destined to Ye Chen's emergence in Manhua zone, and it is also destined that he will become a talker after dinner. You didn't see it. Xiao Long was almost killed by Ye Chen. Di Yangfeng was the first to kill someone on the spot. You didn't see his old face. This is unscientific. On the peak of Tianyang, Zhong Laodao lay on the seat like a whimper, hearing the disciples return, couldn't help but sit up, with a fat face, and wonder. Xiao Long lost. On Ren Yangfeng, the real man in Qinyang, who was meditating, heard Su Xinyue's report, and he couldn't help but opened his eyes in surprise. The outcome was beyond his expectation. Compared with Tianyang Peak and Renyang Peak, Gu Hong's angry applause has spread throughout the mountain. Waste, all waste. With a somber old face, Gu Hong shouted loudly, you have lost all of Yang Difeng's face. Below, the disciples of Di Yangfeng shivered and saw that Gu Hong was furious, and the atmosphere did not dare to say a word. And at this moment, Ye Chen, who caused this small storm, is hiding in the jungle of Househan now to count his spoils. The so-called booty is naturally the storage bag Gu Hong gave him. In the storage bag, there are piles of glittering stones, and there are spiritual stones, which are the monk's common currency, which are sealed with ample aura, which can be used for shopping and cultivation. 500 spirit stones. Counting the number of spirit stones in the storage bag, Ye Chen was slightly surprised and secretly said Gu Hong's generous handwriting. You know, at the gate of Manhua zone, every disciple can only receive 20 spirit stones per month. The 500 spirit stones are a lot of wealth to Ye Chen. Click. A piece of spirit stone was gently crushed, and Ye Chen greedily sucked out the pure aura that overflowed, supplementing the consumption brought by the war. After successively absorbing the aura of more than a dozen spirit stones, Ye Chen only accepted the storage bag, but it was a groaning look. On Fenjiantai, he had completely offended Gu Hong. Although he came to Manhua zone not long ago, I have heard a lot about Gu Hong's behavior, but he is a master who must report. It seems that the future is not very good. Rubbing his eyebrows gently, Ye Chen had a headache. At sunset in the western mountains, Ye Chen quietly came out of the back mountain and returned to the little spirit garden. The injuries of Zhang Fengnian and Hua have basically recovered, but the spirit beast named Xiaoying is not very optimistic. Soon, the big iron pot was set up, and the blazing fire was burning. Ye Chen braised the blood wolf that he had hunted for a whole pot, and the seductive aroma permeated the entire small spiritual garden. I haven't seen so much meat in a long time. Hua wiped his saliva more than once, and said he didn't forget to glance at the eagle next to the iron wok. He laughed, Xiaoying, today it's time to eat. Little guy, you are today. Aside, Zhang Fengnian looked at Ye Chen, but stopped talking. I'm fine today. He smiled, and Ye Chen kept throwing ingredients into the wok, but he said nothing about Fenjiantai today. No, nothing is fine, nothing is fine. Zhang Fengnian smiled gently, but his eyes were deeply worried. Little guy, you are today. Aside, Zhang Fengnian looked at Ye Chen, but stopped talking. I'm fine today. He smiled, and Ye Chen kept throwing ingredients into the wok, but he said nothing about Fengjiantai today. No, nothing is fine, nothing is fine. Zhang Fengnian smiled gently, but his eyes were deeply worried. Ye Chen's battle with Xiao Long caused a lot of enthusiasm. He seemed to have heard about it a little, but it was a little unexpected, but it was a constant warmth in his heart. An irrelevant person who had never thought of saving himself was willing to take the lead. At any rate openly challenge Gu Hong's majesty. Thinking of this, there is still a kind of sadness in Zhang Fengnian's mind. He used to be the elder of Humiliation, but since his demotion, how miserable his situation has been. His older brothers looked down on him, and even the disciples of the younger generation came to find trouble. Compared to his siblings and the younger disciples who bullied the ancestors, Ye Chen in front of him really contrasted them. Come on. Let's eat. Ye Chen, on the side, apparently didn't notice the change in Zhang Fengnian's expression, and had taken out the stewed wolf meat. Can't wait any longer, hee. Kitty, this is yours. Eat more. At a dinner party, the sweat was drenched, and the blood wolf was a monster, covered with treasures, and used to stew soup, but it was a tonic that nourished the power, especially for Zhang Fengnian and Hua. After eating, I just feel steamy. The small spiritual garden at night was not peaceful. At halfway of dinner, a beautiful guest was welcomed. The Comer was a white female disciple, bathed in the moonlight, clean and immaculate, always indifferent to the cheek with thousands of miles away from her, carefully looking. Wasn't it Su Xinyue who watched the battle in Fengjiantai during the day? Yo! Sister Su, what kind of wind is blowing you? Ye Chen did not go to see Su Xinyue, while picking up a piece of wolf meat, the words were even salty. For Xian Chen's answer that was not salty or indifferent, Su Xinyue's expression sank a little, but he took a deep breath and there was no seizure on the spot. Master invites you to enter the gate of Yangfeng, said Su Xinyue, speaking coldly, not forgetting to call a letter in the air. If you agree, you can come to Yangfeng tomorrow. Although Su Xinyue said plainly and coldly, she was suffocated in her heart. Who is she? She is a flower in the outer gate of Heng and a disciple in the first seat of Renyang Peak. Ye Chen preached, but after returning, the real man Qingyang asked her to preach again. The invitation of Renyang Feng really flatters me. The words have been brought to you, please do it for yourself. Su Xinyue didn't want to stay too much, leaving the letter and turning away. As she was about to step out of the little spirit garden, she stopped again and glanced at the goblin Ye Chen. Don't think that defeating Xiao Long will make the world invincible. You must know that Heng Yuezong can destroy your disciples, there are many now, killing your heart is too heavy, and you will never achieve positive results. After speaking, Su Xinyue disappeared at the door like a breeze. Her departure didn't change Ye Chen in the slightest, and she still gorged on wolf meat. Little guy, Renyang Feng is one of the 3 main peaks of the outer door, let's go. Don't miss your future, and pass it. Zhang Fengnian's words were gentle, but he really thought about Ye Chen. Senior, I understand. Ye Chen grinned, and said he did not forget to touch his mouth full of oil. Soon, the gate of the little spirit garden opened again. This time, he walked in a handsome white disciple, who had reached the 6th level of condensate. Although there was only one difference, he was stronger than Xiao Long many. This is Wei Yang, the first disciple of Tianyang Peak. Is that you defeated Xiao Long? Wei Yang shook the fan and walked in, glanced at Zhang Fengnian, and looked at Ye Chen in a playful manner. All right. Ye Chen originally thought that Wei Yang was as polite as his appearance, but when he said that, his impression of Wei Yang was greatly reduced. He looked handsome, but in his bones he was also the kind and honest man. I don't know what my brother visits late at night, so-called. Ye Chen's discourse was still salty, and for such people, he was always too lazy to talk about it. It's not a big deal, just help Master pass a word. Master said that you can be a disciple of Tianyang Feng. Wei Yang drew a smile on the corner of his mouth, shaking the folding fan slightly, but his chin was raised tall, pretentious. Ah. Ye Chen just whispered back, and then buried his head and stuffed wolf meat into his mouth. With this posture of Ye Chen, Wei Yang was not angry or upset, but just smiled and turned to the door. However, when he was going out, he was just like Su Xinyue, and glanced at Ye Chen sideways. You have no idea that the sky is high and the earth is thick and provoked Diyang Peak. Do ant know how to lift it? You must know that at my Tianyang Peak in your eyes, you are nothing. With that said, Wei Yang shook the folding fan slightly and stepped out of the door. After Wei Yang left, Ye Chen really put down the dishes. Little guy, you. Zhang Fengnian still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Chen's words. Senior, I know what you are going to say. Ye Chen wiped the greasy stain on her mouth and laughed. Why don't I want to find a backer, but you also see that they look down on me from the bone. If I lick my face again going to be their disciples, isn't that boring? Hey. Zhang Fengnian was silent, but he sighed. I see everything in the martial arts very thoroughly. Ye Chen smiled slightly and continued, this is a world of strong respect, full of sinister. Although I am an apprentice, I would rather not join the top 3 main peak. Just do your best, don't suffer yourself. The predecessors taught, and the younger people remembered. Late at night, Ye Chen sneaked out of the little spirit garden again. Looking for a lush jungle, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on a boulder. Click it. Click it. Soon, the sound of bone collision sounded. 3 hours of wild refining, let him go all out, sweating, but also gradually adapted to this severe pain. The benefits of refining are also very obvious. Ye Chen deeply felt that every day of the week's burning of the heavens, the physical body becomes more refined, and the hidden power in the muscles makes him excited. Exhausted, Ye Chen was bathed in the starlight moonlight, and the whale swallowed the pure aura of the mountains. The aura in the early morning is rich, the essence of alternating sun and moon, at this moment is the most pure, until Ye Chen embarks on Hengyue Zongling Mountain. Many disciples of Hengyue Zong have already left their cave house. Ye Chen. When disciples who sat on the stones and vomited their auras saw Ye Chen, they all cast a strange look. At this moment, too many people dare not to underestimate the intern student who has just arrived. Yesterday's battle gave him his prestige and blatantly provoked Di Yangfeng's first seat, demonstrating his insistence on not taking tough measures. This kid became famous in World War I, but the future is not very good. Privately, many disciples secretly talked and pointed at Ye Chen. Who is Guhong and can easily spare him? I heard that Guhong asked the next true disciple to leave early and threatened to hit Ye Chen. Really? Then there is a good show. Along with whispering discussions around him, Ye Chen walked gently with his back on his back, but how amazingly he could not capture some useful information. True disciple. A flash of light flashed through his eyes, and Ye Chen knew it would be difficult to calm down in the next few days. Although not long after he came to Hengyue Zong, I still heard a lot about Guhong's behavior. He must report and use everything to the extreme. It can well explain Guhong's nature, and it must be followed by stormy revenge. It looks like we have to step up our strength. Muttered, Ye Chen speeded up his pace. After making a few big bends, Ye Chen stopped in front of a loft. The loft is huge and magnificent, and it is a symbol of majesty. There is a plaque on the door, Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion, to be honest, is a shop of Hengyue Zong. It sells all kinds of things, such as spiritual grass, spiritual fluid, spiritual fruit, spiritual jade, mysterious techniques, and spiritual tools, all of which are useful to monks. In addition to these, there are a lot of weird things here. It is said that they are all treasures. The disciples of Hengyue Zong can buy spirits here, and naturally they can carry their own things to sell here. In the former Zhengyang Zong, there were similar martial arts shops, but the business was booming. I don't know if there is a treasure in the Hengyue Zong's Wanbao Pavilion. A quiet murmur, Ye Chen stepped in. Sitting in Wanbao Pavilion is an old man with a big belly and fat and big ears. Hengyue is called a huge sea. Unlike Ling Tai's Chow Tai Fuk, these big eyes are round and slick, to see who is full of spirits, who if he steals things from him, he will never escape his eyes. Hello elder. Ye Chen walked in and saluted respectfully. Well, just look at it. The huge jellyfish within milk, like a Maitreya, has bright eyes, little baby, don't steal. How dare you disciples? Ye Chen smiled and walked toward the depths. The inside of Wanbao Pavilion is very large, and the fragrance of spirit grass and fruit can be smelled everywhere. At a glance, Ye Chen has seen a lot of extraordinary treasures, and his eyes are shining. Fire lotus. Ye Chen looked at a lotus with his eyes shining brightly. It seemed to be a flame burning, and a breath of pure fire attributed to him. More powerful spirits lingered on it, which contained pure spirit. Yuan. Licking his lips, Ye Chen glanced at Ye Chen's price, but couldn't help but swallow a spit. 500 spirit stones. Ye Chen shook his head and walked away reluctantly. There is no fake stone in his arms, but it is more than 1,000 at best. Although Ye Chen's amazing power is not willing to buy. After taking a few steps, Ye Chen's eyes were constantly attracted. Renyuan grass. Biyang. Wisteria ginseng. An aura of vigorous grass, Ye Chen who saw it swallowed saliva. If all these grasses were swallowed, refining, the repair must increase greatly. It's just the price. She shook her head helplessly. Ye Chen could not bear to look at the price. He originally thought that carrying more than 1,000 spirit stones was already a loss of a small fortune. Now it seems that he really thinks about it. In this mansion, his spirit stones are really nothing. Next, Ye Chen strolled around for an hour. The area where monopoly artifacts were sold was directly ignored by him, and the heavens were in his hands. He really didn't look at other artifacts. When he came to the Gongfa Xianshu area, Ye Chen greedily picked up a scroll, but to his disappointment, it was the most basic Yuchi Xianshu. For him, it was optional. Yulingye. In the corner of Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Chen picked up a broken scroll with 4 large characters written on it, Yuling Scroll. With a hint of doubt in his heart, he opened the first page, but was slightly surprised, because the first page of the Yuling Scroll recorded the method of refining the Yuling liquid. Wanbao Pavilion sells even this? No wonder Ye Chen was surprised. The main reason is that this jade spirit fluid is just like a spiritual stone. It not only contains spiritual power, but also can be used as currency. Thing. For a long time, in Hengyue Zone, Yulingai was monopolized and distributed by zonemen. Ye Chen originally thought that the refining method of Yulingai would never be passed on, but at this time, the refining method of Yulingai was placed here in its entirety. Wouldn't he be afraid that the disciples would steal the lessons? Ye Chen scratched his head, and could not help glancing at the price of the jade lingering liquid. Come on. How precious is the jade spirit liquid refining method, only the 20 spirit stones are sold. Ye Chen once again put his eyes on the scroll in his hand, inexplicably thinking that this jade spirit scroll was a fake. At this moment, the huge sea outside writhing over and came to see Ye Chen holding the Yuling scrolls, and asked curiously, "Little guy, are you interested in Yuling scrolls?" Ye Chen shook his head, scratched his head, and asked with a smile, "Elder, is the price of this jade spirit scroll wrong?" "No way." "Then the method of refining the jade spirit liquid is worth 20 psychic stones. This scroll is really valuable, but ordinary monks want it useless." "Why is that?" "Refining jade spirit liquid is a flame that needs to breed from heaven and earth. At the very least, it needs earth fire. Ordinary monks want it to be useless. They have no earth fire." A ground fire was sealed in Lingtang Pavilion, and Su Fu's immortal was regarded as a treasure. His Lingtang Pavilion made more money than my Wanbao Pavilion. Earth fire. Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and then he whispered, "That can't be made with real fire." It was said that the huge sea turned his head, and his big eyes were looking at Ye Chen like an idiot. Just a look, Ye Chen understood. He could not help smirking, he could not help scratching his head, feeling that the question he was asking was some idiot. Ground fire and real fire are both the flames of heaven and earth. But when it comes to levels, that ground fire and real fire are not a level. Ground fire can make jade spiritual fluid, let alone a stronger real fire. "Elder, I want the Yuling scrolls." He stuffed the Yuling scrolls into his arms, and Ye Chen immediately took out 20 lingshire. "Then you look at it, don't steal anything." After taking lingshire, the vast sea said and walked away. After the huge sea left, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling a little excited. Back at the top of the hill, Ye Chen sat cross-legged under the stone, and took out the purple gold gourd. The dagger cut through his fingers, a little blood dripped on it, and it was absorbed immediately. However, Ye Chen hoped that there were no hidden secrets or artistic conceptions in the Zijin gourd, which could not help but disappoint him. 1,300 spirit stones. Holding Chen Zijin's small gourd, Ye Chen stunned, thinking of the 1,000 spirit stones, but couldn't help but feel a little bit of pain. "I bought it for you." "Hey." Shaking his head secretly, Ye Chen stuffed the small gourd into the storage bag again. It was just that he never discovered that the purple golden gourd flashed a purple halo at the moment when it was stuffed into the storage bag, but Ye Chen hadn't noticed it. After receiving the Zijin gourd, Ye Chen took out the Yuling scroll and studied it carefully. After all, he hadn't touched the field of alchemy before. Ye Chen spent 9 hours to realize it repeatedly, and he didn't put down the scroll until the jade's refining method was well known. The process of refining jade spirit fluid is not very complicated and requires more than a dozen kinds of spirit grasses, but what relieves him is that these spirit grasses are not difficult to find. At this moment, it is already sunset. Ye Chen looked at the sky, still turned over and jumped up, toward the Hanyuazong house Han. It is already sunset. Ye Chen looked at the sky, still turned over and jumped up, toward the Hanyuazong house Han. Hanyuazongho Mountain, although the density of the aura is slightly weaker, is also a good place for cultivating spirit grass. Many disciples of Hanyuazong will come to pick the spirit grass. According to the Yuling scrolls, Ye Chen shuttled through the lush flower and grass jungle. Whenever he saw the necessary grass, he would be included in the bag. For an hour of picking, the required grass was almost ready. It's only snow magnolia flowers. Ye Chen found that the only thing missing was snow magnolia flowers. This snow magnolia flower is no better than several other spirit grasses, shouldn't there be in this place? Muttered in a low voice, and Ye Chen rushed into the jungle again. His luck was good, and he soon found a snow magnolia flower. This kind of spirit grass is mild, lingering aura, white and whole body, like snow, and it also has a kind of coolness to start with. I got a snow magnolia flower, but Ye Chen never left. The first time he refined jade linya, the chances of failure were still very high, and he needed to prepare more copies. Soon, the second snow magnolia came into view. Luck is really good. Ye Chen grinned, stepping on the rocks, leaping forward, and waved off the snow magnolia flower. Just after landing, a dissonant voice came. That snow magnolia flower is mine. After that, a shadow of Qian has stepped out of the flower room, reflecting the moonlight, making her exceptionally bright, like a lotus flower. This person, take a closer look, isn't it Su Xinyue of Renyangfeng? Sister Su, what a coincidence. Seeing Su Xinyue, Ye Chen said something saltily. Hand over the snow magnolia flowers. This plant is mine. Sister wants it, find it myself. Ye Chen yanked her ears, but consciously put snow magnolia flowers in her arms. Give shame to your face. Su Xinyue shot immediately, lingering white light over the jade hand, and patted it with a palm. Are all the grasses you grabbed so arrogant? Ye Chen's eyes flickered, he didn't retreat, he punched out. The fists were staggered, and both were shaken back. Su Xinyue gave a cold sigh and moved again. Her toes were pointy, her body was extremely light, and a spirit sword had flew out of her sleeve, which she held in her hand. Chen Fo Min. With Su Xinyue's cold voice, the spirit sword trembled, and the aura of light lingered. She was pointed out by her sword and pierced the air, but the sound of wind and yin was extremely sharp. Seeing this, Ye Chen's face cooled down. He never thought that Su Xinyue would use mysterious mystery and that his shot was a killing move. He was determined that if he did not take a defense, he would be penetrated by a sword. Immediately, he pulled out the Tianjian sword he was carrying. LB. The sound of a metal collision came, and the sword of Tian Yao buzzed and shook, and Ye Chen was also shaken back. More importantly, Su Xinyue's move was clear and windy. Although it was blocked, there was a wind blade scattered, which split Ye Chen. One of his robes had blood marks on his face. It's too heavy to kill, you can't make a positive result. With one move, Su Xinyue waved the sword again, cut out the half-moon wind blade, and cut through the air. For a spirit grass, kill the same disciples, Sister Su, do you want to kill you or me? Ye Chen was really angry, and really felt the murder in her sword. Clearly the killer is her, but she has a decent attitude. Between the electro-optic flint, Ye Chen stepped out one step, instilling his vitality in the heavens, and the cross sword split. LB. It was the sound of a metal collision again. Ye Chen was so overwhelming that he had decided to give Su Xinyue a lesson. However, he just stepped out, and a strong palm wind screamed from the side. People's realm. Ye Chen's eyes lightened. Suddenly, he hurled his fist to meet. However, the secret person shot too fast, and he hurriedly failed to fully gather the energy, so the sudden attack hit him and stepped back. It's such a courage to dare to move even my Yangfeng man. The sound came from the wind, and there was a white shadow flashing in the jungle. The speed was extremely fast, and he immediately bullied himself in front of Ye Chen, waving his hand and slanting it down. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurriedly lifted the tentacles in front of him. LB. The man who shot it slaps on the palm of his hand. The horrible palm force shook Ye Chen back again, and before he could stop his figure, he slaped his face again with a palm. Everything came too quickly. Rao was his actual combat ability, and he could not respond. The man who shot was a real human realm. His strength was overbearing. In addition, it was a sneak attack, leaving him no room to fight. Puff. When he stopped his body shape, Ye Chen spit out blood, his body was stunned, and he almost fell down. Ye Chen saw the appearance of the people. It was a young man in a white robe. He was considered to be personable, showing his graceful temperament with his hands raised, but there was a hateful playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Brother Chi Hao. Su Xinyue suddenly smiled when she saw someone, and there was still admiration in her beautiful eyes. Sister Su, are you okay? The young man named Chi Hao smiled like a wind, but it was extremely false. I'm fine. Su Xinyue was a little shy and was concerned by her sweetheart, but when she turned to look at Ye Chen, frost appeared on her cheek again. Brother, he is Ye Chen. Oh. Hearing that, Xiao was immediately interested, and looked at Ye Chen with amusement. It turns out that you are my new apprentice to Heng Yuezong. Cultivating in the realm of people's realm, it was a sneak attack. Ye Chen sneered, and his anger ignited. Don't think that defeating Zhao Long's waste will make the world invincible, you know, in my eyes, you are still weak and vulnerable. Xiao flashed a sneer, Ren Yang Feng gives you a face, you don't know how to make progress, I really do and know how to do it. Remember the enemy of sneak attack today. I'm waiting for you to seek revenge. Xiao smiled sadly. Having said that, Xiao turned around and walked to Su Xinyue in a graceful step, and then took the snow magnolia flower, handed him in front of Su Xinyue and smiled, Sister Su, here you are. Thank you, brother. Su Xinyue smiled shyly, and another blush flashed on her cheek. Leave and return to Yangfeng. Okay. The two departed side by side, leaving Ye Chen with a stupid figure. This account, I remember, you wait for Lao Tzu. In the cold light in his eyes, Ye Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely. Instead of leaving, he found a secret place to heal himself. Less than half a day, his amazing resilience allowed the injury to recover, and continued to search for snow magnolia. He needed snow magnolia flower to refine the jade spirit fluid, so as to fill the large-capacity Danhai with the aid of the jade spirit fluid, so that he could make a breakthrough as soon as possible. It was only at dawn that he walked out of House Han. After nearly 10 hours of hard work, he only found 9 snow magnolia flowers, but it was also enough for him to try to make jade spiritual fluid. That little hill again. After Ye Chen calmed down the qi, his mind summoned the real fire, controlled the flame with the method of imperial qi, and condensed into a flame furnace. Then, a plant of spirit grass was put in, regardless of the order, and the real fire surged, and the grass that was thrown in turned into ashes on the spot. The fire is too fierce. Ye Chen said secretly in his heart, and then steadily controlled the real fire to reduce the fire. More than a dozen spirit grasses were thrown in, the grass quickly withered, and drops of liquid of various colors were refined. This is a slow process. Ye Chen's state of mind is clear, sweating, and highly concentrated. Although he failed a few times, he also found a trick. As the ashes of the spiritual grass on the ground continued to increase, his control of the fire gradually became skilled. I do not know when, there is a scent of medicine on the top of the hill. Get out of the oven. With Ye Chen's cry, a blob of spirits flew out of the flame, and he took it with a jade bottle. Call. With a spit of stale air, Ye Chen held tightly 3 bottles of Yuling liquid, greedily sucking the rich medicine fragrance overflowing from the bottle. Finally hard work wasn't in vain. Ye Chen felt exhausted a lot while sweating and smelling the medicine. I just don't know how effective the medicine is. Murmured to himself, Ye Chen raised his head and poured a bottle of Yuling liquid into his mouth. Suddenly, Ye Chen was shocked. The Yuling liquid flowing into the body is like a Wang Qingchuan flowing through all the meridians of the body, soothing his tiredness and nourishing his spleen and kidney. Ha! Ye Chen gave a soft whisper, and a joyous expression appeared on his face, because he continued to take the spiritual fluid, allowing him to touch the double barrier of condensation. Be angry. Ye Chen poured the remaining 2 bottles of jade spirit liquid into his mouth all at once. This time, the gold fire burst out. Looking from a distance, Ye Chen was burning with a golden flame, long black hair, and no wind automatically. With him as the center, a huge aura of vortex was formed. Ye Chen did not refuse to come, and his body was like a bottomless pit. Heaven and earth Reiki. I don't know when such a voice came from Mingming. Advanced. With Ye Chen's growl, he condensed heavily and jumped into condensate. Significant changes have also taken place in his body. Firstly, Danhai has widened a lot, and his qi has become more and more refined. Then the meridians and bones have become tougher, and he has been stained with a strand of gold. In addition to these, Ye Chen also found the abundance of power in his fist. He was confident that a punch would be enough to kill a yak. Call. With a spit of muddy air, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. Click it. Click it. It was refreshing to twist a bit of the stiff body, and the sound of a rattling sound of the bones came out, which made me feel comfortable. Yes. Ye Chen could not help but applaud. Naturally, it is not these that excite him most, but the spiritual power contained in the jade liquid he refined, which is not comparable to the jade liquid delivered by Zongman. Jade spirit liquid made by real fire and earth fire is really not a level. For a while, Ye Chen thought of getting rich. There is real fire, and there is a method for refining the jade spiritual liquid. If you want to find a way to get more magnolia flowers. Ye Chen touched his chin. The first thing that came to mind was Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbage is rich in treasures, and it should not be difficult to get some snow magnolia flowers, but this spirit stone. Ye Chen muttered softly, not forgetting to poke into his storage bag, and he could not help but cough. Previously in Wanbao Pavilion, he spent all his savings in order to buy that purple gold gourd. Although he wanted to make more snow magnolia flowers, he was so shy in his pockets that he couldn't help scratching his ears. Where to get some money? Scratching his head, Ye Chen was a little tangled, only to find that it is really difficult to do without a spirit stone. Ye Chen, the battle will end tomorrow. While Ye Chen was thinking, such a voice reached the top of the hill. On hearing that, Ye Chen's eyes brightened. This time, I made money. Rubbing his hands, Ye Chen could not help looking up at the vigorous Tianyang mountain. Because, from the sound, he could hear that it was Wei Yang of Tianyang Peak who challenged the book. That's right, he rejected Tian Yangfeng's invitation, and also hit Tian Yangfeng's face in disguise. Although Yang Feng's first old road that day was not as bad as Gu Hong's, he must report it, but after all, Ye Chen let Tian Yangfeng lose his face. Without teaching Ye Chen, Tian Yangfeng must sweep the floor with majesty. But at this time Ye Chen didn't care so much, he now only had money. With money to make, he doesn't mind going to Fengjiantai again. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. The day is not yet bright, and most of the disciples outside have already ran out. Last night, Tianyang Feng Wei Yang's challenge was heard. The target of the challenge was Ye Chen, a disciple who likes to watch lively people, and has already gathered under Fengjiantai. I said, this time you guess Ye Chen can win. The two sides of the duel have not yet arrived, and the audience has begun discussions. In my opinion, Wei Yang is the seventh peak of Ningqi. It is a little higher than Zhao Long. Although it is only a small realm, its strength is far worse. How do I feel Ye Chen will win? No, don't you forget Wei Yang's method. Ice is really angry. Said Wei Yang's means, the disciples present could not help but shudder. Look, Wei Yang is here. I don't know who said it, everyone's eyes were looking in one direction. There, the crowd had cleared away. Wei Yang, dressed in a white robe, came in personally. His prestige didn't seem to be so low, that he listened to the flattery all the way. Wei Yang seemed to enjoy the awe-inspiring gaze around him. Such a gaze made him helpless. Even so, he still put on a false attitude of indifference and fame, walked straight to Fengjiantai, and then stood with his hands behind his back, standing upright, holding the four sides. Ye Chen is here too. Soon, the disciples who watched the battle raged again. Wei Yang seemed to enjoy the awe-inspiring gaze around him. Such a gaze made him helpless. Even so, he still put on a false attitude of indifference and fame, walked straight to Fengjiantai, and then stood with his hands behind his back, standing upright, holding the four sides. Ye Chen is here too. Soon, the disciples who watched the battle raged again. The bustling figure gave way again in a tacit manner. Ye Chen strode forward, striding steadily and powerfully, and carrying his more than 200 kilograms of Tianjian épée. Grunt. When I saw the heavy sword that day, many disciples could not help secretly swallowing a spit of water. I still remember a few days ago that Zhao Long was kneeled on the ground by this sword. If this is an ordinary disciple, he might be hit by the sword. Maybe it became a stun. Brothers, early. Ye Chen was a self-acquainted man, waving his hand all the way, but his enthusiasm was not responded at all, which made him feel awkward. No one ignored him. Ye Chen could not help but cough, then strode to Fengjiantai. At this moment, Wei Yang, standing on Fengjiantai, also opened his eyes. Ye Chen, you have such a courage to dare to refuse my invitation to Tianyang Peak. Wei Yang shouted loudly as soon as he came up. After hearing the words, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Brother Wei, you are wrong, and the door regulations do not stipulate that I must join you in Tianyang Peak, and whether to join you in Tianyang Peak is my choice. No way. Well, a clever mouth. Wei Yang sneered, today, I will let you know how to despise my Tianyang Peak. Talking, Wei Yang stepped on his soles. Soon, with the soles of his feet as the center, an icy white qi spread rapidly. Wherever the white qi passed, the surface of Fengjiantai formed icy ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ice is really angry. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. Boy, do you know a lot. Wei Yang's mouth evoked a playful smile. It's really clumsy. Ye Chen could not help but touch his chin. In Shenyang sect, he has also seen the true qi with such cold attributes. This kind of ice is born naturally, and it is also acquired. The acquired one has to suffer from the pain of freezing through the bones, and not everyone can bear the pain of freezing through the bones. As for Wei Yang, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. He belonged to a person who was born with cold ice. Although they are all ice cold, the difference between the acquired and acquired congenitals is not so large. Generally, such people will be specially trained by Zoman, and this kind of people want to come to Wei Yang. During the talk, the cold ice had spread to Ye Chen's feet. However, he did not retreat, allowing the ice to invade his body through the soles of his feet, and then freezing his body and freezing his meridians. Wow! His actions screamed the disciples below. Is Ye Chen looking for death? Cold ice intrudes into the body. This is not a joke. I think he's frightened by 80%. Among them, too many disciples had eaten crickets in Wei Yang's hands. The ice qi does not need ordinary qi. Once it has penetrated into the body, it is difficult to resist. Generally, people who have ice qi will avoid it, for fear that the ice qi will invade the body. Ye Chen was better, not hiding or flashing, and letting the ice freeze his body. What? Soon, Ye Chen screamed. Soon, his body began to form ice from the soles of his feet, and it continued to spread upwards. If he continued like this, it would not take long for his body to be completely frozen. Seeing this, Wei Yang sneered. He thought that defeating Ye Chen would take a bit of effort, and never thought it would be so easy for Ye Chen to recruit. He is very confident in his ice and is a weak disciple. Once he wins, it is almost impossible for him to escape. He seems to have seen Ye Chen's scene of being defeated. It seems that I really overestimate you. Wei Yang sneered again, walking slowly, seeing Ye Chen frozen, and too lazy to use the mysterious mystery. Hey! The disciples below sighed helplessly. With all the attention, Wei Yang came to Ye Chen and looked up Ye Chen with a lot of fun. How do you feel? Ye Chen pretended to be struggling, but he did not break free from the ice. Cold ice is indeed well-deserved. It has the ability to restrain people. Once the body is frozen, it is difficult to have the ability to move. Naturally, he does not belong to this kind of person. He has a true fire protection, which can directly ignore the cold ice. Moreover, he was confident that even without real fire protection, relying on his majestic vigor, it was enough to break through the shackles of ice. At the moment, he showed weakness, and everything was preparing for the counterattack after Wei Yang relaxed his alertness. It's a waste of time to fight with you. Wei Yang sneered, and raised his palm. However, just when his palm was about to be photographed, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth was flashing a strange sneer. Suddenly, Wei Yang had a bad feeling. It's just that everything is too late. Ye Chen, who was frozen the last time, even moved at this moment, and raised his soles suddenly. Ignore Han Bing's anger. There was an uproar below. The sudden scene also surprised Wei Yang, because the distance was too close, because Ye Chen suddenly shot, because Wei Yang relaxed his vigilance, so that his lower abdomen was kicked firmly by Ye Chen. With a moan, Wei Yang was stung for a while. Impossible. Wei Yangzhen receded, roaring constantly, apparently unable to accept this fact. A disciple with a double mind, even ignored his cold ice, which really exceeded his expectations. Nothing is impossible. A cold laugh sounded on his face, and Ye Chen had come like a lion, not giving Wei Yang time to breathe. Wei Yang had just stabilized her body and had not yet given up her body's vitality, so she was kicked back by Ye Chen's kick. Come back for me. Ye Chen quickly walked 2 steps and stretched out his hands. He stepped forward and grabbed Wei Yang's arm, and pulled back Wei Yang Xingxing, who was back. Wei Yang's body lost her center of gravity and just wanted to reflect, but she found that her feet had left the ground, and her entire body was stunned by Ye Chen's whole circle. Boom! With the loud sound coming, Wei Yang was severely dropped on the stage by Ye Chen, and the whole stage was cracked by his body. Puff! Wei Yang spurted blood. But it's not over yet, sturdy Ye Chen, holding his body up again. Boom! 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 Such sounds continued. Ye Chen held Wei Yang's arm in his hand, used Wei Yang as a leather whip, and fell on the battle platform one after another, so that Wei Yang was dropped by his internal organs. So that he was smashed into a human figure on the battle platform. Below, the buns that the disciples watched have swallowed more than once. This is too sturdy. If I were Wei Yang, I would have been smashed. This battle was too frightening. This man's words spoke out the voice of everyone. Wei Yang, who was at the top of the 7th condensed chi, was in such a frosty way that he would lose so much bullshit. He didn't even have the chance to perform mystery. What? With Wei Yang's last cry, he was slammed on the stage by Ye Chen. At this moment, the bones of his whole body were almost broken, his flesh was fuzzy and he could not move at all. No, it's impossible. Wei Yang's mouth was gushing blood, staring at 2 bloodshot eyes and staring at Ye Chen. He wanted to say that he still had a lot of mysteries unplayed, and many methods were not used, so he fell into disability already. Brother Wei, high above you, have you ever thought that there are such embarrassing moments? Ye Chen squatted down and looked at Wei Yang with a smile. Wei Yang wanted to speak, but was blocked by blood pouring from her mouth. Don't say anything. Ye Chen said, and consciously took away Wei Yang's storage bag. You. Seeing this, Wei Yang was out of breath and passed out. Don't panic, it's not over. Ye Chen raised his hand up and down, and began to writhe on Wei Yang. Whether it is a jade on his waist, a finger on his hand, or a jade inlaid on a jade belt, as long as it is valuable, he is consciously stuffed into himself. Arms. He is like a robber. He grabs the things when he sees them, and takes the baby. He is very skillful. When he looks at chickens and dogs, he doesn't do much. Also, with this, the disciples below looked at it in a stunned manner. In the spotlight, Ye Chen swept away the valuables on Wei Yang. After decades of hard work, he returned to the pre-liberation. Succeed. After doing this, Ye Chen patted her buttocks, and Lu Yenner disappeared on Fengjiantai. Long after he left, there was silence. Heng Yuezong's 3 main peaks, Ye Chen has lost his first disciple of the 2 main peaks. Out of Fengjiantai, Ye Chen ran to Wanbao Pavilion with Wei Yang's storage bag and baby running non-stop. This time the showdown was more fruitful than the last time he played against Zhao Long. Congenital with ice and vitality, although Wei Yang's talents are not very good, they are highly regarded by Tianyang Peak. Because of this, his storage bag is very rich. There are more than 1,000 spirit stones alone, and there are more than 30 bottles of jade spirit fluid. Counting other miscellaneous things, it can be said to be a considerable wealth. Yes, yes. Ye Chen patted the storage bag, feeling very good, and 1 foot had already stepped into the door of Wanbao Pavilion. Just after entering, the huge sea sprang up. As if for the first time, his big eyes were bright, and everything was bright and clear. If anyone dared to steal something in his Wanbao Pavilion, he would not escape his law. Baby, you're here again. What do you think? Grandpa, I'll make it cheaper for you. The goods rubbed their hands, smiling a little abnormally, and Ye Chen looked furry. Elder, is there a snow magnolia flower? Yes, yes, I have everything in the Wanbao Pavilion, said Dahai, not forgetting to raise 2 fingers. One of the 50 spirit stones, how much do you want? It's so expensive. You want more, it can be cheaper. Dahai pinched a handful of beard in his lower jaw, and said without blinking at Ye Chen, of course, at least 50 or more are cheap. Hearing that, Ye Chen Xian put Wei Yang's storage bag on the counter and asked, Elder, how much spirit stone are you looking at? Oh, look at the weight of your storage bag, it's not too light. While talking, the vast sea has opened the storage bag, glanced inside, and then glanced at Ye Chen. I said, did you rob Wei Yang? After hearing this from the vast sea, Ye Chen could not help but stunned. Elders can see this? That's necessary, said Dahai, and he took out a piece of jade and a glowing bead from the storage bag. See, he just bought it yesterday. Ah. Ye Chen could not help but touch the tip of his nose. The huge sea didn't ask again. He came up with a small abacus, and lowered his head to calculate the value of the contents of the storage bag. Finally, he said, summer pieces are almost worth 900 spirit stones. Do you want to sell them? Sell. Ye Chen said, and handed over the storage bag containing the spirit stones. With these, there are 2,000 spirit stones, and they are all replaced with snow magnolia flowers. Snow magnolia flowers? Hai stunned, what's the use of so many snow magnolia flowers? Drink soup. When I didn't ask. Said, the vast sea went in. Soon, he came out with a storage bag and handed it to Ye Chen. I'll send you 10, 50. Elders, yeah. Ye Chen received the storage bag, and then moved forward a little, and asked, Elder, do you know where the Hengyue Zong househan grows the most snow magnolia? There aren't many directions. Although the snow magnolia flower is not very precious, it is a necessary grass for refining jade spirit fluid. Such a grass is specially planted by the Zongmen in the Lingqiao garden. House Han, those are wild and the numbers are extremely limited. That's it. Ye Chen touched his chin and muttered quietly, no wonder House Han is hard to find. The feeling of this snow magnolia flower is controlled by the ancestral gate. Thinking of Lingqiao Garden, Ye Chen dispelled his thoughts directly. That place was not accessible to anyone. Thinking in this way, Ye Chen was about to turn around and leave, but was caught by the huge sea. Elder, what's up? I saw the huge sea rubbing the fat palms and squinting at Ye Chen. Little guy, do you still have bloodthirsty pills? Bloodthirsty pill? Ye Chen stumbled a little, then shook his head slightly. The bottle of bloodthirsty pills was also accidental to me. It's gone. I heard that the huge sea is a bit regrettable. His expression aroused Ye Chen's curiosity. Elder, what's the origin of that bloodthirsty pill? What do you want it to do? The origin of the bloodthirsty pill is big. Speaking of bloodthirsty pill, the huge sea came with interest. That is only talented people in the bloodthirsty palace. Here the bloodthirsty palace. That behemoth in the north of Dachu. The bloodthirsty temple. Ye Chen frowned slightly, and murmured, the old man with a humpback is the one from the bloodthirsty temple. Hemophilic pills are extremely toxic, but in a sense, they are also a great tonic. Hey, it's a pity that there is only one bottle. The huge sea rumblings made Ye Chen somewhat inexplicable. At last, he glanced at the huge sea, and Ye Chen walked out of Wanbao Pavilion in a deep grin. If he knew the value of the bloodthirsty pill before secretly, he would not easily give the huge sea. Out of Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Chen took a few steps, plunged into Heng Yuezong's back mountain, and frantically collected the spiritual grass needed for refining jade spiritual fluid. And at this moment, Tianyang Peak. When Zhong Laodao saw the disabled Wei Yan being lifted up to Tianyang Peak, he almost fell off his chair. Ye Chen Xiaohua, startled hard. Master, Ye Chen deceived me of Tianyang Peak too much. I will meet him in another day. I won't believe it. A heavy breath will make it impossible. Let the disciples of Di Yangfeng Guhong try the water first. Ye Chen's kid is weird. As night fell, a hidden cave in Hengyue Zong's hidden mountain still shone with gold. By the fire, Ye Chen was sweating. Since collecting the grass, he has been continuously refining the jade spiritual solution. As night fell, a hidden cave in Hengyue Zong's hidden mountain still shone with gold. By the fire, Ye Chen was sweating. Since collecting the grass, he has been continuously refining the jade spiritual solution, and now he has successfully refined more than 30 bottles of jade spiritual solution. Although there are failures during this period, the success rate is still rising. Ye Chen stayed for 3 days. The night after 3 days, he recovered the real fire, and there were already more than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid beside him, removing the failed products. This was the result of his 3 days. Call. With a spit of stale air, Ye Chen poured a bottle of Yuling liquid into his mouth. The elixir is like the elixir, like a clear spring flowing over the body, nourishing his body and supplementing his consumption. Soon, a bottle of Yuling liquid was poured into his mouth, so that more than 20 bottles of Yuling liquid were poured into his stomach. If anyone is here, they will be frightened. The Yuling liquid contains the majestic spirit power. Drinking the whole bottle will threaten to explode the Dantian. Even the seventh-rate disciple dare not drink a whole bottle in one breath. He pours well and drinks 20 bottles in one breath. This is where Danhai's hegemony lies. Its huge capacity is enough to hold the majestic spiritual power contained in more than 20 bottles of jade liquid, and it also has real fire refining, and the conditions are simply unique. More than 24 bottles of Yuling liquid entered the body and were strongly refined by the real fire, making Ye Chen full of steam. Every meridian and every pore was filled with pure innocence. Ken Jin Hui. Ha! I don't know when it sounded like this in the midst. Advanced. A few days later, Ye Chen broke through again. Ning Qi is the third most important thing. Today, I have the capital and people's realm to compete against each other. Holding his fist, feeling the powerful power on his fist, Ye Chen could not help but smile. The night sky is deep, and broken stars are like dust. For 3 days after refining the jade liquid, Ye Chen walked out of the cave for the first time. Ha! As soon as he walked out of the cave, Ye Chen saw a white light flying in the distance. The speed was extremely fast. After passing the midnight, he disappeared in a blink of an eye. What? At last glanced at the direction of the white light, Ye Chen murmured softly, then turned. Rustle. Rustle. Soon, a rustling sound came from the lush jungle, a blast of wind came, and there was a sweet fragrance of women. Then, a shadow came. She is beautiful and refined, bathed in the moonlight, and immaculate, like a fairy of blue waves, and does not stain the world. Take a closer look, isn't this Chu Linger? More precisely, Chu Linger's sister, Chu Xiener. How is she? Seeing Chu Xiener, who looks exactly like Chu Linger, Ye Chen stepped out of the foot, and then stole it back. She is also from Henghua's own. With his thoughts flying, Ye Chen had already turned sharply, and ran away with his legs. Perhaps he was in a hurry, and was tripped by a tree vine under his feet. A dog fell down on the ground, regardless of his wolf, and he got up then. Even those who roll and crawl will run towards the depths. Seeing this, Chu Xiener frowned slightly, and Yusho pokes out immediately. Soon, Ye Chen, who had just ran out a few feet, was carried back by Chu Xiener like a chick. Ye Chen just wanted to move, but he was confined by Chu Xiener's powerful momentum. Before, senior, early. Ye Chen smiled, his heart was half cold, and I didn't know how many times he had scolded him. It was really a narrow path for the enemy, and he would meet the evil star here. At this moment, Ye Chen was already mourning for herself, her small heart was pounding, and the empty realm was too strong. She definitely had the power to kill him. Maybe she would be different in the next moment. Suddenly, Ye Chen sweated down his forehead. However, in the imagination, Chu Xiener was not furious, nor did he show any killing, but the powerful momentum pressed Ye Chen, a pair of beautiful eyes like water waves, looking at Ye Chen slightly. The most important point is that he did not recognize him. Ye Chen. Are you a disciple of Henghua's own? Chu Xiener stared at Ye Chen. As soon as this word came out, Ye Chen froze on the spot. She doesn't remember me. Ye Chen's heart was full of wrongdoings, which is only a few days past. You have a bad memory too. Thinking of the nonsense Chunxiao beauty that night, Ye Chen could not help rubbing his eyebrows. Who would have thought that he would be with a beauty senior in the empty realm, apparently to save people, but almost lost his life. What about you? Are you a disciple of Henghua's own? Seeing Ye Chen not answering, Chu Ling asked again. Yes. Although guilty in the heart, Ye Chen scrambled to reveal his identity card. Chu Xiener glanced at the identification card, and stared at Ye Chen again. What do the ghostly ghosts do in this late night? I picked the spirit grass. Then what do you see me running? Perhaps it was because Ye Chen's expression was a little flustered. Chu Xiener stared at Ye Chen again, and gave Ye Chen a great sense of oppression, as if Ye Chen's words and deeds were in her. Under the watchful eyes of Ye Chen, if she lied, she could not escape her eyes. Am I so scary? I'm afraid you'll grab me. Ye Chen casually drew a reason, and the only word he said was a three-pointer. That innocuous face of humans and animals, anyone who saw it had to think that he was a good boy. Grab your stuff. Chu Xiener was amused. Where is this? Although it is the Hengyue Zong's back mountain, it is also covered by the Hengyue Zong enclave. Can there be people from other schools besides the Hengyue Zong? Will the elders of the magnificent Hengyue Zong rob a disciple? Chu Xiener thought that she had scared the little boy by her actions just now, and it scared the children. After looking at Ye Chen, Chu Xiener didn't ask any more. Instead, Mei Xian looked around the lush forests of the four sides, and sometimes he narrowed his eyes to the void, and asked, "Did you see anything flying?" Yes, there was a white light flying over. Ye Chen thought of the white light that had just crossed the sky just now. Which direction did you go? Northeast. Ye Chen hurriedly pointed in the northeast direction, thinking at this moment that the woman in front of her hurriedly left here, in case she remembered. God knew what nonsense would happen. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiener hurriedly took out a glowing note, and whispered to the note, "Brother, you are going in that direction. Stay southwest, don't approach here." The voice of the note sounded vigorously. Understand. Chu Xiener waved his hand to receive the note, sat down with his knees crossed, and then printed with his hands. A ray of light rose from the sky, forming a huge array in the void. Boom! Soon, a terrifying roar came from the northeast, and the earth shuddered. Roar! Then there was a roar of trembling. This roar is very strange, not only deafening, but also with a strong magic power. So far away, Ye Chen's mind was a little stunned, he stunned in place, and almost fell. Seeing this, Chu Xiener Jade flicked her hand and hit a light into Ye Chen's heart. Ye Chen's mind was now clear, and he looked at the northeast in horror. A roar almost made him lose his heart. From his vision, he could see the extraordinary white light. Extreme doubts made Ye Chen seem to have forgotten what happened to Chu Xiener beside her. What the is it? Ye Chen murmured looking at that direction, knowing that Chu Xianer must also have followed that white light, and it was a coincidence that they met here. Aside, Chu Xianer saw Ye Chen's cyanosis, and he said in a deep voice, "Stop cyanosis, and leave here quickly." After hearing that, Ye Chen just came over. If he was pardoned, his tight body seemed to be in a conditional response, and no matter what the white light was, he plunged into the lush jungle without turning his head and crawling. "Do I look so scary?" A glance at Ye Chen, who fled, Chu Xianer looked as if she had to take control of the legal array, otherwise she really wanted to catch Ye Chen back and question again. In the distance, Ye Chen has disappeared. After Ye Chen left, a supper rainbow came to the midnight and landed next to Chu Xianer, turning into a beautiful white woman. Take a closer look, and look exactly like Chu Xianer, needless to say Chu Linger. Huh. After Chu Linger fell, she first gave a light heart. Looking at the direction of Ye Chen's escape, she could not help but lightly whispered, the bright and dark eyes flashed in her beautiful eyes, scratched her head, and muttered to herself, a familiar atmosphere. "Linger, aren't you retreating? How come out?" Chu Xianer looked at Chu Linger with anxiety. Withdrawing his eyes from there, Chu Linger spread his hands and shrugged, it's impossible to think of such a big movement. Indeed, this riot was much bigger than usual. Chu Xianer looked dignified. Can this enchantment trap it? Chu Linger looked up at the law array in the void, then his eyes fell on Chu Xianer. Teacher Zhang, they are under siege. As for Chu Linger's question, Chu Xianer whispered back, looking a little unsightly, these days are really getting more and more riotous, I don't know if I can seal it in the future. I'm here to help. Seeing Chu Xianer's dignified look, Chu Linger hurriedly sat on the ground cross-legged, offering aura. Oh yes, we just met a weird little guy. Strange little guy. How strange. Chu Linger blinked and looked at Chu Xianer. Although she had practiced for nearly a century, she was still as innocent as a worldly girl and curious about everything. Anyway, it's weird. Chu Xianer scratched his head, not knowing how to describe it. When I didn't ask. From the back mountain, Ye Chen ran back to Humiliation in one breath. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The disciples of Humiliation started to run out to absorb the essence of the world. When they saw Ye Chen who was so embarrassed, his eyes were somewhat puzzled. Good danger, good danger. Without paying attention to the strange eyes around him, Ye Chen slowed down, panting heavily, and glanced at the back of the mountain, still a little afraid in his heart, as if he had walked away at the gate of the ghost. It took a long time for him to calm down. She doesn't remember me. Aren't you alone? No. There are people who look like this in the world. Ye Chen was muttering all the way. If that woman was also Humiliation that night, then he would have to leave here. If it really only looks like imagination, then there is no need to worry so much. I didn't go in, I just stood outside the Lingshan gate. I was thinking, a familiar voice not far away interrupted Ye Chen's thoughts, and then there was a loud curse. Little bunny, still lying. Not honestly staying down the mountain, running up to steal things. Neither look at you. Tiger baby. Ye Chen saw the familiar figure across the distance, wasn't it the tiger baby in Xiaolingjuan? At this moment, a group of disciples of Humiliation have surrounded him, or scolded, or sneered, or cursed, making the baby's weak body dare not curl up, her nose and face swollen, and she did not dare to look up, as if it was a crime. Convicted of a major crime. I didn't come up, I just stood by the door and watched. Tiger baby seemed to be very aggrieved and she bowed her head and sobbed. Dare to quibble and fight. A disciple fiercely slaps his hands. However, before he fell, his arm was held by one hand. Do you want to die? The cold voice sounded suddenly. Ye Chen was the natural shot. He regarded the tiger baby as a loved one. Naturally, he could not be bullied. When the disciples saw that it was Ye Chen, they stepped back subconsciously. Although he is just an intern disciple, Ye Chen is a different kind. Zhao Long at Dian Peak and Wei Yang at Tianyang Peak are examples. Don't absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, but bully a child who can't cultivate, you can do it. Ye Chen glanced coldly, sneer, there is a kind, fight with me. After hearing that, a group of disciples hurriedly gathered together. It was he who violated the ancestral rules first. Su Shi was crowded and sneered for the first white student named Su Ming. That is, it's not the disciples of Hengyue Zong, you must not go to Hengyue Zongling Mountain. This is a historical rule. This little rabbit named Hua ran up, and God knew if he had come up to steal things. Ye Chen frowned, but he had heard Hengyue Zong have such rules. Moreover, although Hua lives at the foot of Yue's own mountain, he is not the same as Zhang Fengnian. Although Zhang Fengnian was demoted down the mountain, he is still a person of Yue's own, and he was adopted by Zhang Fengnian, which does not belong to Han in a certain sense. People of Yu's own. I didn't. Tiger Baby's face was full of tears. I just stood outside the gate. I didn't come in. They dragged me in. Hearing, Ye Chen's cold eyes glanced at the disciples. Little bunny, you dare to lie. Disciple Su Mingyi, headed by him, scolded again, believe it or not I interrupt your leg. Hum. Just hearing the buzz, Ye Chen suddenly pulled out the Tianjian Pei. You try it. Ye Chen looked at Su Ming coldly. Why, in broad daylight, you still want to bully and bully? Su Ming shouted and shouted. His name drew more onlookers. With more people, Su Ming was even more reckless. Come and see. Ye Chen is going to bully people with their strength. Bullying someone? Ye Chen sneered, striding out, and immediately smashed the Tianjian Pei and smashed it in the past. Then I will bully you today. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly pulled out the sword and ran across it. Click. The shattering voice sounded immediately, and Su Ming's spirit sword was broken on the spot, and even he was shocked to vomit blood and backed away. Murder, murder. Su Ming shouted in the crowd, as if to deliberately make the situation bigger, murder, Ye Chen is going to murder. Since you have said so, then I will destroy you today. Someone. Ye Chen sneered, striding out, and immediately smashed the Tianjian Pei and smashed it in the past. Then I will bully you today. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly pulled out the sword and ran across it. Click. The shattering voice sounded immediately, and Su Ming's spirit sword was broken on the spot, and even he was shocked to vomit blood and backed away. Murder, murder. Su Ming shouted in the crowd, as if to deliberately make the situation bigger, murder, Ye Chen is going to murder. Since you have said so, then I will destroy you today. Lun Heng murmured, Ye Chen struck forward with a sting. Seeing this, the disciples scolded all around. Bright daylight, dare to commit murder. It's no wonder Sister Su said that you are serious about killing, really. Is there anything you can't say well? Do you have to use force? Get off. Ye Chen screamed loudly, and immediately twitched the heavens. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. Some disciples in white and their secret accomplices added jealousy, so that more than one disciple came up either accusing, scolding, or yelling. Send him to the commandment hall. When the first disciple was angry, others shot in succession. As soon as the melee broke out, blood soon appeared. Ye Chen's face was frosty, but every disciple who rushed up was flying by his sword fan. Vaguely, he also saw Su Ming hiding behind the crowd showing a treacherous grin. Looking at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it, and all this seemed to have been planned for a long time. The disciples gathered to fight and shocked the commandment hall. Soon, there was a strong intervention from the commandment hall. The comer was a disciple in purple clothes, with a pale face and a folding fan. He was the first disciple of the commandment hall, Yin Jiping. Doesn't you know that door rules are prohibited? Yin Jiping shook the folding fan, glanced at the injured disciple, and glanced at Ye Chen again. Brother Yin, you have to decide for us. It was Su Ming again, covering his chest and crying. Although he was mediocre, his skill in acting was first-rate. Brother Yin, this Ye Chen ignores the door rules, you can't tolerate it. Relying on the strength, wantonly bullying fellow disciples. It's hateful to be broad. The scene was really exciting, some people gritted their teeth, and could not wait to pull Ye Chen out on the spot and Ling Qi was executed. Listening to the scolding around, Yin Jiping looked at Ye Chen and smiled sadly. Ye Chen, go to Zhelutang with me. I dare to do it, I dare to be. Ye Chen looked indifferent, and after receiving the heavens, he would raise his feet, but was blocked by the tiger baby behind him. It's all my fault, punish me if you want to be punished. Tiger baby panicked. As he said, he knelt down on the ground, begging for mercy for Ye Chen, and holding his head, so that his forehead was overflowing with blood. He just wanted to block all the blame for Ye Chen with his weak body. In this scene, Ye Chen saw his heart tremble. The young man is not sensible, forgive him once. The voice of the old voice sounded, Zhang Fengnian hurried with a cane, the old body was very embarrassed, and he bent over to atone for sin. Hearing that, Yin Jiping shook the folding fan lightly, looked up and down Zhang Fengnian, and smiled, Zhang Fengnian, you have been degraded down the mountain. You should understand the rules here, don't find yourself uncomfortable. Nye Yin, look at the past. Zhang Fengnian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Chen. Ye Chen pulled the tiger baby kneeling on the ground, and then pulled behind him, looking at the old Zhang Fengnian. His heart was full of warm current, and laughed, "Grandpa, take the tiger baby back. I'm fine." Speaking, Ye Chen strode toward the commandment hall. The icy majestic hall was full of people, each pointing at the central government, and even cursing with anger. In the center, Ye Chen stands like a steel. He looked indifferent and didn't say a word, but he had already figured out many things. What happened today was not accidental, but a deliberate conspiracy in order to frame him. Indifferently bowed his head, Ye Chen saw the smiling Su Ming among the crowd. Crossing Su Ming's face, Ye Chen saw the waist tag hanging on Su Ming's waist. Although the word Yangdi on the waist tag was not big, it fell into his eyes, but it was extra dazzling. He had guessed this is Di Yangfeng's conspiracy specifically for him. But he still said nothing, but just looked at Yin Jiping not far away. Master respects his elderly retreat. Today, I have the full power to handle it. Yin Jiping shook his folding fan leisurely, with a sense of justice and selflessness, but when he looked at Ye Chen, his mouth was showing drama and fun. You want to hurt fellow disciples, Ye Chen, do you admit it? There is nothing wrong with adding sin. With a sneer, Ye Chen didn't explain too much, knowing that this was a conspiracy, and talking too much was nonsense. So you confessed. Since you have pleaded guilty, it is easy to handle. In accordance with Article 9 of the rules, you wantonly hurt the disciples, and you should use fire whips to implement them immediately. Fire whip? Upon hearing this word, the disciples in the temple swallowed a spit, seemingly scary to know the punishment. This time Ye Chen has suffered. You said he could take a few whip. Along with the rumblings of conversations around him, even if a disciple on both sides approached and locked Ye Chen on a shelf with a chain, his coat was picked up on the spot. Soon, a flaming leather whip was presented. Brother Yi, you can call it if it hurts. Yin Jiping took the fire whip, his eyes were full of mischief. No need to bullshit, come on. As soon as this remark was made, Yin Jiping sneered, and the fire whip in his hand was immediately raised, and he was severely thrown on Ye Chen. Snapped. The sound of the fire whip flinging at Ye Chen was exceptionally clear. The hot pain pierced his heart. Ye Chen seemed to underestimate the punishment for this lash. The fire whip in Yin Jiping's hands was obviously not simple. A whip blasted the skin of his body. But Rao is so, Ye Chen still gritted his teeth and never said anything. Very good, stiff enough. Seeing Ye Chen not scream in pain, Yin Jiping sneered, and began to be fierce. The fire whip was thrown on Ye Chen's body continuously. Snapped. 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 As the sound continued to sound, the blood on Ye Chen's body also became more and more. Deserve it, this is the end to my Di Yangfeng. In the crowd, Su Ming showed a grinning smile. Recklessly hurting the disciples should be punished. He asked for it, and couldn't blame others. Yin Jiping seemed to have benefited from Di Yangfeng. He never left his hand. The fire whip was like a snake in his hand, and the whip made Ye Chen's blood fly. Soon, Ye Chen was covered with blood puppets, and the overflowing blood ran down the body, which was shocking. However, from beginning to end, he never screamed in pain. I see when you can put up with it. Seeing Ye Chen never scream in pain from beginning to end, giving Yin Jiping a sense of frustration, making him wave the fire wand even more madly, and he wanted to hear Ye Chen's pain before quitting. Snapped. 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 Yin Jiping is getting more and more crazy, more and more frightened. As the first disciple of the commandment hall, he couldn't understand the horror of torture with fire whip. No matter how condensed atmosphere, it was difficult to carry 100 whip even in the realm of human beings, and Ye Chen in front of him did not hurt. He shook 100 whip, which made him not shocked. This is the first whip. Someone whispered around, and there were disciple-hearted disciples here too, and he couldn't help showing Ye Chen's expression when he saw Ye Chen being so whipped. The 108th whip is off. He didn't die with 108 whip. Isn't his body made of meat? No scream came. Snapped. When the last loud whip falls, the fire whip punishment can be regarded as an end. Let it go. Rao is Yin Jiping, his breath has become uneven, and his breath is wheezing and sweaty. Ye Chen, who was locked, was immediately released from shackles. Suddenly, he was stunned for a while, and after shaking a few times, he did not fall to the ground after all. Can I go? Ye Chen raised his face and looked at Yin Jiping with a sneer. Random. Yin Jiping took a deep breath, but still waved his hand. Ye Chen looked around, and indifferently, there was obviously a cold mang flashing, and he turned round. He walked out of the temple. Behind him was a series of blood-colored footprints. As soon as he left the hall, Zhang Fengyan hurriedly greeted him. "Child." Zhang Feng's old hand was trembling and wanted to help Ye Chen, but he didn't know where to start, because Ye Chen was covered with blood on his body. He was afraid that Ye Chen would be hurt by any move. "Grandpa, I'm thick and thick, I can't die." Ye Chen smiled arrogantly. Although he said so on his mouth, his eyes began to get blurred, and he shook a few times, but eventually fell down. Zhang Fengyan stepped forward, dragged him, and carried him on his uncle's back. "Child, let's go home." "Grandpa, you are right, everything needs patience, but the weak people deserve to be bullied. Then I would rather go a more difficult road. The blessings they blessed us. The other day, Ye Chen let them pay it back 100 times. Unconsciously, Ye Chen passed out. In the dimness, Ye Chen felt Zhang Fengyan's bumpy back, felt Zhang Fengyan took a lot of effort to bring him back to the Xiaolingjuan, and even more clearly felt that Zhang Fengyan was wiping the scar for him. He woke up again, it was night. The hot pain still didn't dissipate. The fire whip was very strange. Forgiving him with the real temperature, it was still difficult to stop the burning pain. "All are waiting for Lao Tzu," Ye Chen said coldly. The ninja was in pain, and Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. Soon, a rattling sound from the bone collision was heard in his body, and the method of the wild refining body worked again. Suddenly, pain appeared on his face. However, as time went on and the number of refining sessions increased, he has gradually adapted to this pain, but for the sake of it, the pain of the fire whip is incomparable to the pain of refining sessions. For 3 hours, Ye Chen worked hard all day. What surprised him was that this wild refining body even had the magical effect of speeding up the healing of wounds. The rotten flesh was abandoned, and through the refining body, new flesh was born. Surprise! Ye Chen secretly said in his heart, never thought that the wild refining body in such mysteries. It turned out that beatings were another practice. Immediately, he used it with all his heart, while refining his body, and widening his pores. The whale swallowed the aura of heaven and earth, a trace of aura between heaven and earth, and sometimes entered his body with his wound. In this way, he has been running wild for a week. The effect becomes more obvious, and the wounds on the body have healed a lot. Very good. Ye Chen leaped a smile from the corner of his mouth without stopping, and continued to train his body. It wasn't until late at night that he accepted the refining method. At this moment, his skin became smooth and shiny, and even if he could not find any scars, this kind of recovery force, if anyone knew it, would surely startle the big teeth. It's pretty wild and overbearing. With a big laugh, Ye Chen jumped off the bamboo bed and ran out of the room. When he came to the garden, he punched him hard, then turned around and took a leg. After refining, he took Yulinya again. He was full of elves, and the beast-hearted wrath-killing skill was very close, loosening his rigid bones. Roar! Roar! Inexplicably, his move has a strange change. More accurately, each move is accompanied by the roar of the beast. There is a roar of a tiger, a hiss of an eagle, a roar of a wolf, and a tiger of an ape. Xiao! Ye Chen was completely immersed in the mood of understanding the mysteries of the beast's anger, and each mystery was gradually understood by him, and his moves were sublimated in a strange state of sublimation. Very good. It felt strange and mysterious, Ye Chen couldn't help laughing, even with the seemingly beastly roar. Unconsciously, the sky was already bright. And Ye Chen was still exerting his fists very close, and maybe he was too fascinated. Ye Chen had never noticed Zhang Fengyan who just came out of the door. Young man. Seeing Ye Chen, Zhang Fengyan froze on the spot. Grandpa, you're awake. After closing his fists, Ye Chen turned around, only to see Zhang Fengyan's look in shock. You. Zhang Fengyan opened his mouth and couldn't speak. He used to be the elder of Hanyua's own. He knew the fire whip was so powerful. Even if he had elixir treatment, it would take at least half a month. Yesterday, it was Ye Chen who was covered with blood, and it was only a night later. Ye Chen's wounds not only disappeared, but also lively. At this moment, anyone who reads it will be shocked. Seeing Zhang Fengyan so shocked, Ye Chen smiled slightly. Grandpa, save me again. Your injury. It's all right, I'll say I'm rough and thick. It's okay. Zhang Fengyan was obviously very excited. He also regarded Ye Chen as a loved one. At this moment, when he saw that Ye Chen was okay, the stone in his heart was also put down. Come here, put this away. After the excitement, I saw Zhang Fengyan's old palm had been stretched into his arms, and then tremblingly felt a big palm sack and stuffed it into Ye Chen. Ye Chen was inexplicable, but he still took the bag. When he opened the bag, he found that there was only one magic rune in the bag, and there was a dense rune on it, and two bright characters, Tianling. Tianling mantra. Ye Chen looked at Zhang Fengyan suddenly. Zhang Fengyan nodded with a smile. He knew that Ye Chen had provoked too many people in recent days. He passed on the celestial mantra and hoped that this charm would help him out of the crisis at a critical moment. He took the bag. When he opened the bag, he found that there was only one magic rune in the bag, and there was a dense rune on it, and two bright characters, Tianling. Tianling mantra. Ye Chen looked at Zhang Fengyan suddenly. Zhang Fengyan nodded with a smile. He knew that Ye Chen had provoked too many people in recent days. He passed on the celestial mantra and hoped that this charm would help him out of the crisis at a critical moment. Senior, this gift is too precious, and juniors can't accept it. Ye Chen obviously knew the value of the celestial mantra and had to pass it back again, but was pushed back by Zhang Fengyan. Tianling mantra needs to be energized. I want it to be useless. Zhang Fengyan sighed. Ye Chen silently, a warm current could not help flowing through her heart. The celestial mantra is one of the three major charms of Manhua zone. For a period of time, the monk's ability to imprison his vigor was so precious. Zhang Fengyan kept him for so long, but he didn't give it up after a lot of humiliation. Thank you for your gift. Young man, just do your best. Zhang Fengyan patted Ye Chen's shoulder and walked away with a smile. After Zhang Fengyan left, Ye Chen pulled out the Tianling curse. The celestial mantra is a yellow rune. The yellow rune is paper. These are secondary. The main is the rune depicted on the yellow rune. It is really cumbersome and abnormal, showing a strange power. It's a good thing to seal people's true spirit for a short time. Ye Chen put the Tianling curse into the bag again. Is this thing precious? After a brief breakfast, Ye Chen changed into a clean shirt and carried a huge and heavy nature weight on her body. Young man, you. Zhang Fengyan stopped talking, knowing that Ye Chen was going up the hill to find someone to settle accounts, and his old eyes were full of worry. Brother, you, don't go up. Even Hua saw it, lowered her head, twisted her clothes with two small hands, knowing that Ye Chen would go forward this time, and she would probably be seriously injured or even unable to return. Come. Rest assured, I'm fine. Ye Chen smiled arrogantly. Out of the little spirit garden, Ye Chen put on a black robe and covered his whole body under the black robe, making people invisible. Climbing up Manhua Zongling Mountain in one breath, Ye Chen went straight to House Han. Finding a secret place, Ye Chen shoved the Tianye Pei into a storage bag, and then plucked some mud from the ground and applied it to his face. He even messed up his hair and even ripped his shirt. Tattered. At this moment, when he saw this, he would think that he was a beggar, and it was difficult to recognize that this was Ye Chen. After doing this, Ye Chen hid among the lush weeds, converging his breath, because the jungle was hidden, and because of his condensed breath, many disciples who came to the mountain to pick the spirit grass did not find it here. Dodging alone. You play Yin, I will play with you. Among the grass, Ye Chen sneered. Speaking, Ye Chen did not forget to scoop a black stick out of the storage bag. Well, the purpose of everything he did here is very obvious. This is the stance of guarding the rabbits and waiting for the rabbits to stay here, wait for the disciples of Di Yangfeng to appear, and then kill the sap. Soon, his first goal appeared. That was a disciple of Diangfeng in a white robe. The man was about 5 strong, but he was aggressive. You and you, go somewhere else. This piece of spirit grass belongs to Yangdi Peak. As soon as this man came, he scolded at the disciples who were weak. Look, death. Get out of here. The disciples of the Manhua zone are not all disciples of the 3 main peaks, and there are some disciples who have been discarded as weak. Most people dare to anger because of Di Yangfeng. Soon, the disciples in this area were expelled, and the disciples in white in Diangfeng took the place for granted. At this moment, Ye Chen rushed out and killed 3 or 2 steps behind the disciple in white. The disciple frowned when he felt the cold wind from the younger generation. Who? The body could make him suddenly turn around, but before he turned around completely, a black iron rod had already struck the sky and hit him firmly on the back of his head. On the spot, the disciple in white was smashed into the past, and the whole big character lay on the ground. He did not see who attacked himself. The first one. Ye Chen waved his hand and took away the storage bag of the disciple in white, and then moved his hand up and down. All the valuables on the disciple in white were consciously taken away by him. After the ransacking was completed, Ye Chen kicked the disciple in white into the lush weeds, and then left here and started looking for the next target. What? Soon after, a scream of pig killing came from the corner of Hanyue Zong's house Han. Another disciple of Di Yangfeng fell to the ground. When someone heard the sound, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitched, because only one pair of pants was left when the disciple of Di Yangfeng was covered. Who is this? How terrible. There aren't any robbed hairs. They're crisp. Deserve it, and let Di Yangfeng bully people. What? Not long after, deep screams came from behind House Han, causing more disciples to watch. On this day, Hanyue Zong's House Han was very unsettled, and screams kept coming and going. When the disciples who collected the spirit grass arrived, a similar scene would appear in front of them, and the valuables of the stunned people were searched away. Moreover, those who were knocked out were all disciples of Di Yangfeng. When the night fell, the disciples who gathered the spirit grass walked out of House Han. What was in the mouth was all the strange things happening in House Han today. It's all Di Yangfeng's disciples, what's the matter? Won't it be the other two peaks? Then who knows? But it definitely won't be Ye Chen. He was beaten yesterday. Can he stand up and talk about it? At night, a dozen disciples of Diangfeng were carried to Diangfeng. Who did it? Gu Hong saw it, his face suddenly gloomy. This was red. Where was he hitting Diangfeng's face naked? No. I don't know. When we went, all the brothers had already been attacked. There was a slap below, and the atmosphere did not dare to say a word. Master, dare to attack my Diangfeng disciple like this so boldly, maybe there is only that Ye Chen. Some disciple Wei Wenyunuo said aloud. Has my head been kicked by the donkey? Looking at the talking disciple, Gu Hong couldn't help but yelled, he has been hit by more than 100 fire whip. It is fortunate that he did not die. Is it possible to stand up? What master taught was that I did not see Ye Chen today. Then, will it be Tianyangfeng and Diangfeng? Hearing that, Gu Hong took a deep breath, his face was intimidating and scary, with sharp eyes shining in his sinister eyes. Check me, no matter who it is, I will make him pay a painful price. And at this moment, Ye Chen, who was the mastermind of the House Han incident, had slipped back to the little spirit garden at this moment, and took off his black robe very easily. He is meticulous in his actions and can be said to be flawless. First, when he went up the mountain in a black robe, no one knew that he was Ye Chen, which meant that no one had seen him, and that no one had seen him meant that he had not gone up the mountain, and that he had no evidence of being there. Second, when House Han knocked on a sap, he also prepared with 2 hands, painted his face with mud, and changed his makeup. Even if he was found, it was difficult to recognize him. The third and most important point is that he was hit by more than 100 fire whip yesterday. Anyone who is not stupid will think that if he is hit by more than 100 fire whip, he will be disabled even if he does not die. It is absolutely impossible to carry out a sneak attack in House Han. Everything that was done before and after was in Ye Chen's calculations. It turns out that his approach is still very effective, at least until then, no one doubts him. Cool. Cannot help but laugh, Ye Chen put a dozen storage bags on the bed, these are the loot of today. I have to say that Di Yangfeng's disciples are indeed rich. There are all kinds of spiritual stones, spiritual fluid, spiritual grass, and mystery in the storage bag. There is also a storage bag with as many as 2,000 spiritual stones. Enough to help me break through to the 4th. After a cheerful smile, Ye Chen swallowed nearly 60 bottles of jade spirit fluid. So many jade spirits flowed into the body, like a wangquan, flowing through the meridians of his size, and the real fire of Danhai was also gushing at this time, helping Ye Chen to refine the jade spirit's implied majestic power. As the refined Yuling liquid poured into Danhai, Ye Chen's breath quickly increased. At this moment, his pores were wide open, and the whale swallowed the aura of heaven and earth. The comber did not refuse, he had the overbearing real fire for him to refine the jade liquid and the external aura, and strongly pushed his cultivation into the realm of the 3rd and 4th layers of the barrier. Ha! I do not know when Ye Chen heard such a sound. Advanced. Ye Chen's Xiuwei broke through to the 4th point of Ningqi at this moment. He no longer absorbs the spiritual power contained in the spirit stone, because the realm has just broken through, it takes time to consolidate, and it is not a good thing to advance too fast. At this moment, it was a little dark outside. Ye Chen rolled over and jumped out of bed, covered with a black robe again, and slipped out of the Xiaolingjuan. However, this time he was not the Lingshan of Shang Hengyuezong, but walked down the mountain, and ran for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. This is a valley, not very long, only a few hundred feet, but it is the only way to the monster forest. Well, Ye Chen's purpose here is obvious. He didn't go to the Hengyue Zong Househan today to knock the sap, but instead transferred the battlefield, waiting in this valley to wait for the monster forest to kill the monster disciple Yang Feng. In the art of war, there is a measure to describe his approach at this time, that is, to attack the west. After the Hengyue Zong Househan incident yesterday, he determined that Gu Honghu secretly sent a repairer to be a weak disciple hidden in Househan in order to catch the assailant who attacked his disciples. Ye Chen was very thoughtful. Since he knew that Househan had an ambush, naturally he wouldn't be fooled into throwing himself into the net. So he chose to shift the battlefield. On weekdays, Heng Yuezong ran to the monster forest to kill many disciples. Among them, there are many disciples of Yang Feng who are ambushed in this valley, which is definitely a good choice. Here it is. Ye Chen chose a secret place, but instead of putting mud on his face, he put on a ghost head mask. Before long, it was bright. And Ye Chen sat up, watching the movement in the valley closely. Soon, there was a disciple of Hengyue, but he was not a disciple of Zhen Yangfeng. Ye Chen didn't take the shot and let it go. Time passed slowly, and waves of disciples in the valley passed, either in groups of 3 or in groups of 5, all of whom ran to the monster forest to kill the monster. After all, Ye Chen waited for the goal. Looking out, it was a trio, all of Di Yangfeng's disciples. Su Ming. Far away, Ye Chen saw a familiar figure among the 3, wasn't it Su Ming who calculated him that day? Ye Chen knew that although it was Gu Hong of Di Yangfeng who really counted him, and this Su Ming was an obedient little shrimp, it was an indisputable fact that he beat Hu Hu. This alone, Ye Chen will never let Su Ming go. Boy, when you come out, you always have to pay back. With a sneer, Ye Chen converged again, waiting for the 3 to come closer. Among the 3, the highest disciple was a disciple in Diyang Peak, wearing a purple dress, and the 6th peak of Ningqi, followed by the thin-skinned disciple in Tsing Yi beside him. It is clear that the cultivation is only 5-fold. Brother Yang, what do you think of what happened in Househan yesterday? Su Ming nodded and bowed to the disciple headed by Zi. Most likely will be the other 2 peaks. I think so. The Tsing Yi disciple groaned. It is not surprising that the 3 main peaks have always fought in the dark and the other 2 peaked. The 3 said, already in the valley. At this moment, Ye Chen's eyes flashed a little light, and when he was about to start, he felt the end of the valley, and someone came quickly. Besides, then it's a mess. Ye Chen fell asleep again. Soon, the disciples in the second wave of Diangfeng entered the valley, but they were a 5-member group. The strongest was only Chi-Chi, and the weakest was Chi-Chi. Ha! With sharp eyes, Su Ming saw later generations, but his own brother. The brothers and sisters also go to the monster forest. The 8 were together, talking to each other some non-nutritive words. Kill the blood spider. Blood spider? That's a terrible monster. Let's go together. With that said, the 8 people would march toward Taniguchi together. However, just at this moment, a dark thing came from one side, and a closer look was an iron ball the size of an egg. Be careful. The disciple in Z made a loud noise, very elegantly offering out the spirit sword in his sleeve. One sword split a half-moon-shaped blade, and unbiasedly split the black iron ball. Boom! Just listening to the sound of the explosion, the iron ball burst instantly, and the thick black smoke spread rapidly, covering an area of nearly 20 feet. Damn, it's a smoke bomb. In the dark fog, a scream was heard. Yes, it was the smoke bomb that Ye Chen threw out, which was obtained from the humpbacked old man. Originally, he did not intend to use smoke bombs, but there were 8 people in the other party, and God knew what would happen, so after thinking about it, he decided to use smoke bombs to disturb their vision. Who is it? Get out. The black mist rushed to the disciples of Di Yangfeng's disciples. Boom. When the words fell, they heard the sound of the iron rod striking the back of the head. What? With a scream that killed a pig, a disciple fell to the ground on the spot. When disciple Zi saw this, he shot immediately, facing the direction of the scream was a palm. What? Suddenly, the screaming came out, and the disciples of Zi's horror failed to hit Ye Chen, instead overturning a disciple of Diangfeng. At this moment, Ye Chen had got up behind the disciple in Z, and hit him firmly on the back of his head with a stick. Why not say that disciples in purple clothes are the 6 peaks of Ningqi? Ye Chen knocked down with a stick, but he didn't knock him out. Seeing this, Ye Chen consciously added a stick. At this moment, disciple Z, who was swaying in place, put a whole big character on the ground. What? After disciple Z fell, a scream came again, and Ye Chen knocked him with a stick without discussing. Next, the whole valley was filled with continuous screams. In the black mist, he could not see clearly, and he was attacked repeatedly. The whole valley was filled with continuous screams. In the black mist, he could not see clearly, and he was attacked repeatedly. Ye Chen often succeeded. Even the disciple of Dianfeng, who was 7th heavy, was beaten with a punch, and then sent to sleep with a stick. He broke through to the 4th point of Ningqi. Even if he was head-to-head, he had enough confidence to single out the 8 of them, but for unnecessary trouble, Ye Chen decided to play Yin. What? With the last scream, the 8 disciples of Di Yangfeng all fell to the ground. The black mist caused by the smoke bomb is still thick, and Ye Chen has come out with 8 storage bags, and also has an iron chain in his hand, one end of the chain, and 8 strong people tied up. Throwing them into the mountain forest behind the valley, Ye Chen did not forget to blow a drowsy fragrance to them before they left, in case they wake up and disturb him. After doing this, Ye Chen ran to the valley again, preparing to ambush the disciples of Dianfeng. From morning to morning, the disciples of Hengyue in the valley were uninterrupted. During this period, Ye Chen also made several shots, but they were all irrelevant small shrimps. They suddenly rushed out and went on a stick to save even the smoke bombs. All day, he hit a dozen disciples of Dianfeng before and after, and the harvest was not small, enough for him to shik for a few days. It's getting dark, I don't know when it will start to dim. Ye Chen looked up at the last rays of the setting sun and decided to go back. However, as soon as he got up, he saw a wave of vigor coming from one end of Taniguchi. 2 vague figures came from the direction of the monster forest, and they hurried through the valley from far to near. Human Yuanjing, too. Ye Chen retracted quietly again, and secretly caught 2 big fish. It was not until Ye Chen approached that they saw the faces of the 2. The comber was one high and one low, the tall one was called Wang Heng, the one with a tiger's back and the waist, with rage in his anger, and his muscles were very explosive. At first glance, he was a powerful monk. His name was Xianwu. The figure is slender, fair-skinned and delicate. I wonder if this is a girl. Slightly weaker Chi Hao can do it. Seeing Wang Heng and Xianwu entering their ambush range, Ye Chen took out 2 poisonous needles. People's realm is no better than condensed air, and they can be defeated without revealing their identities. Ye Chen believes that he can't do it, so he decides to resort to some tricks. He only robs money and does not hurt people. With this in mind, Ye Chen waved and threw a smoke bomb first. Be careful. Wang Heng and Xianwu's vigilance was not low, and when unknown objects suddenly flew in, they sacrificed spirit swords. Boom! The smoke bomb exploded and the thick smoke spread again. Who is it? Wang Heng, who was so big in shape, suddenly became furious. Ha! A slight humming sounded, and a venom needle of weak cow hair pierced the air and stabbed Wang Heng's arm, but he didn't notice it at all. On the other side, Xianwu's situation was the same. He was inserted into the back by a poisonous needle and did not feel the same. The 2 were tacit, back to back, sacrificing anger, and crazily dissipating the smoke in front of them. Soon, the 2 felt wrong. Brother Wang, do you feel a little dizzy? Xianwu froze. Yeah, a bit. Wang Heng shook his head and felt that his whole body was so soft that even Qi was at peace, and he couldn't use any energy. The venomous needle of the humpback man is really overbearing. Ye Chen secretly saw Wang Heng and Xianwu's appearance, and couldn't help sighing. His secret needle was still useless. Such an overbearing poisonous needle was used in this is really a waste. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive sounds rang, and the back of the 2 men was knocked with a hard object, and then they were unconscious. Don't blame me, if you want to blame you, blame your master. Ye Chen stepped out, dragging one person with one leg in one hand, and quickly hid in the forest. According to the first 20 disciples of Dianfeng, Wang Heng and Xianwu's storage bags were collected. All valuable things were covered by Ye Chen. After doing this, Ye Chen disappeared into the night, and he did not forget to detoxify Wang Heng and Xianwu before leaving. What? What? Soon, the dark mountain forest was shattered by successive roars. The disciples of Di Yangfeng, who was knocked out by Ye Chen, woke up and saw that their storage bags, valuables and even their clothes were gone, and a loud scolding was heard. A group of disciples of Di Yangfeng staggered to Henyue Zongling Mountain. What's the situation? Looking at the disciples of Di Yangfeng, the corners of Henyue Zong's mouth twitched several times. Do not complain that they are so shocked, mainly because it is difficult for these 20 disciples of Dianfeng not to be noticeable. They are all shirtless, with only one pair of floral pants left on their bodies. The most important thing is that this kind of wolf is not only one person, but more than 20 people. This has become the most beautiful scenery at night. Have been robbed? Everyone had the same question. It's a big deal. All the clothes have been picked up. How hungry the murderer is. Who did it? As soon as more than 20 people stepped on the earth's peak, hysterical anger was heard from Guhong. Ye Chen, the mastermind of all these things, is now counting his spoils in the little spirit garden. Today's harvest is more than twice what it was yesterday. The most important thing is the contribution of Wang Heng and Song Yu's personal realm. The wealth of condensed realm is really full compared with human realm. A lot. The candlelight flickered in the room. Ye Chen put the spirit stone, spirit fluid and spirit tools into the storage bag, but took an ancient scroll in his hand. The scrolls are a bit broken, and maybe the years are too long, so that the scrolls are a little yellow. Refiner trick. Refiner tactics. Ye Chen touched his chin and continued watching. Soon, Ye Chen's joy appeared on his face. Because this volume records the method of refining weapons, which details the good materials required for refining weapons, as well as how to refining weapons and how to temper them. This is baby. Ye Chen applauded in his heart. After reading the recipe of the refining device, Ye Chen groaned for a moment, and he had a calculation in his heart, that is, to make a weapon by himself. Although the Templar sword is easy to use, it will be greatly slowed down due to the weight. If you discard the Templar sword in a duel, the speed will be greatly improved. Then, if you have a powerful weapon in your hand, it will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Ye Chen once again picked up the refiner scrolls and carefully realized. He sat all night. In the early morning, he ate a little food and closed himself in the door again. It wasn't until the morning that he really put down the scroll of the refining tool. The refiner needs fire, which is tailor-made for me. Ye Chen's mouth dipped into a smile, and Wang Hengkong secretly guarded the wealth of such an implement, but he could only watch it because he had no fire. One shot of the storage bag, and as soon as the sound of crickets came out, a glowing spirit weapon flew out. There were a spirit sword, a spear, and a sledgehammer. These were the times he robbed the disciples of Di Yangfeng income. At this moment, he is going to fuse these spirit artifacts into one furnace and refine the most refined parts contained in them. Just do it. At the thought, Ye Chen summoned the real fire. With the movement of the mind, the real fire changed form, and Ye Chen condensed into a stove. Immediately, a glowing spirit sword was thrown into the furnace by him, then carefully controlled the flames, slowly removing the impurities from the spirit sword, and then quenching the most delicate part of it. Soon, the spirit sword was melted by the real fire and high temperature. Don't Ye Chen refine into a fist-sized liquid. This liquid is full of mottled colors. The spirit sword is not a top grade, and the refined material is not excellent. Too much impurities are doped in it. At the moment, under the true fire quenching, all appear. The flames rose. Ye Chen was not impatient, and slowly eliminated the impurities in the liquid. After half an hour, the liquid that was originally the size of a fist was scrutinized to the size of a nail, although it was small, but it was the most refined part. With a thought, Ye Chen flew out of the nail-sized liquid. Once leaving the furnace, the liquid of the nail returned to the solid state of mind because of the sudden drop in temperature, and Ye Chen grabbed it in his hands. It looked like a crystal, glowing and very hard. With a good start, Ye Chen is full of energy. The furnace flames were burning fiercely, and a hammer was thrown into him, and then the action of tempering the sword was repeated. Time passed, and night fell quickly. During this period, Ye Chen failed many times, because he couldn't control the real fire, so that even the essence contained in the spiritual artifacts were refined into fly ash. However, he is not without gain. Next to him, there are many small and large crystal fragments. These are the essence of spirit artifacts. It was not until late at night that Ye Chen refined all the Reiki essences. Call. First step, done. A long spit of breath was spit out by him with a tired look on his face, and it was only day and night that he had a beard stubble in his corners and bloodshot eyes. Refining the essence of many spiritual artifacts, he was considered to have completed the first step. The next step was to fuse these spiritual artifacts together, and then go through the real fire to refine it. A bottle of Yuling liquid was poured into the mouth. Ye Chen supplemented his body consumption, and began the second step of fusion. Still a flame stove, Ye Chen put many refined artifact essences into it. Soon, under the burning of real fire, the solid spirit essence turned into a liquid again, and then was controlled by Ye Chen to continue to fuse into one body. This step was not difficult. It took less than an hour and he turned it. The fusion is complete. At this moment, he was holding a piece of brick-colored iron in his hand, which was the form of the fusion of many spiritual essences. The red iron is very extraordinary, but it fuses many essences, glowing with red light. It is very hard and extremely quintessential. It is definitely an excellent material for making weapons. If it is made into weapons, it will naturally be weak. After receiving the iron of red color, Ye Chen flashed out of the room door and jumped out of the small spiritual garden. Because of the next 1,000 hammers, there must be a sound. He didn't want to disturb Zhang Fengnian and who was rest. Looking for a secret place, Ye Chen once again condensed the real fire into the shape of a furnace. Then he dropped the red iron. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen carefully controlled the flames, continuously tempering the red iron, and tempering it towards the shape of a sword. This was an extremely time-consuming project. It took Ye Chen a full 6 hours to barely train a poor sword blank, and the sword body was potty and rough. Anyway, the shape of the sword is there. After wiping out a sweat, Ye Chen continued to train without urgency and snoring. This process is extremely long. Ye Chen went from night to early morning, and then from morning to night. It took 3 days and nights to reincarnate, and one never stopped. In the meantime, the poor sword blank was tempered inch by inch, and the potholes on the sword body were smoothed by him bit by bit. He was like a sculptor and could not tolerate any flaws in his sword. Ha! I do not know when the first chirping of the sword rang, Ye Chen's tired face was the first time to show a gratifying smile. His sword, which lasted 4 days and nights, was finally refined. At one stroke of the stove, the red long sword was shaken out and Ye Chen grabbed it in his hand. Later, he cut through the palm of his hand, and the blood flowed out along it, flowing along the hilt of the sword, and full of the sword. This is the blood sacrifice sword, but the last step in making weapons. Soon, his blood dipped into the red sword at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Ha! Immediately, the red sword trembled, and the sound of the ringing sounded. The red light bloomed and was very flexible. Under the moonlight star, there was a flickering sword on, which seemed to be indestructible. Holding a long sword, Ye Chen slashed out. Boom! Not far away, a boulder was split like a tofu, and the red sword was really sharp. From then on, you're called Qishao. Ye Chen stroked the red sword lightly and couldn't put it down. This was his hard work over the past few days, and it was also the finished product of his first refining machine, which is definitely memorable. Holding Chenai and Qishao's sword, Ye Chen lay on the stone comfortably. Tomorrow, continue to knock on the sap. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Ye Chen did not forget to look up at the towering Dian Peak on the Hengyu Lingshan. Calculate me, you have to pay the price. Ye Chen sneered. Almost 5 days have passed since Hengyu Haoshan knocked the sap, and Ye Chen determined that Gu Hong had relaxed his vigilance, which also meant that it was time for him to return. The next day, before dawn, Ye Chen was put on a black robe and went to Hengyu Lingshan. For the first time, he went straight to Haoshan, changed into a tattered shirt, messed his hair, smeared mud on his face, and finally hid in the lush weeds. Just finished this ticket. While watching the disciples of Hengyu in the past, Ye Chen made such a decision in his heart. He confessed that he was well thought out and thoughtful. However, there is no impenetrable wall for everything. If you want to see it well, you can take it. God knows where there is an omission that he had never thought of, and that will cause him to kill himself. As the sky was completely bright, the silhouette of Hengyu Zonghaoshan gradually increased. However, Ye Chen discovered a weird phenomenon, that is, the disciples of Dianfeng who came to pick the spirit grass today, none of them are described individually, or in groups of 3 or 5. Pick a spirit grass and team up. Among the weeds, Ye Chen's mouth sneered. It seems that Di Yangfeng's disciples have learned cleverly, for fear of someone knocking on their sap behind them, then they formed a team to pick the spirit grass. Figured this out, Ye Chen was a little tangled. Although he believes that the current cultivation is realm and strength, he is not afraid of any Dianfeng disciples, even if they are in groups of 3 or 5, Ye Chen has the confidence to knock them all down. However, this is not a valley. Once they are not beaten up in the first place, there will be trouble, and it is more likely to attract more people. That is the most nonsense thing. Okay. When tangled, Ye Chen saw a familiar figure from afar. His eyes were red and his face was gloomy and scary, as if everyone owed him a lark. Look carefully, isn't it Zhao Long? When tangled, Ye Chen saw a familiar figure from afar. His eyes were red and his face was gloomy and scary, as if everyone owed him a lark. Look carefully, isn't it Zhao Long? Dare you come out alone, you are not brave. Ye Chen sneered in the weeds, and had found a black iron rod out of the storage bag. However, when Ye Chen was about to leave, he found that Xiao Long had also found a black iron rod from the storage bag, and Ye Chen looked at him on the spot. Ye Chen didn't move, she retracted again. His eyes moved along with Xiao Long's figure. He saw Xiao Long walking with a black iron rod and went straight behind a disciple of Tianyangfeng, then he stunned and went down. Ye Chen opened his mouth, and was there on the spot. Let your Tianyang peak count my Diyang peak, and let you Tianyang peak count my Diyang peak. When Ye Chen froze, then Xiao Long thumped the iron rod again and slammed in that faint Tianyang disciple foam. As soon as this word came out, Ye Chen could not help but twitch. Alright. In the past 2 incidents of sap, Di Yangfeng Guhong was counted on Tian Yangfeng's head. Seeing this, Ye Chen in the weeds couldn't help rubbing his brows. This was something he hadn't expected, and his target was Di Yangfeng, but he did not expect Di Yangfeng to be the murderer. For a while, Ye Chen's face became a little bit more exciting. It can be considered to understand why the disciples of Di Yangfeng came to the mountain today. Where did they come to pick the grass? What? Sure enough, a scream like a pig was heard soon from the northeast. What? Another scream came from the northwest. What? Screams from the southeast also followed. What? Followed by the southwest direction, the scream was called an infiltration. Soon, the noise rang, and people from all directions gathered in this direction, all the disciples of Diangfeng, and everyone had a black iron rod in his hands. I knocked both Tianyang peaks. I knocked on Yangfeng 3. I knocked 1 at Tianyangfeng and 2 at Ringyangfeng. Disciples of Diangfeng each reported their own results, and their expressions were either resentment, refreshment, or excitement. Withdraw. As Xiao Long waved his hands, Di Yangfeng's disciples evacuated Han Yuezong's house Han. After the crowd left, Ye Chen jumped out of the weeds and yanked her ears. This can't be against me. With that said, he was also covered in a black robe, and Ma Lu withdrew from Han Yuezong's house Han. This place is a right and wrong place and can no longer be stayed. He knew that for many days to come, the Han Yuezong house Han would not be calm again. People at Diangfeng will think that they are the people of Ringyangfeng and Tianyangfeng. The Renyang summit thought it was the ghost of Tianyang Peak. The Tianyang summit thought it was the ghost of Renyangfeng. The 3 main peaks of the outside gate restrained each other. It has always been an open fight, and naturally, mutual suspicion is inevitable. At this moment, no matter who was the first to sap, it is already doomed to be hard to say at this time. Hey! Ye Chen rubbed his temples, creating evil. He can already imagine the pictures in the next few days. The disciples of the 3 main peaks will go to the back to collect elixir, and they will surely get a black iron rod. Out of Hangyue Zonghaoshan, Ye Chen went to Wanbao Pavilion. Just walked in, was looking at the huge sea behind the counter and glanced at Ye Chen, and said angrily, "Boy, what do you mean by a black robe this day?" Ye Chen grinned. He didn't want to let people know that he had recovered, so he was covered in black. He never thought that he could not escape the eyes of the vast sea. Bearing more than 100 fire whip, you can get out of bed and walk so fast, boy, your bones are hard enough. The huge sea put down the ancient book, and looked at Ye Chen up and down with big eyes. "Elder, do you know what happened to my fire?" "Crap, the whole outside door, who doesn't know?" Hearing that, Ye Chen could not help but cough, then handed a storage bag, "Elder, magnolia flower." After receiving the storage bag, he glanced inside the huge sea and found that there were as many as 6,000 spirit stones. Rao was surprised by him. An internship apprentice had so many spirit stones, no problem. That's strange. Where are you so many spirit stones? Although the vast sea has no habit of asking questions, it still cannot help asking. Pick it. Picked up. You picked up a bit more. Good luck, good luck. Ye Chen touched the tip of his nose. Tell me another day, and I'll pick up some more. The Hai glanced at Ye Chen, after all, didn't ask any more, but took out a storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ye Chen. After receiving the storage bag, Ye Chen Ma slipped into his arms, but instead of leaving immediately, he looked at the huge sea and asked, "Elder, is our Han Yuezong's library open to the disciples?" "On the last day of each month, only that day will be open to trainees." "That's 3 days later." Ye Chen muttered softly and turned out of the library. After Ye Chen left, the huge sea froze his beard, and his old eyes were full of deep meaning. This boy is really a freak. Back at the little spirit garden, Ye Chen locked herself in the door. He bought a lot of snow magnolia flowers this time, and he decided to make all the jade syrup to prepare for breakthrough to the 5th condensate. The true fire was offered, and a plant of spirit grass was put in. He practiced in one breath until the night came, and after swallowing a bottle of jade spirit liquid, he started again. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. Today's Hengyuezong is particularly lively. More precisely, it is Hengyuezong's back mountain. Yesterday, the disciples of Tian Yangfeng and Ren Yangfeng were beaten up in Haoshan. Zhong Lao Dao and Qingyang were outraged. They discipled the disciples to beware of the other 2 peaks. There were also disciples who let them go mean. As Ye Chen expected, Hengyuezong's back mountain became the battlefield of the 3 main peaks. So much so that there is such a phenomenon, every disciple who goes to collect the spirit grass has a black iron rod in his arms. You knock me sap, I'll knock back when I die. Almost all disciples who are knocked out of the sap have such a mentality. Dumb loss cannot eat in vain, the fire in my heart, I care whether you are a murderer, according to knocking, to vent the sullen heart. What? What? Haoshan screamed like a pig, from Tianming to dark, causing the elders of Hengyuezong's disciples to be confused. These 3 main peaks are going to be heavens. Since then, Haoshan can't go in casually, God knows that he will be knocked on a sap someday. Knock whoever knocks, whoever doesn't knock me. After a day, most of the disciples who came into Haoshan came out with their heads covered, their noses swollen, their footprints covered, or their bodies covered with bruises, which turned out to be beautiful scenery. Hidden battles intensified. With the passage of time, the dark battle gradually evolved into the bright battle, and the battlefield moved from Hengyuezong Haoshan to Hengyuezong's Fengjiantai. Tianyang Peak Kongla, get out of Lao Tzu, I'll wait for you at Fengjiantai. At dawn, Di Yangfeng's disciples wrote a challenge book. His challenge seemed to have a chain reaction, and the voice of the challenge continued. Ren Yangfeng Yuekang, I'm waiting for you at Fengjiantai. Di Yangfeng Zhao Long, you mother, I'll never die without you. Don't him. Mom plays Yin, there's a kind of fight on stage. There has always been personal grievances among the 3 main peak disciples. This sap incident has truly become the fuse for their war. Fengjiantai has been in full swing all day. Their mutual challenges have made Fengjiantai, which is already lively, become a real meeting place. If it ever happened, I'm afraid it has happened since I founded Hengyue. The 3 main peaks just started to get confused. It's been a long time since then. Even if there is no sap incident, they will start sooner or later. And Ye Chen, the root cause of all these, was refining the jade spirit liquid at the little spirit garden at this time. The scent of herbal medicine in the entire little spirit garden soaked the mind and spleen. It's so fragrant. Tiger Baby stood outside the door of Ye Chen's room with big eyes, sucking the aroma overflowing in the room greedily. Yu Lingye. Once an elder of Hengyuezong, Zhang Fengyan was very familiar with the aroma of medicine. Zhang Fengyan's eyes still have a strange color. The Yuling liquid is cool and mild, and the scent of Yuling liquid flowing from the room is steaming. It is obviously the freshly released Yuling liquid. Beard. Late at night, Ye Chen's door opened. Ye Chen, who was embarrassed, came out from inside, with disheveled hair, tired face, and beard stubbled near his mouth. He stretched a lazy waist fiercely, and Ye Chen made a crackling sound inside his body. 2 days and 3 nights, he fully refined hundreds of bottles of jade spiritual fluid, the manipulation of fire, the refinement of jade spiritual fluid, more and more proficient. Ha! Ha! The giant bird named Kitty didn't seem to be asleep, fluttering over his wings, and his furry head was gnawing at Ye Chen's body from time to time. Its injuries have not fully recovered, and it wants to fly in the air for at least months. Hungry? Ye Chen stroked the eagle's furry head lightly. Ha! Ha! Xiaoying's spirituality is not low, he seems to understand Ye Chen's words and shakes his head. Ye Chen smiled slightly, brushed his palm over the storage bag, took out a large piece of meat, and handed it to Xiaoying. Kitty's eyes instantly became clear and delicious. Help you. Ye Chen stroked Xiaoying's head again, and then punched a bottle of Yuling liquid into Xiaoying's body. When Yuling liquid entered the body, Kitty felt that his whole body was steaming. The majestic strength supported his body, and he could not help looking up at Ye Chen. He was still a little scared in his eyes, for fear that his body would be burst. It's okay, is there me? Ye Chen smiled, and the real fire had already been sacrificed. Seeing the flame, the horror appeared in Kitty's eyes, as if he knew the horror of the real fire in Ye Chen's hands, so that his body could not help shaking. Don't be afraid. With a slight smile, Ye Chen wrapped the kitty's body with real fire, and then poured into the kitty's body, helping the kitty to refine the bottle of jade spiritual fluid. Ha! Without the pain of burning, the eagle felt warm and trembling, and could not help but return to its normal state. The refined jade liquid and the majestic spirit nourished its injury. Within a quarter of an hour, the kitty fluttered its wings and jumped a little, and could barely fly in midair. Ha! This spirit bird seemed to be very capricious, and could fly again, making it reluctant to fall, and tossed in mid-air for a long time before landing, perhaps tired, and fell into a deep sleep. Sleep. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Ye Chen smiled at Xiaoying's head, then turned and entered Hua's room. The tiger baby was unpretentious, and she slept soundly in bed, but she didn't find Ye Chen coming in. When he came to the bed, Ye Chen examined Hua's body carefully. He found that the child's congenital psychic occlusion was unopened, not to mention the opening of the dantian. If he had such a constitution, he would not be a monk for life. Under normal circumstances, a person's meridians can be unblocked to open up the spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness is the gateway to dantian. Only when the spiritual consciousness is opened and dantian opens up can we attract the heaven and earth into the body and become a real monk. But if a person's meridians are blocked in nature, and someone wants to become a monk, then someone must open the meridians to his body. Ye Chen groaned for a moment, and a real fire was injected into the baby's body. Yes, he wants to temper the body for the tiger baby, then open up the meridians for him, open up the magic, and then open up the dantian. Soon, the pain appeared on Hua's face, and she wanted to wake up, but was again sent to dream by Ye Chen's fragrant incense. Controlling the real fire, Ye Chen carefully tempered her body for the tiger baby, for fear that the terrible fire would hurt the tiger baby. Before long, he was sweating. However, his hard work was not in vain. Through the true fire tempering, the meridians of the tiger baby became tough, and the blocked meridians also became loose, which was slowly opened up by a true breath injected by Ye Chen. This process is very time-consuming. He is imbued with the authenticity of the tiger baby, just like a sharp sword, constantly impacting, and the impact strength is from weak to strong. The baby's small face has been covered with sweat and his face is pale as paper. He was asleep, and he would wake up in pain. Hold on, your destiny may change because of this. Ye Chen is still struggling with that qi to strike that barrier. It was almost dawn, Rao was Ye Chen, and his face was a little pale. Ha! When such a voice sounded in Hua's body, the spiritual trick leading to dantian was really opened up by Ye Chen. Suddenly, the aura of heaven and earth fluctuated, converging towards the body of the tiger baby, forming a vortex of aura. It seemed to find a vent, and poured into his body through the pores of the tiger baby's body. Huang Tian deserves someone who cares for you. Ye Chen exhaled a stale gas, and could not help but wipe a cold sweat. It was bright. Ye Chen did not rest, and set about preparing breakfast for Zhang Fengnian and Hua. The door opened, Zhang Fengnian walked out with a crutch, and saw Ye Chen, smiling gently. Young man, get up so early. I can't sleep, I get up. Ye Chen smiled fluently. A hard-working person like you is really rare. Senior joked. Grandpa. The conversation between the two was interrupted by the suddenly rushed tiger baby. The tiger baby walked inexplicably to Zhang Fengnian and Ye Chen, pointed at the air flowing around him, looked at the two in doubt. What's wrong with me? I feel like I am rushing into my body with something. Reiki? Zhang Fengnian fixed his eyes and looked a little bit wrong, hurriedly examining Hua's body. How is this? Zhang Fengnian's eyes were stunned. The conversation between the two was interrupted by the suddenly rushed tiger baby. The tiger baby walked inexplicably to Zhang Fengnian and Ye Chen, pointed at the air flowing around him, looked at the two in doubt. What's wrong with me? I feel like I am rushing into my body with something. Reiki? Zhang Fengnian fixed his eyes and looked a little bit wrong, hurriedly examining Hua's body. How is this? Zhang Fengnian's eyes were stunned. I can practice. Hua raised her head and looked at Ye Chen and Zhang Fengnian. Yes, of course. Zhang Fengnian seemed more excited than he thought. From today, you are a monk. Ye Chen patted Hua's shoulder. I'm a monk. Hua jumped excitedly, really a naive and brilliant child, bouncing in the little spirit garden, and finally ran to the spirit beast named Xiaoying, dancing. Kitty, I can practice, and I can protect you in the future. Ha! The eagle seemed to understand, and the barking sounded with joy. God has eyes. Zhang Fengnian smiled and looked at the jumping tiger baby. His complexion instantly improved a lot, as if he were younger for several years. Ye Chen aside, looked at Hua silently. He is also happy for the tiger baby, but he has some contradictions in his heart. Is this really for him? The path taken by monks is much more difficult than mortals. Taking this path means having a longer lifespan than mortals, but at the same time having a long life, it is also accompanied by loneliness. The path of the monks must be more cruel. Ye Chen didn't know whether it was right or wrong to change the fate of the tiger baby without authorization. Perhaps when the tiger baby really understood the hardship of the monk's journey, it was far more free and easy to be a mortal than a monk. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen walked out of the little spirit garden. Today, he is not wearing a black robe. Because he knew that he didn't need to cover it at this moment. The disciples of the three main peaks were already in full swing. Even if he appeared on the Lingshan mountain of Manhua, it would be difficult for the three main peaks to focus on him. However, his appearance has attracted the attention of too many people. Anyone who sees Ye Chen's disciples of Manhua will be shocked. Stood more than 100 fire whip, is that all right? Is he evil? There were no scars on my body. It was only a few days. What? When he heard Ye Chen appearing alive again and again, In Jiping of the commandment hall suddenly got up, his face was irresistibly shocked. Not only him, but Tianyang Peak, Diang Peak, and Renyang Peak are the disciples and elders of the entire Manhua ancestor. After hearing this, they will be surprised. In just a few days, all the wounds have recovered. Ever since the founding of Manhua Zone, no one has done it. Fast, the disciples of Ren Yangfeng and Tian Yangfeng are working in Fengjiantai again. I heard that Di Yangfeng's disciples also went. I heard that there are still disciples from Yuan Jingxiu who participated in the war. Soon, hordes of people swarmed towards Fengjiantai. This also means that the astonishment of Ye Chen's recovery was immediately overwhelmed by the disciples of the three main peaks in Fengjiantai. Feng Yuntai hit fiercely, Ye Chen did not stop. Today is the day when the Manhua Zone collection book pavilion was opened for the intern disciples. He didn't want to waste time because he went to watch the lively. In front of a magnificent pavilion, Ye Chen stopped. Compared to the past, today's library is quieter, and there are no personal pictures. Su Shi went to Fengjiantai to watch the liveliness. Nothing is right, it's rare to be quiet. With a slight smile, Ye Chen stepped into the library. The library is self-contained, vast and magnificent. The rows of bookshelves are filled with ancient scrolls. There are as many as 100,000. These are collected by Manhua Zone, although they are on the first floor, but it is also a precious thing. The caretaker of the library is a bad old man with grey beard and disheveled hair. Elder. Ye Chen saluted respectfully. Come in. The identity card is here with me. The real man Huang Shi looked up and down Ye Chen, and he showed a big yellow tooth when he spoke. Ye Chen handed the identity card and walked in. There are many ancient scrolls on the bookshelf, and I took the next one and found out that it was an ancient scroll introducing the spirit grass. Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chen put it back into the distance. The library was quiet, Ye Chen was also very quiet, picking all the way like shopping, all the scrolls were taken down and put back into place. At 3 hours, he never found a scroll related to Xian Shu Gong Fa. It seems that the Xian Shu exercises are all on the upper layers. Ye Chen groaned. In Manhua Zone, the intern disciple can only enter the first floor of the library. As for the upper floors, in his current status, he does not have that qualification. A little disappointed, Ye Chen picked up the ancient scroll again to read it. Old man in Huangshi, miss me. The quiet library was broken by a voice at the door, and it seemed that someone had come to the library again. Little bunny, stealing things here again, be careful I'm stabbing you. Huang Shizhen's cursing voice suddenly sounded. Look at you, am I that kind of person? Get out of here. After a few simple conversations, Ye Chen, who was watching ancient books, saw the person coming. Suddenly, Ye Chen twitched sharply at the corners of his mouth, this food eats, what grew up. Don't blame him for this expression, just blame the person who came over too. It was a young man of about 13 or 14 years old. He was not as tall as a tiger, but he was not obese. He walked on the road and looked at it as if he was looking at it. Besides, his dress is the most amazing one Ye Chen has ever seen. He had 2 clothes all over, a large trousers on his lower body, and a small waistcoat on his upper body. His eyes were small and barely visible. He was bare-chested and milky. Manhua has many talents. Looking at the little fat man, Ye Chen sighed meaningfully. While talking, the little fat man has come over. As he passed by Ye Chen, he also looked up and down Ye Chen, although his eyes were small, but he was very focused, seeing that everything was a thief. I haven't seen you. The fat man touched his fat chin. I just arrived. Ah. The fat man responded at will, and then walked over. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, he came back with a fluttering nose, and then sniffed like a dog. Soon, the little fat man sniffed Ye Chen. Really? The fat man looked up suddenly, a pair of small eyes shining fiery light, staring at Ye Chen. Do you have real fire? Hearing this voice, Ye Chen frowned suddenly. The real fire is his biggest secret, which he has been hiding for a long time. Rao is the first of the 3 main peaks and Chow Tai Fook. They did not see it, and they would be smelled by the little fat man in front of him. Ye Chen's heart was full of shock. Did you have real fire? The little fat man's 2 chubby hands had already grasped Ye Chen's arm, and his voice couldn't help being lowered, for fear that the real Huangshi outside would hear it. How precious is the real fire, where can I have an intern disciple? Although shocked, Ye Chen smiled slightly. You lie to me less, I can smell it. I'm afraid you smell it wrong. No, then. I'll find a personal test. Then, the little fat man turned directly, took a sigh of relief, and uttered a voice in the direction of the door. Old man, this kid has real. Before the word fire came out, Ye Chen stepped forward and covered the mouth of the goods, and let Huangshi's real person come to check. His true fire iron could not be hidden. Little fat man, you will have a lot. Ye Chen's forehead scrambled with black lines. It's not unreasonable for this little fat man to grow fat. This was all supported by ghost ideas. Look at it, I'll say yes. The fat man broke off Ye Chen's palm, rubbing his fluffy hands, his 2 small eyes were still polished. You're fierce. Ye Chen took a deep breath, after all, resisted the impulse of violent obesity on the spot. What are you talking about, what are you talking about? Huangshi came scoldingly and came over, staring at the fat man with a beard and staring. Are you full? I practice my throat. The little fat man yanked his ears, after all, he didn't shake out the real things of Ye Chen. Quiet Lao Tzu. Huang Shizhen turned black and turned away. After walking a few steps, Huang Shizhen looked back at the fat man again. Yes, you said that he had a real, what is it? Asked by a real person from Huangshi, the fat man's eyes narrowed. I'm really angry. After hearing what the fat man said, Rao Yi almost smiled. I'm going to your grandma. Huang Shizhen's big body flew over on the spot, a big mouth called to the fat man's face, which one of the people of Hangyuazong is not angry, what a fuss. Talking, Huangshi turned back and left. After Huangshi lived, the fat man who was knocked down on the ground climbed from the ground. A slap print on his chubby face was clearly visible. You're an old man, wait for the little man. The little fat man covered his face and scolded him. Aside, Ye Chen glanced at and was about to leave. You can't leave. Seeing Ye Chen leaving, the fat man grabbed him on the spot. Are you okay? Yes, said the fat man, use your real fire to help me refine a baby. No time. Old man Huang, this kid. Refining. Ye Chen really lost his temper. The 2 arrived one after the other. At this hour on weekdays, there is no shortage of Hangyue disciples who collect spiritual grass in Haoshan, but today, there is no one here. They all went to Fenjiantai to see the 3 main peaks. Let's talk about it beforehand. I can do it for you. I have something really hot and you can't shake me out. Along the way, Ye Chen repeatedly emphasized this problem. You can rest assured, my mouth is very tight, he. The fat man patted his chest. Also, you can't do it for nothing, give me 500 spirit stones, otherwise, don't talk. The deal. The fat man is very refreshing. He is so refreshing that Ye Chen can't help but be full of curiosity about the baby he wants to refine. The 500 spirit stones do not blink, that baby must be extraordinary. The 2 found a hidden cave, and the little fat man took out what he said was a treasure. It was a mace, dark and dark. The overall impression was heavy, and it was definitely a fierce weapon. See, there's a hint of black gas on it. The fat man took the mace closer and pointed at the black gas lingering on the mace. Ye Chen rolled his eyes together. The black gas was only as thin as the hair, and he couldn't see it if he didn't look closely. The black gas gave him the feeling of coldness, smell it carefully, and a gas. What is this? Ye Chen asked, pointing to Heike. The evil thoughts of a master on mace. With it, I can't let Mace recognize him. Evil thoughts. When he heard the name, Ye Chen could not help but flash a shock. The evil thoughts of life can still be left on the weapon. It is conceivable how strong the original owner of the mace is, and the mace must be a powerful weapon. Are you sure that real fire can refine him? Ye Chen glanced at the fat man. Energy, energy, the fat man said with affirmation. Every evil thought is the most overlying thing, the thing most afraid of the sun is the true fire that is born from heaven and earth. It is definitely a kind of sun, and it must be refining. Let's get started. Ye Chen said, with a heart motion, summoning the real fire. The flames of the real fire rose, allowing the temperature in the cave to rise instantly, and the walls around it shone like gold. It's a real and overbearing fire, and it can definitely be refined, hee 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 hee. Seeing Ye Chen's real fire, the little fat man was full of confidence and hurriedly suspended the mace in the air. Ye Chen moved real fire and wrapped mace. There was real fire burning, and the black gas was struggling violently. What? In the midst of it, there seemed to be screams, so that Ye Chen and the little fat man could not help but have a momentary chatter. Look, let me say it. Seeing that trace of black gas struggling, the fat man rubbed his chubby little hand. Evil thoughts are too strong, it takes an hour. Ye Chen asked about the time. It's okay, I have time. The fat man squatted down, staring at his mace straightly. This puppet was too fat. Squatting down, the whole body of fat was piled together. It was like a puppet of fat. My name is Xiong. The fat man reported his name while watching the mace. Bear. Bear too. I'm the second child at home, so my dad named me Xiong. Hearing that Ye Chen's mouth could not help but twitch a bit, looked at the fat man, and asked tentatively, then your brother is called Bear Big. Then your brother, wouldn't you call Xiong-san? I have no brother. Ye Chen didn't ask again. He thought that Xiong was already wonderful enough. He would have been even more strange before he reached his father, otherwise he wouldn't give them such a lawless name. What? There was another scream of screams on the mace. Looking at that trace of black gas, it has become extremely thin. It is just the evil thoughts of the masters during his lifetime. The real fire is his innate nemesis. No matter how it struggles, it cannot escape being refined. After an hour, Ye Chen received the real fire. Yes, yes, hee hee. Xiong took the mace, and couldn't wait to drop the blood on the mace. Soon, the blood was absorbed. Then the mace trembled. Big, get bigger. Xiong became the master, and with a single thought, the mace became huge instantly, so that it was finally thicker than a tree, taller than a person, and full of heavy air. If this is a hit, few people can stand it. Ye Chen touched his chin and secretly said that the mace was fierce. If this is a hit, few people can stand it. Ye Chen touched his chin and secretly said that the mace was fierce. On the side, Xiong has received a mace and is in a good mood. He patted Ye Chen's shoulder and said, my dear, I'm in a good mood today, please drink. Ye Chen glanced at Xiong don't you want to give money? You and I are the same as before, talking about money hurts my feelings. I depend. Unexpectedly, Xiong grabbed Ye Chen's neck directly and squeezed his eyebrows. You have real fire. Would you like to have a big ticket with me? Give money. Ye Chen's face darkened. You need snow magnolia flowers. Xiong frowned again. Hearing, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He looked down on this little fat man, the monkey sperm and the monkey sperm, knowing that he had real fire, he must also know that he was refining the jade liquid, and even more knew that the only thing missing from Ye Chen's refining the water was the snow magnolia. The elder who is guarding the Lingqiao garden is my old uncle. Xiong words made Ye Chen's eyes light up instantly. At night, Ye Chen and Xiong arrived at the Lingqiao garden outside the gate of Hengyue Zone. Lingqiao garden covers an extremely large area. Looking at it, the entire Lingqiao garden is filled with lingering clouds and mists, and various kinds of spirit grasses are flashing various brilliance. Before entering, you have already smelled a strong herb fragrance. Naturally, the perimeter of this spiritual grass garden is full of prohibitions, and it is not for anyone who wants to enter. I said, okay. Ye Chen looked at the fat Xiong beside him, and he always felt that the goods were unreliable. Must do it. Xiong patted his breast and walked into Lingqiao garden. Ye Chen glanced around and immediately followed. In the Lingqiao garden, there is a pavilion covering the depths of the lingua tree. Oh, oh, oh. Before Ye Chen and Xiong Er approached, a woman's coquettish sound came out of the pavilion, and they could even see the shaking pavilion. Hearing, Ye Chen's mouth twitched, because he couldn't be more familiar with such a voice. That night, in the cave, the beautiful woman in the empty realm was more provocative than the woman in the pavilion at the moment. I said, your old uncle is very dedicated. Ye Chen could not help but look sideways at Xiong Er. But I don't sound like my auntie. Xiong Er scratched his head. Immediately, Xiong Er twisted his fat body and walked forward a few steps, and then tentatively called out to the attic, old man. Hurry up and get dressed. Soon, there was a urging voice from the man in the attic. Soon, a rush of footsteps sounded, a disheveled male disciple and a disheveled female disciple appeared at the door of the attic. Bear Fat, it's you. The male disciple, who was flustered, saw Xiong Er, and he breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he didn't forget to wave to the female disciple beside him, little baby, you go back first. Tomorrow, I will come again. The female disciple was flushed. Talking, the female disciple twisted her enchanting body and walked outwards. When she passed Ye Chen, she did not forget to cast a wink. Ye Chen ignored it. Maybe from that night, he couldn't hold any woman in his heart. I said Li San'er. You are too brave, aren't you afraid of gnawing you? On the other side, Xiong Er already grinned and scolded, I don't know, I thought it was him. Ma Qin, what about the floor? The master and his elders are swimming in the sky. God knows when he will come back. I am lonely and have to find a companion. My old sister Yun swims. Half a month ago. Oh, that's easy to do. Xiong Er stepped forward, and then found an iron stick from his arms, splitting his head and covering his face with a stick. The male disciple was smashed and blindfolded on the spot. On the ground. Ye Chen on the side, yanking the corner of his mouth, this is what you said to get the spirit grass. You rob it. It doesn't matter if he steals it or grabs it, he can get the spirit grass in his hands. Xiong Er had already started and threw the male disciple into the grass. He clapped his hands and said, my old man blame me, not me well. Let us not talk about it, let us not take too much. There is so much spiritual grass that we see and see. How did I feel on the thief ship? Don't fix these useless, go. Although a little guilty, Ye Chen kept up. There are indeed a lot of spiritual grasses planted in the Lingqiao garden. Many of them are dazzled by Ye Chen. Many of them are extremely rare. Many precious grasses are forbidden. He dare not delude. Soon, they came to the place where the snow magnolia was planted. Indeed, as Xiong Er said, there are countless snow magnolia flowers here, and each one is shining with brilliant brilliance. Some of them are stolen and cannot be seen. The most important thing is that snow magnolia flowers are not those precious spirits, and there is no restriction around them. Throughout the entire house Han, you may not be able to collect a few snow magnolia flowers. There are so many here. Ye Chen sighed, secretly saying that Han Yuezong's generous handwriting, if these snow magnolia flowers were made into jade syrup, it would definitely be a considerable wealth. Unfortunately, this spirit grass garden is not his. Don't choke, pick. Xiong Er urged. As he said, he started, took out a storage bag from the crotch, and then, like a robber, every time he shot, snow magnolia was taken away. Seeing this, Ye Chen no longer pestered, took out the storage bag, and killed him. Don't set aside a bit, it's too obvious. Crap, I know. You know you still have a little bit to pick, and you've been bald in that place. Under the moonlit night, the two had no restraint, just like two robbers. When the two people's storage bags were full, Xiong Er waved his hand and said, withdraw. Ye Chen understood, stuffed the storage bag into his arms, and was about to leave, but the real fire in his body trembled. There is baby. This is the first sentence in Ye Chen's heart. Eyes narrowed slightly, Ye Chen glanced around, but his vision was limited and he didn't see anything strange. Go away. Xiong Er dragged Ye Chen with one hand, and walked towards the outside. Although he went deeper, Ye Chen followed Xiong Er. He knew that they had come to steal the spirit grass. In case someone blocked here, God knew what would happen. However, as soon as they came down to the attic and above the void, someone came to control the rainbow. Broken, my old man is back. Xiong Er screamed badly. It's been the mold of 8 lives. Ye Chen screamed inwardly in his heart. When he didn't come back, he just came back at this time. While talking, a figure fell from the sky. To say that this man looks pretty Zhou Zheng, has a slender figure, and has the style of a senior man, but his mouth is a bit big. This person is the elder of the caretaker Ling Chaoyuan, the oldest of Xiong heir, Lin Qingshan. Old man, you are back. Xiong heir rubbed his hands and grinned. Xiong heir. Lin Qingshan stunned, what are you running my Lingqiao garden in the middle of the night? Also, nothing, my father wants to marry another daughter-in-law and let me send you a wedding invitation. What? Lin Qingshan's expression sank instantly, and he was furious. Ye Chen, who was on the side, almost knelt on Xiong heir. The effort of making up nonsense was not covered. Do and bring such a daddy. Bear C, I think you are tired and crooked. Lin Qingshan was so angry that he turned around and flew towards the party angrily, watching the posture to find Xiong heir's old man to settle accounts. Ye Chen can imagine that Xiong heir's old man is destined to suffer. What are you doing? Let's go. When Lin Qingshan left, Xiong heir immediately pulled Ye Chen out of the Lingqiao garden. I said, aren't you afraid your old man would go back and punch you? Ye Chen sneered at Xiong heir. It's all right, I'm beaten every day. Late at night, Ye Chen and Xiong heir came to Hengyue Zhonghe Mountain again. Still the cave, the two were counting the stolen snow magnolia flowers at this time. More than 900 strains, this is about to be sent. It's all made into jade spirit liquid, 55 minutes. The deal. As a result, the two searched again in House Han. The spirit grass needed for refining the jade spirit fluid is not just snow magnolia flowers, but also other kinds of spirit grasses. Fortunately, there are still many mountains in the back. Before dawn, the two goods returned to the cave exhausted. After working in the middle of the night, they finally managed to gather enough 500 herbs for refining the jade spirit solution. Kagan. Ye Chen was so enthusiastic that he sacrificed the real fire and transformed it into the form of a furnace. On the one side, Xiong heir was also full of energy. He fought for Ye Chen. A plant of spirit grass was thrown into the flame of the furnace according to Ye Chen's instructions. Blink, 9 days passed quietly. During these 9 days, the two would rest for a while, and then stepped up the process again. It was another starry night, and the two lay on the ground exhausted, panting heavily. Their efforts were not wasted, and hundreds of bottles of Yuling liquid lay quietly beside them, looking at them with joy. I have a question, I wanted to ask it a long time ago. Xiong heir looked at Ye Chen in confusion. You have a real fire. For a sect, it's a citron. Why did you only win? Disciple. The husband is not guilty, and he cherishes his guilt. Ye Chen shrugged. The strange thing is that he really makes people jealous because of the real fire. There are too many people who poke at it. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of it. This is also true. I don't plan to show my true fire to outsiders until my wings are full. After a month, it will be the outer door comparison. If you want to enter the inner door, don't use your real fire, I see hanging. Xiong heir pinched the fluttering chin. Outer door comparison. Ye Chen groaned. This Hengyue sect should be like the Zhengyang sect, there will be an outside door comparison every 3 years, and the last one can enter the inside door. Thinking of the outside door comparison, Ye Chen was a little stunned. It was more than a month after he was kicked out of Zhengyang Zone. If he was still at this time, I'm afraid he had already entered the inside door of Zhengyang Zone. Things are really fickle. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh about his encounter. The sect discarded his disciples and suffered humiliation, but God was fair and gave him a second chance to let him shine again in Hengyue Zone. I'm gone. Xiong heir patted his and stood up, digging his nose, maybe my dad might want me all over the world. Said, Xiong heir jumped out of the cave. After Xiong heir left, Ye Chen closed the cave, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, 30 bottles of Yuling fluid were poured into his body by his brain, and the real fire immediately poured out, helping him to refine it into pure innocence. As the majestic qi was poured into the Danhai, the qi ocean in the Danhai began to wreak havoc, rolling waves, and a golden wave, and as the number of qi continued to increase, Ye Chen's cultivation was forced to condense the peak of qi quadruple. At this moment, his pores were wide open, and the whale swallowed the aura of heaven and earth. I do not know when he had such a voice in his body, and his state of breakthrough broke out to the 5th level of condensed gas. Call. With a long spit of stale air, Ye Chen felt relieved. Looking inside the body, Ye Chen found that her meridians became thicker, her bones became tougher in the subtle tempering of real fire, and the meridians and bones were stained with brilliant gold. Because of the advancement, Danhai's capacity has expanded again. The next breakthrough requires at least 100 bottles of Yuling liquid. Ye Chen asked Mo to estimate the amount of true energy needed for the next realm. He knows that the 5 condensates are a watershed in the condensate environment. The top 4 breakthroughs in Ningxi realm are not difficult, but since the 5th, there has been a big change, so that every breakthrough will be doubled, especially if he owns Danhai, it is even more difficult. Harder. Fortunately, there is real fire to make jade liquid, otherwise only by absorbing the heaven and earth aura, God knows which day can break through again. Thinking of it this way, he jumped on the ground with a beat, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Huh. Just as he stretched, something in his storage bag trembled. Opening the storage bag, Ye Chen found out that the slightly trembling was the purple gold gourd that was bought in Wanbao Pavilion that day. Since buying it back, it has never been quiet. Feeling surprised, Ye Chen took out the purple gold gourd, and the little gourd changed. The purple light on it appeared to be faint, and the runes engraved on it sometimes moved. Is it because I broke through the realm and triggered its awakening? Ye Chen murmured, and then gently pulled the stopper. Suddenly, Zijin gourd trembled again. Soon, a small vortex emerged from the gourd mouth of the Zijin small gourd. The aura between heaven and earth was pulled by this small vortex, and then sucked into the gourd through the small vortex. This made Ye Chen's eyes light up. Without the stopper, Ye Chen watched the change of the small gourd quietly. This small gourd is like a human body, absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Ye Chen broke through the opening and came outside. Compared with the cave, the aura outside is more intense. He placed the purple gold gourd on the rock, and the heaven and earth aura was instantly attracted by it, and then pulled into the gourd. I don't know how long before, Ye Chen stepped forward and looked inside through the mouth of the gourd. He was surprised to find that the heaven and earth Reiki that had been sucked and turned into a few drops of Reiki liquid, although the amount was not much, but it was abnormally pure. You still have this ability. Ye Chen stumbled, then poured his Reiki liquid from the small gourd into his mouth. Reiki fluids, such as a Wang Qingchuan, flow into the major meridians in Ye Chen's body, nourishing his body. Nothing worse than Yulinye. Ye Chen's face showed joy. Immediately, Ye Chen put the money gourd back on the rock again, and continued to absorb the aura between heaven and earth. Not only that, he also poured a few bottles of Yuling liquid into it, and found that Yuling liquid and that aura liquid merged together, and became more pure, which made Ye Chen's eyes emit fiery light again. Seeing this, Ye Chen poured the Yuling liquid in the storage bag into a small gourd. It's really good. Ye Chen stroked the small gourd lightly, secretly saying that the 100 and 300 deity stone flowers were not wronged. In the future, just take this purple gold gourd out and place it in a place full of Reiki, it will swallow up the Reiki by itself, and then transform into Reiki liquid. Although the speed of this little gourd to transform the heaven and earth aura is a bit slow, it must be continuously absorbed. Over time, it must accumulate less. The most important thing is that it does not need to spend Ye Chen's time. Baby, it's a baby. He smiled, Ye Chen accepted the Zijin gourd, and then walked out of House Han.
Garden. But when Ye Chen walked in, he found that the tiger baby in the garden was not asleep, and he was sitting on a futon to absorb the heaven and earth aura. After a closer inspection, he found that Hua's cultivation has been consolidated in Ning Qi's first priority. What a diligent little guy. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Upon hearing the voice, Hua opened her eyes and saw Ye Chen, and got up in a hurry. Brother, you are back. How does it feel? Ye Chen patted Hua's shoulder. It feels great, hee. Hua showed 2 rows of white teeth. He was thick and he didn't know how to hide it. What he showed was the truest emotion in his heart. I feel full of energy and my meal volume has changed a lot older. It will be stronger in the future. Ye Chen showed a smile of relief, and then took 3 bottles of spiritual fluid out of the storage bag and handed it to Hua. Take 3 drops every other hour. 3 drops are the limit, 10 million. Don't drink too much. Thank you, elder brother. Hua was so excited that he still remembered to wipe the bottle with his sleeve. I'll ask for it when I run out. Huh. Hua nodded, then raised his small head, and fluttered his eyes looked at Ye Chen. Brother, can I go to Lingshan to practice like you do? Ye Chen fell into silence. As a disciple of the martial arts, he is well aware of the sinister nature of the martial arts. Weak strength will be bullied, strong strength will cause jealousy, conspiracy and trickery are even more invincible. Hua is an honest child. Where can he know how to cheat me? He really doesn't want this child to come into contact with them prematurely. I just want to see the world above. Seeing Ye Chen silent, Hua lowered her head. Looking at Hua, although Ye Chen sighed, she smiled on the surface, touching Hua's small head, and laughed, "Be prepared, I will take you up the mountain tomorrow." "Really?" Tiger Baby raised her head again. "Go on." "Uh-huh." The Tiger Baby was very excited and ran into her own small room. "Hey!" After the Tiger Baby left, Ye Chen could not help but sigh, "I don't know if it is right or wrong to help you become a monk." At last, he took a look at Hua's small room, and Ye Chen recovered his wounds for the little eagle spirit beast, and took advantage of the night to walk into Zhang Fengnian's room, and punched a bottle of Yuling liquid into him to help him nourish your body. After doing this, Ye Chen returned to his room and placed the purple gold gourd on the bedside to swallow up the aura on his own. Then he closed his eyes and worked the wild body to train the flesh. The next day, before dawn, he stepped out of the room. In the small garden, the Tiger Baby was already up and changed into a clean dress. "Practice to go up to date, don't cause any trouble, remember to come back early." Zhang Fengnian was crutching over and over again and again, for fear that Hua was bullied on it. Ye Chen walked slowly and laughed, "Seniors rest assured, I will take care of him." After a few hastily breakfasts, Ye Chen and Hua walked out of the Shaolin garden under the watch of Zhang Fengnian. For the first time on the Hengyue Zongling mountain, the big eyes of the Tiger Baby kept looking around. The towering mountains, the magnificent palaces, the lingering spirit trees, everything was new in his eyes. At Hengyue Zongling mountain today, there seemed to be a lot of people going out to absorb the aura. Su was the end of the scuffle between the three main peak disciples in Fenjiantai. No excitement made them return to cultivation, or it might be the coming outside competition after a month, which made them feel the pressure, so they intensified their cultivation. However, the arrival of Ye Chen has attracted the attention of many people. This apprentice disciple has done a lot of shocking events since Hengyue Zong. Feng Yun fought against Zhao Long, blatantly opposed Di Yongfeng, threw Wei Yang to a semi-disabled, and punished the commandment church. Why did he bring the Tiger Baby up so blindly, ignoring the door rules? "You're blind." The boy named Hua has anger in his body. Can practice? What an anecdote. For the discussion around him, Ye Chen ignored it and took Hua's hand slowly. Hua, however, faced with the surrounding words and pointing, timidly followed Ye Chen, and did not dare to do anything extra. "Don't be afraid." Ye Chen smiled slightly. I'm not afraid." After taking a few turns, Ye Chen took the Tiger Baby to Jiuqing Pavilion to get an identification card for the Tiger Baby. In the lobby is still the long lawless Elder Tsing Yi. When Ye Chen walked in, Elder Tsing Yi couldn't help but smile, "Little guy, it really is my eyesight." Elder Tsing Yi still remembers the scene where Ye Chen came here for the first time that day. The first of the three main peaks happened to be there, but he refused to accept him because of his low talent. It was just the next big thing that really surprised him. An intern disciple who was abandoned by the three main peaks had such amazing talent that people regretted it. Senior laughed. Ye Chen smiled. As he said, he brought Hua to his front and smiled, "Senior, his name is Hua, and he's here to get an identity card." "Oh." After hearing this, Elder Tsing Yi focused his eyes on the Tiger Baby. He was holding Hua's little arm and shoulder while looking up and down. He had read it wrong once, and didn't want to read it wrong a second time. However, this time he took a closer look, but the talent and qualifications of the Tiger Baby were indeed mediocre. Compared with Ye Chen, it was too far away. "Little baby, you can only be an intern disciple." At last, Elder Tsing Yi looked at Hua and asked, "Will you?" Hua nodded quickly, "Grandpa, as long as I can cultivate on the mountain, I can do anything." Elder Tsing Yi smiled and went in. Soon, he came out with a storage bag. Ye Chen took the storage bag for Hua, and then gave a gift to Elder Qingyun, Senior, disturbed. Talking, Ye Chen wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Elder Tsing Yi. "Little guy, if the internship period expires, you may be my disciple in Tsing Yi." Elder Tsing Yi threw an olive branch. Hengyue Zong has always had such rules. Either the three main peaks or the elders of the main cabinets can accept apprentices. The elder Qingyun said that he wanted to bring Ye Chen into the door of his Juqing pavilion. Thanks to the elders for their appreciation. I will consider the expiration of the internship. Ye Chen smiled slightly, saying very gently, without agreeing or rejecting. I wait for your answer. Ye Chen nodded gently, and led Hu Ba out of Juqing pavilion. On his way, he met an acquaintance, more precisely an enemy. The man's white robe fluttered, Yushu was facing the wind, and the mouth was always filled with disgusting drama and fun. Take a closer look, isn't it that Qi Hao, a disciple of Yang Feng who attacked Ye Chen from House Han that day? Yo! Seeing Ye Chen, Qi Hao smiled, this world is really small. I can see your waist everywhere. As soon as Ye Chen's eyes were cold, he would go up to Kaiantai with Qi Hao in a considerable field, but under careful consideration, he temporarily gave up the idea, because Hua followed him, and he didn't want the child to see two blood seen. Why? The fire whip didn't kill you? Qi Hao smiled disdainfully. He was not alone, and beside him was a young man named Qi Yun. He was about the same age as the tiger baby, but he was also proud of himself. He glanced at the tiger baby and was dismissive, it's weak. Seen by the Qi Yun boy, Hua lowered her head inferiorly. No matter his life experience, cultivation status, temperament and qualifications, he was too far away from Qi Yun. Ye Chen pulled away the tiger baby, but a cold word came back. Qi Hao, Fengyun Tower tomorrow, I'll wait for you. Out of the Juqing pavilion, Ye Chen pulled the tiger baby towards the Lingqi pavilion, and first chose a magic weapon for the tiger baby. Brother, I'm ashamed of you. As she was walking, Hua suddenly said with a bowed head. Hearing words, Ye Chen froze. But soon, he thought of the reason. The tiger baby was sincere and honest, as if he was still thinking about the things just now. He was also leading a young man of similar age, but Qi Yun, who was carried by Qi Hao, was better than the tiger baby. He had long heard of Qi Hao's origins, but he was a cultivating son and was sent to Heng Yuezong from an early age. And the young man named Qi Yun, who is obviously a member of the Qi family, was also sent to Heng Yuezong to practice. Dechu has no shortage of cultivation families, like the Shengguan family in Dongyue, the Situ family in Shishu, the Qi family in southern Xinjiang, and the royal family in Beichuan, and Qi Hao and the boy Qiyun are children of the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. Although the cultivation family is not deeper than the pedigree, it is not that simple. The disciples of the family have been soaked in elixir since childhood. They are provided by elixir all the way. This alone is not just a tiger baby, even Ye Chen, he can't match it. You have just become a monk, is there still a long way to go? Ye Chen patted Hua's shoulder and smiled comfortably. Don't I come up? When it comes, it will be safe. The world is inherently strong and weak, but God is fair. It's not as good as people for a while, doesn't mean it's not as good as people. When I first arrived, didn't I be looked down upon? Well, I will redouble my efforts and never shame my elder brother. Talking, the two came to the Lingqi pavilion. As soon as he walked in, the elder Chow Tai Fuk, who was asleep at the lingering pavilion, opened his eyes. Go in. Only one is allowed. Chow Tai Fuk waved at will. Come on. Ye Chen pushed Hua gently forward, choose the one that is in my hand first, and I will find you a good one in the future. Ye Chen's arrival seemed to make Chow Tai Fuk unconsciously dormant again. He sat up and stretched his arms, then yawned. Seeing Chow Tai Fuk waking up and the tiger baby had not yet come out, Ye Chen took a step forward and asked with a smile, Elder, you can have black iron and black steel here. Black iron and black steel are precious materials for smelters. They have always been valuable and unavailable. The reason why Ye Chen asked Xian Tai and Xian Steel was very clear. He wanted to refine the essence of Xian Tai and Xian Steel into his Qishao sword. Xian Tai was hard and Xian Steel was flexible. The two complemented each other absolutely. Great choice. At least, that's what the mixer said. Xian Tai and Xian Steel are very precious. I have them all, I'm afraid you can't afford them. Zhou Dafu rubbed his eyes. Ye Chen's eyes lighted and he hurriedly asked, Elder, how much is it? Chow Tai Fuk didn't speak, but just held out a finger. 10,000? 10,000? What do you want? 100,000. Grunt. On the spot, Ye Chen swallowed hard. 100,000 is cheap, and the huge treasures of Wanbao Pavilion are more expensive. Zhou Dafu glanced at Ye Chen with a wonderful expression and continued, moreover, 100,000 spirit stones is only enough to buy a piece of mysterious eggs. Iron or black steel. After hearing that, Ye Chen could not help but swallow again. He knew the value of black iron and black steel, but still underestimated their value. 100,000 spirit stones. What is this concept? Even a disciple outside the gate can't get so much in a lifetime. Even if he can make jade spirit fluid, it will take a long time to make up 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, there is a place that will be cheap. Chow Tai Fuk continued. Where? Ghost Black Market. On hearing that, Ye Chen couldn't help but touch his chin. Secretly, I forgot that place. The Nether Black Market is located at the junction of the three cases of Hengyu Zone, Zhengyang Zone, and Qingyun Zone. It is a place for trading, and it is also a good place to sell stolen goods. Because of this, there is not much peace there, and there are many big evils appear and are notorious since ancient times. Although Ye Chen has never been to that Nether Black Market, he has long heard of its fierce name. Of course, the Nether Black Market is not just known for its fierce reputation. Although it is chaotic there are many treasures in the business, and the price is lower than the market, and many monks will go there to buy treasure. How much cheaper are the black iron and black iron in the Nether Black Market than you are here? Thinking to himself, Ye Chen looked at Zhou Dafu. The black iron and black steel in that place are not of the correct origin, and most of the cargo owners will be eager to sell the stolen goods. If you calculate it, it will be about 40,000 to 50,000 cheaper. 4 to 5,000. Ye Chen touched his chin again. For him, 4 or 5,000 spirit stones are not small numbers. If he really buys black steel and black iron in the Nether Black Market, he doesn't mind going there. The Nether Black Market is not good, you can lose your life at any time, you can think about it. Zhou Dafu glanced at Ye Chen. There is no way, who made you sell so expensive here? It's only 40 to 50,000, I always have it. Chow Tai Fuk gave a cough. My black iron and black steel are not white picks, it took a lot of effort, so let me earn some money. Hearing that Ye Chen couldn't help but slap his lips, secretly saying that this week's Dafu, like the huge sea, belonged to the kind of old and sly. The two were talking, and Hua had already come out with her chosen weapon. He chose not a spirit sword, but an iron rod. Although the length was not commensurate with his height, it was still barely usable. Black iron rod. Chow Tai Fuk saw it, looked at Hua, and said, "Little guy, so many artifacts, how did you choose it?" "Tiger baby, you can change another one." Ye Chen said with a smile. Among the many weapons, the most difficult to practice is the gun, and this black iron rod has only one less gun tip than the long gun. The difficulty of practice is conceivable. This is why Ye Chen and Zhou Dafu did not recommend that the tiger baby choose the black iron rod. "No need, I like this black iron rod very much." Hua grinned. Then it. Knowing that the nature of the tiger baby is that once it is determined, it will not change, and Ye Chen is not good at saying anything more. The sword has the sharpness of the sword, the mystery of the stick has the stick, choose it and choose it. Zhou Taifu no longer objected. "Elder, do you have any stick magic?" Ye Chen looked at Zhou Dafu. Tiger baby has just entered the monk ranks, and many do not understand it. He even chose a black iron stick as a weapon, even if he knows nothing about the stick method, let alone tiger baby. "The stick is French, I don't have it." Chow Tai Fuk shook his head. "You can go to Wanbao Pavilion to see where Zhou Laoer may have it." Hearing that Ye Chen was a little disappointed. "That's it, we're going to leave." Ye Chen bowed his hand and led Hua out of the lingering pavilion. During that time, they went to Wanbao Pavilion again, but they were disappointed. Ye Chen placed the tiger baby at the top of the hill where he cultivated, and he took care of each other, and sometimes gave some pointers to the tiger baby. "Tiger baby, you can make up for it, you have to work hard." "Well, I will double my cultivation and not embarrass my big brother." There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. The next day, just after dawn, there was a shocking news spreading through the outer door of Manhua Zone. Have you heard? Ye Chen is going to challenge Qi Yang from Renfeng. Real or fake? Qi Hao is a real two-person realm. Ye Chen is full. Once the news came out, it caused an uproar. The disciples of the three main peaks died in the melee of Fengjiantai. Fengjiantai, which had just calmed down for a long time, once again became the place of Fengjianji. The important thing was that Ye Chen, who had been in trouble. As a result, some of the disciples who have been in pain have already ran to Fengjiantai to occupy the place in advance. I despise Yangren, and punish me. Ren Yangfeng's first Qingyang real high-rise Shirtai was full of Jihao's confidence. Be obedient to the mission. Qi Hao threw away his robes, his personable look was full, and the corners of his mouth were full of playful smiles. Let's go too. Su Xinyue and a group of disciples followed immediately. On the other side, under Fengjiantai, when he came to see the lively disciples of Manhua, he had tacitly given up away, and Ye Chen, who was carrying a heavy sword, slowly walked in. Before losing the two disciples in a row, I don't know if I can defeat Qi Hao this time. Wei Yang and Zhao Long can compare with Qi Hao. The condensed atmosphere and the human realm are not hierarchical at all. With the sound of discussion around him, Ye Chen was about to go to the battlefield, but was dragged by a figure rushing out of the oblique side. Looking subconsciously, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth could not help pulling. The man who dragged him was Xiong Er, whose form was extraordinarily embarrassed. He was already full of fat face, while he was swollen and tall, and his nose was swollen. Seeing the posture of the goods going back, he was stunned. Boy, tell the truth to you, you have a chance of winning. Xiong Er stared at two small eyes and looked at Ye Chen. 10%. Well. Xiong Er really came and went fast, making Ye Chen somewhat inexplicable. Retracting his eyes, Ye Chen lifted his feet and embarked on the battlefield. Come here, bet more, win more. After this village, there is no such shop. Ye Chen just stepped onto the stage, and such a voice sounded. Looking closely, it is Xiong Er. I didn't know where to move a table from. There were two brands hanging on the table, one with Ye Chen's name on it, and the other with Qi Hao's name on it. Outside gambling. Ye Chen saw at a glance what Xiong Er wanted to do. On weekdays, the upwind Yuntai people will hang something to bet on. As for the audience, those disciples who do and think about spirituality will not be idle. They will come to bet with spirit stones. This is outside gambling. Good luck. Maybe you can get rich overnight. Come here, bet Ye Chen loses 10, bet Qi Hao loses 10, bet less wins less, bet more wins more. Really don't say, being discouraged by Xiong Er, the disciples all around swarmed over. Betting Qi Hao. I bet Qi Hao. Qi Hao wins. It is easy to imagine that the bet on bet is optimistic about Qi Hao, so that on the side where Qi Hao wins, the stack of spiritual stones is high, and on the side where Ye Chen wins, it is empty. I'm so bad. Ye Chen glanced down from the stage, and couldn't help it a little. However, the corner of his mouth evoked a smile. Buy and leave, no refund. Xiong Er's cries rang through Fengjiantai. So bad. Ye Chen glanced down from the stage, and couldn't help it a little. However, the corner of his mouth evoked a smile. Buy and leave, no refund. Xiong Er's cries rang through Fengjiantai. This is really business-minded. While he was busy at the gambling table, he did not forget to blink at Ye Chen on the stage. I have money to make it. Ye Chen seemed to see a pile of shining spirits. Zhengqiu was short of money for Xian steel and Xian iron, and Xiong Er was destined to make a fortune. Soon, the spirit stones piled up on the gambling table were even higher than people. At a glance, there were as many as 50,000 to 60,000. The bet disciples have also returned to their seats, each of them flexing his muscles, and his mother is waiting to collect the money. Qi Hao is here. Soon, the sharp-eyed disciple shouted. The disciples in the audience looked in one direction. Chi Hao, dressed in white and holding a white fan, was walking slowly, and behind him a large group of disciples, Yang Feng, all looked to cheer. With all the attention, Chi Hao's mouth was soaked with playfulness, and he landed on the battlefield. Wow, so handsome. Suddenly, the quartet was full of exclamations from female disciples. Chi Hao seemed to enjoy the feeling, shaking the folding fan lightly, with a gentle gesture. Brother Chi, flatten him. Ren Yangfeng's disciples have raised morale to cheer for Chi Hao before the war begins. The killing thoughts are too heavy, and you won't be able to achieve a positive result. Su Xinyue glanced at Ye Chen dismissively under the shadow of the crowd. On the stage, Chi Hao looked at the opposite Ye Chen with amusement and said, Ye Chen, who gave you the courage to challenge you? Do you feel too good about yourself? Ye Chen sneered. Who is Chi Hao? Would you like to bet? If not, I'll seal it. Below, a voice from Xiong Er came. Bet, of course. He closed the folding fan lightly, and Chi Hao dropped a storage bag at will. Bet me to win, 10,000 spirit stones. Wow! As soon as the words came out, there was an instant noise below. Especially those women are constantly screaming, and secretly saying that Chi Hao is not only a good family, high cultivation, handsome, even this shot is also a bold force, completely in line with the image of Prince Charming in their hearts. I don't have the money, brother Chi. I'll bet 100. Ye Chen also shot, throwing the 100 spirit stone on the side of the gambling table to represent his win. His 100 spirit stone was the only 100 spirit stone. Finalize. As Xiong Er sighed, he hit the table with a hammer. There is a foreign gamble below, aren't you ready to gamble between me and me? Chi Hao smiled at Ye Chen. He couldn't lift his chin too high. If it was higher, the goods might be able to soar into the sky. I don't have money. I won't bet on you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Ye Chen drew her ears. I'll beat you in a while. The valuable things on your body are mine. Good breath. Chi Hao's eyes lightened coldly, and he set off immediately, with his toes on the ground, several flashes and killed Ye Chen. His body was inscrutable, and behind him was a shadow. So fast. This body is really mysterious. Even the opponent Ye Chen couldn't help wondering. During the talk, Chi Hao had been bullying himself. Raising his hand was a palm print. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately moved the nature. LB. Ye Chen was shaken back with a single palm. He didn't do his best, he wouldn't do his best. He showed weakness, just to test Chi Hao's strength. It's vulnerable. Chi Hao succeeded. Chi Hao sneered, his figure was more free and easy, stepped down, and bullied himself in front of Ye Chen again. There was real air flowing in the palm, and it became a 5-star palm print. Ye Chen immediately moved the Tianjian Pei. Seeing this, Chi Hao leaned sideways to avoid the giant cockroach, and the 5-star palm print immediately patted Ye Chen's chest. Are you despising my actual combat ability? Ye Chen sneered, and when the 5-star palm print was about to hit him, he quickly retreated. It's too slow. Chi Hao rushed forward to the extreme speed. Slow? Then hurry up. Ye Chen smiled, and when he quickly retreated, he threw Tina to Chi Hao, and at the same time, he stepped on the ground with his feet, and his receding body suddenly became forward. LB. Chi Hao flew into the oncoming Tina with one palm, but after the Tina, Ye Chen attacked immediately. Then lay palm. With the sound of thunder, Ye Chen ran into a palm of thunder. Chi Hao's body stagnation was also hit with a single palm. Boom! Two horrifying palms suddenly collided in the air, making a booming sound. Chi Hao seemed to have insufficient power, so that he was repaired by the realm of the people, and he was taken aback by Ye Chen. Fighting hard, Chi Hao fell into the wind. You know how to fart, because Chi Hao had to fly at full speed in the future because he hit the flying giant, so he didn't have enough energy, so he lost half a move. But even so, Ye Chen is not easy. I really underestimated you. Chi Hao took a step back and smiled, but was not angry at losing half a move, because the warm-up had just begun. Just look at me, you will lose badly. I don't know if I can take this trick. Chi Hao's eyes were cold, and he immediately touched the handprints. The situation instantly changed above his head, and the brilliant sword spirits turned out. The volley sword rain. With Chi Hao's frivolity, he waved his hand, and the sky's sword gas fell like rain, really gorgeous. Seeing this, Ye Chen had already moved, pulled out the giant cormorant inserted on the battle platform, and then poured into it. Hum. The heavy sword was thick and huge, lifted up by Ye Chen, pointed directly at the sky, and then stirred madly, and centered on him, formed a huge vortex of true qi. The vortex shattered strongly. Ling Tianjianyu was broken, but instead of being angry, Chi Hao sneered at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Ye Chen's heart was a little stunned, feeling a cold air is quickly killing from the ground. Earth Dragon. Chi Hao folded his hands, utterly reprimanded. Roar. Suddenly, a deep dragon chant sounded from Ye Chen's feet. The next moment, an imaginary dragon spirit broke through the ground and roared towards Ye Chen. Good mysterious mystery. Ling Tianjianyu in front, and Earth Dragon in the back, surprised the audience. Whether you're a dragon or a worm, let me lie down. On the stage, Ye Chen's cold drink came. His fists were clenched, the blood in his body was flowing rapidly, his madness was madly flowing between his fingers, and then a fist hit the imaginary dragon spirit firmly. On. With such a powerful punch, the dragon's breath was blown away on the spot, which surprised the spectator below. Ye Chen still has such strength. It really looked down on him. Good boy, I don't even know that you still have such a domineering combat power. Xiong Air, the audience, saw Ye Chen punch the smashing dragon's breath, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Long's anger was blown away, making Chi Hao's look cold for a moment, and immediately moved his handprint again. Do you think Lao Tzu will give you a chance? The icy voice went from near to far, and it was very rapid. Ye Chen came like a lion, and in the air, he hit the thunder palm, interrupting Chi Hao's knot. Moving seal. Yin Ju was interrupted, Chi Hao was gloomy, and immediately retreated. Ye Chen chased after him and abandoned him. He was no longer restrained by weight. His body was light and elegant, and there was a flicker of light behind him. Fast speed. Not only the audience, but even Chi Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Ben lay palm. Ye Chen smashed a piece of bluestone on the battle platform, and then shot strongly. With this palm, he used 60% of his strength. Opposite, Chi Hao's eyes narrowed, because he felt a powerful and overbearing power from the palm of his bombardment. This palm was obviously not a rank from the previous one. He hides his strength. Chi Hao flashed a cold light in his eyes. Between the electric light and flint, Chi Haosheng stopped his body shape, stepped forward violently, and pushed it out with his palm. Boom! It was another regret, but Chi Hao snorted and backed away. How could there be such a strong power? Chi Hao's expression suddenly gloomed. However, he had just stopped his figure and hadn't moved yet. The oncoming Ye Chen leaped like a lion again, and his shot was a powerful and overbearing Ben Lei palm. Xuanguang shield armor. Suddenly, Chi Hao bit his tongue and spit out a sperm of blood, which turned into a shield in front of him. Boom! Ye Chen's palm banged on the shield, making a bang. Break it for me. With a roar, Ye Chen fluttered, waving his arms strongly, and punched the shield. Click! The crisp voice sounded, and the shield armor that Chi Hao condensed cracked on the spot, and even he was stunned back again. What a freak this kid is. Chi Hao stepped back, his face stunned for the first time. It's not over. Ye Chen, who was facing him, obviously didn't intend to give Chi Hao a chance to breathe. He stepped across and stepped in front of Chi Hao. Broken shield. Chi Hao was about to seal, but was interrupted by Ye Chen on the spot. Be close to me, ask for blessings. With Ye Chen's cold cry, all kinds of fighting uprisings of the beast's heart anger showed instantly. He is like a beast going down the mountain, and the way out of the gloves is even weird, sometimes like a tiger, sometimes a fierce ape, sometimes a lion, sometimes like a wolf, grabbing, patting, tearing, hands, feet, knees, shoulders, each one the joints are all fierce weapons. Again, this is how it plays again. There was a surprise underneath. Everyone who has seen Ye Chen and Xiao Long knows that Ye Chen has a weird style of play. The moves are not gorgeous, but they are crisp, powerful and domineering. Think back to the day of Xiao Long, wasn't he just pressed and raised his head? Isn't that the most basic form of fighting? How did it become so weird in Ye Chen's hands? How do I feel like Ye Chen is not a human, but a fierce beast? Strange, too weird. Boy, you're awesome. Xiong Er at the gambling table looked dazzled, and had snorted more than once. What? On the battlefield, Chi Hao roared. Although he is much stronger than Xiao Long and also has many secret skills, but every time he casts, he will be interrupted by Ye Chen. At this moment, there was no such kind of playfulness on his face. Not long ago, he could not hold himself in the high posture of his brother, like a dog of the bereaved family, and could not be lifted by Ye Chen. This. Ren Yangfeng's disciple came to help, and now he's dumbfounded. Who is Chi Hao, but they're always awesome brothers and never thought that at this moment they would be defeated by a condensed atmosphere. I was the first time I saw Brother Chi Hao so embarrassed. Brother Chi is a realm. Ye Chen is clearly just condensed, why is there such a domineering combat power? He clearly uses demon art. Su Xinyue, who has always been silent, has a cold and scary voice, especially when she sees Ye Chen attacking Chi Hao, she hates gritting teeth. Black art, yes, it is black art. As soon as this remark was made, Ren Yangfeng's disciples echoed. Ye Chen, you use shamanism, it's really shameful. After the first Yangfeng disciple screamed angrily, Ren Yangfeng's disciples followed his voice and scolded loudly. As a result, a chain reaction quickly formed under the stage. Those disciples who had made good contact with Chi Hao responded one after another, and the indignant, scolding, and angry drinking in their mouths even became a tide. Come off, you are not worthy of confronting Brother Chi Hao. Among the crowd, I do not know who it was, smashing an egg at Ye Chen on the stage. Later, many disciples followed suit. All of the eggs and rotten vegetables were thrown onto the battlefield. They vowed to let Ye Chen roll off the battlefield, so that Ye Chen, who was fighting, had to stop. I Hengyue Zong is a decent person and cannot tolerate this demon. He should be sent to the discipline hall for severe punishment. Using hex, such acts are really despicable. The audience was filled with indignation, and the people who criticized Ye Chen were one after another. Because of the turmoil on the stage, the battle on the stage was temporarily extinguished, and Chi Hao, who was beaten up, had a chance to breathe. Dark art is shameful and shameless. Ren Yangfeng's disciples were still holding on to this, and the more they scolded the more they were unscrupulous. Hearing that, Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the disciple of Yang Feng, and said coldly, "Try another curse." "Why, don't people use magic to say it?" Ren Yangfeng scolded a disciple in white. "Can you stop me alone? Can you stop everyone's mouth? Don't bother to revise the system, but to practice crooked ways." With one punch and four hands, facing the upside-down black and white frame, although angry, it couldn't stop the tide of abuse. Fearful. Ye Chen really appreciates this. Huh. Just as Ye Chen's attention was attracted, Chi Hao on the opposite side suddenly launched an attack, and a half-moon-shaped sword mang split. Puff. The blood splattered, Ye Chen was wounded instantly, and a sensuous blood was cut out from his chest. "Come on!" growled. Chi Hao smirked, rushing like a mad dog, and there was a ray of light lingering above his index finger, pointed out by him. Puff. Ye Chen poked out a blood hole on the right shoulder. A sneak attack again. Ye Chen, who stepped back, suddenly became extremely cold. That day in Hengyue Zhonghao's Han, he was suddenly attacked by Chi Hao and was injured. The scene today looks like that day. Because of the surprise attack and successive wounds, Ye Chen's form was very embarrassed. Chi Hao was crazy, and did not give Ye Chen a chance to breathe. Palm prints, boxing shadows, and sword-ons came overwhelmingly. Damn, don't be shameful. Xiong Er, who couldn't stand it anymore, jumped at the table and yelled on the spot. But at this moment, who will ignore him? Bat him. Seeing Chi Hao's counterattack, Ren Yangfeng's disciples shouted loudly. How did Brother Qi lose? Su Xinyue was relieved when seeing Ye Chen's failure. I trust, is there any good reason? Xiong Er jumped onto the table directly, yelling with a grin. You know, he's a bookmaker. There are as many as 70,000 to 80,000 spirit stones bet Chi Hao wins, and only 100 spirit stones bet on Ye Chen to win. This means that if Ye Chen loses, it means he will lose 80,000 spirit stones are given to the bettor. Naturally, it's not all because of the spiritual stone. Although he knew Ye Chen shortly, he could see Ye Chen's nature very well. He is definitely a person worthy of deep friendship. He really regarded Ye Chen as a friend. When he saw Ye Chen, he was framed first and then attacked. Anger in my heart. Puff. Puff. On the battle platform, blood splattered constantly. Since the attack by Chi Hao was successful, Ye Chen was hit by the crazy Chi Hao on the edge of the stage without any response time. Go to death. With a roar, Chi Hao pierced the air with a sword. Puff. Another splash of blood. However, this time Ye Chen did not dodge, but was forced to pierce her shoulders, and she did not fall off the platform. Today, new hatred and old hatred count together. Ye Chen's voice was so cold that he held Chi Hao's sword in his left hand, and his right hand had been imbued with the true spirit of Chi Hao, and he punched firmly on Chi Hao's face. In one blow, Chi Hao was beaten by Ye Chen. Without waiting for Chi Hao to stabilize his body, Ye Chen backed up with one stroke. War. Shouting, Ye Chen ignored the flowing blood and rushed to Ye Chen like a lion. He was really provoked. Facing a group of innocent and insidious people, he no longer kept his hands and killed Chi Hao. The mystery of the beast's anger was cast out and Jedi counterattack. Roar. Roar. Every time Ye Chen shot, there was a roar of the beast, and he burst out in anger. What? Chi Hao roared and shed his hair, allowing him to perform many secret techniques, but after being approached by Ye Chen, he was crushed and beaten again, and his strength was exhausted everywhere, and many secret methods were too late. Black magic, he is casting black magic again. Seeing Qi Hao being beaten again, Ren Yangfeng's disciples started to coax again. Soon, the disciples who watched the battle also agreed, and this time the momentum was even greater. Not all of them are good disciples with Qi Hao, they are the spirit stones that distress them. You know, there are still bets under Fengjiantai. Everyone at the scene, except Xiong Er and Ye Chen, all bet Qi Hao to win. If Qi Hao loses, their spirits will be gone. It's so mean to use black art. Come off the stage, you are not worthy of confronting Brother Qi. Pull to the commandment hall. The swearing, scolding, and anger drinking again formed the tide, and the big hat of black art was once again clasped on Ye Chen's head. I wanted to use this method to stop the battle on the stage again, so as to get Qi Hao's breathing time. However, after being counted once, how could Ye Chen make the same mistake again? He didn't stop attacking, like a fierce beast, he shot fiercely and domineeringly, seeing his blood fist, making Qi Hao unable to turn over. He didn't stop attacking, like a fierce beast, he shot fiercely and domineeringly, seeing his blood fist, making Qi Hao unable to turn over. What? Qi Hao's face was a little distorted, but to no avail. Boy, that's good. Xiong Er stood at the gambling table, somehow drew a white cloth, and waved furiously. Master, sister, what can I do? Under the audience, Ren Yangfeng's disciples looked at Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue was also a little flustered. How could she think that Ye Chen would have such combat power, and even after being wounded or even forced to the edge of the battle platform, she could fight back Jedi? Everything was beyond her expectations. Boom! On the stage, Qi Hao was blown out by Ye Chen with a punch. With another bang, Qi Hao's falling body cracked the battle platform apart. However, when he stood up, the corner of his mouth was a sloppy smile. Ye Chen, after all, you can't beat me. He heard that Ye Chen, who was about to kill again, frowned suddenly. He found that the vitality circulating in his body was restrained by a powerful force, and even Dan Hai was imprisoned. Tianling Mantra. Ye Chen glanced at his arm, only to find that a yellow amulet was sticking to his arm, which had slowly integrated into his body. Take a closer look, isn't it the Tianling Mantra? It's a Tianling curse. The disciples below were uproaring, how precious the Tianling curse was, and never thought Qi Hao had such a charm. Jinshi was imprisoned, Ye Chen was doomed to turn over. No need to lose money this time. It turned out that Brother Qi had a long-term plan. Ren Yangfeng's disciple was relieved, and there was no suspense in the next battle. Qi Hao, you, his mother. Shameless. At the scene, only Xiong Er shouted and yelled, fight against a condensate, you can use the Tianling curse, can you do something more? Just how Qi Hao listened at this time. He had been stunned by shame, and now there was only one thought in his mind, to defeat Ye Chen, no matter what the price was paid. Opposite, Ye Chen's face was like frost. He was also the first time to cast the Tianling curse, and he really felt the horror of the Tianling curse. With his strength at this time, he could never break it. I'm imprisoned, I can't beat him. Ye Chen's eyes were uncertain, Dan Hai was imprisoned, and he thought that the real fire was also blocked. Even if he was strong in physical strength and excellent in combat ability, there was absolutely no possibility of winning without authenticity. Ha ha ha. Opposite, a smile of unrestrained Qi Haojin came. I will make you worse than death. Qi Hao pulled out his fierce killing sword and came slowly. He was not in a hurry, and wanted to appreciate Ye Chen's helpless anger full. No one knows who is born or dead. Ye Chen sneered, and Ye Chen was ready to fight again. Why, Ye Chen will continue to fight? Seeing Ye Chen ready for the war again, the waves of surprise below were full of surprises. The anger is imprisoned, and it will undoubtedly be defeated. It seems to be struggling. It's all in vain. I see how long you can sustain it. Chi Hao on the stage became fierce, and volley smashed a sharp sword. Ye Chen had already retreated. When he retreated, he pulled out the Tianjian épée that was inserted on the battle platform. LB. Chi Hao's sword chi split on the heavens and sparked. Without real body protection, Ye Chen's arms were sore from the shock, then a sweet throat and blood spit out. Die. Chi Hao's body was flying, and in a blink of an eye, a sword pierced the air again. Surprisingly, Ye Chen did not dodge. Puff! It was splattered blood again, and Ye Chen's body was pierced. And at this moment, once again grasped the killing sword with flesh and blood, and the right fist came up again. Only this time, Chi Hao was well prepared, raised his palm gently, and held Ye Chen's fist. Ye Chen, who was really imprisoned, did not have any attack power in his eyes. It's too weak. Chi Hao smiled, and Ye Chen trembled with one palm and backed out. Are you still dead this time? Zhen retreated from Ye Chen, and Chi Hao was about to kill with his sword. However, just after taking a step, his expression changed suddenly. This. He clearly felt a powerful force burst into his body, imprisoning him strongly. How is this possible? He looked at the heavenly charm that was about to fit into his body, unbelievably. Ye Chen also has the Tianling curse? Tianling curse is extremely precious. Can he afford it? It's over, Chi Hao has also been hit by the Tianling curse. It's beautiful. Xiong Er could not help but whine, and the excited little meat fist clenched tightly. Where did he come from the Tianling curse? Su Xinyue was frightened, and apparently Ye Chen also had the Tianling curse, which completely exceeded his expectation. This is impossible. Chi Hao growled on the stage. I said, no one knows who is born or who is dead. A few feet away, Ye Chenying stood up and looked at Chi Hao with a sneer. How can you have the Tianling curse? Chi Hao's eyes were blood red, staring at Ye Chen. Is this important? Ye Chen slowly sneered, the important thing is that it's fair now, you're not angry, I'm not angry, the real battle has just begun. Hearing that, Chi Hao stepped back subconsciously. Yes. He was not angry. So, is he still Ye Chen's opponent? Thinking of Ye Chen's domineering melee combat, Chi Hao still has panic in his eyes. He has relied too much on Qi in recent years. He has practiced the most basic tactics of combat. Without Qi, where is his opponent? War. Ye Chen yelled loudly, stepped out, and shot out like a shell. Seeing this, Chi Hao hurriedly retreated. Can you escape? The cold voice followed the wind. Ye Chen had already killed him, and he waved with a punch. The instinct of the human body allows Chi Hao to block. However, he could not escape the suppression of Ye Chen's overbearing close fight again. What? It doesn't help that he growls. However, just as Ye Chen displayed his mighty power, a disciple in white of Ren Yangfeng suddenly hit the stage. The disciple in white is not high, but he has a good plan, knowing that Ye Chen is really imprisoned at this moment, and his strength is greatly reduced. He wants to take this opportunity to destroy Ye Chen. Dead. The disciples in white looked grim and pushed out with one palm, never leaving anything behind. For Chiez, do you deserve it? With a cold sigh, Ye Chen kicked Chi Haojiu out, then suddenly turned around, an ape jumped, and escaped the power of the white disciple. A slapstick shot by a disciple in white. This. The disciples below were surprised for a while. Even if they were imprisoned, Ye Chen was still fierce and abnormal. What? In the shock, Ye Chen had already dragged one leg of the disciple in white and smashed it on the battle platform fiercely. Ye Chen's mind, as early as the moment when she was imprisoned, he expected Ren Yangfeng's disciples to make a surprise attack. Fortunately, the disciples Yang Feng who came to help in Fenjiantai this time, except Su Xinyue, was the 9th weight of Ningqi, and most of them were less than 5 weights, which is completely within the scope that Ye Chen can handle. A thin camel is larger than a horse. Ye Chen belongs to this group of people. Although he is really imprisoned, his actual combat ability is still there, and with his domineering flesh, not everyone can despise him. After all, those disciples are not Qi Hao. What? There was another scream. The disciple in white was smashed by Ye Chen on the battle platform again. All the internal organs of the body were shifted, so that the hard battle platform was smashed into a human figure. He doesn't have anger, come together. With a loud shout, the disciples of Ren Yangfeng below, except Su Xinyue, rushed to the battlefield. My grass! The bear on the stage saw it instantly and was furious. He ran out of his mace, and rushed to the platform. He just lifted his feet, and consciously took it back. Because, Ye Chen on the battle platform is fighting the might. He held one leg of the fainted disciple in white with one hand, using him as a weapon, and throbbed frantically. Anyone who discarded the disciple Yang Feng who came forward flew out on the spot. At the scene, such a scene appeared. Ren Yangfeng's disciples flew up from the platform like sandbags. Wow! Xiong shouted. It's too fierce. The disciples around swallowed subconsciously. What? With a subsequent scream, a disciple of Yang Feng was kicked out of Dan Tian by Ye Chen on the spot. Ye Chen. Under the stage, Su Xinyue sternly said, "Don't you be afraid of Jia Lutong's sins if you hurt the same disciples?" Muting the same disciples? Ye Chen was covered with blood, his eyes were red, and he stared at Su Xinyue, drinking. Fighting against each other, except for the two sides of the battle, no third person is involved. This is a historical door rule. I killed them on the spot, and the commandment church has no right to rule my sin. You was scolded again, Su Xinyue's face flushed. It's your man, Yang Feng, who despised the door regulations first, and can't blame me. Ye Chen's voice was trembling, extremely cold. Said, Ye Chen turned around suddenly, and Qi Hao, who had just climbed up, was stunned by one palm. Seeing this, Su Xinyue's eyes flashed a cold light, and she was about to rush to the stage. Su Xinyue is right. I advise you to be obedient, otherwise the arrow of the wind will not recognize anyone. Xiong Er's voice sounded. The mace in this hand has been replaced with a longbow. At this moment, the longbow is like a full moon, and there is a terrifying Qi arrow that screams. Once Su Xinyue dares to take office, this Qi arrow will also be in the first time to shoot. Upon seeing this, Su Xinyue looked for a moment, feeling the cold air from the Qi arrow. She determined that if she acted rashly, she would be pierced with an arrow. Thinking this way in her heart, she took a deep breath, and just took the steps she had just taken back. That's right. Xiong Er sneered, and then did not forget to glance at the disciples below, and scolded, I don't want to target anyone, I'm honest, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. As soon as this remark came out, those disciples who were eager to move were all really angry and did not dare to act rashly. On the stage, Ye Chen had already collected Qi Hao's storage bags, and then searched all over him, but all valuable treasures were taken away by him. He still left a little face for Qi Hao, otherwise, with his past nature, Qi Hao will surely wipe out his whole body. After doing this, Ye Chen got off the stage and walked outside. As she passed by Su Xinyue, Ye Chen glanced at her frosty cheek and sneered, Sister Su, you are not covering up the black and white effort. I am ashamed of my brother. You. Su Xianwu just wanted to say something, but Ye Chen had flung away and walked away. The disciples in front and on both sides gave a tacit understanding to make way for Ye Chen. Today's battle, the climax is over, and shocking, Qi Hao in the human realm was defeated by a strong force. Even the disciples Yang Feng who came to help, except Su Xianwu, were all lying down. After today, I am afraid no one will dare to stubbornly disciple Ye Chen. Go. After Ye Chen left, Xiong also took all the bets, patted his butt, and disappeared. After he left, those discipleless disciples woke up like dreams, always feeling a little less. What? Soon, Fengjiantai heard the sound of ghosts crying. Lao Tzu's spirit stone. That's all my possessions. 10 years of hard work, won before returning to liberation. In the Battle of Fengjiantai, Ye Chen became famous outside the door. An internship student in Ninkajing lost a total of 3 main peak students in a row in January, including a person's realm, which is bound to become a long-lasting legend. Night. Tianyang Peak. Zhong Laodao clung to his heart fiercely, and missed a genius-like disciple, which hurt his heart. Diyang Peak. Guhong's mouth sneered, Qingyang Laoer, compared to my Di Yang Feng, your Yang Feng has lost even more. People Yang Feng. Qi Hao has woke up and growled like a mad dog, kill, kill, I want to kill him. Noise. Qingyang's real man yelled, his face was blue, and he was somber and scary. I can't beat any condensate, I really teach you nothing. Master, it is Ye Chen that is too sinister. Su Xianwu said angrily. Don't say any more. In the next month, you'll all be on the mountain in peace, outside the door, you can stop shame on me. Little Spirit Garden. Ye Chen has been working in the wild for more than 6 hours. In this duel, he was not injured lightly, and his body was full of scars, especially the 2 blood holes in his left shoulder and right chest. However, these injuries are nothing compared to the fire whistle in the commandment hall. Under the operation of the Baron refining body, his wounds recovered very quickly. When he walked out of the door, he was already alive and well. I depend. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Ye Chen heard a howling voice. Is your kid a beast? Xiong pounced on, inspected Ye Chen's body, and found that there were no scars, and he was stunned in shock. Here. Ye Chen stretched out his palm. Don't worry, you can't live without it. Xiong gave Ye Chen a white look, knowing that Ye Chen was asking him for the spiritual stone he won. This time, after all, it is not a small number, Xiong will not swallow it all up. Part of it is Ye Chen's contribution. Old rules, 5 or 5 minutes, 140,000. Xiong handed a storage bag to Ye Chen. After receiving the storage bag, Ye Chen glanced inside, no more than exactly 40,000, and stuffed it into his arms. This time of the showdown really made him earn a fortune, 40,000 spirits, and among the disciples of Hang Yuezong, he can definitely be on the rich list. Aside, Xiong took a step forward, apparently had no intention of leaving, and whispered, Boy, have you ever been to the Nether Black Market? No. Ye Chen shook her head gently. Would you like to go there with me? Xiong frowned and looked at Ye Chen. In a few days, the 9th Black Market's triennial auction will begin. I heard that there will be many treasures to be auctioned. Speaking, the uncle also took out his mace and said, See? No, this mace was taken at the last auction of Yudu Black Market, once every 3 years. If you miss it, wait again 3 years. But why do I hear that the place is not peaceful? Ye Chen touched his chin. Begging for wealth. Xiong said hastily. Besides, during the auction, assassination is forbidden. Just go and see. If you see and finish it, just go away. How about it? Listening to Xiong Er's words, Ye Chen touched his chin again. Go and see. Okay. That's it. I'll go get some snow magnolia flowers again. I'll see you tomorrow, in the old place. Xiong Er jumped up and patted his and ran out of the little spirit garden. After Xiong Er left, Ye Chen locked himself in the house again. First, he placed the Zijin gourd on the bedside to swallow up the heaven and earth, and then took out Chi Ha's storage bag. Opening the storage bag, Rao was Ye Chen's constant force, and couldn't help whispering. Chi Hao is not a young talent who cultivates the family. He has high hopes from the family and is cultivated by Qingyang real people. The treasures in this storage bag are not ordinary rich. First of all, there are only 30,000 spirit stones in the storage bag. Secondly, there are all kinds of psychic fluids in the storage bags. There are nourishing meridians, those with longevity, and those with physical fitness. They are really rich. Furthermore, there are many spirit grasses and artifacts in the storage bag. Many of them have never been seen before. They are definitely precious. As for the artifacts, they are all of good quality, and some are even comparable to his Qishao sword. In the end, there was only a solitary broken tortoise shell in the storage bag. This tortoise shell. Under the candlelight, Ye Chen carefully looked at the tortoise shell in his hand. Furthermore, there are many spirit grasses and artifacts in the storage bag. Many of them have never been seen before. They are definitely precious. As for the artifacts, they are all of good quality, and some are even comparable to his Qishao sword. In the end, there was only a solitary broken tortoise shell in the storage bag. This tortoise shell. Under the candlelight, Ye Chen carefully looked at the tortoise shell in his hand. The surface of the tortoise shell is mottled and the size is only the size of a slap. There are a few unreadable runes visible on it. The whole body still has an indescribable feeling, like a vicissitudes of ancient atmosphere. It was this ancient spirit that attracted Ye Chen. But as Ye Chen secretly pondered, the purple gold gourd on the bedside trembled. Before Ye Chen responded, the ancient tortoise shell was sucked away from him, the purple gold gourd mouth vortex widened, and the tortoise shell was swallowed directly. What's your situation? Ye Chen hurriedly grabbed Zijin's small gourd and looked inside. Ye Chen was surprised to find that after being swallowed by the Zijin gourd, the tortoise shell was melted by a strange force in the gourd, and finally turned into a breath. This scene made Ye Chen startled. Suddenly, the purple gold gourd trembled again, and the gas that the tortoise shell turned into was sprayed out by its brain, and it was poured into Ye Chen's eyes without any bias. Wow! Ye Chen only felt his eyes black, and his head roared. I don't know how long it took before Ye Chen shook her head and opened her eyes. However, his eyes became strange. If you look carefully, you can see lines of small words passing by in his eyes. Shadow thousands of magic. The speed is infinite, it is like a shadow, it is infinite, it is fantasy. With Ye Chen muttering, he closed his eyes again and fell into a wonderful state. There was silence in the room, only swaying candlelight. I do not know when. Ye Chen stood on the ground, and took a step gently. Although this step is ordinary, there is something more in the bottom. After stepping out, Ye Chen didn't stop. He was like a sleepwalker, with a slow pace, walking around the house constantly, sometimes walking forward, sometimes backing inexplicably. I don't know how long. There was a rapid flow of air under his feet, and his striding speed accelerated accordingly, and there was still an afterimage behind him. Time slipped away inadvertently. Ye Chen left in the room overnight. When the dawn came, Ye Chen stepped out as the door suddenly opened, walking in the garden wantonly, sometimes like Xianwu Tualu, with steady steps, sometimes like a breeze, coming and going. Every step of him has an unspeakable spirit, and the mystery of the body makes people unable to figure it out, the speed is too fast, and it makes people unable to keep up with the rhythm. I don't know when Ye Chen stopped slightly, his eyes slowly opened, but his eyes flashed with ecstasy. The speed of promise is like the shadow, the infinite is infinite, the fantasy is imaginary, well, a good speed and magic. Receiving the breath, Ye Chen ran back to the house. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen hurriedly walked out of the Xiaolingjiwen. When the two got to the cave in House Han, Xiong Er was lying in his sleep, and drooling all over the floor, the whole big character, the whole body piled up with fat, was a hoe. Kiki. Ye Chen coughed, and Xiong Er didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Ye Chen went up and kicked him. Little fat man, get up and work. For the first time, the uncle was still awake. Huh? Ye Chen whispered, why is that woman undressed? As soon as the words came out, the two sleeping Xiong Er, a spirit jumped out, where? Where? This trick really works. Ye Chen said meaningfully. You shit. Knowing being played, Xiong Er stared at Ye Chen with a stern curse. Don't fix these useless, hurry up, the spirit grass is not here, we don't have much time. I work, you can rest assured. Xiong Er reached into his crotch on the spot, and then pulled out a storage bag. Lao Tzu took 9 cattle and 2 tigers to get it. Cut. Ye Chen disagreed, but when he opened the storage bag, he was stunned on the spot. The number of spirit grass inside was more than 3 times the previous time. Your kid is ruthless. Ye Chen sighed and looked at Xiong Er. You take so much, your old uncle agrees? Don't agree. Then how did you get it? I found my auntie. Xiong Er yanked his nose, and added something to their meals. Add something? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Acacia disperses. As soon as this statement was made, Rao was Ye Chen's constant force, and he could not help twitching the corners of his mouth. He had to give Xiong Er a thumbs up, Niu Ting. An episode passed and the two started again. Ye Chen is still presiding over the refining, while Xiong Er is busy slaying. Soon, refreshing medicinal aromas emerged from the cave. Ye Chen naturally did not waste these overflowing strong medicinal fragrances. As early as when he started to refine the jade lingering liquid, he scooped out the Zijin small gourd. What the is this baby, and he can swallow up his aura by himself. Xiong Er squatted on the ground, his 2 eyes turning slowly. Don't watch, come and help. Because Ye Chen's method of refining the jade liquid was getting more and more proficient, this time refining the jade liquid 3 times more than the last time, and the 2 took only 6 days. At night, the 2 lay on the ground like dead pigs. After 6 days of crazy refining, the 2 became tired of dogs. Departure tomorrow, go to Wanbao Pavilion in advance to get something useful, understand? Xiong Er, while stuffing a bottle of Yuling liquid into his storage bag, ordered Ye Chen. Useful things? Ye Chen couldn't help looking at it, and asked tentatively, you mean? Heavenly spell, and heavenly spell. Ye Chen's eyes flashed when he heard these names. The 3 major spells of Heng Yuezong, Tianling Charm, Tianqing Charm, and Tianlei Charm. Tianling Curse is the main seal, which can imprison the monk's anger for a short time. Tianqing Curse escapes, which can instantly increase the speed of the user. Tianlei Curse main attack, the power is very strong, has the power of blasting mountains. The 3 major charms of Heng Yuezong have their own advantages and complement each other. There will be unexpected gains. The preciousness of them is also astounding. Wanbao Pavilion also sells these 3 charms? Ye Chen asked looking at Xiong Er. Sell, of course. Tianling Curse 10,000 spirit stones, Tianqing Curse 30,000 spirit stones. As for the Thunder Curse, 90,000 spirit stones are needed, but this day the Thunder Curse is too powerful and is forbidden in Hengyuezong. But it works outside. My mother is obedient, who can afford it? Ye Chen could not help but secretly swallowed. Hengyue Zongweiman crouching tigers and hiding dragons are many, and many of them are from the cultivating family. They are rich. Ye Chen thought about it too. Just yesterday, he also unearthed 30,000 spirit stones in Qi Hao's storage bag. Other disciples of the family who are not exposed to mountains and water must be rich in oil. Although these spells are expensive, they are very practical. Xiong said, "This is a must-have for going out. The critical moment is to save my life. I care more about my life than the spirit stone." This is true. Ye Chen agreed with Xiong point of view. No matter how many spirit stones there are, his life is gone. He had already secretly decided to go to Wanbao Pavilion again before going to the Nether Black Market. He couldn't afford the Sky Thunder Curse, and the whole 2 Sky Spirit Curses and Sky Movement Curses would still be okay. At night, the two left House Han. Xiong went to Lingqiao Garden, and Ye Chen went to Wanbao Pavilion. The night sky is deep, and broken stars are like dust. Tianling Curse 3, Tianqing Curse 1, take it. This time the huge sea shoved 4 spirit charms into Ye Chen's arms. Then, the Raimi slipped away Ye Chen's storage bag. Ye Chen, with a black face, shoved the 4 amulets into a storage bag. "Elder, don't walk in the pit at night. Hey you scumbag." On the side, before the huge sea exploded, Ye Chen ran out of Wanbao Pavilion. It was late at night to return to the little spirit garden. Hum. Hum. In the small garden, all the sounds of iron rods hitting the air. The tiger baby was not asleep, and he was still working hard. The black iron rods were used well in his hands, although he was awkward, but he was gradually becoming proficient. Su Shihu was so trained that he returned unconsciously. Ye Chen didn't bother, he walked towards his room silently. When he entered the house, he also looked at the sweaty tiger baby. Stick, tiger baby may be destined to accompany it. Talking, Ye Chen stepped into the door. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. The next day, just after dawn, Ye Chen walked out of the Shaolin garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong appeared in no particular order. Today's Xiong, in addition to the flower pants on the lower body and the vest on the upper body, has one more thing on his body, which is a bright goggle hanging on his chest, shining with restrained light. "Let's rent a spirit bird and fly over." Ye Chen looked at the sky. That wouldn't work. Xiong vetoed immediately. The strong are all flying in the sky. Sitting on a spirit bird flying in the sky is very unsafe. Listen to me, it's much safer on the ground than in the sky. Talking, Xiong pulled out 2 charms from his crotch. Thousands of runes. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, as if he knew the amulet, and even knew the ability of the amulet. Once used, he could travel thousands of miles a day. "Oh, you know the Xing Fu." Xiong was a little surprised. "Have heard it." Xiong didn't ask again, and handed 1,000 lines of amulets to Ye Chen. "Put them on your legs and infuse them with vitality. Be sure to grasp the direction. This amulet is very fast. Don't hit the mountain. Look at what you said." Ye Chen waved and stuck the charm on his leg. Immediately, he divided into a stream of qi to pour into it, and Lingfu instantly glowed, and the lines were submerged. Huh! Ye Chenyu's flight that was still in place the last moment rushed out. After Xiong Erbula, Changhong followed Ye Chen's footsteps like Changhong. The sudden increase in speed made Ye Chen a bit uncomfortable, and he was the first time to use 1,000 lines. This 1,000-line character is pretty good. While grasping the direction, Ye Chen said with a smile. The ears were full of whistling winds. Although the speed of these 1,000 lines of charms was not as fast as that of Suing Qian magic, the energy consumed was much less than that of Suing Qian magic. Huh! Hey! The shadows of the two kept on disappearing all the way, and behind them was a billowing dust. Galloping overnight, the two rushed into a barren forest. "It will be another hour," Xiong asked about time and distance. "I have smelled the gas. Ye Chen groaned. Relax, it's okay, is there a brother? Xiong Er's chubby little hand patted Ye Chen. Be careful. Just listening to Ye Chen's sudden sound, he grabbed Xiong Er with one hand, and then quickly backed away. Boom! The two had just left, and the area they had just stepped into was exploded. Suddenly, the rubble collapsed, and the large and thick trees around fell down, and even the earth was blown out of a deep hole the size of 3 feet. I grass! Seeing this, Xiong Er shouted immediately. If Ye Chen had not responded quickly before, they would be blown out on the spot. His mother, whoever killed Xiandao, set a trap here. Xiong Er shouted and yelled. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, back to back with Xiong Er, and he looked around vigilantly. He had trouble not long after he came out, and he couldn't help worrying about the safety of the voyage. Rustle. Rustle. Soon, in the dark night, there was a gurgling noise, a cold wind came, and there was blood. I can escape my trap of trapping formations, and look down on you. With a sneer of laughter, a big man came out with a ghostly sword. The man was naked with arms spread, shaved hair, sunken eyes, blood-red eyes, and a scar on his face, full of tyrannical gas, plus the fierce face. It was not good at first sight. True son. Feeling the breath revealed by the big man, Ye Chen and Xiong Er's faces became ugly for a moment. Bring the storage bag, I can make you die happier. The big man came slowly with his big knife, and his tyrannical spirit was even better. The large and heavy knife was faint and cold. Seeing this, Xiong Er glanced at Ye Chen. Do it. Ye Chen nodded gently when asked about Xiong Er. It would be strange if this was heard without shock. The two goods have a condensed atmosphere, 1 yuan per person, and 1 realm, and they have to fight with Shenyang. If it is a high-level true sun environment, the two goods will open as soon as possible. However, although the breath of the big man is strong, it is very unstable. At first glance, it just broke through to Shenyang. Ye Chen and Xiong Er are naturally not afraid of a real world that has just broken through. Robbery. With Xiong Er howling, the kick kicked off the ground like a cannonball. Robbing, Ye Chen also gave a terrified whistle, followed Xiong Er and killed him. Seeing this, Big Han suddenly hesitated. Suddenly, Xiong Er's mace came to Ling Tian. Looking for death. The Han's face turned grim, and he patted it with his palms. However, in his eyes, the mace that Ling Tian had smashed suddenly became 5 times larger, knowing that it was a mace, but did not know that Ling Tian had smashed a big tree. Boom! Because I never expected that the mace would suddenly become larger, and Xiong Er was just a human realm, making the big man too undervalued, so that the smashed body was crippled and the entire palm became bloody. However, despite hurting the big man, Xiong Er was also stunned and retreated. The big man was furious, and as soon as he was about to take a shot, "Look for death!" angrily sounded, Dahan pushed out. Ye Chen coldly hummed, a sudden burst of real fire burst into his hands, turned into a long whip of flame, and he was thrown out fiercely. Snapped. Such a voice sounded, Dahan's face was thrown a dark blood mark on the spot. Really? Roar. When the big man was surprised, the tiger's roar rang. Ye Chen cast a tiger pounce on the mystery of the beast's anger, and immediately bullied him in front of the big man. He is like a beast going down the mountain, and the way out of the gloves is even weird, sometimes like a tiger, sometimes a fierce ape, sometimes a lion, sometimes like a wolf, grabbing, patting, tearing, hands, feet, knees, shoulders, each one the joints are all fierce weapons. Because he never expected that such a domineering melee combat technique would occur in a condensed state, Dahan was beaten up. Yeah. Xiong Er shouted, came with a mace, and worked with Ye Chen to fight against the Han, who was furious. However, after all, he is in the realm of the sun. Soon, he stopped the retreat and fanned it out. Then lay palm. Dragon Tiger Boxing. Ye Chen and Xiong Er came up one after another. Boom! The fists collided and roared. The palm of Xianwu was truly terrifying, and he vomited blood from Ye Chen and Xiong Erda back. The gap is not so big. Ye Chen sighed and sighed in his heart. Although he had the strength of a leapfrog, he was still in the face of absolute suppression. You're all going to die. The Big Han was so embarrassed by the freakish kid that Big Han suddenly became angry. Who doesn't have to die? Ye Chen sneered. Boy, it's beautiful. On one side, Xiong Er and Ye Chen stood side by side, giving thumbs up to Ye Chen. You are not bad. How is this? The shock of the big man sounded immediately at the scene, his powerful momentum quickly dissipated, and his full body of anger returned to peace. Only then did he find that a spell had been affixed to him, and there were still two. Tian Ling Mantra. The big man was startled, as if he knew the Tian Ling Mantra. He is in the realm of the sun, and the two Tian Ling curses can only imprison him for about a minute. Xiong Er said to Ye Chen. Then take his life while he is ill. Get started. Just return to the quiet barren forest, because Ye Chen and Xiong Er, the two wolf rumors were broken. Seeing this, the big man changed his look, and while backing away, he was violently impacting the imprisonment of the Tianling curse. He knew that he could defeat the victory by only supporting it for a minute. But how could Ye Chen and Xiong Er give him time? Ben Lei Palm. Dragon Tiger Boxing. Knowing that time is life, the two did not dare to keep their hands, and the powerful mystery fell on the big man without a cap. Puff! When the blood glowed, Ye Chen waved the Qishao sword, almost splitting Han Hansheng. The big man vomited blood and retreated, but before stopping his shape, Xiong Er who leaped forward and smashed it. Hum! The mace became 5 times bigger when it fell, instilling all of Xiong Er's true energy. No, no, no. Seeing the mace smashing, the big man growled in horror. How could he think that since he was a monk in the realm, he would be killed by a condensed spirit and a realm of human beings, so that many mysteries could not be performed in the future. However, as Ren Dehan howls, neither Ye Chen nor Xiong Er will have compassion at this moment. Come out mixed, always have to pay back. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If they do not kill the big man will surely kill them after breaking through the imprisonment. This is the world of monks, cruel. Boom! As the mace fell, the whole earth shuddered. When the clouds of smoke disappeared, Ye Chen and Xiong Er came forward together, and the big man in the real state of the sun almost smashed into a pile. This place shouldn't stay long. The two started to take away the big Han's storage bag, and all valuables were searched and cleaned. After doing this, the two disappeared and disappeared. After the two left, an old man in a purple robe came out in the dark night. There is a real fire. Looking at the direction where Ye Chen and Xiong Er left, he gently scratched his beard. Ye Chen and Xiong Er appeared again, deep in the barren forest. It took the two of them an hour to recover their injuries, and then they took out Han's storage bag and his baby. Ouch, I go. Suddenly, the sound of surprise between the two people began to sound. It's worthy of being a real son. It's rich. The two celestial curses are not wasted. Old rules, 5 or 5. The two heads were on their heads, squatting on the ground and sharing the booty. In Han's storage bag, there are more than 100,000 spirit stones. It seems that he is going to the dark market to participate in the auction. He never thought about a small gutter overturning the boat. After the trivial things of spirit stone, spirit fluid and spirit grass were divided up by Ye Chen and Xiong Er, there was only a ghost knife on the ground, 2 scrolls and a small tripod the size of a baby's fist. Hum. At this moment, the real fire beat, let Ye Chen's eyes light up, swept over the 2 scrolls and the ghost-headed sword, and finally his eyes fell on that little tripod. This is baby. Ye Chen's eyes flashed a fine light. I want this sword. I want this little tripod. The words of the two are in no particular order. After speaking, the two looked at each other. Good brother. In the end, there were only 2 scrolls left, and each of them picked up one. Shake the Mountain Fist. Xiong glanced at the name on the scroll, and then stunned the copy in Ye Chen's hand and asked, "What is yours?" "What is this?" Ye Chen grinned, staring at the ancient scroll in his hand. "Aphrodisiac cheats," Ye Chen said, her lips twitching. "Cheats for aphrodisiac?" Xiong heard, his eyes suddenly flashed. "Come here, let's change." Xiong grabbed it on the spot, and then stuffed his copy into Ye Chen. Ye Chen's mouth twitched again. "Hey, that's good." Xiong looked down and looked at it with gusto. He laughed while watching, but he never noticed the disgusting look in Ye Chen's eyes. "Wonderful." Ye Chen rubbed his eyebrows, and he focused on the mystery of shaking mountain boxing. After a cursory look, Ye Chen found that this shaking mountain boxing and the Ben Lei Palm have the same purpose. Both are mysteries of the main attack, and they have high physical requirements, otherwise they will necessarily be eaten back by the overbearing inner strength. After a brief rest for half an hour, the two went on the road again. This time, the two went smoothly. When the sky was full, the two stopped in front of a vast and dark earth. "Well, that's the Ghost Black Market." Xiong pointed to the front. Needless to say, Ye Chen is already staring at the black earth in the distance. The Nether Black Market occupies an area of dozens of miles, like a piece of scorched earth, all covered in dimness. Before entering, he smells the blood, brutality, and coldness coming on. Gone. Xiong had dragged Ye Chen into the Nether Black Market. As soon as he walked in, Ye Chen felt a weird and powerful force, so that he was so strong that he was crushed by the power. "What's the situation?" Ye Chen couldn't help looking at Xiong. "No need to make a fuss," Xiong said. "Every auction comes, a strong prohibition will be placed here, and everyone who comes in here will be suppressed to the point of condensate." "Even the strong underworld will be suppressed?" Ye Chen tentatively looked at Xiong. "No exception. It's so powerful." Yi Guang blinked. Ye Chen couldn't help but be shocked. "Who is it?" "Tian Xianmen," Xiong said, not forgetting to point to the side of the Nether Black Market. "Although they are located in the Dark Black Market, they never get involved in the battle of this land, and they will only forbid killing here at auctions every 3 years." Xiong said again. "According to legend, the people of the Bloodthirsty Temple have come here to make troubles, but were defeated and returned home. Tianxuanmen is like a symbol of this land. Whether it is a martial art or a family cultivation, they dare not challenge their majesty." Ye Chen didn't say anything, but just looked up at Xianmen that day, eyes full of awe. Thinking to myself, the two continued to go deep. Ye Chen found that the monks who came and went here, although the breath was magnificent, but the repairs had been suppressed to the point of condensate, which had to make him sigh, "No matter how strong you are outside, you are lying here." The deeper he went, the more Ye Chen booed. This ghostly black market is as chaotic as legend. He came along this way and saw a lot of pavilions, but there were more collapsed houses, many places still had blood that had not dried up, and there were messes left over from the war. In addition, the people here are all sturdy, with fierce spirits, blood-red eyes, and brutality. "Come here, take a look, and Lingshirlingya is on sale. Do you want a magic weapon, Daoyu? It's all good stuff." The two came to the bustling place, and there were cries of sales everywhere. There were stalls everywhere, and there were all kinds of things for sale. Fine and exquisite. Ye Chen saw a treasure placed on a booth, his eyes flashing with fiery light. Colorful blood crystals. Red blood lotus. Along the way, Ye Chen continued to watch. "How's it, fresh enough?" Xiong twisted his fat body and walked forward, like a small Maitreya Buddha. Nima looked funny and attracted many eyes around him. "It's quite fresh." Ye Chen hissed. "Don't underestimate every stall owner here." Xiong whispered, "Most of them are easy to tolerate, maybe one of them is the elder of one faction or the strong one who cultivates the family. This, I believe it. The auction will start tomorrow. We will just turn around, and it will be very lively at night here. Xiong said. A chicken thigh came out from his crotch, and he ate without a face or skin. Huh. Then, with a faint whisper, his eyes became clear, and he seemed to see what he liked. You can turn around, I'll look over there. Xiong said, and stuffed the leftover chicken leg back into the crotch, and then looked at it in one direction. Ye Chen looked around, and could not help but rub his eyebrows. There were a lot of people in that place. The inside and the outside were very lively. There was a sign standing there, the Impotence Tiger Whip. Strange. Ye Chen froze his tongue, and secretly said that this nether black market really buys everything. Xiong left, and Ye Chen was strolling around the stalls. He picks and chooses all the way, but in his heart he hopes that the real fire reminds him something, otherwise he really can't see which is a baby and which is a parallel. Suddenly, Ye Chen stopped and looked away. There, a woman in white walked by, the blue silk floated, her clothes fluttered, like a blooming lotus flower. She is like a fairy who lives in the world for 9 days, and is not exposed to the world. Take a closer look at this person, isn't it Ji Ningxuang of Hangyua's own? She came here, too. Looking at it from a distance, Ye Chen murmured, his beating heart hurting a bit. The former lover met here, so that he must not have the feeling of being alive. For Ji Ningxuang, he no longer loves, but he will not hate. The pain in his heart is only a brief moment. Suddenly, Ye Chen found a ghost head mask from his arms, covering his face. The figure spurred, Ji Ningxuang came with the flow of people. She is not alone, and she is followed by a leisurely young man, who is really personable, and the jade tree is in the wind, showing her grace and grace. Ye Chen recognized this man as Hua Yun, the number 1 true disciple of Zhengyang Zong. Sister Ji, look elsewhere. Hua Yun shook the folding fan lightly, smiling as if spring breeze came, looking very comfortable. Ji Ningxuang looked calm, but did not refuse. Suddenly, she and Ye Chen passed by, and the former lover's reunion was the same. Ye Chen passed slowly, his steps were steady and powerful, and he did not turn back. I don't know when Xiong found him. Suddenly, Ye Chen found a ghost head mask from his arms, covering his face. The figure spurred, Ji Ningxuang came with the flow of people. She is not alone, and she is followed by a leisurely young man, who is really personable, and the jade tree is in the wind, showing her grace and grace. Ye Chen recognized this man as Hua Yun, the number 1 true disciple of Zhengyang Zong. Sister Ji, look elsewhere. Hua Yun shook the folding fan lightly, smiling as if spring breeze came, looking very comfortable. Ji Ningxuang looked calm, but did not refuse. Suddenly, she and Ye Chen passed by, and the former lover's reunion was the same. Ye Chen passed slowly, his steps were steady and powerful, and he did not turn back. I don't know when Xiong found him. What are you doing with a mask? Xiong looked at Ye Chen angrily. I just bought it, so good? Ye Chen took off his mask. The money burns a lot. Xiong cursed, I'm gone. I've found a place to live. Let's take a rest first. The two came one after the other and came to the depths of the nether black market. In front of it are rows of pavilions, which are places for people to settle during the auction. Entering a suite, Xiong locked himself in his room, and seemed to be studying his aphrodisiac. Don't make up for it. Ye Chen cursed and turned into his room. Locking the door of the room tightly, Ye Chen took out that little tripod. Xiao Ding seemed to have been buried underground for a long time, with mottled whole body, and bursts of ancient spirits coming forward. I don't know what mystery will be inside. Then, Ye Chen took out the Zijin small gourd and pulled out the gourd stopper. Suddenly, Zijin gourd trembled. Then, the small vortex reappeared, and a bottle of Xiao Ding was swallowed on the spot by the Zijin gourd. After swallowing the little tripod, the purple gold gourd buzzed and shook violently. Seeing this, Ye Chen's eyes became bright and clear. Even the purple gold gourd had such a big response. The hidden mystery in that little tripod must be extraordinary. What is mystery in the end? Rubbing his hands, Ye Chen couldn't hold back a bit, and looked into the small gourd. The purple gold gourd was full of refreshing spirits, and the little tripod was suspended above the spirit fluid, without trembling, without flashes of light, just like a quiet suspension. Ye Chen frowned slightly and continued to wait. It wasn't until 1 hour later that the Zijin gourd buzzed and spit out the little tripod. It was just that Ye Chen had not discovered that a moment before Xiao Ding was spit out, a drop of blood dripped from the ding and merged into the spiritual fluid in the small gourd. This is gone. Ye Chen didn't get the mystery of Dingzhong. Ye Chen looked at Zijin's small gourd for a moment. Staring at Ye Chen, the Zijin small gourd is like nothing but everyone, still taking up the heaven and earth aura. She waved her purple gold gourd and Ye Chen picked up the little tripod from the ground. Xiao Ding still looks the same as before being swallowed. I don't believe it. Ye Chen cursed, her faith moved, and she immediately offered a real fire and wrapped Xiao Ding. After an hour, Ye Chen received the real fire, sitting on the ground with a rump, panting heavily, and the little ding was still intact and was burned by Ye Chen for a long time without melting. What did you do that ignored the burning of real fire? Ye Chen held Xiao Ding inside. Even the real fire could not be melted to melt it. He was really high-tempered. Yeah. There was another scold in her heart. Ye Chen held the small purple gourd and raised her head with a few mouthfuls of spiritual fluid. Okay. The spiritual fluid flowed into his body like Wang Qingchuan flowed through his body as before, but what made Ye Chen inexplicable was that the spiritual fluid swallowed this time was a little different from usual, and he couldn't tell the difference. How could there be a strange feeling? Ye Chen tore off her collar, feeling a little hot. Soon, the blood in his body speeded up the circulation, even a little boiling, making his body feel more burned. Licking his dry lips, he picked up the purple gold gourd again, and raised his head again for a while. It was only soon that the feeling of being burnt became stronger. He shook his head. Ye Chen was slightly dizzy, and his dry mouth felt again. He was pouring more spiritual fluid into the purple golden gourd, but the more he thirsted, the more thirsty he wanted to drink. Unconsciously, most of the spiritual fluid in the Zijin gourd had been drunk by him. What's the matter? Ye Chen's eyes became blurred, and even looking at things was a bit fuzzy. To the extent that he drank too much spiritual fluid, he was unaware of his advancement to the 6th level of condensation. What? He did not know when he yelled and ripped off his clothes, feeling that his body was like a fire, and even every small pore in the whole body was burning with flames. Water. Subconsciously grabbed the purple gold gourd. Ye Chen raised his head for another burst of irrigation, and did not stop for a long time. Huh. Soon, there was such a voice in his body. He had just advanced for a short time, and he practiced from the 6th condensate to the 7th condensate and jumped to the 7th condensate. If this continues, the breakthrough to the 8th is not impossible. What? With a growl again, Ye Chen's shape changed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his forehead jumped out. It's not over. His body has an inexplicable black mist, and every pore in the whole body is filled with black magic spirit, and the long black hair becomes blood red at the speed visible to the naked eye. The most important thing is that his eyebrows flashed magic light, and a strange magic pattern flickered. Well. He hugged his head and knocked on the ground, only feeling his head roaring and his head exploding. He didn't know when he fell to the ground and fell into a faint. In the room, there was silence. I don't know how long before he recovered. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. As a ray of setting sun ran down his face through the window, he sat up suddenly. After a brief stagnation, he hurriedly inspected his body, only to find that his shirt was torn by himself. My cultivation is. He felt the majestic strength in his body. He couldn't help but be shocked. The realm climbed to the 3rd level and reached the 8th level of condensed gas. What happened last night? After a moment of sorrow, he remembered what happened last night. Beckoning the purple gourd, Ye Chen's eyes became dim. Last night, he drank the spiritual fluid inside, and then all kinds of strange things happened later. The body was like a fire burning, and his brain was roaring so that it burst. Is there a problem with this fluid? Ye Chen unplugged the gourd stopper and looked into it, but the door of the room was opened by Xiong Er's kick. Go away, the auction is about to begin. Ye Chen responded, covered the gourd stopper, then closed the purple gourd, and went out with Xiong Er. When the two of them came downstairs, they found that the street was full of people, without exception, all of them headed towards the center of the dark black market. This scene is not ordinary and vast. This is Yi Rongwan and Bian Shengwan. Swallow 1. Xiong Er took 2 pills out of his crotch and handed them to Ye Chen. It can change the appearance and sound of people, and be careful to sail the ship of 10,000 years. Ye Chen originally wanted to take it over, but remembered that Xiong Er came out of his crotch and coughed dryly. You keep it. I'll wear a mask. Then, he took the mask from his arms and put it on his face. Don't pull it. Xiong Er was faceless and skinless, and swallowed the Biancheng pill and Irong pill, regardless of Ye Chen's disgusting eyes. Why are your storage bags in the crotch? Safety. Near the center of the nether black market, there is a loft, towering into the clouds, and magnificent. This loft is called Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and it is the place where Yudu auctions over the years. At this moment, looking down from the air, the flow of people from the quartet has come together. Everyone is not simple, and their actions are relatively low-key. Not long after, the front of the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion was crowded. Why not open the door? Some people were already impatient. Time is up, what's the hurry? I don't know what will be auctioned at Tiangshuimen this time. The auction hosted by Tian Xianmen is truly extraordinary. Behind the crowd, Ye Chen could not help but secretly murmur. Soon, the gate of Hidden Dragon Pavilion buzzed and opened slowly. As soon as the door opened, an old man in black with a blue dragon stick walked in first. Who is this person? It's too big. You don't even know that, it's the old man in Montenegro. Dominate. It's my eyesight. After the old people of Montenegro, several old people rushed in. Immediately after that, people flowed in, scrambling into the Dragon Pavilion. Let's go. Xiong Er followed the crowd into the crowd, his stack of small fresh meat almost squeezed into a meat pie. When the figures were scarce, Ye Chen stepped in and walked in. When he went in, Ye Chen found that the Dragon Pavilion was self-contained, and the square was huge. The carved jade columns in the hall, the magical flowers flying, and even the decorative grasses and flowers are extraordinary. What a big deal! Ye Chen hissed. Those who came in quickly found their place. Most of the monks who came to the auction for the first time had a new light in their eyes. As for those monks who had come before, they looked a lot lighter. That's it, that's it. Xiong Er pulled Ye Chen to a corner jade table. This is not polite, grabbing the spirit fruit on the table and stuffing it into the mouth. While stuffing it, don't forget to put a few in your arms. I rely on you to leave me a bit. Ye Chen could not help but curse. You have a mask and you can't eat it. I'll eat it for you. Dying you. I don't know how long. An old man sat down beside this table and looked carefully. Wasn't it the old man in purple in the barren forest that appeared yesterday? A glance at the old man in purple clothes, Ye Chen could not help but startled. Although Xiao Wei was suppressed, the old man in purple clothes gave him the impression that the giant mountain was the highest. Ye Chen retracted his gaze, and the old man in purple also looked at Ye Chen slightly, but his eyes flashed with surprise. The people of the Qi family in Nanjiang are here. I don't know who shouted. At the door, 3 old men in grey clothes had already entered and went straight to the second-floor elegant room. Situ's house in Shishu has arrived. Is that the royal family of Beichuan? It even came. Shengguan's house in Dongyue. Most of them came from the cultivation family, and the battle was not small. All the monks in the pavilion attracted the past. Are none of your bears coming? Glancing at De Shi's family who kept walking in the doorway, Ye Chen couldn't help looking at Xiong Er. Come here. Xiong Er, who was stabbing Linguo, pointed to a solid, fat-eared person on one side. Well, that's my second uncle. Your second uncle looks like a casual look. That is required. Heng Yuezong is here too. Another shouted. Hearing that Ye Chen and Xiong Er stunned in the past, a middle-aged man with a negative sword has stepped into the door, standing tall and straight, showing the spirit of fierce popularity. This person is from Heng Yuezong? I haven't seen it. Ye Chen turned to look at Xiong Er. Have you seen it? The owner of the inner gate of Yujianfeng. Xiong Er really recognized it and said, it seems to be called Windless. The people of Zhengyang sect have arrived. As he said, a voice came from below, but he was a gray-haired old man. Wu Changqing. Ye Chen recognized the man at a glance, but wasn't he the elder of the Zhengyang Zong Enforcement Hall? The person who drove him out of Zhengyangzong that day was this Wu Changqing. Qing Yunzong also sent someone. After that, an old man in Tsing-yi walked in with a cane, followed by an old man and a young man in purple. When he looked at Ye Chen, his eyes froze in an instant, especially when he saw the young man in white, and there was still cold light in his eyes. Wasn't that young man in purple clothes the day he abolished his dantian? Ye Chen recognized him and turned into gray, and that was Lu Ji, the second true disciple of Qing Yunzong's ninth true biography. This revenge must be reported. Ye Chen's fist shook subconsciously. The people who arrived at Sanzong successively went up to the second floor, and 3 mermaids came in at the door, a gray-haired old man, a middle-aged man in purple robe, and a young man in white robe. Seeing that, Ye Chen's eyes were narrow again. Weren't these 3 people the same 3 people who chased Chu Linger in the monster forest that day? Ye Chen never expected that they would meet them here again. People of the bloodthirsty temple. The scene was mostly a sound of surprise. The 3 sects of the Great Chu, the bloodthirsty palace dominates the northern Chu, but they are the real giants, and the 3 sects dare not easily provoke them. It's lively now. I want to shoot a baby, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Below, on an elevated platform, an old figure has stepped up. People here call him Yanga Lao. You should know the rules here, and I won't stop talking nonsense. Yanga always said sharply. Auction, start. Immediately, someone came to the stage holding a spirit sword. That spirit sword lingers on the purple light. The sharp sword is scary, and sometimes it also makes a humming sound, which is definitely a horrible killing sword. Xiang sword, the base price of 50,000 spirit stones, the highest price will get it. Yang Guold said lightly. I'm 5,000 and 1,000. Soon, some people raised the sign. 5,000 and 3,000. 60,000. Just a few breaths away, the price of a spirit sword climbed up. As the price continued to rise, the auction became hot. This is also expensive. Ye cornered, Ye Chen could not help but stun his tongue. The first auction item was so high in price, so he was ashamed of those spirit stones. Have you heard of a big start? Xiong Er said, the first sale is lively, and there are cheap ones at the back. 8 souls. 85,000. 9,000. Below, the competition is still fierce. In order to get Xiang sword, one by one desperately increase the price, roared blushing and thick neck. 100,000. At this moment, a voice came from the second floor, and the bidder was Zhengyangzong Wu Changqing. This time, the people below simply died down. If no one raises the price, this Xiang sword is the Zhengyang sect. On the high platform, Yang Gu glanced down and saw that no one raised the price, then he waved back the Xiang sword in his sleeve. Immediately, someone came up from the stage, holding a small copper furnace in his hand. The small copper furnace was engraved with road patterns and bloomed with light. Although it was only the size of a slap, it revealed a mighty spirit. Jiang Copper Furnace, with a starting price of 30,000 yuan, starts auctioning now. Soon, it was convenient for someone to bid, and the spirited edition of 1,000 spirits. 50,000. 70,000. I have 90,000. The bargaining voices kept coming and going, holding on to this small copper furnace a look that was determined to get it. This small copper furnace is also good. Ye Chen touched his chin. If you want, increase the price, Xiong Er said. No money. Forget it. In a blink of an eye, the small copper furnace below had already sold at a high price of 150,000, and depending on the posture, it was still difficult to win the small copper furnace. 16,000, I am King Yunzong. Above, the voice of Elder King Yunzong came. Suddenly, the lower part of the flag swelled, leaving the 160,000 spirit stones alone, not to mention, just this behemoth of Qing Yunzong is not something that ordinary people dare to provoke. Since no one has increased the price, this Qinglong is owned by Qing Yunzong. Yanga looked around for a week and saw that no one offered a bid. At this point, the fourth auction item has already been taken out by Yanga, and it is still a magical artifact. It is an exquisite tower, glowing with colorful light, and the colorful light glowing around it, like a dragon. Move. A colorful and exquisite tower with a reserve price of 80,000. The colorful exquisite tower seems to have more influence than the previous three magical tools. Once it was taken out, the atmosphere in the pavilion instantly became hot, and the important thing was that the cultivation family had joined the battle. 100,000. 150,000. 20,000. The family became involved in the war, and the auction became very lively. The hostile family, in particular, finally found the reason for the confrontation, and a sound of cries resounded in the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion. In addition to the competition, there is a strong smell of gunpowder scattered in this Tibetan Dragon Pavilion, and all the lights are cold. If it is not forbidden here, I am afraid these martial arts have jumped out of the melee. This land has an endless stream of practice families, and all kinds of grudges have a long history. At this time, the auction of the Ghost Black Market brought them here, providing them with a good platform. Although they cannot fight bloody, at least they can fight against each other in terms of price, but only if you have money. 300,000. Below, a gray-haired old man gritted his teeth and finally shouted the price. Why, do you want to be destroyed? A sound of laughter came from Yajian's hung above, listening carefully. It was the voice from Yajian, the bloodthirsty palace. The words were very threatening and intimidating. It's a moment. No, I don't. The gray-haired old man hurriedly abstained, for fear of angering the bloodthirsty temple, and causing a calamity for his family. Count your acquaintance. Soon, a black iron rod was sent to the platform. Iron rod, the reserve price is 10,000 yuan, and the auction is started. Yanggu seemed tired, yawned, and said casually. Okay. As soon as the iron rod was taken out, Ye Chen, who had closed his eyes in the corner, suddenly opened his eyes because the fire trembled. Baby. Ye Chen's eyes became bright. He thought about it, he couldn't help but poke the iron rod, more accurately it was an iron rod, it was black, rusty, uneven, and damaged a few places. I couldn't see how to look. Surprisingly. Like Ye Chen, the monks below looked at the iron rod with wide eyes. What is this? Someone looked at Yanga lazily suspiciously. Isn't that right? Iron rod. Yanga always glanced at the man. Of course, you can also treat it as a burning stick. I heard that not only that person, but everyone, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. You are too casual. Yanggu said so casually that the monks underneath sneered. It's definitely not a treasure if you don't take it seriously. Selling is also ugly. Don't buy it if you have the money. No one wants it. He glanced down, and when no one answered, Yanga would collect the iron rod. Slow. Just then, a voice came from the corner, I want this iron rod. Huh? A sudden sentence made the audience look sideways. Naturally speaking, Ye Chen, it is rare to encounter a real trembling baby, and he will not let it go. Senior, 10,000 spirits, I want it. Are you ill? 10,000 spirit stones by a broken iron rod? Xiong could not help but curse. It's cheap. I depend. The conversation between the two people instantly caused a big laugh, and the old guys were amused by Ye Chen and Xiong. If no one raises the price, then this iron rod belongs to this little friend. Slow. Yanga's old words were interrupted by a voice. In case, this iron rod, I Zhengyang Zong accepted. Huh? The whole room was full of frivolous sounds, and they looked at the source of the sound. The elder Wu Changqing, the elder of the Zhengyang sect, was bidding. His posture was high, and the meaning between the lines seemed to show that the iron rod was something in his sleeve. In the corner, Ye Chen's eyes had narrowed slightly, and the fare increased again, I'll give you 12,000. Hearing words, there was another frivolity below. Who is this baby? Dare to grab something from Zheng Yangzong, and it's still a black iron rod. Bakeng has water in his head. In the noise, Wu Changqing smiled, boy, do you know who you are grabbing from? Elder, are you scaring me? Ye Chen glanced at Yejian on the second floor. Very good, Bony. Wu Changqing laughed, no one dared to grab something from my Zheng Yangzong for a long time. In this case, this seat will accompany you to play, I will give you 20,000 spirit stones. 2,000 in case. Ye Chen's voice sounded immediately. 30,000. 31. Ye Chen followed immediately, with a sneer radiant in the corner of his mouth. He had already planned to fight off all the possessions and Wu Changqing to the end. Even if it was not for that iron rod, he would have to fight for being ruthlessly driven down the mountain that day. Tone. Very well, I'm out of 40,000. Wu Changqing's words were still abusive, and tens of thousands of spirit stones were not worth mentioning in his eyes. 100,000. Kiki. Ye Chen really didn't stop talking, he almost choked the audience with a word. I rely, you are crazy. Xiong scolded Ye Chen. Ye Chen ignored him, but couldn't help but look up and looked at the second floor, smiling, Elder, can you still have fun playing this way? It's only 100,000. Wu Changqing apparently did not expect Ye Chen to reach 100,000 in one breath, which made his face look a little gloomy. You must know that he is an elder, but the courage of the asking price was suppressed by a junior. Not angry. 110,000. Wu Changqing sneered, boy, you have to add me some kind. 20,000. Puff. I. As soon as this word came out, the sound of spitting water was all below. Whose baby? 200,000, great courage. This time, Ye Chen was completely called focus. Even the old Yanga on the high platform couldn't help showing surprise. A junior dared to grab something from Zhengyang Zong, and he couldn't help paying attention. At the moment, too many people can't help but look around. Ye Chen is better, just like nothing, sipping tea. He knows how to fight for money. He is far from being Wu Changqing's opponent, but for that baby, he still decided to fight with Wu Changqing. Even if he couldn't shoot the baby, he would have to spend more spiritual stones. Of course, 200,000 is his limit. This is still coupled with those jade liquids. It was originally intended to buy black steel and black iron. Now it seems that he is going crazy here. Looking at Wu Changqing again, his complexion has become iron blue. How could he think of a junior, who dare to rob something like this openly in Zheng Yangzong, and even made a price of 200,000? He is not short of money, but for a 200,000 yuan to buy a broken iron rod, it is really impossible. Now it is difficult for him to ride a tiger, buy it, it is not cost-effective, do not buy it, it is not his face that lost, the entire Zhengyangzong will become the laughing stock of everyone present. 21,000, if you can add me again. Under the great attention, Wu Chongqing still raised his price again. This time, Ye Chen was in trouble, and 200,000 was his limit. Boy, do you really want to get an iron rod? Xiong, who was a little bit embarrassed, asked Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiong immediately pulled out a storage bag from his crotch. I only have 300,000. I borrowed it. Please remember to pay me back. Hearing that Ye Chen was a little bit confused, who had thought that Xiong would be so enlightened at the critical moment, which made him feel a warm current. A big deal next time. Xiong spread his hands. Thanks. Ye Chen smiled gratefully. 300,000. As his voice sounded, it caused another sensation in the audience. At this moment, even Ji Ningxuang, who had always been indifferent, could not help but cast a surprised look. When he saw Ye Chen with a mask, his eyebrows frowned slightly. Looking at Wu Chongqing's complexion, it was already so dreary that it was extremely scary, and the coldness in his eyes suddenly appeared, which turned out to be a murder. Move the killing again, don't blame me for being rude. After capturing Wu Chongqing's killing, Yanga couldn't help but say a word. Reproached in public, Wu Chongqing's fist clenched in his sleeve, clashed his teeth, and said, I have 300,000. 500,000. This little baby is going to go against God. Suddenly, everyone's eyes shot up. Who would have thought that an iron rod that was regarded as tattered was sold for a price of 500,000 yuan? Throughout this auction, I am afraid that only this auction item has reached such a high price. Boom! Just hearing the sound of a table and chair being broken in Zhengyang Zongya room, Wu Chongqing was completely furious. But he did not increase the price after all. Tens of thousands of spirits are not worth mentioning, but 500,000 spirits is not a small number. Although he is an elder, he does not have the big courage to spend 500,000 spirits by a broken iron rod. In the spotlight, none of Wu Chongqing's words were heard, which made Ye Chen spit out deeply, 500,000, I hope you don't let me down. Speaking, Ye Chen did not forget to look at the iron rod on the stage. Since no one has increased the price, this iron rod belongs to that little friend. Yanga veteran finalized. In the following, there are several artifact auctions. Although the price is not low and the auction is quite lively, none of them are as thrilling as the iron rod. It was only after sunset that today's auction came to an end. Today's auction ends here. Tomorrow continues. Those who took the items, bring the money, and come to the backyard to pick them up. As Yanga Laozhong said that today's auction is over, the people in Zhanglong all got up, and they were not interested in the previous bidding of iron bars. As a result, when everyone stood, they would take a deep look at Ye Chen. I'll get the latte stick, you go back first. Ye Chen looked around at the stance, and then glanced at the second-floor elegant room, then looked at Xiong, when you go out, pay attention to behind you. It's okay, is there my second uncle? Xiong waved his hand, slipped into the crowd, disappeared in an instant. After Xiong left, Ye Chen walked to the back hall of Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Lots of people come and go, including Wu Chongqing. Seeing Ye Chen, Wu Chongqing's face was gloomy to the extreme, his voice was cold and bones, boy, I will let you know the cost of intriguing me. Fair bidding, the one with the highest price wins, and the seniors are reluctant to spend money, which also blame me. Ye Chen sneered. I hope that by the time the auction is over, your mouth will still be so smart. Wu Chongqing threw away his robes and walked away. Do you think I will give you a chance? With a sneer at Wu Chongqing leaving, Ye Chen turned and walked into the back hall. Seeing Ye Chen, the old man sitting on the futon on the other end couldn't help but stare. Little guy, you have a lot of energy today. Senior made fun. Yanga did not ask again, but took out the black iron rod with a whisker, and Ye Chen had already taken out a storage bag, and handed it to him very painfully. The 500,000 spirit stones were really right. Let him lose his home. Thank you, senior. After accepting the iron rod, Ye Chen bowed his hand and worshipped. This was about to leave here, but he was stopped by Yanga. Little friends and slow. Hearing that, Ye Chen could not help but look back, and looked at the old man in doubt. Senior, do you have anything to do? I'm fine, but someone asked you for something so trivial. Yanga smiled mildly, saying that he had not forgotten to extend his arm and made a please gesture. Little friend, please come inside. Ye Yang was suddenly so polite, which made Ye Chen somewhat flattered. Come in. Someone is waiting for you. Yang Gulao smiled again with a kind smile. Although wrong, Ye Chen still walked in the direction of the old finger of Yanga. He knew that in this Tibetan dragon pavilion, it was not his decision whether to go in or not. It was better to take the initiative. Followed the door of the back hall and walked in, only to find that there was a small courtyard behind the back hall. The small courtyard has its own borders, it is full of glory, and it is full of rocky hills. It is full of glory, and it is full of rocky hills. It is also full of spiritual flowers and grasses. The sound of the flowing water is clear and audible. Ye Chen can't help but marvel at the extraordinariness of the hidden dragon pavilion. A chic little garden. Little friend, please. As Ye Chen marveled, a gentle voice came from the gazebo in the small courtyard. Hearing the sound, Ye Chen was a stunner again. Wasn't the middle-aged man sitting in the gazebo the auctioneer who was sitting next to him today? He is from Tiangshuamen. This was the first thought in Ye Chen's heart, otherwise he would not appear in the backyard of Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and he would not let Yanga always show such kindness. Come. The old man in purple greeted Ye Chen. Without much thought, Ye Chen embarked on the gazebo and saluted the old man in purple respectfully. The juniors have met the seniors. You don't have to be polite, sit down. The old man in purple clothes smiled. Although he was a strong man, he didn't have any clues, making Ye Chen think that he was an ordinary grandpa in front of him. I don't know why the seniors recruited the juniors. Ye Chen looked at the old man in doubt. Please help. Please. Please help me. Ye Chen was surprised again, and he was so surprised that he would ask him for help. To be more precise, I want to ask the real fire in your body to help. The old man in purple clothes looked at Ye Chen very deeply. Hearing that Ye Chen frowned, and he had a real fire thing. The only person who knew it was Xiong the fat man. He thought he was hiding deeply, and never thought he was captured by the old man in purple. Seeing Ye Chen's vigilance, the old man in purple clothes smiled gently. Little friends, rest assured, please help, that's all. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. He couldn't rest assured how he could do it. Here, he had no confidence in a condensed state. The old man in purple was very polite without rushing on the spot. Of course, it's not useless, I will give you the corresponding compensation, or if you have anything you want, you can raise it. The old man in purple clothes said again. Speaking of this child, Ye Chen naturally won't carry it, don't give it up. Taking a deep breath, he gave a dry cough, touched the tip of his nose, and said, I need money. He was originally for Xian steel and Xian iron. Whoever wanted to lose the house for the iron rod, and Xiong Er's 300,000 foreign debt, now he is the master of extreme lack of money. Naturally, he did not say how much it would cost. First, he really doesn't know how much it should be. Secondly, he gave the decision to the old man in purple clothing. Anyway, I asked for money. If you want to give more, you can give more, and if you want to give less, you can have less. If not, I dare not have any opinion. Aside, the old man in purple clothes held a teacup and took a sip, and when he saw that Ye Chen didn't speak any more, he couldn't help looking at Ye Chen. That's all? He smiled. Ye Chen nodded. The old man in purple smiled slightly, took a storage bag and handed it to Ye Chen. Thank you, senior. Ye Chen hurriedly took it, but didn't go to see it on the spot, and it didn't look good, so if you do and have it, can you order more? He has that heart and no courage. Just get started. Here, the old man in purple has pulled up the sleeve of his left arm, exposing his arm. Seeing this, Ye Chen frowned, because the old man in purple was black with the same body. If you look closely, you can see the strange runes on the surface of the arms. What is this? Ye Chen looked up at the old man in purple. Witches? Ye Chen couldn't help but remember the words about witches and mantras that he had seen in Zhengyang Zhongshuge a few years ago. The mantra is an extremely vicious mantra, and it can only be cast by the legendary witches. If the mantra is lost, if it cannot be stopped or cleared in time, it will be killed by the mantra. As for the Wu tribe, it is a big one. It is an ancient and mysterious race, and the demons, immortals, spirits, ancients, demons, protoss, dragons, and barbarians are also called ancient 9 races. They are extremely powerful. It is a real ancient engine. Ye Chen was surprised. He never thought that there would be such a curse of the Wu tribe in the body of such a powerful monk. Senior, can my real fire help you to restrain this mantra? Knowing the power of the mantra, Ye Chen was a little out of breath. Ordinary real fire will not work, but your real fire may work. As soon as this remark came out, Ye Chen looked stunned, and looked at the old man in purple. Senior, is it true that the fire is still different? Of course. The old man in purple clothing smiled slightly at Ye Chen's inquiries. I have seen many real fires, but like you, the golden real fire, I really saw it for the first time. But I don't think my real fire is very strong. Ye Chen scratched his head. True fire is born from heaven and earth. It is inherently spiritual and naturally suppressed by the master's cultivation. Only then can you condense the air, and your true fire only has the ability corresponding to your cultivation, and... Having said that, the old man in purple stagnated and took a deep look at Ye Chen, and your true fire has not yet awakened. Don't wake up. Ye Chen was surprised the more he heard. I can only say that it is not a normal real fire, at least in my opinion. It is stronger than all the real fires I have ever seen. The old man in purple clothes seems to have concealed, saying too much is not good for the current Ye Chen. Ye Chen's intentions were not exhausted, but he knew how to converge and did not continue to ask. Come on. The old man in purple has raised his arm and raised his palm. Ye Chen didn't drag at all, and immediately raised his arm, and the palm of the old man in Z was stuck together. Suddenly, his heart moved, real fire burst out at will, and poured into the old man's arm through the palm of his hand, forming countless words, and wrapped those words tightly. Jing Yuan's body shook Ye Chen's spirit. You only need to refine one of the mantras, said the old man in purple. The mantras are linked by the mantras. When a mantra is refined, I have a way to break the mantra. Okay. Ye Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and the real fire flame rose instantly. Devil's blood. Really in contact with Ye Chen's body, the eyes of the old man in purple suddenly became profound. He stared at Ye Chen, as if he could see the blood flowing in Ye Chen's body, from which he caught a bloodthirsty, ferocious and violent gas. The old man in Z narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ye Chen with a faint glance. How could there be magic blood in his body? The old man in purple murmured, and he could see that Ye Chen obviously did not know that the blood of the ancient demons was hidden in his blood. The doubt in my heart was interrupted by the pain in the arm. The old man in purple clothing withdrew his thoughts from Ye Chen, focused his eyes on his own arm, and was wrapped in Ye Chen's real fire. At this time, if you look at the arm of the old man in purple clothes, the curse pattern on it is already in chaos, and the magic curse connected by the curse pattern has also changed. The mantra of the mantra felt a strong threat, struggling violently. The old man in purple is really a supernatural person. He put his fingers close together, pressed it on his arm, and started to move down from his shoulder. The curse imprinted on his arm was forced out by him. Upon seeing this, the old man in purple clothing pointed out and completely trapped the curse's curse on his arm, so as not to spread to other parts of the body. Ye Chen did not bother, but exited the small courtyard gently. When he returned to the back hall again, he picked out the old man in purple clothes and gave him a storage bag. He hurriedly looked inside and couldn't help being surprised. 500,000, seeing the number of spirit stones, he couldn't help but swallow a secret spit. It's a big deal. Sighing with tongues, Ye Chen's heart was full of thoughts. It was beyond his expectation that the old man in purple clothes would give him so many spirit stones. For a while, Ye Chen found out that in addition to the 500,000 spirit stones in the storage bag, there was a small note. Taking out a small note, Ye Chen hurriedly looked at it. The iron rod was counted as Tian Xian Men's gift to Xiaoyu, 500,000 spirit stones, and the original number was returned. Sure enough, Tian Xian Men. Ye Chen touched his chin. Thinking of this in his heart, he stepped out of the backyard and came to the street. His mood was very good. The 500,000 spirit stones returned, giving him a little more confidence, and having money in his hand, very at ease. It's getting late, but there are still many pedestrians on the street, and the rumblings are still endless. Ye Chen didn't go back immediately, but strolled around the street, looking over the stalls on both sides, looking for the black steel and black iron he needed. After all, he stopped at a wretched old man's stall. Xian Gang Xian Iron. Ye Chen had just stopped, and he set his eyes on two irregular stones, one black and one bright, not too big, only the size of an egg. His arrival did not attract the attention of the insignificant old man, who was now staring at the passing woman with his eyes glowing. While looking at it, he was also showing that insignificant smile. Somehow, when he saw the old man at first glance, Ye Chen Meng had an impulse to want to be ridiculous. "Old man, look at me and take things away." "What?" The old man's eyes turned around immediately, and he gave a cough, and calmly wiped the saliva from his mouth. The 180-degree turn turned his face, and he looked at his handful of beards and looked like a senior man. Ye Chen's mouth twitched sharply. The secret performance of the old man in the dark road was not covered. He looked at the beauties in the last second. At this moment, he became a senior expert. I didn't know that this product was really a senior. Where is the master? This little brother, when you see that you are a person who knows goods, I'm all a baby here, only to be destined. The old man was again scratching his beard, but his face was always insignificant. Cut. Ye Chen disagreed. He passed by so many stalls, almost everyone said so, and he was no stranger. I want this piece of black iron and black steel. Ye Chen said without ink, pointing to the black iron and black steel. 10,000. The old man straightened a finger. 5,000. Ye Chen directly exploded the price. You stunned, 100,000 spirit stones. I can't buy it directly from Chow Tai Fuk, but also ran to this dark black market with thousands of miles. I said, Xiaowu, you've cut the price too hard. The insignificant old man stared with a beard. My master taught me to buy things halfway. Ye Chen looked at the wretched old man harmlessly. The wretched old man was about to jump on the spot, but still hesitated. 90,000, can't be less. 60,000. The deal. Ye Chen had to fight hard to bargain with the insignificant old man, but he couldn't think that the old man promised so easy, which made him a little surprised. Give money and money, hurry up. The wretched old man seemed to be in a hurry, plugged Xian Tai and Xian Steel, and then started to clean up his booth, this look of panic, as if there is something urgent. Ye Chen was very confused, but still reached into his storage bag. "Zhu Guyu, you old man, you kill 1,000 swords." Before he pulled out the spirit stone, Ye Chen heard a loud cursing coming from afar. Could not help but glance. Not far away is a fat old man angry to kill. Seeing this, Ye Chen came to understand this. The owner of this booth was so anxious that someone asked him to settle the bill. Thinking in this way, but Ye Chen still took out the spirit stone, and always paid for shopping. However, before he passed the spirit stone, the insignificant old man rolled up and ran away, and the speed was not covered. "You shit." After the wretched old man, the fat old man whistled past like a gust of wind, and the already noisy street, because these two immortal noises, turned into a flying dog. "Let's go." Ye Chen coughed, took out the storage bag containing the spirit stone, and let him consciously stuff it into the storage bag again. After turning around, seeing that there was nothing to buy, Ye Chen left the noisy street. As soon as he entered the inn, Xiao Kong rushed up and grabbed Ye Chen, yelling, "Ya, I thought you were assassinated? You have said that during the auction, private fighting is prohibited. No matter how brave Wu Chongqing is, he dare not find me here." Ye Chen said, not forgetting to take out a storage bag from his arms and stuff it after Xiao Kong's hand. "Now, your spirit stone, 300,000, no more, no less." After receiving the storage bag, Xiao Kong glanced inside, and then a pair of small eyes looked at Ye Chen in surprise. "You still have spirit stones. Pick it." "Pick, pick." Xiao Kong chased behind Ye Chen's buttocks, like a follower. "Where to pick? I'll pick a basket." "Tian Xian Men." A random answer. Ye Chen stretched his waist and walked to his room while waving his hand. "Too tired today, rest early." Xiao Kong wanted to say something, but Ye Chen had closed the door. Tian Xianmen picked it up. "It's strange to believe yours." Xiao Kong muttered, holding a heavy storage bag, and he smiled again. Back in the room, Ye Chen closed the door tightly and took out the Zijin gourd. He still remembered that he drank the fluid from the little gourd last night, only to feel his body burn like a fire, and the pain that his head was about to explode, still makes him feel awkward. The body seemed to be burning, and my head was about to burst, which even made my practice break through to the 8th weight of condensed gas. There must be something wrong with this spiritual fluid. Moaning quietly, Ye Chen poured a drop of spiritual fluid from the small gourd. The spiritual fluid is purple, glowing with halo, and crystal clear. This is a fusion of jade spiritual fluid and aura fluid. The medicinal fragrance is rich and tangy. When you smell it, you will feel relaxed and happy. "No problem." Ye Chen touched his chin after staring for a while. Nothing like usual. Then, he swallowed the drop of spirit into his mouth. As usual, this spiritual fluid entered the body and turned into a strong essence, integrated into his body, and there was no sense of heat last night. Strange. Ye Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. Next, he swallowed a few drops of spirits one after another. His body still did not have the weird pain like last night, but he felt warm all over. "It's weird." He muttered again. Ye Chen withdrew his thoughts, and then took out the black iron rods that he took at the auction today. "It took you 500,000 spirit stones to photograph you, so don't let me down." While talking, Ye Chen pushed the iron rod along the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Hum. As soon as the iron rod was stuffed in, the Zijin gourd buzzed. Seeing this, Ye Chen's eyes brightened, rubbing his hands and staring at the purple gold gourd, hoping that the purple gold gourd could find the mystery on the iron rod. However, since the Zijin gourd trembled, it had no text and stood quietly on the table, except for the purple gas that overflowed from time to time. "It's gone." With a look of surprise, Ye Chen picked up the Zijin's small gourd, shook it subconsciously, and then looked towards the inside along the gourd mouth. He found that the iron rod was in the purple gold gourd, and there was no abnormal shape, and it was suspended there quietly, as if the purple gas flowing around it had nothing to do with it. I don't know how long before, Ye Chen was so anxious that he put the purple gold gourd back to its original place, you sigh, 500,000 spirit stones, and bought your iron rod that can't fall through. It's nice. Ye Chen held the Qishao sword in love, and Ye Chen was very happy. The main thing was that he created the sword. A new day of auctions has begun. Every attic has people coming out, and people are coming from all directions and heading towards the hidden dragon pavilion at the center. Would you like it? Before going out, Xiong pulled out a voice-changing pill and Yi-Rong pill from the crotch and handed it to Ye Chen. Glancing at Xiong crotch, Ye Chen coughed, "You can eat it." Then, he took out a wolf head mask from the storage bag, covered his face, and wanted to eat the pill that Xiong had pulled out of his crotch. How could he say that he really couldn't get out of his mouth? Don't eat and pull down. Xiong disagreed and shoved the two pills into his mouth. With the flow of people, the two came to the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion again. It is still the most corner of the place. The two of them sat down and ate, while still not forgetting the entrance of Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The dwellings of the big families of Dachu came in, and they didn't budge. Especially the families with grievances, one with a calm face, seemed to be struggling to compete at this auction. The Sanzong people then arrived, and the bloodthirsty palace was still the finale. Ye Chen saw Wu Changqing. His old face was really gloomy and could not be gloomy again. He lost his face yesterday and became the biggest laughingstock here. After letting him go back, he became furious and threatened to knock Ye Chen alive. Don't be arrogant, don't let you bleed again today. A glance at Wu Changqing gave Ye Chen a sneer. You must be honest today. Xiong shouted, while shoving something in his mouth, be careful to overturn the boat in the gutter, then Wu Changqing is not so provocative. No. Silhouettes spurred, each in place. Everyone's eyes were on the front stage. Yesterday all the artifacts were auctioned, and today the mysterious mystery was auctioned, which is the usual rule of the underworld. I don't know if I can take a secret method this time. The auction has not really started yet, and the convenience is already a matter of discussion. I heard that the mysteries of this auction are extraordinary. What's extraordinary is not ours. In the debate, Yang Gu, the host of the auction, has stepped onto the stage and looked around, and then he said, "The auction, start." After that, he had turned out a scroll and turned his eyes into a flash. Yang refers. Yanga veteran that scroll is suspended in mid-air, and did not forget to introduce this mystery, refining the true qi, gathering one finger, is called a yang, and the Taoist of the fire attribute can consider bid. The reserve price is 50,000 yuan, and the auction will start now. 60,000. As soon as Yanga's old words fell, someone was holding a sign below. My Qi family has 200,000. The second bid was a gray elder from the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. This arrogant and incomprehensible, lying leisurely on the seat, his look was even more fun. He raised the price of 140,000 spirit stones at a stretch, so that the people who were preparing to bid, sat back consciously. This includes Bear too. You shit, I still want to participate? Xiong scolded him forever. Cultivation of the family is rich in wealth. Ye Chen aside, his face sighed. 21,000. Another person raised the price below, and the bidder was a middle-aged beautiful woman in a red robe in the Beichuan family. The same family, this Wang family is not weaker than Qi family, to a certain extent better than Qi family, the middle-aged beautiful woman also seems to see the extraordinariness of that young finger, do not want to easily give to Qi family. 25,000 yuan. After the Wang family, the Situ family of Shishu also participated in the price increase in one breath. 300,000. Dongyue's Shengguan family pushed the auction of a young finger to a climax. 3,000 and 1,000. 35,000. The major families of Dechu practiced bidding. In less than a minute, the price of this male finger reached a high price of 500,000 yuan, making a helpless look for the casual repairers. Nothing. Xiong lay on the seat like a dead pig. It's really a bunch of beasts. Ye Chen also became embarrassed. His aura is right up to the yang, and it is suitable to practice that yang finger. However, he is so shy, he feels helpless. 550,000. But the next voice made Xiong and Ye Chen's eyes light up again, because the second uncle of Xiong was the bidder. There is a play, there is a play. Xiong rubbed his small hands, his two small eyes focused, staring at a solid figure in front of him. He did not expect that their Xiong family also participated in the auction, and they shot generously, and pressed all the families on the scene. In this way, he could learn a yang finger without spending money. Similarly, Ye Chen rubbed his hands, and it was not impossible to learn this yang finger based on his friendship with Xiong On the second floor, the elders of the Qi family were gloomy. Looking at the second uncle of Xiong he said coldly, "Xiong Dashan, you are so brave. If you have one, add it." Xiong Dashan was strong, and Qi Jieqi, who was whispering in a word, sighed. Your Xiong family has resentment with Qi family? From the words of Xiong Dashan and Qi's parents, Ye Chen caught some clues and couldn't help looking at Xiong aside. Of course there is resentment, Xiong shouted, scolding, the two of us have forged a beam from my grandpa's generation, because of a natural spiritual stone mine, there is not much to do on weekdays. What do you mean? 550,000, is anyone still raising the price? On the stage, Yanga Lao glanced at Qijia Yejian, and looked down again. After all, Sanzong and Bloodthirsty Hall did not participate in the auction, which made Ye Chen and Xiong relieved. LB. On the stage, Yanga Lao has finally decided. After receiving the Yang finger scroll, Yang Gu turned his hands and took out a jade bamboo slip. On the jade bamboo slip, 3 big characters were clearly written, Ling Yunbu. Shenshu Xianshu, Ling Yunbu, 30,000, starting. Yanga said casually. Compared with that Yang finger, this Ling Yunbu obviously has a lower grade, but it can't stop the robbers of the people, because this is the mystery of the Tiangshuanmen auction. During this period, Ye Chen and Xiong also made several shots, but they were too upset by the price of that day. I can see it, this is a group of beasts. Xiong lay on the table, scolding him forever. They are all wealthy masters. Ye Chen also became frustrated after being frustrated repeatedly. The spirit in the storage bag made him embarrassed to speak again. Every time he shot, it was not enough to plug his teeth. Childs. Tianyu Club, Taoist Friends of Spiritual Masters can consider. On the stage, Yanga Lao has taken out a step scroll. The reserve price is 30,000, and the price increase must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Starting auction now. Staff? Ye Chen, who was on the table, lifted his head and looked at the stage with his eyes bright. You don't practice sticks anymore, you're excited. Xiong glanced at Ye Chen. I don't need it, Hua can use it. I can't use it, I can use it. Then, Ye Chen looked down again. Compared with several previous mystery auctions, this day the club is obviously underrepresented. Long ago, Yang Gu said that no one had bargained. On the stage, Xianwu saw no one shouting at the price, and frowned slightly. The stick method is difficult to repair, and it is useless. Most people hold up teacups and do not interrupt the auction of participating in the club. If sword mystery, you can think about it. This is a side door. No one wants it. Listening to the discussion below, Ye Chen secretly relieved, at least a lot of competitors. No one wants it. Xianwu looked around and looked down, after all, he couldn't help but ask. Since no one wants it, then this stick method will be shot, I want me to. After waiting for Xianwu to finish his words, Ye Chen hurriedly held up a sign. Senior, 31,000 spirit stones, I'll take the stick club this day. Huh? Ye Chen's voice attracted a lot of attention. Those who came to the auction to secretly did practice the mystery of sticks. Really don't say that after Ye Chen bid, there was no one at the scene to bid. When he saw this, Xianwu rubbed his eyebrows secretly, then raised his arm holding the hammer and was about to knock it down. However, before he fell, an untimely voice from the elegant room of Zhengyang Zong on the second floor sounded again, 40,000, Zhengyang Zong received it. Zong on the second floor sounded again, 40,000, Zhengyang Zong received it. In the corner, listening to Wu Changqing's high words, Ye Chen glanced coldly at Ye Jian on the second floor. Wu Changqing, it's you again. You don't need it when no one took it. Now I shot it, and you ran out again. 40,000, is anyone still raising the price? If no one is increasing. 100,000. Before waiting for Xianwu to finish speaking, Ye Chen in the corner interrupted his discourse again, and mentioned the price to the 100,000 spirits in one breath. Someone grabbing something with Wu Changqing? It won't be the guy from yesterday. I can't see. Yesterday the man wore a ghost head mask, and today he wore a wolf head mask. Looking at Ye Jian on the second floor again, Wu Changqing's face became gloomy again. Yesterday, he held on to the power of Zheng Yangzong and played with tenderness for the iron rod, but never thought he was crushed by 500,000 people. His face and Zheng Yangzong's face were completely lost by him. Today, someone robbed him of something and made him burn in anger. Although he wanted the club to be useless that day, he could not tolerate others to offend his majesty. 15,000. Thinking in this way, Wu Changqing could not help but sternly. 200,000. As soon as his voice fell, Ye Chen in the corner responded. Boy, you can't do it. Xiong Er dragged Ye Chen's horns, and his other hand didn't forget to cover his crotch. He could see that Ye Chen would borrow spirits from him next time. Stone out. 300,000 spirit stones are ready. Ye Chen glanced at Xiong Er. You shit, I haven't covered it yet. Xiong Er grinned. Boy, do you know who you're grabbing from? In the second floor, Wu Changqing's voice was cold. Fair bidding, the one with the highest price wins, the predecessor has to overpower others. Ye Chen's words were not humble, but his lips were sneered tightly. He has already worked hard to fight with Wu Changqing again. Even if he loses his family, he will have to shoot the stick club for Hua that day. There are few stick tricks, and he will never miss it. Naturally, this is just one of them. At this moment, Ye Chen's mind was still disturbed by the incident of being driven down the mountain that day. That was his eternal pain. He was even more accustomed to Wu Changqing's attitude of supremacy, all of which drove him to make a crazy thing. It's a fair bid. On the second floor, there was a cold laugh from Wu Changqing. I have 250,000 from Zhengyang. 500,000. As soon as Wu Changqing's words fell, Ye Chen raised his sign. Puff. 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 Suddenly, the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion was full of the voice of spitting tea. Ye Chen raised the price by 250,000 at a stretch, almost choking them to death. What the is this? Hidden in the dragon pavilion, it seemed to be boiling. How precious is the stick's mystery. That kid is brave enough. Dare to grab something from Zheng Yangzong. Hundreds of thousands of spirits, this is going to God. Yesterday was a broken iron whip, today is a broken stick method. No matter what is the least noticed, it will be sold at sky-high prices. What is happening in this world? The enthusiastic vocals, Ye Chen in the corner, became the most watched person in the audience. On the second floor, there were successively opened bead curtains overlooking one after another. The parents of the major generations, King Yunzong, Hengiweizong, the Windless Trace, and the three hallowed powerhouses of the Bloodthirsty Hall all cast surprise eyes. Compared to these people, Wu Changqing's complexion has changed from gloomy to ruthless, and from ruthless to hesitant. Yesterday's face was sweeping away, and today's scene looks like yesterday. Again, if you see and shoot that stick method, you will lose not only his face, but the entire face of Zheng Yangzong. I obviously want that stick method to be useless, but I have to run out and pretend to see it. The fork is split. Someone sneered. Looking closely, it turned out to be the Zhuge Yu who sold Ye Chen Xian Tai and Xian Steel yesterday. His words did not go unnoticed. At first glance, he was a man of profound cultivation and was not afraid of the might of Zheng Yangzong. His words made Wu Changqing's old face hot. Boom! He smashed the table and chairs next to him, and was about to bid, but was stopped by Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang behind him. Elder, our goal is Tianji Dan. Also ask the elder to think twice, don't waste too much spirit stone on this useless stick method. The words of Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang made Wu Changqing wake up like a dream, and he was gradually awakened by anger. Rao is so, Wu Changqing's sleeve still clasped his hands, and a cold murderous raged in the cavity. If it was not forbidden to fight privately here, he would have rushed down and shot Yifeng. Check for me. Wu Changqing took a sigh of relief, and Shengsheng took the anger back. I'll see who is so bold. I want him to die better than he die. A thrilling auction has come to an end. The old man on the stage couldn't help sighing. What the is this? Yesterday was the broken iron whip, today is this broken stick method, but these two things that Tian Xian men did not like the most, they even sold a price of 500,000 yuan. Rao is his elder, who was expecting. Missed. With a stern finale, Ye Chen patted the Tianyi Club array as he wished. Yes, I lost my family again. Xiong Er shrugged his fat head and stuck it on the table. It seems that he can't find the second uncle to ask for some money. I'm a god. 300,000, I will bring you interest back in the future. Ye Chen patted Xiong Er's shoulder. After hearing that, Xiong Er's eyes brightened, and then he took out a pen and paper from the crotch, and Long Fei Feng Wu wrote a series of large characters and wiped his nose, which was passed to Ye Chen. Sign it. Today's auction, this is the end. With the old voice of Yang Gu ringing in the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion, the auction of the mystery of Xianshu today came to an end. The crowd of people stood up, each screaming, and before leaving, they did not forget to take a look at Ye Chen wearing a wolf head mask. It can be said to be the hottest topic of today's auction. It's a talented person from the Jiangshan generation. The elder white-haired elder of Situ's family in Shishu glanced at Ye Chen with a beard. Situ old man, this little baby is much better than when you were younger. An old man in white in Dongyue Shengguan's house laughed. 2 old things will be auctioned tomorrow, and leave a little affection. The middle-aged beautiful woman in a red robe in the Beichuan Wang family glanced angrily at the 2 old men in Situ's and Shengguan's houses. There are many opinions, and many of the cultivation families will look at Ye Chen when they leave. Boy, you're hot this time. Xiong Er was clearly aware of Qiuhao. When each side looked at Ye Chen, he was caught by him. Creating evil. Ye Chen could not help but rub his eyebrows. On the second floor, the Qingyun sect had already come down. The elder Xinjiai and the old man just glanced at Ye Chen at random, but Lu Ji, who abandoned him, looked at the folding fan lightly, and interlaced with Ye Chen's eyes a bit. Interesting. Lu Jiman's playful abuse. Abandon my Dantian's revenge, find you sooner or later. Looking away at will, Ye Chen could not help clenching his fists. On the same day, Lu Ji was such a mischievous gesture, and he was completely cleaned up. The people at the bloodthirsty hall also came down, looking at Ye Chen remotely, and frowned. Gao Lao, have you noticed a familiar atmosphere from that boy? The young man in white robe looked at the gray-haired old man beside him. Hidden breath, can't be seen. The gray-haired old man groaned as he stepped out of the Canglong pavilion first. Pay more attention to him, maybe we have met him somewhere. After the bloodthirsty hall, they are the people of Zhengyangzong. In his eyes, Ye Chen saw Wu Changqing's extremely gloomy old face. Boy, you will die terribly. Across the distance, Ye Chen could still see Wu Changqing's murderous eyes. Missing Wu Changqing's eyes, although Ye Chen was extremely reluctant, but still intertwined with Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes. The lovers of the past looked at each other for a moment, so Ye Chen couldn't help but hurt. It was Ji Ningxuang, who frowned slightly. It seemed that Ye Chen's eyes felt a familiar feeling, and there were some strange flashes in the beautiful eyes. 2. Ye Chen didn't look any more, and turned her head. The people who came to the auction retreated one after another, and Ye Chen came to the back hall of the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion. You guys, the scenery is endless today. Yanga always talked and laughed. Although Ye Chen wore a special mask covering his face, he seemed to be able to see through Ye Chen's lineup at a glance. Senior made fun. After handing over the spirit stone, and getting the Tianqi club, he turned and left, but was stopped by Yanga. Senior, is there anything else? Ye Chen looked at Yanga Lotzi in doubt. Little guy, would you like to join me in Tian Xian Men? He looked at Ye Chen with a smile, and Yang Gu was scratching his white beard. Hearing that, Ye Chen was shocked. Tian Xian Men, what kind of existence it is, mysterious and powerful, the three ancestors of Dechu Yi Dian, dare not provoke it. At this moment, he will send an invitation to him in a condensed state, which he had never thought of. Su Shi came too suddenly, making his head a little dizzy. He could be seen by Tian Xian Men. Is it because of real fire? Ye Chen thought in his heart. In addition to this, he could not think of any other appreciation that could arouse Tian Xian Men. How's it? Are you interested? Seeing Ye Chen faint, Yang Golao smiled again. Ye Chen then reacted with a laugh. The seniors have to make fun of the younger. I am a young man with a condensed spirit, how can I get into your old eyes? Cultivation is not a problem, what Tian Xian Men sees is talent. Yang Ji's old laughter and concubine, like a kind old grandfather, of course, what we see is your true fire, but more importantly you potential. When it comes to this child, Tian Xian Men gave his face, and Ye Chen naturally followed. Senior, if I join Tianxuanmen, does it mean that I will be completely separated from Dachu, and I will not be able to participate in Dachu's affairs in the future? Ye Chen kept his attitude as low as possible, and had the courtesy of the younger generation. People at Tianxuanmen shall not participate in the disputes between the major forces of Dachu. This is a rule established by the gatekeepers of all ages. That's it. Shen Chen groaned, and Ye Chen touched his chin. Although Tian Xian Men is mysterious and powerful, he has strong binding power. He was born in Dachu and grew up in Dachu. If he completely escapes from Dachu, there will always be a strange and complicated emotion. Moreover, he will fight back to Zhengyang. Zone, the shame of being driven down the mountain that day. Don't have to answer in a hurry, go back and think about it, my words will always count. Seeing Ye Chen groan, Yang Gu smiled a little. In this way, I thanked my seniors, and Rong went back to think about it. Ye Chen arched a gift, then turned and walked out of the hidden pavilion. After he left, the old man in purple who invited him to break the mantra yesterday came out. In the first seat, De Chu's younger generation has more talents than him, so why only invite him? Yanga looked at the old man in purple with doubt, is it because he is really fire? Of course not. The old man in purple drew his beard, with deep meaning in his discourse, this boy is not as simple as the surface. Although his talent is not the highest, it is an alternative, and his true fire is not ordinary overbearing. What matters is his blood. It is not necessary to ask the Lord for this matter. The old man looked at the old man in purple. I want to find her. The old man in purple said angrily. She was relaxed, she threw Tianxuanmen to me, and she fell idle, who knows where she is going crazy now. As soon as Ye Chen walked out of the Tibetan dragon pavilion with a mask, he caught two familiar breaths. East is Huayun and west is Ji Ningxuang. For a moment, I realized who the person who was staring at him was, but on the surface it was pretending to be unaware, and followed the crowd into the noisy street. Along the way, he stopped and stopped, sometimes picking and choosing on the side of the road. The hidden effort of Huayun and Ji Ningxuang in the dark is pretty good, and they have followed Ye Chen all the way through dozens of streets. Can you follow me? At a street stall, Ye Chen stopped and looked down at the stall. He couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, I don't want to think about my origin. Having said that, Ye Chen had to mention another identity. In Zhengyangzong, he was not only a disciple, but also a member of the Zhengyangzong Information Cabinet. He was nurtured since he was a child. He often went down the mountain to gather information. His best skill was tracking. As an expert in tracking, his insight is far from comparable. How to deal with the tracking of others is also one of his required courses. Although he is not as good as Huayun and Ji Ningxuang, when it comes to this tracking, Huayun and Ji Ningxuang are still far behind. Following a member of the former intelligence pavilion, their behavior is still worse. Still pretending not to know, Ye Chen then led Huayun and Ji Ningxuang to a dozen streets. When the night fell, Huayun and Ji Ningxuang met from both east and west, but disappeared Ye Chen. This kid isn't easy. Huayun said coldly, losing people and making him very angry. His cultivation may be better than us. Ji Ningxuang, who has always been quiet, groaned. But it does not rule out another possibility, that is, he is a member of the intelligence-focused class, and most people can't follow him. Ye Chen returned to the inn, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Thinking of the price of the shot of the club, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a little pain, but in order for the tiger baby to have a good stick mystery, he thought it would be worth the extra money. The ancient scrolls of the tentacle club, with a seal, were broken slightly by him. He then carefully realized the mystery of the tentative club by the faint candlelight. I don't know, this benefit him a lot. Sticks are like guns, but they are the two most difficult to repair. Among them, Tianxian stick array not only introduced the mystery of sticks in detail, but also explained many methods. Tianyua stick formation, divided into attack and defense, is a combination of offense and defense, practiced to the end. You can use the stick's virtual shadow to play the formation, is definitely one of the few mysteries in stick mystery. Ye Chen was looking at different colors, and there were no white flowers in the 500,000 spirit stones secretly. After a few hours of enlightenment, he was also able to break the mystery contained in the stick. The world's weapons have their own advantages, but they all share the same goal. I wonder when Ye Chen opened his eyes, and there seemed to be an epiphany in his eyes. The swords, halberds, and hammers and axes have similarities. Since the ancestors can understand the Tianjian Club, I can also figure out the Tianjian Club. Time is not a problem. What is needed is perception. A new day is coming, and the last day of the Nether Black Market auction is coming. It seems that there are more people participating in the auction today than in the previous 2 days. The crowds are full of people with solemn looks. The first day auctioned the magic weapon, the second day auctioned the mysterious method, and the third day auctioned the elixir. Looking at the posture, the elixir auctioned today is extraordinary. Looking at the crowd, Ye Chen could not help but groan. One sentence. Of course. Xiong Erai's eagerness looked like he was in the blood of a chicken. The final masterpiece of today is likely to change the future pattern of Dachu. Such a cow fork? Do you know the heaven? Xiong Er looked over at Ye Chen. Crap. Ye Chen cursed, the monk's sixfold realm, but this celestial realm is the highest cultivation, and a celestial realm can last for thousands of years. That's right. Xiong Er came up mysteriously and whispered, "Do you know what the elixir of the final auction is here?" Hearing that, Ye Chen shook her head gently. Tianji Dan. Tianji Dan. Ye Chen froze. Listening to this meaning can help people break through to heaven? I heard so. Xiong Er's answer was ambiguous. There are a lot of people in Dachu, and there are a lot of people who work in the sky, and there are not a few people at the top of the sky, and there are many monks in the quasi-heaven. On that day, if you let the monks in quasi-heaven to take it, it will probably help them to advance to heaven. You say that cattle are not cattle forks. Hearing Xiong Er's words, Ye Chen's eyebrows couldn't help it. If Jingdan really had such a great effect that day, it would be the highlight of the Nether Black Market auction today. It is conceivable that if someone from a faction breaks through to the realm of heaven, it will definitely affect the pattern of Dachu. Xiong Er's words are definitely not exaggerated, just because the people who cultivated that day were too powerful. Look! Today's auction is absolutely extremely fierce. Xiong Er continued, the ancestors of the major forces, including the ancestors of my Xiong family, are not many, and they all want to use this day to sleep. Break through to heaven in one fell swoop. You must know that those who cultivate in the empty realm can live up to 500 years, and those who cultivate in this realm can live to the age of 1,000 years, those who will die. It's not crazy to be crazy. Having said that, Xiong Er also signaled Ye Chen to look at the many elegant rooms on the second floor representing the major forces. See, today's auction, there are no people in these elegant rooms, and they all hide in Tibetan dragons after Irong. The crowd on the first floor of the court. What do you mean? Tianji Dan's relationship is too big, who would be stupid enough to let people see who took it? Xiong Er said, I dare to say that, if today people know that the force that took Tianji Dan is the Bloodthirsty Temple, after the auction, the people of the Bloodthirsty Temple will be chased and killed by many forces. Even if they are not killed, the major forces of Dachu will soon unite and send their troops north to attack the Bloodthirsty Temple. Of course, if Sanzong and people from all major families take Tianji Dan, it will have the same consequences. So, after the auction today, there will inevitably be a battle outside the black market. Ye Chen groaned. This is the theory. Xiong Er nodded. So all the people who come to participate in the auction will do their best to hide their looks and breath, for fear they will be recognized. Is Xianmen auctioning Tianji Dan that day? Isn't this obviously asking Dachu forces to fight? I'm beginning to doubt the motivation of Tian Xuanmen's move. People are willing to auction Tianji Dan. It's good to see if you can buy it, if you can bring it back safely, and if you can take it. You haven't forced you to buy it, right? Looking at this situation, the strong men of the major forces should have been hidden from the dark black market. Ye Chen touched his chin. The strong men who come to respond must not be in the minority. You don't seem stupid yet. What's so ridiculous, aren't we leaving yet? Ye Chen could not help but say, after the major powers scuffle after the auction, most of us will become cannon fodder. Everyone is going to grab Tianji Dan, who will take care of us. Xiong didn't take it for granted and saw Ye Chen's solemn look. He also patted Ye Chen's shoulders as a sign of relief. Rest assured that I've been here more than once. Child. The door of Hidden Dragon Pavilion was closed while talking. Soon, on the platform in front, Yanga slowly walked up. He glanced down first before clearing his throat. Auction, start. Then, he took out a jade box from his arms. Although the jade box is sealed, the people present can still smell the aroma of the elixir overflowing from the gap. Zaguden, I don't think I need to introduce too much about its medicinal effects. The base price of 50,000 yuan, and the price increase must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones each time. Now, the auction will start. 5,000. As soon as Yanga's old words fell, someone raised a sign below. 60,000. I have 80,000. As soon as the first elixir was taken out, it caused looting. Today's elixir must be in full swing. After several rounds of auctions, Zhuge Dan was photographed by an old man in Tsing-Yi for 150,000. After Yanga's final decision, he took out a sealed jade box again. Shi Sui Dan, the starting price is 50,000 yuan, starting auction. 60,000. What surprised Ye Chen is that the first bid turned out to be Xiong next to him. This pair of hands held the sign and raised it high, but no matter how tall he was, it was only so high. Your dad didn't wash your pith. Ye Chen looked at Xiong for a moment. I shot it for my daughter-in-law, he. Wow. You have a daughter-in-law, I have never heard you say that. Ye Chen looked up and down Xiong a fat Xiong, and even found a wife, really do not know which girl he was arched. 100,000. The two were talking, and the price of Shisui Dan had been sent to the high 100,000. 11,000. Xiong slammed the table and jumped up, his voice was so loud. 15,000. The next voice directly made this irritated. You're awesome, I don't want it anymore. Xiong was so desperate that he wanted to continue to bid, but he was so shy. Perhaps because the Xiong family also had to bid on that day, his second uncle didn't give him much spirit stone. Seeing Xiong look downcast, Ye Chen felt a little bit sorry for him. If he borrowed 300,000 yuan, Xiong would not be so passive. Naturally, if Xiong failed to take pictures of Xiao Erden, he would naturally compensate Xiong. Healing meridians is not the only thing that Xiao Dan can do. He can also do it. Meridian is much better than that. If you can't take it, you won't be able to take it. Your daughter-in-law's washing of the meridians has covered me. Ye Chen laughed. You can do it. That must be done. Ye Chen patted his chest, and it is not impossible to use the wild body for other people. It was not until the night was about to come, that the old pavilion pulled out a jade box that was silent and clear from the storage bag. To say that this jade box is indeed precious enough. It is made by Lingyu. It is full of luster and full of runes. There are even 3 seals on it, so you can see it inside. Quietly lying a purple elixir. Tianji Dan. It's Tian Dan. Finally wait. Once the jade box was taken out, the eyes of all the people in the room were bright, and each body was sitting straight, staring fiercely at the jade box. Many people's breath was already panting. You must know that the elixir in the jade box is very maybe the panacea to change the future pattern of Dachu. Hurry up, it's Tianji Dan. In the corner, Xiong stared at the jade box and pushed Ye Chen again. Are you here? Ye Chen Ji-ling raised his head, too late to rub his sleepy eyes, looked at the jade box in the old hands of Neong Pavilion, and could clearly see the purple Ling Dan in the jade box. Is that Tianji Dan? Ye Chen licked his lips. Great. It doesn't seem to be half a dime with us. I can't afford to sell you. In the spotlight, the old jade box containing Yang Jiden's veteran was suspended in midair. Tianji Dan may allow people in the paradise to break into the heaven. Of course, it is only possible that whether you can break into the heaven, depends on your own good fortune. Briefly introduced, Yanga said faintly, Tianji Dan, the reserve price is 500,000 yuan, and the price increase must not be less than 10,000 spirit stones. Now, the auction will start. 500,000 spirit stones. At this price, too many people could not help but swallowed subconsciously. If it is not a martial art or a family, who has so many spirit stones, many people have realized that from the beginning, Ji Dan has no relationship with them for half a dime from the beginning. Just this reserve price has killed a lot. 550,000. However, there are still many people who are rich, and someone will immediately bid for it, and there is no need to introduce that person, because he is after Irong, needless to say that he has a deep foundation. 600,000. 800,000. 800,000 want to shoot Tianji Dan? I have 1 million. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. When the first person bid for the bid, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction. The entire Tibetan Dragon Pavilion seemed to have exploded, and every time someone cried out for the price, everyone in the room was thrilled. In less than a minute, the price of Tianji Dan increased from the base price of 500,000 to over 2 million. 2 million spirit stones can be piled into a small hill. Someone said, and he did not forget to look up, as if he could see the spirit stone mountain he had imagined. Without an 8 million spirit stone, you can't take this day's silence. Ye Chen groaned in the corner. Although the bidders are easy to accommodate, he has a feeling that neither the big family or the strong men in the martial arts have yet to participate in the auction. In the final analysis, they are the main force of the competition. As Xiong said, Tianji Dan has a very strong relationship, which is enough to help one faction, and enough to cause one faction to cause havoc. 2.3 million. 2.5 million. Below, Tianji Dan's auction is still fierce, and its price is also rising sharply. After several rounds of auctions, most people were shot dead on the beach. The millions of spirit stones they are proud of are far from enough at this auction. In other words, Tianji Dan really the auction has just begun. 5 million. Sure enough, there was a huge force in the dark and directly raised the price to 5 million. But the people who had already been fiercely bidding suddenly died down. The big forces in the secret seem to be very transparent. The value of Tianji Dan is too great. It can't be captured by 3 or 4 million spirit stones. It simply allows the decisive battle to come in advance. As for which one of the forces is not allowed, I see. 5 million, that's 5 million. Xiong grabbed Ye Chen's retreat, excited to go to heaven. Maybe the bid was made by your bear family, maybe. As he said, Ye Chen's hand was also consciously placed on Xiong leg, holding a piece of fat, and then very consciously fierce. After twisting around, maybe Xiong was so excited that he never felt pain. The sky-high price of 5 million yuan has already defeated almost everyone at this moment. 5.5 million. Someone raised the price below. 6 million. 6.5 million. As Ye Chen said, it's very difficult to capture Tianji Dan without the 8 million spirit stones. The price has risen to 6.5 million, which is already beyond the capacity of the Deshurjia. Duent ask. The big family has almost lost. Well, my Xiong family is out of play. Xiong heir shook his head. 6.5 million, your bear family should pay it. Ye Chen could not help turning his head. Of course I paid. Xiong heir didn't avoid it. But that means that my Xiong family property is almost emptied. Although Tianji Dan is precious, it must be done within its means. Even if it is taken, it may not be safe bring it back. Even if the safety belt is back, my ancestors may find it difficult to break into the sky of silence. Didn't your old man say that? Tianji Dan is not an absolute helper. Can you advance? Everything is unknown, it still depends on the fortune. Speaking of this, Xiong heir shook his head helplessly. For such an elixir, he went bankrupt. This is a big bet, and my Xiong family can't afford to gamble. That's true. Ye Chen groaned. If he wasn't aware of the expensive tea rice, Xiong heir's dad considered it well. They could not afford this gamble. Once they lose, the consequences are unthinkable. 7 million. Tianjidan's auction didn't stop. Martial arts seemed to be involved, which reflected the figures of Sanzong and Bloodlust Palace. 7.5 million. 8 million. However, the price of Tianji Dan is obviously still rising, and it is higher than Ye Chen expected. The auction is coming to an end. The price of Tianji Dan has already climbed to nearly 10 million spirit stones. 9.5 million, but there is still a price increase. After hiding for a long time in the hidden dragon pavilion, the veteran Yanga looked around. His eyes were pungent, he seemed to be able to see through the lineup, and ignored those casual repairs, and stopped slightly for a few people. 10 million. Soon, a voice came from the corner, and Ye Chen and Xiong heir could not help but bow their heads, because the person who shouted the price was the dark-haired old man sitting in the seat next to them. Similarly, all the people in the hall also cast their eyes. Dare to bid 10 million, this is by no means the wealth that the monks and the family can have, the bloodthirsty palace and the 3 cases, who dare to put the price 10 million. 3 in 1 temple, which side is he in? Ye Chen glanced at the dark-haired old man. From his perspective, naturally he could not see the origin of the man. The only thing that was certain was that he belonged to one of the 3 sects in a palace. He and Xiong heir now hope that the dark-haired old man next to him is the wind of Hengyue Zong Yu Jianfeng. If that is the case, Tianji Danrua is really brought back by the safety belt and is not recognizable. Hengyue Zong, maybe it is possible to have a day of silence. In this way, they are attached to the Hengyue Zong, but they are holding a big tree that will not fall for thousands of years. But Xiong heir and Ye Chen also knew that this dark-haired old man is probably also King Yanzong, Zhengyangzong, and Bloodthirsty Temple. If so, it is not a good thing for their Hengyuezong. The old man with dark hair offered a bid of 10 million, which naturally attracted everyone's attention, and some strong men had been secretly staring at him. 10 million spirit stones, but there is still a price increase. Yang Ji's old voice broke the silence in the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion. It was just that no one spoke for a long time. LB. With the final determination of Yanga, Tianji Dan's auction ended, and the 9th Black Market's triennial auction also meant that it had come to an end. Below, the crowd was still full of thoughts. Soon, 2 and 2 figures started to get up and leave. It wasn't until the dark-haired old man in the corner got up that he really touched the entire Hidden Dragon Pavilion. More than one person secretly looked at the dark-haired old man. They all wanted to know his identity, and even wanted to kill more people and take more goods to steal that day. Looking at the posture, he wanted to take Tianji Dan out safely. It was a bit difficult. Looking around at the figure that kept leaving, Ye Chen groaned secretly. There must be someone outside to answer him. Xiong muttered quietly, I think he is a man who is a bloodthirsty palace. In this great Chu power, there are only 3 bloodthirsty palaces. It doesn't matter who it is, let's go. Out of the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion, Ye Chen and Xiong consciously followed the crowd and walked outside. Here, get it. Xiong handed the 2,000 line charms to Ye Chen, and said, in danger, first use the spell of heaven, then drive away with the 1,000-word charms. Those cruel men are going to grab the silence. Dan, generally, few people rob us. How do I feel that there is a bad hunch? Ye Chen said as he took the 1,000 line charms. It's okay, follow me, keep you safe. Xiong confident, pulled Ye Chen and walked straight out. Look, listen to me, that's right. Xiong ran away without forgetting to get a chicken leg out of his crotch. Hope you can go back safely. Ye Chen was wary, watching all the way closely. Boom. Rumble. Soon, there was a roar behind them. A quick glance, they saw a hilltop collapsed with a single palm. It's off. The two glanced back while grasping speed and direction. This shame made Ye Chen shout his tongue. Looking away, the direction of the ghostly black market, the flashing silhouettes in the void, the gorgeous mystery, and the glory of the sky are very lively. Will we go and see the fun? Xiong glanced at Ye Chen. Don't talk nonsense. Ye Chen scolded back, it's all ruthless people who are doing dry racks and returning to be cannon fodder. I'll just talk. Boom. Rumble. As soon as Xiong words fell, another hill in the distance collapsed, and his voice was louder than before. It was awkward when the two were surprised. I'm really afraid of what's coming. Xiong shouted, threw the chicken leg directly, and climbed sharply. Ye Chen did not pull back, although the speed of the Qiang Xingfu was fast, but the gang of fierce people behind the battle was empty. If it was faster, it was more than 10 times faster than them. If someone really stared at them, then is the most nonsense. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a rainbow passed through the sky, his body was bloody, and his posture was not injured. Hurry up. Seeing this, Ye Chen and Xiong were at full horsepower and ran away frantically. Where to escape? A cold drink came from behind, and more than a dozen figures chased each other. At first, one person held a purple killing sword, and one sword cut out a sword, splitting the previous life into 2. The blood stained the sky, but there was a storage bag falling from the void, beckoned by the man. Why, still want to swallow it alone? The sneer sounded immediately, just beheaded the man, and instantly became the target of the attack. What? The roar was hysterical, and the man was powerful, but it was difficult to stop the dozen or so empty attacks. Boom. Rumble. This land was instantly messy. Let's look at Ye Chen and Xiong again, because of the spread of the melee, they were shocked and flew out. Xiong fell to the east, and his fat body broke a dozen large trees before falling heavily to the ground. Ye Chen was even more miserable. His inverted body smashed a boulder into pieces and almost died on the spot. Puff! As soon as he got up, Ye Chen spit out blood. The battle was chaotic, his eyes were blurry, or maybe too far away, he could not find the figure of Xiong. Damn! Ye Chen yelled, hiding behind a boulder stumbled, looking pale at the void. In that void, more than a dozen empty Netherlands hid out with a storage bag. Not only that, Su is the treasure in the storage bag is too extraordinary. God rainbows fly in all directions. Without saying anything, they all joined the fight, the war escalated, and the fight was earth-shattering. It's a bunch of beasts. Ye Chen coughed up blood again, but he didn't dare to stand up, and was recovering his injuries quickly. Puff! Puff! One after another, the blood blossoms bloomed in the void, the melee was too fierce, and the two empty realms were slain in the melee. Boom! Rumble! There is a constant explosion of thunder in the void, not only here, but also in other directions, and there are wars. People who were sitting in the auction at the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion not long ago. The heat of the fight at the moment is full of war. It's all messed up. Boy, are you still alive? Behind the boulder, the voice note hanging from Ye Chen's waist is shining, and the sound of Xiong air is ringing inside. Hearing Xiong air's voice, Ye Chen breathed a little sigh of relief, and gave him a message to prove that Xiong air was still alive. You stunned, almost killed you. Ye Chen cursed at the note. Accidents are accidents. Xiong air coughed in the note, hurry up. You shouldn't stay here long, you go west, I go east, let's Hengyue Zong meet, be careful. You are the same. At last glance at the void, Ye Chen dragged his wounded body, and fled towards the west. A second 1,000-line charm was placed on his leg, and his speed increased sharply. However, it seemed that heaven did not care for him. He had just ran out within 3 or 5 miles, and a buzz came from the void. When you look away, it is a gossip plate. It is definitely a big killer. The whole body is full of dazzling eyes. Strong coercion covers one side of the world. Ye Chen, who has just used the 1,000-line charm, has been stopped by pressure. It's a big game. Ye Chen stood up stiffly, and ran into a mountain. Boom! As soon as he walked in, there was a roar in the void, and a body stumbled across the imperial air. It was the dark-haired old man who photographed Ji Dan that day. Ye Chen recognized the man at a glance, and his look became abnormally dignified. The old man with black hair photographed Tian Ji Dan and must be followed by many strong men. This is not good news, which means that the mountains will soon become the battlefield of many strong men. Sure enough, the dark-haired old man just flew into the sky of total deletion, and behind him, Tianhong chased. Roar! In the east, the roar of spirit beasts followed, and more than a dozen came to control the beasts. Huh! In the west, a flying sword pierced the void, and a figure stood on each flying sword. The target was obviously the dark-haired old man. Boom! In the south, the clouds rolled and the sky was blasting, and it seemed that thousands of troops came crashing down. Hum! In the north, there is also a constant rainbow of gods, which is extremely fast, with various magical powers, and horrible killers suspended above it. Alright. There are many strong men killed in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. Needless to say, they all came for the quiet day. Give up Tian Ji Dan. Li yelled from the void, let Ye Chen Ji Ling hide under a rock wall. I have the ability to take it. The black-haired old man yelled at the sky, the momentum of the sky peaked across the sky, and the gossip plate above his head bloomed again. This is a powerful man, who has already approached the quasi-sky realm. If he fights alone, he is not afraid of anyone here, but he is not facing an empty realm. If he fights like this, the consequences are not difficult to imagine. Look for death. The strong men in all directions moved, and sword shadows, palm prints, and magical artifacts called in the sky. Seeing this, the old man with dark hair moved the gossip plate and quickly became huge to protect himself. Boom! Boom! The quartet attacked one after another on the gossip board. Click! Boom! 2 successive voices came, and the gossip plate burst on the spot, and the old man with black hair also suffered a back bite, and his body became bloody. I'll be back. The drunk groaned, and the old man with black hair pointed in the void. Immediately, a vortex emerged and swallowed him. "Want to go?" A fierce big man snorted, moved his sword, chopped off a 5-foot-long sword, and cut off the old man's retreat. The old man with black hair was wounded and fell out of the vortex. Before he could stabilize his figure, the sky attack had already arrived. "What?" The roar soared, and the dark-haired old man's words were full of unwillingness, but he still couldn't escape the end. After letting him die, the storage bag he carried with him also burst, and the contents were scattered in the void, each flashing and falling. Tianji Dan. Someone saw the jade box containing Tianji Dan, and immediately found out his big hand. Before the man touched the jade box, his arm was severed by a swordman in the oblique side. The jade box became a selfless thing, filled with Tianji Dan, which made everyone crazy. The melee became extremely fierce, the blood and rain filled the sky, and the strong in the empty realm frequently fell into the void and turned into a fall. Blood flower. Below, Ye Chen's heart was beating. They are all ruthless people in an empty realm. The scene of the war really pushed the mountain and cracked the ground in an instant, and you can slap one out casually. You can collapse him by farting. At this moment, a light fell into the void, and a closer look was a large knife, which was inserted on the boulder in front of Ye Chen with blood stains on it, and it looked like it was in the dark-haired old man's storage bag. At this moment, the void is a battle for heaven, and the war is fierce. Who cares about those treasures scattered? Ye Chen glanced around and pulled out the big knife. The quality of the sword is not low, and the spiritual artifacts collected in the empty realm are naturally not weak. There is a knife on appearing without instilling real energy. There is a mighty power that splits everything, and it is definitely an overbearing and extraordinary spirit. A pleasant surprise. Ye Chen grinned, and shoved the sword into the storage bag. However, at this instant, he glimpsed the big knife, and it was inlaid with an adult nail-sized spirit bead. Ye Chen took a closer look and looked stunned, because there was still a half-purple elixir in the spirit bead. Although it was enclosed in the spirit bead, he could still smell a little scent of elixir. Tianji Dan, said subconsciously. Ye Chen's breath suddenly became sharp, because he saw Tianji Dan in the Tibetan Dragon Pavilion, and he recognized it at a glance. For a moment, he seemed to understand something. That is, the black-haired old man divided Tianjin into two, half of which was sealed with the spirit beads and inlaid on this knife. As for the other half, perhaps only the black-haired old man knew, or he might have been black-haired old man. Perhaps his accomplices were taken away safely. Ye Chen could not help but admire the cautiousness of the old man with dark hair. It was just that he never expected that he would still be stared at, so that he would be blocked here, and he would shed blood on the void. Half of Tianji Dan is here. Is there another half of Tianji Dan in the jade box they grabbed? Whispered, Ye Chen could not help looking at the void. The strong man in the sky is still fighting blood for the jade box, and the blood is pouring down like rain, and sometimes there is an empty realm. The strong man falls into the void, the tragic scene and the picture make Ye Chen's face pale again. Shortly after he left, the entire mountain shook with a roar, and dozens of mountains collapsed instantly. After that, many Wolverine figures flew out from inside, all gray-faced. Damn, why is there a 9-day thunderbolt in the jade box, said a old man coldly. The jade box is not Tianji Dan at all. Someone who had a bad eye seemed to see through some clues. We have all been played, and the real Tianji Dan may have been sent away. After playing in the middle of the night, there was nothing. That's all right, Tianji Dan doesn't know anyone's hand. Now looking for it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's a good calculation. Many strong men gritted their teeth. They never thought that the dark-haired old man would steal the beam and change the pillars, and took away Tianji Dan, but put in an explosive 9-day thunderbolt. What? The other half of Tianji Dan is missing? At night, a cold voice sounded in a hall. This is what the intelligence said. The 3 elders were blocked by people in the mountains, and all the gods were destroyed, and the half of the Tianji Dan that he escorted, also did not know where they were going. Asshole. Check me, search the entire Dachu, and also find the half of Tianji Dan. I will let them know the end of my bloodthirsty palace. Late at night, Ye Chen dragged his bruised body into a cave. The spiritual fluid was immediately taken out, and after being poured fiercely, the barren refining body immediately operated, repairing the broken bones and meridians in the body. This sitting is day and night. It was late at night the next day, and with a spit of breath, he opened his eyes. Tianji Dan, this is a real Tianji Dan. At the auction, the major powers fought for it, and even sold for $10 million. After the auction, the strong quartet fought for it again, and many strong died because of it. At this moment, half of Tianji Dan was holding in his hand, giving Ye Chen an unreal feeling. To know the value of Tianji Dan, it is likely to change the future pattern of Dachu. Although Tianji Dan in his hand is only half, it is enough to change the fate of too many people. How do I feel that the half of Tianji Dan that I hold is related to the future of Dachu? Ye Chen muttered softly after touching his chin. Okay. At this moment, a noise came from outside the cave, making him hurriedly collect Tianji Dan, and approached the hole to look out. Seeing this, he could not help but frown. Far away from the cave, he could faintly see a beautiful figure, covering her left shoulder with her right hand, stumbled away. She was not injured lightly, and she was being pursued by her posture. That woman, look closely, isn't it Ji Ningxuang of Hangyuazong? Why is she here? As Meiyu condensed, Ye Chen's eyes became uncertain. Although as early as the moment he was driven down the mountain, he had already drawn a line with Ji Ningxuang. However, in the following, his former ruthless lover appeared one after another in his world, in Hangyuazong and in the Nether Black Market, and he would still meet here at this moment. Is this doomed in the meditation? I thought in my heart, but a hint of irony flashed in the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Sister Ningxuang, why are you struggling again? There was a laughter outside the cave, and a young man in a purple suit chased from behind Ji Ningxuang. Seeing the young man in purple clothes, Ye Chen in the hole, his eyes became sharp in an instant. Wasn't that young man in purple clothes that Lu Ji who abolished his dantian that day? I've seen it more than once in the Nether Black Market, and he never expected to meet him here again. Is this ironic? Ye Chen flashed a sneer again at the corner of his mouth. The old lover and the old enemy appear together in the barren mountains, and the old enemy is still hunting down his old lover. This is indeed ironic, so that no matter where he goes, he cannot escape. Master Sister Frost, where else can you escape? Lu Ji outside the cave, shaking the folding fan lightly, not far from Ji Ningxuang, with playfulness hanging on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes are full of evil. Ahead, Ji Ningxuang stopped her body, froze for a moment, almost fell down, and looked at Lu Ji coldly. If you had not thought of me, you thought you had a certain chance to beat me. Where did Master Shuang begin to say, I still have time to love you? Lu Jin smiled slowly and came slowly. Huh. The opposite Ji Ningxuang came out with a sword instantly, a sword swift and sharp, approaching Lu Ji's throat. I can't help it. Lu Ji sneered, and swung his finger immediately, drawing a purple vortex in front of him. Huh. Ji Ningxuang's peak stabbed into the purple vortex, but like the mud, the offensive was all unloaded by the purple vortex, and with the rapid rotation of the purple vortex, her spiritual sword was also stirred and turned. Puff! Suffering from a backlash, Ji Ningxuang was shocked at the scene and vomited blood and retreated. When are you going to hold up? Lu Jiao smiled, stepped out, and looked like a ghost, instantly hit, and waved a palm with a palm print. Ji Ningxuang tiptoed her ground, backed up, and in the back, her jade finger wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then she touched her blood with her finger on the eyebrow. Suddenly, her eyebrow turned into a lotus mark at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Forbidden. Ye Chen saw it in the hole, his fist clenched. As a former lover, he knew Ji Ningxuang too well, and instantly saw what secret method Ji Ningxuang used. That was one of the forbidden techniques of Zhengyang sect, and it cost Shou Yuan. Sure enough, after Ji Ningxuang's eyebrows showed the lotus mark, her long hair became snow-white at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and her momentum suddenly rose up in an instant, becoming more and more cold. Opposite Lu Ji, after seeing Ji Ningxuang's changes, her brow could not help but frown, and she seemed to recognize the secret method of forbidden surgery. Even if you use the secret method, do you think you can fight me? With a cold smile, Lu Ji's momentum also climbed all the way, and the peak momentum even managed to stabilize Ji Ningxuang. Not seen in 2 months, he broke through to the real sun. Ye Chen in the cave frowned. He broke through to the real sun. Ye Chen in the cave frowned. Click. Click. In contemplation, Ji Ningxuang and Lu Ji outside the cave had already fought together, and the towering ancient trees were cut off. Ye Chen can see that although Ji Ningxuang used the forbidden technique, because she had been injured and her breath was unstable, and Xiao was not as good as Lu Ji, she was beaten by Lu Ji from the beginning. This took less than a minute, and Ji Ningxuang had a few more bloodstains on his body. Facing Lu Ji's powerful offensive, he continued to retreat. Sister Ningxuang, you'll follow me. Wind howling. Lu Ji also used the secret method, his hands quickly printed. Soon, a purple whirlwind was formed around his body. The snow and ice lotus that hit it was shattered by the purple whirlwind, and as the lotus fell, his fingerprints changed again, condensing the whirlwind into a kill the sword and shot at Ji Ningxuang. Seeing this, Ji Ningxuang did not retreat, and the lotus mark in the hand of Jingyu's hand turned into a magical one. The confrontation between the two seals, Ji Ningxuang fell again, and Lv vomited blood and backed up again. Do you still have to stand firm? Lu Ji sneered, killing again, as if he didn't want to give Ji Ningxuang a chance to breathe. Ji Ningxuang responded passively, but there was no room for backhand. Ye Chen's eyes flashed in the cave. After all, he took the ghost head mask out of the storage bag and covered his face. He didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Ningxuang anymore, but watching his former lovers were injured one after another and suffered from the insult of Lu Ji, he would never ignore it. Moreover, Lu Ji was still his former enemy. I don't have a feeling for you, but I want to reconcile with Lu Jiqing that day. You and I are already too clear. After a word of self-deception, Ye Chen quietly walked out of the cave. Puff! Ji Ningxuang vomited blood again, her back fluttered, her breath became sluggish, the scars on the incense shoulders, and the dark light lingering, making the wound unable to heal for a long time. The posture was poisonous. Why, do you want to fight? Seeing Ji Ningxuang stopped, Lu Ji came slowly and playfully. Ji Ningxuang was indifferent, and Jiao Sun's body froze, but she did not fall. This kind of death method is really embarrassing. With a soft whisper, Ji Ningxuang lifted the jade finger and wanted to stop before Lu Ji killed. Seeing this, Lu Ji sneered, "Want to die? Not so easy." Immediately, he transfigured his anger and swept through the air. Seeing that Lu Ji was trying to stop herself, Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes flashed absolutely, and Yuji pointed fiercely at her eyebrow. If this finger was clicked, she would surely die on the spot. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly protruded behind her, stopped her thin waist, and then quickly backed out. Such a scene made Ji Ningxuang's subconscious sideways head look at the person who saved her, but only saw the half-head ghost head mask, but she clearly felt the warmth on the palm of her waist. Suddenly, Ji Ningxuang's eyes became blurred. Although it was only a half-faced ghost head mask, although she had never seen the true face of the person who saved her, she gave her heart a safe comfort. At this moment, she was silently imprinted in her mind. Opposite, Lu Ji grabbed his empty hand, his face became extremely gloomy. Boy in condensed spirits, also want heroes to save the beauty? Lu Ji sneered. Lu Ji greeted with a single palm. In Ji Ningxuang suddenly, Ye Chen had already killed and stepped out on the ground in one step, and his whole body gathered his fists, shaking the mountain fist. Boom! The fists collided, making a loud noise. Ye Chen kicked back, and her entire arm was numb. On the other hand, Lu Ji had a lot of surprise, but he was really a real son, and under one blow, he couldn't win a condensed state, but he was hurt by the palm of his punch. I really despise you. Lu Jin laughed, her pace became swift, her body was more ghostly, and she struck instantly. Look at me, you will die terribly. In order to prevent Ji Ningxuang from hearing his voice, Ye Chen deliberately changed his voice, and the air flowing under his feet, the mysterious magic of the Speed Shadow Thousand Magics was immediately performed. Okay? Seeing Ye Chen's mysterious body, Lu Ji was surprised again. He confessed that his body form was very mysterious, never thinking that Ye Chen's body form was more strange than his. Thinking of this, Lu Ji's eyes showed fiery light, one finger came to point to Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen dodged, but was still in the middle. Lu Ji poked out a hole in his shoulder, but he was not idle. He hit Lu Ji with a firm punch. With one blow, each has its own winner. The qi and blood in his body were turned over, and almost an old blood spurted out. Ning Qi's environment can actually hurt Lu Ji. Not far away, Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes were full of surprises. She had never thought of saving Ning Qi, but she had such strength, which she had never thought of. You it. Lu Ji gave a cold voice, his face became even gloomy, and a big seal screamed out in front of him. Who doesn't have to die yet? Ye Chen sneered, taking a step forward, waving his arms, and Tianjian's sword appeared in his hand. Hum. The nature is huge and heavy, and it bears firmly on Lu Ji's palm. Underestimated the fierce and domineering nature of Luan, Lu Ji ate again, and Ye Chen was shocked and stunned because of Lu Ji's palm print. He hadn't stopped his figure, and 3 purple sword mansions had been fired head-on. Suddenly, Ye Chen blocked Tianyi in front of him. LB. 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 The rigidity of the nature did not disappoint Ye Chen, but Lu Ji's next ice palm print caused him to vomit blood and retreat. Let's die. Lu Ji looked ruthless and came out. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurriedly threw the Tianjian sword. Lu Ji sneered, flipped his hand and flew the Tianjian sword. Just to enlarge the move, Ye Chen rushed up like a fierce beast. He is like a beast going down the mountain, and the way out of the gloves is as weird as ever, sometimes like a tiger, sometimes a fierce ape, sometimes like a lion, sometimes like a wolf, grabbing, patting, tearing, using hands, feet, knees, shoulders, and everybody on his body. One joint was a fierce weapon. The overbearing beast's heart anger fights close, and with the extreme speed of the Speed Shadow Thousand Fantasy, Lu Ji immediately clutters. It's just a condensed atmosphere. There is such a domineering melee killing method. Not far away, Ji Ningxuang once again showed his amazement. Compared with her, Lu Ji was even more frightened. He really found out that Ye Chen had confronted Ye Chen. Ye Chen was not an ordinary Ningqi 8 realm at all. Just this close kill and strange body magic was not. Condensed gas should have. After a war, Lu Ji was full of fist prints and footprints. He was repaired by the realm of the sun, and his form became extremely embarrassing. But, after all, he is in the realm of the sun. Ye Chen wants to defeat him, is he far behind? Soon, Lu Ji recovered the defeat, and Ye Chen vomited blood and backed up with one palm. Tianlei curse, open. In retrogression, Ye Chen printed his hands and started the Tianlei curse that was affixed to Lu Ji. Boom! With a loud thunder, Lu Ji's entire body was blown out. Tianlei curse, he is Yuezong. Ji Ningxuang murmured, how could it be that the person who wanted to kill her was Qing Yunzong, and the one who wanted to save her was Yuezong? In contrast, they are all hostile factions of the Zhengyang sect. Tianlei curse, good. Angrily sounded, Lu Ji turned up from the rubble, was blown blood, covered with a shawl, and looked scary, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. After the Tianlei curse, I can still stand up. Ye Chen couldn't help but be shocked, secretly saying that the real sun was strong. Fight me. Opposite, angry Ji used a magic weapon, a pagoda flew from his eyebrows, and grew a full foot, full of gold, colorful, shining Ye Chen on the spot for a while. This is the difference between Ningqi and Zhenyang. The so-called spirit artifact can only be truly controlled only when it is cultivated in the true realm, because the only thing that can be mobilized by the condensed Qi realm and the human realm is the real Qi. Spiritual power to move. Zhenqi and spiritual power are not at all a level. Xiuqi can be refined into spiritual power in order to reach the true state of Yang. By this, Ye Chen has completely fallen behind. Ye Chen stood upright and stiff, and Lu Jina's pagoda was so powerful that he felt like he was carrying thousands of pounds. Give it to me. He growled. Ye Chen broke free from the suppression of the pagoda. Ignore the suppression of the spirit. It was not only Lu Ji, but Ji Ningxuang in the distance also showed shock. The real fire was revealed. With a loud drink, Ye Chen summoned the real fire, instantly condensed into a flame whip, and threw it firmly on Lu Ji's face. There is still real fire? Ji Ningxuang was again shocked, and Ye Chen, not far away from the condensed environment, once again gave her a big accident. There is still real fire. LV Jifei was not angry, but smiled stubbornly. Yuezong's kid, treat me to kill you, your true fire is mine. It depends on whether you have that ability. Ye Chen sneered, and then stepped on the mysterious step of Shouying Thousand Fantasy, killing Lu Ji in 2 or 3 steps. Because the speed was too fast, Lu Ji was unable to use the magical pagoda to suppress it. Ye Chen had scooped the Qishao sword, and waving his hand was a Qiguang sword. Broken. Lu Ji drank violently and broke the Jianmang with one palm. Ye Chen killed again, without the pressure of nature. His speed was extremely fast, the shadows behind him, and the sharpness of the Qishao sword kept leaving blood on Lu Ji. On several occasions, he almost split Lu Jisheng. What? Lu Ji roared, his momentum rose sharply. He was in the realm of the sun, and he was so miserable by a condensed air. The spiritual mirror pagoda bloomed again, and Ye Chen was stunned again, and Lu Ji also seized the opportunity and shot in succession. Ye Chen, who was hit by Big Seal, Boxing Shadow, and Palm Print, stepped back, his body twitched, and he was crazy spit blood. The war entered into a fever, and the two went deep into the jungle. Puff! Puff! Ye Chen's blood was constantly showing on him. Although he was in charge of Zhenhua and Danhai, he was still too much to fight with qi and spiritual power. In addition, Xiao was absolutely suppressed, and he quickly showed a defeat. Dead. Lu Ji was like a mad dog, his fingertips flowed, and a purple palm print lifted Ye Chen out. Tianling Mantra, open. In desperation, Ye Chen used the Tianling Mantra attached to Lu Ji. Do you think I will be a second time? Lu Ji sneered. As early as 1 second before the start of the Tianling Mantra, He Zhenfei flew the Tianling Mantra on his body. Ye Chen secretly regretted that he had wasted a Tianling curse, and wanting to imprison a real world like Lu Ji requires at least 3 heavenly curses to be activated at the same time, and the imprisonment time will not be too long. Lu Jinai is the leader of King Yanzong, but it is not comparable to the real man who killed Xiong that day. Defeating again, Ye Chen felt that Dan Hai could not make ends meet and gradually became scarce. It's not a level at all. Secretly gritted his teeth, Ye Chen had to use the speed Shadow 1000 fantasy to avoid, and was pursued by Lu Ji all the way deeper into the jungle. Have you escaped? Lu Ji, who chased him down, instilled all his spiritual power in the spiritual pagoda. The magical pagoda's rays of light shone, and Ye Chen, who was evading, moved again, unable to move. Run, you can run again. Lu Ji rushed out, his expression distorted, and a killing sword was also taken out. He cut off the piece of meat on Ye Chen and fed it to the dog. Seeing Lu Ji coming, Ye Chen was critical, and he mobilized his whole body to really get rid of the repression of the Reiki pagoda, but it was unsuccessful. This time, Lu Ji tried his best to suppress him, so he resurrected the all-power. Damn! Ye Chen bit his gums and bleed. Opposite is the person who once abolished his Dantian, and the situation is similar today. Should he be abolished by Dantian again? Ye Chen was unwilling, and his heart was screaming. If he was abolished again, it would be difficult for him to turn over. At the time of the crisis, an inexplicable breeding of power within him. This is. Ye Chen looked inside his body, never thinking of such a power still hidden in his body. Looking closely, he was surprised to find that there was a weird rune crawling out of his internal bones, like a curse pattern, accompanied by a hot, burning sensation of the body, and his head humming. There was a shock, and the pain suddenly came. It's this feeling again. A vertigo in his head reminded Ye Chen of a scene in the Nether Black Market in that day. Soon, the violent bloodthirsty power filled his body. What? The pain caused a growl in his teeth. Okay. The oncoming Lu Ji's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to feel the violent bloodthirsty power. Open it to me. With Ye Chen's roar, with the violent bloodthirsty power in his body, he forced the suppression of Lu Ji's Reiki pagoda strong. Ho-ho. Ho-ho. Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound of mournful sorrow, and a wave of magical spirit burst out from Ye Chen's body. This breath was violently bloodthirsty and cold, sweeping the surrounding debris and wood. And at this moment, his form has also changed dramatically. His dark, thick hair turned blood at the speed visible to the naked eye, dark and deep eyes, covered with blood, and a magic pattern appeared at the center of his eyebrow. With the appearance of the magic pattern, his momentum suddenly climbed up. Devil, devil. Seeing this, Lu Ji's pupils stood out, and he stepped back subconsciously. What? With severe pain, Ye Chen could not help but hug his head, and his sober mind was gradually engulfed by brutality and addictive killing. At this moment, he really looks like a great demon. Seeing Ye Chen's change was like going into a devil. Lu Jimu's eyes were ruthless and he came with a sword. Ye Chen's change was too weird and made him afraid. He just wanted to kill Ye Chen as soon as possible to avoid leaving trouble in the future. Huh! He showed no mercy, and the sword pierced the air. Puff! Blood splattered, and Lu Zi penetrated Ye Chen's body with a sword. At this point, Ye Chen suddenly raised his head, a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lu Zi, licked his tongue, and showed a weird smile. Lu Zi shivered and was stared by Ye Chen, as if stared by a demon, and his body was cold from head to toe. "You are going to kill me?" Ye Chen's smile was even more strange. The violent and delusional delusion filled his mind and blinded his mind, but as a human instinct, Lu Zi wanted to kill him. He would not sit still. Before waiting for Lu Zi's response, Ye Chen raised his fist and kicked Lu Zi out with one punch. Puff! During the fly, Lu Zi vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Ye Chen's fist was obviously more hegemonic than before. Su was blessed with that violent amount of energy, and one punch broke his 3 ribs. When his body fell, Lu Zi smashed a stone and his eyes were full of surprise. "You kill." With a loud roar, Ye Chen rolled up his magical spirit like a great demon. Suppression. In a critical moment, Lu Zi was again suppressed by Ling Tian, the moving artifact pagoda. However, this time he was able to do so with great power, mainly Ye Chen after the change of form, and the speed also climbed a level. His spiritual pagoda could not keep up with Ye Chen's ghostly speed at all. Seeing this, Lu Zi turned up, his hands quickly printed, and more than a dozen swordsmen screamed out, directing Ye Chen to shoot. Puff! 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 However, the rushed Ye Chen did not evade at all, and allowed the swordman to cut out blood puppets on his body. "You!" Lu Zi stepped back subconsciously, only feeling that the spirit of facing the evil spirit was turbulent, and he felt that he was not facing a person, but a demon, a crazy demon. "Kill!" The roar rang, and Ye Chen patted it with one palm. When Lu Zi saw this, Hengjian was in front of him. Puff! With Ye Chen's sword running through Lu Zi's chest and back, this battle was only over. Looking at Ye Chen in front of him, Lu Zi's eyes were highlighted, full of fear, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. Maybe he didn't really regret it until then. He should regret not pursuing Ji Ningxuang and killing him in this barren mountain. "Do you want to see who I am?" In the face of Lu Zi, Ye Chen smiled strangely, as if gradually adapting to this form of magic, allowing his mind to gradually recover, remembering the vengeance of Lu Zi abandoning his Dantian that day. Talking, he slowly took off the ghost head mask, revealing a handsome face. "You, how could it be? I clearly abolished you, your Dantian." Lu Zi's pupils enlarged, with an unbelievable look. How could he think that the Ningxi monk who fought with him turned out to be the disciple of Zhengyang's sect who had previously abolished Dantian, and how he thought of a person who had been abolished Dantian, not only to practice again, but also to change the magic shape. Everything makes him unbelievable. Ye Chen has put on the ghost head mask again, just like his form with this ghost head mask, just like the ghost demon from hell. In the next life, there is no need to provoke people who should not provoke. Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and the mixture of qi and magic evil spirits was infused into the qi-shao sword, shattering Lu Zi's veins. When the cold wind struck, Lu Zi fell down, and her eyes were unbelievable. After destroying Lu Zi, Ye Chen froze for a moment. He was bloody, and he fought a battle with Lu Zi, which caused him a lot of injuries. If he hadn't awakened some kind of magical blood in his body, he would have been killed on the spot. Puff! The lingering cold wind roared and made him fall. Heaven and earth became quiet at this moment. After the fainting, Ye Chen, the form of the devil gradually dissipated, his blood-colored hair changed to the original black, the evil spirit also disappeared invisible, and the magic lines on the eyebrows gradually dissipated. The original form was restored. I don't know when the snoring came from deep in the jungle. Looking closely, Ji Ningxuang, who was covering her shoulders, searched for it. When she saw Ye Chen and Lu Ji who were in the end, she came over in a hurry. Seeing Lu Ji's death, Ji Ningxuang was shocked. Lu Ji, who was in the real world, was actually killed by a monk in the condensate environment. Based on her experience, she thought it was difficult to explain all of this. Taking away his eyes from Lu Ji, Ji Ningxuang came to Ye Chen. There is still breath. Looking at Ye Chen's chest ups and downs, Ji Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. If you were not rescued today, I would definitely die. The words of gratitude are indispensable. Looking at Ye Chen lying on the ground, still wearing a ghost head mask, Ji Ningxuang had a little curiosity in her heart. The curiosity prompted her to stretch out her hand, slowly reaching out to Ye Chen's ghost mask, trying to see the honor of her own benefactor. Save me, what do you look like? However, just when Ji Ningxuang was about to take off Ye Chen's mask, Ye Chen awoke and grasped her wrist impartially. What are you doing? Ye Chen sat up suddenly. I just want to see your honor. Ji Ningxuang was a little embarrassed immediately after being taken apart on the spot. No need. Ye Chen's indifference gave Ji Ningxuang somehow lost. Ji Ningxuang said nothing, but nodded gently. For Ye Chen's approach, she understands very well. Since the Tian Lei curse was moved, she can easily guess that Ye Chen is a disciple of Hangyue Zong. It is better to be cautious in order not to trouble Zong men. Don't stop there. Ye Chen dropped a word and moved forward. Watching Ye Chen leave, Ji Ningxuang wanted to say something, but the open jade mouth finally closed. I never thought that Ye Chen, who had just taken a few steps, stopped again, glanced at Ji Ningxuang behind him, and saw her collapse to the ground. Her face was pale, her breath was weak, and the wounds on her shoulders flashed. With the toxic black light, he turned slowly. He still couldn't bear the death of his former lover in the barren hills because of poisonous hair, or became the belly of a monster. Only this time, I will never have any relationship with her in the future. Ye Chen warned himself in this way. At night, a bonfire ignited in the jungle. Ye Chen used real fire to clear the poisonous body in Ji Ningxuang's body. Then he sat cross-legged next to the bonfire to recover his injury. Aside, Ji Ningxuang peeked over several times, but Ye Chen had no reaction at all. This makes Ji Ningxuang even more frustrated. There is such a peerless beauty sitting next to you, don't you take it easy? After all, Ji Ningxuang couldn't help but ask, you, Hangyue Zong's disciple? Looking at Ye Chen again, like an old monk meditating, although he heard Ji Ningxuang's inquiry, he did not answer at all. Seeing Ye Chen didn't answer, Ji Ningxuang whispered, I have no other meaning, just want to repay your life-saving grace. I said, don't need it. Ye Chen finally spoke, and there was no emotion fluctuation on the face under the mask. So, what's your name? His indifference made Ji Ningxuang embrace his knees with both hands, and she felt a little lost, leaving her with no words, and there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart, that the life-saving benefactor in front of him seemed a little strange to her. She just didn't know what she would look like when she knew that the person sitting in front of her was her former lover. I'm sitting right in front of you, don't you recognize me? Can a mask cut off everything? Ye Chen's heart was ridiculous or sad. All of this proves one thing, no matter whether it was before or now, Ji Ningxuang in front of him didn't love him enough, otherwise they couldn't recognize it so close. What else could he expect from Ye Chen? The person I love, no matter how the red dust changes, I can recognize her at a glance, and recognize a person, not with my eyes, but with my heart. Ji Ningxuang, your fate is completely a thing of the past. Under the mask, Ye Chen smiled sadly and closed her eyes again. Heaven and earth, once again fell into silence. The bonfire was still burning, and Ji Ningxuang also fell into a state of cultivation. There was nothing to say all night, and then dawn. Ye Chen was disturbed by 3 breaths from afar, and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the sky from afar, he saw 3 voices coming from the distant void driving Changhong, and they were all elders of Heng Yuezong, and Wu Changqing was among them. It seems that Zheng Yangzong really wants to cultivate Ji Ningxuang, or he won't come out looking like this. Ye Chen muttered. Wu Changqing and they came. Ye Chen knew that he should go, or what Wu Changqing noticed was the most nonsense thing. Suddenly he got up and closed the heavens. He didn't leave a word, and he had to dive deep into the jungle. Unexpectedly, Ji Ningxuang got up sharply behind him and looked at Ye Chen's back. She pursed her lips, whispered, and asked, "I will see you again in the 3 big comparisons in the next 2 months?" "Yes." Slightly spit out a word, Ye Chen flashed into the lush jungle. Looking at Ye Chen's back, Ji Ningxuang was inexplicably lost in her heart. The only regret was that she could not see Ye Chen's honor. 3 months later, she needed to identify each one. "See you in 2 months." Thinking of the 3 big contests, Ji Ningxuang could not help showing a touching smile. Behind them, Wu Changqing had landed. "Ningxuang, why are you here?" Seeing that Ji Ningxuang was okay, Wu Changqing was relieved. "You are the body of mysterious spirit, but my Zhengyangzong future, but nothing can go wrong." "It's okay." Another elder froze his beard. "The Lord has opened up the Xianling pond. After taking you back to Soak, you must be able to fully awaken the Xianling body. When the time comes, the cultivation will definitely increase. The mysterious body is rare for 1,000 years. After 3 months of comparison, you must be able to overpower the true disciples of Heng Yue and Qingyun." Ye Chen spared a large circle, and after a long journey, he returned to Heng Yuezong. When he opened the door of the Shaolin garden, he was about to open it, but he saw the mess in the garden, and even the spiritual fruit tree in the garden was cut. "What's the matter?" Ye Chen hurried into the room and found that Hu Hua and Zhang Fengnian were not there, even the little eagle spirit bird was gone. "What happened after I left?" There was an unpredictable hunch in her heart. Ye Chen flashed out of the Shaolin garden and climbed all the way to Heng Yue Lingshan. Just after climbing up Lingshan, Heng Yue disciples cast their eyes over. "Huh? Ye Chen is back? He can be regarded as returning. The boy named Hua could be tortured miserably these few days. And Zhang Fengnian and that spirit bird were also killed half dead." Hearing that, Ye Chen's head hummed. From the words of these disciples, he had heard that during the period when he went to participate in the Nether Black Market auction, the little spirit garden changed. I can't help but say that Ye Chen stepped forward and caught a disciple, and his blood-red eyes stared at the disciple. Ye Chen stared at it like that. The disciple was covered with hair and stuttered, "It's a man." "Qi Hao of Ren Yangfeng asked you to go to Fenjiantai, you are not, so." "Hu Hua and Zhang Fengnian. Where are they?" Ye Chen shouted loudly. "Feng. Fenjiantai." The disciple pointed his finger in the direction of Fenjiantai. "Qiyun of Yangfeng today is going to confront Hua. Looking for death." Ye Chen was very angry, let go of the disciple, suddenly turned, and left Fenjiantai at the fastest speed. After he left, the disciple breathed a sigh of relief, and saw Ye Chen heading towards Fenjiantai, and hurried to follow up. "Hurry up." Ye Chen went to Fenjiantai. It's a good show again. Fenjiantai has always been the most lively place of Heng Yuezong, and today is no exception. At this moment, the shadows under Fenjiantai swayed, and each of them stared at the 2 battles on Fenjiantai. One is naturally a tiger baby, while the other, needless to say, is the boy named Qi Yun. At this moment, the war is about to take place, and the tiger baby is holding a black iron rod to make a fatal attack, but he has just entered the practice shortly, and he has never practiced any kind of mystery, so his body is covered with scars. On the other hand, Qi Yun, who has more than one skill, stepped on the mysterious steps and easily avoided, and then he would also seriously hurt the tiger baby. He didn't seem to play against the tiger baby, but seemed to be playing the tiger baby. You are really weak and vulnerable. Qi Yun laughed with a smile, pushed it out with a palm, and overturned the tiger baby again. When he landed, it was already a pool of blood. After overturning the tiger baby, Qi Yun shook the folding fan lightly and slowly walked slowly. You are a waste, Ye Chen is also a waste. I dare not accept the challenge of Yang Feng, and hide to be a tortoise. You are not allowed to scold your elder brother. Hua gritted her teeth, still stood up stiffly, clutching her body, and moving the iron rod again. Just do what you want, and still want to hurt me? Qi Yun sneered, holding the black iron bar hitting him in the palm of his hand, and Ren Hua could not break free no matter how hard he tried. Get off! With a scream, Qi Yun kicked the tiger baby out. Before waiting for the tiger baby to rise, he killed again. A sword gas smashed the tiger baby's knee, and the second sword gas cut off the tiger baby's leg bones, and the tiger baby was smashed into a waste. Waste. Qi Yun stepped on Hua's face with one foot, gritted his teeth, and smiled recklessly. You are all waste. You are not allowed to scold your elder brother. Tiger baby struggled desperately, holding both hands of Qi Yun's leg. Puff. Puff. But the next two sword chi cut off 2 meridians on the arm of Hua. After doing this, Qi Yunkai looked sideways to the side of the stage, where there was a jade table, and Qi Hao, who was sitting at the table, was Yang Feng, who looked at the crippled tiger baby and showed his overcast, fierce smile. Ye Chen, this is the price you provoke me to do. Qi Haojin smiled, I'll see when you can hide. I want you to see with your own eyes the life you care about is better than death. Buzz. The words fell, and a buzz came from the air. A closer look revealed that a large, heavy iron sword was thrown from afar, buzzing against the air. God. Someone recognized the sword immediately. It's Ye Chen here. Tian Yen opened his way before, and the master must appear later. Dang! With the sound of Tian Song Jianyu inserting on Fenjiantai, Ye Chen's rushing figure came to everyone's sight. He came in a violent wind, and after 7 or 8 feet, Ling Tian leapt to the situation. Tiger baby. Without delay, he leaped forward to the tiger baby, looking at the tiger baby covered in blood, his heart was like a sword. Big brother, you are back. The blood in her mouth continued to flow, her face was blurred, her big eyes became blurred. Why are you so stupid? Ye Chen held Hua in his arms, his palms stuck to his back, and his infuriating madness poured into his body, helping him to repair the broken imprisonment and protect him weakly heart pulse. They kitty hawk and grandpa, and scolded you as a tortoise. I don't allow anyone to hurt them, nor can anyone scold Big brother. Hearing that Ye Chen's nose was sore. The heart is full of self-blame, and it is his fault. If it was not him, how could Hua and Zhang Fengyan be so bullied? Ye Chen. The roar of the audience screamed. Qi Hao had already rushed to the stage like a wolf. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Chen didn't move, he was still treating the tiger baby. Although he couldn't stop Qi Hao's killing, but compared to Qi Hao, he cared about the tiger baby in his arms. Killing the sword and taking it out, he slashed at Ye Chen's heavenly spirit cover. If this sword is slashed, Ye Chen has no life. Of course, at this moment, an arrow rainbow shot down. Arrow Hong was quick and blinked. LB. The sound of a metal collision suddenly sounded, and the long arrow suddenly shot open the sword that Qi Hao was about to split. You're a crazy dog. The cursing sound soon sounded, and Xiong Er, who had a long bow, ran out of nowhere, and he never seemed to tune. At this moment, his fat little face was exposed. The color of anger. "It's impossible to find death," Chi Hao yelled. "Sooner or later to find your account." Xiong Er said coldly. The Xiong family and Qi family had resentment, the enemies met with jealousy. Xiong Er naturally would not be polite. But he came to Ye Chen's side for the first time, and he couldn't help but say that he inserted a miracle into Hua's mouth. "Sorry, I just returned to Zhongmen." While instilling qi into Hua's body, Xiong Er said apologetically to Ye Chen, if he had not taken Ye Chen to the underworld black market, Hua them not to be bullied. "We are brothers, where is this word?" Ye Chen said, having taken back the palm that was stuck on the back of the tiger baby. "Troubled to look after the tiger baby, I went to destroy that hybrid." Xiong Er nodded, condensed the clouds with his qi, and dragged the tiger baby off the stage. On the stage, Ye Chen has turned around, taking his body as the center, his eyes full of icy murderous swiftness, and a lot of people shivered at the scene, only feeling that there was a cold wind roaring around his body. "Where are Xiaoying and Zhang Feng's predecessors?" Ye Chen first asked Zhang Fengyan and Xiaoying's whereabouts before they started. "I was killed. Since I don't want to say it, I'll hit you." Suddenly, he yelled loudly. Ye Chen's powerful momentum burst out, blowing his black hair all over the sky. "Okay, it's so powerful." The audience watching the scene was shocked. Boom! "Where are Xiaoying and Zhang Feng's predecessors?" Ye Chen first asked Zhang Fengyan and Xiaoying's whereabouts before they started. "I was killed. Since I don't want to say it, I'll hit you." Suddenly, he yelled loudly. Ye Chen's powerful momentum burst out, blowing his black hair all over the sky. "Okay, it's so powerful." The audience watching the scene was shocked. "Kill!" Chi Hao shouted, and there was a faint condensate on his index finger, and he pointed out. What he didn't expect was that Ye Chen didn't even dodge. Puff! Chi Hao's shoulder was poked out of the blood cave, but he was like a lion and killed Chi Hao in front of him, and hit him hard with a punch. Puff! Chi Hao spit out blood, and his mouth full of teeth was spit out by him more than half. His face was even distorted by Ye Chen. "What?" Chi Hao retreated. Chi Hao shouted hysterically. How could he think that after he had been upgraded to a higher level, he was still beaten so miserably? By the way, he was a proud man of heaven, and everything at this moment gave him unprecedented frustration. Sense. "I don't believe it." Chi Hao circulated from his head, his body was madly rolling, gathered on the palm of his hand, gathered a domineering palm print, and rushed to Ye Chen. Ben Lei. Ye Chen did not retreat. Ben Lei met with a strong palm. Boom! An air blast sounded, two palms antagonized. Chi Hao was spitting blood back again, hitting the peak, still defeated neatly, stepping back and forth. Every step will crack the bluestone slabs under his feet. How did you become so strong? Fighting against each other, Chi Hao and the Yuan dynasty had defeated so simply. Is Ye Chen a demon? I haven't seen it in a few days. How can this? But where do they know? After breaking through to the 8th weight of Ningqi, Ye Chen already has the strength to compete with Shenyang realm. Even if the magic path is not opened, ordinary people cannot win him. Boom! During the conversation, Chi Hao on the stage was kicked out again by Ye Chen. Say, where are they? Ye Chen was so murderous, his black hair fluttered and he headed for Chi Hao. Killed by me. Chi Hao's face was blurred in blood and flesh, like a ghost. Ye Chen wanted to know, but he would not tell Ye Chen. Very good. Ye Chen snorted coldly, stepping on the mysterious step of Shouying Thousand Fantasy, killing instantly, and waving his arm was another palm of thunder. Puff! Chi Hao vomited blood again and was beaten up and flew out. The falling body broke the gap in the battle platform. Ha ha ha. Ha. I never thought that after he crawled up, he even laughed like crazy. Ye Chen, today, you will die. Hearing that Ye Chen's eyes were stunned, and he felt his back chill, and the power that made him all stunned was rapidly recovering. Boy, it's the Sky Thunder Curse. Xiong Er reminded in a hurry below. Sky Thunder Curse? Isn't Fengyun Duel forbidden to use the Tianlei Curse? Chi Hao's bravery. Isn't he afraid of Zhongmen's sanctions? You know the fart, his master is Ren Yangfeng's first, and he is also the son of the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. The backstage is so hard. That Ye Chen is less ferocious this time. Boom! A roar on the stage interrupted all the discussion. The power of Tianlei Curse is extraordinary. There is the power of blasting rocks and mountains, and the whole battle platform is covered with rolling dust. Ye Chen. As soon as Xiong Er's face changed, he rushed to the stage, but stopped shortly after taking a step. I saw, among the billowing smoke, a vague figure stood up, then walked out slowly and steadily. This. The audience was full of horror. That's a thunderbolt, aren't they dead? He actually resisted the Tianlei Curse stiffly. Is he really a demon? It's impossible. Chi Hao on the stage saw it, and looked at Ye Chen, who came out slowly with incredible eyes. He knew the power of Tianlei Curse, even if he could not resist the explosion of Tianlei Curse. However, Ye Chen, who was in a condensed state of life, resisted. Boy, you are overbearing. Xiong Eru's fists yelled tightly, excitedly. With all the attention, the smoke gradually dispersed. Ye Chen, who was covered in blood, slowly walked out. Behind him was a series of blood-colored footprints. Everyone took a sigh of relief when they saw his miserable form at this time. He had no human form, his rags were raging and covered with blood. The whole person, especially the back, was blurred with flesh and blood due to the explosion of Tianlei Curse, and he could still see the exposed blood bones. At this moment, he was as scary as Shura crawling out of hell. Impossible, this is impossible. Chi Hao's voice broke the morning at the scene, how unwilling to believe everything in front of him. He couldn't accept the fact that Ye Chen could resist the next day's Thunder Curse, and he couldn't accept the fact that even half-dead Ye Chen couldn't beat it. However, no matter how unwilling and roaring he was, he still couldn't stop Ye Chen's overbearing offensive. Boom! With another roar, he was grabbed by one leg of Ye Chen and fell on the battle platform fiercely. The hard battle platform was smashed into a human figure by his body, and the entire internal organs were shaken out of place. Puff! Another bite of blood was spit out, and there were small fragments of internal organs in it. Chi Hao defeated this time more thoroughly than last time. Where did you hide them? Ye Chen held Chi Hao's collar in one hand, and Chi Hao, who was almost paralyzed, lifted up. I won't tell you. Chi Hao smiled horribly, and would not be a child of the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. At this moment it is not ordinary toughness. Very good. Ye Chen sneered. Puff. With the blood splattering, ruthless Ye Chen ripped Chi Hao's arm off. Hiss. The air-chiller sound was everywhere, and even Xiong Er, who was on the stage, couldn't help secretly swallowing a spit of water, secretly saying that Ye Chen was hot. Today's stormy battle is perhaps the bloodiest one seen by those present. What? Su Shi never thought that Ye Chen would tear off one of his arms. Chi Hao took a moment, and followed a painful roar. Say, where is the person? Ye Chen's blood-red eyes stared at Chi Hao. If Chi Hao didn't say it, he didn't mind tearing Chi Hao's other arm again. If he didn't say it, he would probably kill Chi Hao on the spot. The dragon had no scale to touch. Qiao really touched his bottom line, and he was stunned by anger, and he was ready to bury him with Qiao. Of course, at this moment, a powerful coercion struck from afar, covering the whole battlefield, and Ye Chen was crushed for a while. Shuzi, dare. The cold drink rang from near to far, followed by the cold murder. I saw a dark shadow flashing over the ghosts of the battlefield, a rapid transformation of the figure, a closer look. Isn't it the first real Yang person of Ren Yang Feng? Let Hauer. Qingyang Taoist shouted loudly, the powerful momentum directly locked Ye Chen. Elder, the duel against the third party is prohibited, do you want to ignore the door rules? Ye Chen is not humble, and stares directly at the Qingyang Taoist. Since he has provoked a Guhong, he does not care about provoking another person. For Ye Chen's preaching, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Qingyang Taoist. He didn't dare to make any changes, because Qi Hao's relationship in Ye Chen's hands was too big, but it was the children of the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. If something went wrong under his seat, the trouble would be no small. He would judge the situation, and immediately took out a storage bag from his arms and threw it on the ground. Shen said, "Don't you just want a spirit stone? I'll give it to you and let me go." Ye Chen glanced at the storage bag on the ground and sneered, "Elder, do you know what great crimes your disciples committed? Just 1,000 spirit stones want to redeem his life, then his life is too low. Now, great sin?" Qingyang Taoist said coldly, "I'd like to hear what murderous crime my students have committed." The Fengyun showdown is forbidden to use the Sky Thunder curse, and this case is a capital crime, it's sin 3-2. Ye Chen listed 3 guilts, and then sneered and looked at the Qingyang Taoist, "Elder, any one is enough to cure Qi Hao's death. Do you think that the 1,000 spirit stones you gave are more or less?" You. Qingyang Taoist was about to have an attack on the spot, but he took a deep breath and pressed down, coldly, "Ye Chen, you know Qi Hao's identity. The Qi family in southern Xinjiang." Ye Chen smiled at the Taoist, "But what about it? Once he entered Hengyue, he should obey Hengyue's rules. Even if the Emperor Laozi came and committed the great crime of Zongmen, it is impossible to escape the sanctions." The Qingyang Taoist was completely angry. How could he think of Ye Chen being so oily and salty, but for the sake of Qi Hao's safety, he pressed down stiffly, "What do you want?" "Let your baby apprentice tell him where to hide Zhang Feng's predecessor, and, if he wants to redeem his life, take 100,000 spirit stones, otherwise you can tell the Qi family in Nanjiang to collect Qi Hao's corpse. Ye Chen can say, he can do it." 100,000 spirit stones. The lion Ye Chen opened his mouth wide and really startled the people below, but it wasn't always enough to get enough astronomical figures. "It's too cruel. Do you have more?" Xiong Er sneered, "I'm feeling less if I buy a life of 100,000 spirit stones." "Elder, what do you think?" On the stage, Ye Chen smiled at the Qingyang Taoist. "Ye Chen, stay on the line for everything. Do you know what your actions today will bring to you?" Qingyang Taoist's voice became more and more cold, and the cold light in his eyes flickered undisguised. "I'm cheap, and the elders can take it whenever they want. Then I will destroy you first." Qingyang Taoist shouted loudly, transfigured his big hands, and crushed Ye Chen in the air. Of course, at this moment, a powerful momentum came from one direction, followed by a cold voice echoing in the middle of the night, "Qingyang, do you also ignore Hengyue's door rules? Taojia, do you want to protect this gangster?" Qingyang Taoist looked coldly at one side. "Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be indiscriminately spoken." Dao Jia smiled, "It is true that Qi Hao moved to Fenjiantai and used the Tianlei curse, and it is true that the sectarian spirit beast was destroyed in order to catch down the mountain, but after all, I am a generation with you and can be regarded as the elder of Hengyue. You beat him half to death, this sin cannot be denied. If these three major sins are related to the door rules, you think is there any chance of survival? According to Guhong's expression that day, the Taoist was speechless and speechless. To say that your disciples are so brave, you dare to say that you have no responsibility as a teacher? The words of Taoism sounded again, and there was also a sense of preaching in the words. Being a teacher, the first thing to teach is to live for others, not for others. One arrogance and one arrogance. It is true that the master led the door and practiced personally, but it was really shameful to teach such apprentices. Taking a hard breath, the Qingyang Taoist once again suppressed the anger in his heart, and threw a purple storage bag on the ground, let it go. Your disciples haven't told me where Zhang Feng's predecessors are. Ye Chen shrugged. The lungs of the Qingyang Taoist all exploded, and an aura hit the fainted Qi Hao immediately. External force entered the body. Qi Hao slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, he saw the Qingyang Taoist, and he immediately saw the life-saving straw. Master, save me! Snapped. The angry Qingyang Taoist immediately waved his sleeves and slapped Qi Hao in the air. Hu, Zhang Fengnian, hide it! Qi Hao was snoring with a slap, and after the reaction came, he said unconsciously, in the back mountain. After that, he passed out again. You can let it go now. Qingyang Taoist's cold eyes shot directly at Ye Chen. Guhong became the biggest laughing stock in Fengjiantai that day. As Ren Yangfeng's first seat, he didn't watch jokes a lot. Today, he is inferior to Guhong. He has lost more people and lost his face, and the spirit of compensation is more than 100 times that of Guhong. This time, he would be ridiculed by the other two peaks. Already. It's good to say. Ye Chen did well, still did not mean to let people go, but winked at Xiong Er again. He used to be cautious. Qi Hao said that Zhang Fengnian had been hidden in House Han. Who knew whether it was true or false, and who knew whether Zhang Fengnian was dead or alive? Before that, it was most comfortable to send someone to verify it. Understand. If Xiong Er and Ye Chen had a tacit understanding, one glance would understand everything. The goods twisted the plump body, and Yanyaner ran to the back mountain. Elder, don't blame me, it's always good to be cautious. Ye Chen smiled at Qingyang Taoist. You'd better hope that Zhang Feng's seniors are still alive. Otherwise, even 1,000,000 spirits would not be able to protect your life. You'd better remember what happened today, someone will come to you to liquidate. Qingyang Taoist's words did not cover up. Badly, want it, take it at any time. Xiong Er returned soon, but also formed a cloud, dragging the fainted Zhang Fengnian and Xiaoying. Seeing that they still had breath, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but after seeing the bloodstains on Xiaoying and Zhang Fengnian, his eyes were covered with cold light. Your apprentice, take it away. Su was so angry that Ye Chen threw Qi Hao directly to the ground, so that Qi Hao, who fainted, spit out blood again, and even if he took it back, most of them would lie on the bed for a long time. You really offend me. Qingyang Taoist finally gave Ye Chen a cold look, and then took away his sleeves and took Qi Hao away. Before leaving, he did not forget to put Qi Hao's torn arm into his sleeve. After the Qingyang Taoist left, Ye Chen spit out blood, and the whole person fell down. Hard to resist the Tian Lei curse. Immortality is fortunate, he can stay with the Qingyang Taoist for so long. Ye Chen. Xiong Er had already jumped onto the platform and dragged Ye Chen planted down. Today's battle in Fengjiantai spread to Hengyuezong again. Ye Chen's boldness and arrogance became the talker of Hengyue's disciples after dinner. This in turn disciple is completely famous. Moreover, when many disciples talk, they will also look at Tianyang Peak. Speaking of the three main peaks of the outer gate, Ye Chen has already provoked 3. Will the next one be Tianyang Peak? No. Ye Chen, although bold, never provoked. I think so. I rely on it, resist the thunderstorm curse. After hearing the disciples' report from Yang Feng, Yang Feng's first bell the same day, Rao was unable to help but swear. Master. Don't talk, it hurts. Zhong Lao Dao clutched his heart fiercely, a wizard who could resist the immortal curse of Tian Lei. Late at night, not calm. People who have always been at odds, Yangfeng's first Qingyang Taoist and Diangfeng's first Gehong meet together on a spiritual mountain. Why? You wouldn't want to assassinate Ye Chen. Guhong looked at Qingyang Taoist with interest. Secretly you also have today, that day you read my joke, and now you are bigger than the one I lost. A light-hearted. It is natural that the younger generation will come back to find their place. Qingyang Taoist said coldly. What do you mean? You and my 2 peaks are united. The retreat disciples let them go out. Even if Ye Chen is strong, he can't stand the constant challenge of you and our 2 disciples. Ye Chen sat for 3 days. During the period, Xiong Er came several times and saw that he was still recovering, so he didn't bother. He just sent an elixir to heal Zhang Fengnian, and he continued the broken meridian of the tiger baby by secret method. On the night of the 4th day, Ye Chen spit out a murky air, and slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, the injury on his back has been completely restored under the overbearing recovery of the barren body, and the new muscles and bones are more flexible than before. It's pretty wild and overbearing. Wiggling a little stiff body, Ye Chen took out Lu Ji's storage bag. After returning for so long, he hadn't carefully checked whether there was any baby in it. He took the storage bag upside down, and all the contents were sparsely poured out by him. Not ordinary rich. Rao was Ye Chen's determination, and could not help but sigh. In Lu Ji's storage bag, there is no need to say spiritual stones, spiritual fluids, and magical tools, and the number is not a small number. The number of spiritual stones has reached nearly 200,000. The rest are miscellaneous and add up to 30. Multi-spirit stone. However, to his disappointment, he didn't find mystery or exercises, and took out the purple gold gourd, and he didn't catch any strange treasures. As soon as it dawned, a small pile of fresh meat entered the Shaoling garden. I rely. Xiong Er saw Ye Chen, who was alive and well. 4 days ago, the cricket was just half dead with the thunderbolt. Now the injury has not only recovered, but also his mother gave birth to life and death. Xiong Er has a strong impulse, which is to study the meat cut from Ye Chen. The study. You are such a beast. Ye Chen looked up and down. Xiong Er's face was wonderful. Don't say that, I'll be proud. Ye Chen scratched his head, then took out a storage bag from his arms and handed it to Xiong Er. Now, borrow your spirit stone, return it to you, don't look for it, I want it. Why is there only 300,000, isn't there any interest? Is this the case? Bye. Xiong Erlai didn't come to chat with Ye Chen, but rather a mysterious piece of scroll in Ye Chen's arms. Yang finger? Although only a glance, Ye Chen still glimpsed the 3 big characters on the scroll. Isn't it the Xianshu Yang finger that was photographed by the Bear family in the dark black market some days ago? Suddenly, Ye Chen rubbed his hands and his eyes became clear. Want to learn? Xiong Erai's embarrassed expression. Nonsense. Then my daughter-in-law washes meridians. It's on me. Ye Chen said, and his hand went straight into Xiong Er's arms, and he consciously smashed out the ancient finger scroll, and then slipped into the room. Refining Jiang's true qi and gathering 1 finger means 1 yang. In his eyes, he saw the big line. The time for comprehension is next. The method of one yang finger is not cumbersome. The general outline has already said that it is to train the yang to the fullest, and then converge on one finger. The whole penetrates the force. Once in an epiphany, Ye Chen will forget time. This time it came to night. Under the swaying candlelight, Ye Chen slowly closed the scrolls. Fingering is about instantaneous condensation and explosion, and it is extremely compressed. Once it breaks out, its power is unmatched. Murmuring to himself, he couldn't help but think of many previous wars, but anyone who could easily stamp a blood hole in him, which made him curious about the mysterious method of fingering. Now that I have seen the law of a yang finger, it really benefits a lot. Thinking to himself, he calmed down, moved Dan Haizhenqi, and allowed the true fire to be tempered into Jiang Zhenqi, and then quickly gathered the Jiang Zhenqi on his finger according to the method of a yang finger. Look at his fingers again, because the convergence of Jiang's true energy makes his fingers bright, aura of light flowing, and a trace of flames lingering on it. The palm print is overbearing and powerful, the roaring air roars, turns around, and shakes the mountain punches, which makes the body stretch well. After that, the purple Xiaoqi breathes through the wall. Yang finger. At last, with a thought, he quickly tempered to the true qi, gathered above his fingers, and pointed to a hard stone not far away. Ha! The stone remained motionless, but like tofu, Ye Chen easily poke out a small hole with the thickness of a finger. Let the wind and the waves roar, I will only break through the sky. Ye Chen, I'm waiting for you at Fenjiantai. The next day, Tiangangliang Hengiweizong Fenjiantai heard such a voice. Fenjiantai will have a big war again? Suddenly, Hengyue Lingshan was full of noise. Ye Chen again, what's wrong? Since this in-turn disciple came to our Hengyue, it didn't stop for a day. The challenge to Ye Chen is Ren Tang's Tang dynasty. At this moment, Ye Chen, who was challenged, just put down the tableware at the dining table. Brother, don't go. Hua lowered her head and pursed her lips. They are for you. Young man, for a while calm and calm. Zhang Fengnian also looked at Ye Chen with anxiety. Senior, the tree wants to be quiet and the wind is not stopping. Ye Chen gently wiped off the oil from the corner of his mouth, then slowly got up. Rolling red dust is such a world. Since going down this road, it is doomed to thorns, even if I should not fight today, and they will think of other ways to force me to submit. It's all my fault. The honest and thick tiger baby's small head was buried lower, and the fist was tight. I don't have to blame you for this thing. Ye Chen touched Hua's small head, then backed by the nature, suddenly turned and walked out. At this moment, the usual Fenjiantai is crowded with people from all directions. On the battlefield, a young man in a white robe stood with his hands up and down. He had dark hair and thick eyebrows, and a ghost-shaped sword was hovering in front of him. His breath was strong and his momentum was even more compelling. Is he the Tang dynasty? Renyang Feng's Qingyang real person let him out of the customs, but he is a real person, Yuan Chongjing. I think Ye Chen is mostly suspended this time. Listening to the sound of exclamation from the quartet, the young man named Tang Dynasty took a deep breath and raised his chin higher, as if he enjoyed the compliments of many disciples. He is indeed an apprentice taught by a master. Get even more mad. Ye Chen is here. With a sound, everyone looked at one side. There, Ye Chen, who was carrying the sword of the heavenly sword, was walking in slowly at the moment. His look was smooth and firm, and his steps were steady and firm. It seems that even if the world around him reappears, he cannot shake his straight and tough figure. While walking, a fat figure rushed out from the oblique side, and a closer look was exactly Xiong Er. Follow me. Xiong Er rushed up and said he would pull Ye Chen out of here. Are you so unconfident in me? You know a fart. Xiong came to Ye Chen and winked at him, motioned him to look at the two directions under Fengjiantai. After hearing that, Ye Chen looked at the situation and found at the east of Fengjiantai and the west of Fengjiantai were filled with a dozen or so feet of jade tables. In front of the jade tables, there was a disciple drinking leisurely. When Ye Chen swept over them, those people have cast their gazes on playfulness. Ye Chen frowned. Why are so many people in the Yuan dynasty? You see it. Xiong whispered, Di Yangfeng's true disciple on the east, Ren Yangfeng's true disciple on the west, each of them is not Qi Hao's companion. They are all faces, but they are more horrible than one. Ye Chen's eyes became more and more dim, especially the breath of several of them, which was very subtle, and Xiao Wei was infinitely closer to the truth. The sun is up. They were all retreating before. Xiong said, these disciples are the most amazing group of disciples in Diyang and Rinyangfeng. The reason why they closed the retreat was to shine in the outside contest. To deal with a condensed atmosphere, this battle is too big. Isn't your girl too powerful? Can ordinary disciples win you? Xiong said angrily. With that said, he was going to pull Ye Chen out again. Let's go. It's okay to counsel 1 or 2 times, you can't fight them. However, before Ye Chen did something, the voice of the Tang dynasty drama on the stage came down. Why, so soon you concede? Ye Chen, have you been hiding for a while? Have you been alive? If you don't come on stage today, we have 10,000 ways to deal with you. As soon as this word came out, Ye Chen's mind buzzed. This not only refers to him Ye Chen, but also includes Hua and Zhang Fengnian. The words of the Tang dynasty are very clear. If he Ye Chen should not fight today, then they will do everything to persecute Zhang Fengnian. The dragon had no scale to touch, and the words of the Tang dynasty really offended him. Battle. In a word, Ye Chen got rid of the obstacles of Xiong and suddenly jumped onto the battle platform. That's right. Tang dynasty smiled. Ye Chen didn't answer, so he pulled out the Tianjian sword. He stepped out of the crack at the foot of Qingshitai, and strode to the front of the Tang dynasty on the mysterious steps of Shouying Thousand Fantasy. He jumped in the air and struck down. The Tang dynasty snorted, holding the sword in his hand, he made an upper move. LB. The swords collided, the sound was crisp but harsh. On the stand, Tang dynasty was stunned by Ye Chen's sword, shocking the audience. There will be such an overbearing combat power in Ningqi? Fighting against the 5th best realm of the Yuan, we have stabilized the upper hand. Not only are the spectators off the stage, but even the true disciples of Ren Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng are also surprised. At the scene, the deepest feeling was the Tang dynasty, and his arm was sorely shaken. He confessed that his cultivation strength far surpassed Ye Chen, but never thought of this embarrassment. His proud combat strength and cultivation turned out to be a complete mess in the hands of a condensed state. Before he was retreating, he didn't know what happened outside. Stay. The snoring sounded, and Ye Chen threw out Tian Quan out of the air, pointing his sword at the Tang dynasty. When the Tang dynasty saw this situation, his sword fell from his hand, and he flew out the Tianjian sword that was shot head-on. However, as soon as he was about to have the next move, Ye Chen rushed forward like a lion in front of him, and the beast's heart was full of rage. He sometimes looks like a tiger, sometimes a fierce ape, sometimes like a lion, sometimes like a wolf, grabs, pats, tears, hands, feet, knees, shoulders, and every joint part of his body becomes a fierce weapon. Roar! Roar! With every move he accompanies the roar of the beast. I heard that Qi Hao was also incapable of being turned over by Ye Chen's style of play. At the jade table under the audience, the disciples of the true truth communicated secretly. It's just the most basic melee combat. It's so powerful. No wonder the masters will be defeated. What? On the stage, the Tang dynasty roared constantly and was beaten back and forth. His fist prints, palm prints, and foot prints continued. He is the fifth most important realm in the real world, but at this moment, his rolling energy is nowhere to be shown, because Ye Chen doesn't give him a chance at all, and every time he uses mystery, he will be interrupted by Ye Chen. Boom! With a roar, the Tang dynasty, which had been under pressure, was gripped by Ye Chen and fell on the battle platform. The hard battle platform was knocked out by a human figure. This is his usual style of play, and in the most savage gesture, he threw a person who claimed to be high on the ground, and he had an unprecedented thrill. What? The hysterical roar of the Tang dynasty, but the next moment, Ye Chen was stunned again. Boom! With another roar, the Tang dynasty was severely dropped on the battle platform. The entire internal organs and the 6 concubines were dropped, and a bite of old blood vomited more than a foot high. Was half dead. It's too sturdy. The disciples watching the battle twitched. I haven't seen the Tang dynasty use mystics, but Ye Chen was crippled. What a beast! Shuzi, still can't stop. Li drinking sound had already sounded. Renyang Feng's true disciple could not sit still, a disciple with Jingguang Lingjian killed on the stage. My grass, do you want to be shameless? Under the stage, Xiong Er shouted and shouted, fighting against each other, banning the participation of third parties. Do you ignore Henghua's rules? However, his wrath did not stop the disciple, but the attack became swift, and Chang Jian pointed straight at Ye Chen's spine. Feeling that a cold wind was coming from behind, Ye Chen took the opportunity to dump the Tang dynasty, and then a tiger fluttered and jumped out 3 feet away, and then bounced like a male lion by the rebound of the ground. Puff! Blood splattered, and the disciple's sword, Changhong, did not hit Ye Chen, but instead pierced a blood hole in the oncoming Tang dynasty. Damn! The disciple said coldly. You it! The cold voice swept through the cold wind. Ye Chen had already reached him, and his body was tumbling with vital energy, which was tempered to the true energy of Yang, and his fist was instilled on his fingers. One Yang means. Ye Chen pointed out. Maybe Ye Chen shot too fast, and the disciple hadn't had time to respond because of the accidental injury to the Tang dynasty. Ye Chen's shoulder was poked out by a blood hole. Ben Lei. Ye Chen didn't intend to give him a chance to catch his breath. Ben Lei's palm was accompanied by the thunder, and he shot strongly and hit the disciple's chest firmly. Puff! The disciple spurted blood, and recoiled. Shake the mountains. Stepping on the mysterious steps of Shouying Qianzhan, Ye Chen followed closely, and the powerful and arrogant shaking of the mountain fist blasted out. The disciple Yang Feng had not yet stood firmly and was hit hard. Puff! Another spit of blood was spit out, and the disciple was all blown away, flying out of the platform like a sandbag, and smashing the ground out of a large pit. Is this a failure? It's too fast. Apparently the disciples who watched the battle had not responded yet. In their imagination, they did not see the brilliant mystery and secret methods. More accurately, they did not have time to perform at all, and they were successively defeated by Yang Chen's 2 true biography disciples. Ye Chen, you really deserve to die. There was another disciple rushing over to Renyang Feng. Huang Shanin. This disciple was smart, knowing that he wasn't Ye Chen's opponent. He was a big move. I've been killed in Jinyang, I'm afraid of your bear child. Ye Chen was so powerful that he could not retreat. He smashed the Huangshan seal with a palm of his left hand, and punched the disciple with a punch in the right hand. Sighing back. Bound body rattan. In the backwards, the disciple quickly moved his handprints with both hands. Immediately, there were a lot of tree vines coming out of the ground, like snakes, entangled towards Ye Chen. This disciple is a monk of wood property, otherwise, he could not perform the body-binding vine technique. Huh! Ye Chen turned his hands and took out the Qishao sword, and then stepped on the mysterious steps of the Speed Shadow Thousand Fantasy. One sword cut off the twined tree vine. He struck the disciple in 3 or 2 steps, and Ling Tian slashed with one sword. Come down. Earth. Seeing this, the disciple slammed into the ground. Get out. With a swift drink, Ye Chen waved his arm and slammed the mountain punch directly on the platform. Boom! The platform trembled, and the disciple who had just plunged into the ground was shaken and flew out. Ye Chen was extremely fast. He arrived like a wind. Before the disciple landed, he was caught by his legs. Next up is his usual skill. Boom! With the rumbling sound, the disciple who had been caught on the leg was dropped by Ye Chen on the ground. Like the disciples who were thrown before, he was almost thrown out by the intestines. And, one more. There were many people booing under the audience, as if it was no wonder that Ye Chen was so sturdy. Huh! Huh! With the 2 Jianmangs head-on shooting, a brother of Di Yongfeng was killed. LB. LB. Ye Chen came out of the sword very fast, chopped down the 2 swordsmen, and then quickly backed away, because the disciple actually spit out smoke. The smoke billowed, covering the battle platform, and covering the sight of the audience watching the battle. LB. Dang. Hum. I could only hear such a sound on the battle platform shrouded in smoke. Needless to say that Ye Chen was fighting with that disciple. This is a magic smoke, I don't know if Ye Chen can break it. I heard that the magic smoke and fog have caused many disciples to suffer a lot. Real or fake? Boom! With a roar from the battle platform, they stopped talking. Then, a figure flew backwards, and when he landed, he passed out. Yes, don't look at it, and Ye Chen was half dead. Soon, the magic smoke spread out, and Ye Chen appeared on the stage. Injured. Xiong saw a bloodstain on Ye Chen's back and a sword mark on his shoulder. Destroy him. Di Yongfeng's disciples used it, seemingly did not want to give Ye Chen the slightest reaction time. The war is back. This disciple of Di Yongfeng is stronger than Ye Chen imagined. The most important thing is that he possesses a variety of secret techniques, which makes him invincible. When the disciple was half dead, he had many scars on his body. Kill. A true disciple of Ren Yongfeng rushed up, and his shot was a big move. Next, Ren Yongfeng and Di Yongfeng's true disciples kept on rushing to the stage. All of them shot fiercely, leaving no room for action. They were all big killing moves, and the more powerful the people in the future, the more mysterious techniques emerged endlessly. Although Ye Chen had the strength of a leapfrog war, he couldn't hold up so many people taking turns. Every time he defeated a true disciple, he would have a lot of blood on his body, and the robes he wore were all blood-stained. Sooner or later, it will be consumed sooner or later. Xiong pinched his fist and gritted his teeth. War. The scene was full of Ye Chenyu's voice. He was so and bloody, like an undead Xiaoqiang, with extremely strong vitality. He killed several true disciples all the way, but he was still alive and well. What? What? Compared with Ye Chen, the disciples of Di Yongfeng and Ren Yongfeng are much more ugly. They are all Tianjiao disciples in each peak, and they are highly hoped. Which one is not a leader, and which one is not a force to press Ye Chen, but is beaten by Ye Chen in the condensed state to find teeth? The battle situation here has long been passed on to Ren Yongfeng and Di Yongfeng. The waste is all waste. Gu Hong was furious, but his true disciple, who had been trained by himself, was blown away by a condensed state, making him angry. Qingyang was not much better. When he heard the disciples' report, it was also an angry thunder. Ye Chenji's strength was far beyond his expectations. He began to doubt whether the decision to let the true disciples go out early was right. Compared with Gu Hong and Qingyang real people, Zhong Yangdao's expression on Tianyang Peak is wonderful. There was a crooked neck tree on Tianyang Peak, and he sat there with his arms folded and cursed. Lao Tzu has been practicing for 100 years. He is really blind, a condensed state. What a gift! I have to say that he is open-minded. Although the disciples under his seat had some ties with Ye Chen, he still taught well. At least he did not engage in conspiracies and tricks, and he was not as small as the belly of Qingyang and Gu Hong. It seems that his decision is still very correct. If the disciples are allowed to find Ye Chen to fight, God knows that he can stand back for a few. Creating evil. Zhong Laodao covered his old face, and his heart was sore. Boom! On Fengyun Terrace, a disciple of Di Yangfeng was dropped by Ye Chen and his relatives could not recognize him. This is the first few. The disciples asked subconsciously. 15th. Someone booed. Ren Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng's true disciples, more than half have been beaten by Ye Chen. But I don't see Ye Chen getting better. After hearing that, many people looked at the battle platform. There, Ye Chen's consciousness was bloody, and the wounds were too much to bear to look directly at. The few times he almost fell on the battlefield, and the two peaks took turns. Rao, who was in charge of Danhai, was also consumed. Something really lacking. Boy, go, and hit again, something will happen. Xiong Air under the stage reminded hastily. Ye Chen nodded. He knew his own physical condition. He would continue to fight, and then he continued to fight, and he would probably die on this platform. What's more, the previous confrontation were all the disciples from the 5th to the 7th in the Yuan dynasty, and most of the remaining disciples were the 8th to the 9th in the Yuan dynasty. There were even 2 1-foot has entered the real sun. Although he thought he could still be the 8th most important person in the realm of the Yuan dynasty, but that was the price of blood, and he couldn't afford it. Thinking about this, he would turn around. However, there is already a disciple coming up to Di Yangfeng. The disciple had a soft face, holding a Lingyu fan, looked polite, but he had 2 sharp, sour lips, and his face was also painted with rouge gouache, which is only used by women. I didn't know. I thought, is this a pussy? Xiao Kong, I am polite. Disciple Z did not start the fight on the spot, but first reported his name, saying that he did not forget to bow to Ye Chen. However, everyone may have never noticed that at the moment he arched his hand, a silver needle without thick hair had been beaten out by him. Although Ye Chen was extra prepared, he was still in the middle. Soon, the toxic substance carried by that silver needle quickly spread out in Ye Chen's body. Then, his body turned black around the silver needle, and the speed of spreading caught him by surprise. Puff! A burst of blood spewed out, Ye Chen's body froze and almost fell. Duel situation, you dare to use poison. Staring coldly at Xiao Kong, Ye Chen flashed a cold light. Poison? What poison? Xiao Kong pretended to be panic, pretending to be deaf and selling silly there. Ye Chen, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. That is, you are afraid you can't beat Brother Su, deliberately framed. Someone said secretly below. As soon as this remark came out, someone quickly agreed. I haven't seen Brother Xiao Kong using poison. You're measuring the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. If you can't beat him, say that Brother Su used poison. Ye Chen, you are too insidious. The swearing and screaming of the audience was one after another, forming a tide, which was clearly reversed in black and white, but the expression of indignation filled with expression on each face. Are you still dead this time? This is the price that provokes Yang Feng and Di Yang Feng. Today you are destined to splatter Fengjiantai. Compared with those disciples below, Ren Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng's true disciples each sneered. On the stage, Ye Chen silently listened to the scolding below, her eyes became colder and colder. He was able to see that Ren Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng had taken great pains to get revenge on him. The true disciples did everything, and the battle was huge. It wasn't enough, but they had secretly planted so many naval forces. The words are awesome, and he once again witnessed the meaning of these 4 words. With 2 fists against 4 hands, how could he beat the tide like scolding with 1 mouth? However, who he is Ye Chen. How can he eat dumb and unkind for no reason? There is real fire protection, that poison is useless against him, then he will also treat his body with his own way. In the swearing, he had secretly mobilized the real fire in his body, and burned away all the poison that was flowing in his body. On the surface, however, he still pretended to be poisoned, and his body swelled on the stage to create the illusion to paralyze Xiao Kong, and then gave him a thunderstrike. Ye Chen. Xiong, who was on the stage, saw that Ye Chen was extremely poisonous, and rushed up, but saw Ye Chen blinking at him. The tacit understanding between the two has reached the extreme. With only 1 look, Xiong seems to have seen everything, and the steps taken are very consciously put back. Oh, brother Yi, what's wrong with you? It's not a serious illness. On the stage, seeing Ye Chen's body turned black, Xiao Kong also pretended to care about it. To treat a half-dead person with poison? You can do it. Brother Yi, you are really wronged me. Let's stop talking nonsense, come on. Ye Chen drank sharply, watching Xiao Kong coldly. Hearing that, Xiao Kong smiled, and no longer concealed his insidious and devious face. Since Brother Yi is so interested, I will play with you, brother. With that said, he stepped out 1 step, as the wind came, and pointed his finger toward Ye Chen. Seeing Xiao Kang's guidance, Ye Chen still stood still. To outsiders, he was poisoned and lost his ability to act. In fact, he was waiting for the opportunity, only because Xiao Kang's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the human realm. Dead. Only at this moment did Xiao Kong show a vicious smile. However, just when he was about to point Ye Chen with his finger, he saw a slight ironic smile in the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Seeing the weird smile of Ye Chen, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Soon, in his shocked eyes, Ye Chen leaped sideways to avoid his fingertips, and then seized his arm, and then he was flung out by Ye Chen. Boom! A few feet away, he slammed heavily on the platform. Turning up, Xiao Kong looked at Ye Chen with an unbelievable face. It's impossible, you know clearly. I know what? Ye Chen sneered, and the dark skin on his body gradually faded away at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, restoring his original color. He's not poisoned. I clearly saw Xiao Kang's poison needle intrude into Ye Chen's body. Not only the true disciples of Di Yangfeng, but also the disciples of Ren Yangfeng were extremely confused. On the stand, Xiao Kang's face had no previous taste and his expression became fierce. He knew that Ye Chen had played with him, and Ye Chen was not poisoned at all, but what he could say was that he saw clearly that the poison needle had penetrated into Ye Chen's body. In this way, he would not have to fight himself. Brother Xiao Kong, aren't you going to accompany my brother and have fun? Come on. Opposite, Ye Chen tickled his fingers. Look, I can't destroy you. Xiao Kong drank sharply, with purple light around his palms. It was just that he had just taken a step and held his breath. This. He looked subconsciously at the palm of his hand, and it turned black, and was spreading rapidly towards his arms and body at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Poison. Xiao Kong instantly found out why his body had such a strange shape. He used poison well, how could he not see that he was poisoned? It was Ye Chen that moment. Xiao Kong thought of when he was poisoned. Puff! Suddenly, a spurt of black blood squirted out, and the watchers watched as if confused. Ye Chen, you dare to use poison against me. Xiao Kang's eyes became blood red, staring at the opposite Ye Chen with his teeth gritted. Poison? What poison? Ye Chen pretended to be panic, and also learned to pretend to be deaf and stupid before Xiao Kong, even what he said was the same. Talk. That is, you are afraid that you can't beat Ye Chen, and deliberately framed it. There was a sound from the audience, not to mention Xiong'er's nagging. Tacit understanding, this is tacit understanding. Xiong'er is smart. People from Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng can reverse black and white, and naturally he will help Ye Chen pull back a game. I haven't seen Ye Chen use poison, but Xiao Kong this is the gentleman's abdomen. This long is the sound of Xiong'er, and the lines and words used are copied from those who were before. If you see and beat him, say Ye Chen uses poison, Xiao Kong, you are too insidious. You. Xiao Kang's blood and heart attacked, and an old blood spurted out. Ye Chen clearly uses poison. At this moment, the sailors of Renyang Peak and Diyang Peak began to mess again. Fighting against each other and banning drug use, Ye Chen ignored the rules and sanctioned him. Ye Chen, you are so vicious. Are you eating shit? The next voice was extremely harsh, and Xiong'er gasped out for a full minute before saying this. The roar was really irritable and leaky, and the voice of one person even covered the scolding of everyone present. Su was so loud that many people couldn't help covering his ears. After this roar, the audience fell into a brief silence. Ye Chen just uses poison, so it is useless to quibble. After silence, a Tsing-yi disciple jumped out. Ye Chen's intentions are too sinister. Sanction him. It's fucking, get out. Xiong'er displayed his mighty power again, the sound wave was too strong, and too many people with a throat choked their ears again. It's the sonic mystery of the bear family. A true disciple of Ren Yangfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder it can cover the voices of so many people. Little fat man still has such secret methods. Ye Chen touched his chin, and secretly said that he should talk to Xiong'er someday. What? After a brief period of silence, before waiting for the sailors of Yangfeng and Diangfeng to speak, Xiong'er shouted again, letting out his throat and making a loud noise. Is this animal a beast? One by one, the sailors couldn't even lift their heads with their ears covered in their ears. I really have you. Ye Chen on the stage couldn't help laughing. Perhaps, such a scene and situation really need a living treasure such as Xiong'er. The most important thing is his shameless, spiritual. Withdraw. Xiong'er already winked at Ye Chen. Needless to say Xiong'er, Ye Chen has already jumped off the battlefield, all he thought was to leave here as fast as possible. Of course, he wanted to leave, how could some people let him go? As soon as he jumped off the stage, a true disciple of Yang Feng stopped him in front of him. Why? So hurry? The showdown is entirely voluntary. I don't want to fight again today, can't I? Ye Chen said lightly. You beat my mentors almost disabled, and you just want to leave by patting your ass. It's too whimsical. As the sneer sounded, a disciple in a white robe came slowly. When he glanced at the person who came, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, and the faint breath felt by the disciple made him dread. He is the first true disciple of Ren Yangfeng, Jiang Hao. Xiong'er on the side reminded Ye Chen a whisper, and from his small eyes, he could even see the fear of Jiang Hao. Ye Chen, when you hit someone, you want to leave. Do you not exist? Another voice sounded, and a child in the purple robe came, and his breath was not under that Jiang Hao. Di Yangfeng's first true disciple, purple shirt. Xiong Er again transmitted a message to Ye Chen. 1 foot has stepped into the real sun. Rao is Ye Chen, and his eyebrows are twisted together at the moment. He confessed that even at the peak, it was difficult for him to survive. Moreover, this place is not the two of them. Renyang and Diyang Erfeng's true disciples are all out. Even if he is arrogant again, his fists are hard to beat. Unless the blood of the demon road is swayed again, and the combat power soars, it can be overpowered by everyone, but the demon is a decent enemy. Once the demon road is revealed, it will be killed by the thunder of the Hengyue Zongqiang the first time. Be obedient to the stage, otherwise you won't be able to get out of here today. Jiang Hao looked at Ye Chen with a sneer. Brother Jiang, are you forcing me to fight? Ye Chen looked at Jiang Hao coldly. Fighting against each other, the warring parties are forced to persecute by their own willingness. Do you want to ignore Hengyue's rules? So what? The purple shirt smiled, let's go to the wall and think. You must bully the less, rely on the strong and the weak, and you must be shameless. Xiong Er glared at the many true disciples around him. With that said, he was going to pull Ye Chen out. Where to go? Unexpectedly, Ren Yangfeng's true disciple shot immediately and patted him from behind. When Ye Chen's eyes were cold, how could he have thought that Ren Yangfeng's disciples dared to make a sneak attack on the stage? It was late, and then quickly, he turned suddenly, and Ben Lei regretted it. Boom! A thunderstorm sounded, and Ye Chen, who was not in the peak state, backed up with a spit of blood. Huh! Before stopping, on the oblique side, a true disciple of Di Yangfeng even offered a killing sword, a sword pointed directly at Ye Chen's back. Abominable! Xiong Er was furious, and immediately pulled out his mace, blocking Ye Chen from this thunder sword. Seeing this, there was another disciple of Di Yangfeng in the crowd, and a punch was blown out. Ye Chen responded passively and vomited blood again. Dead. A person behind Yangfeng Tsing shot suddenly, pierced Ye Chen's back with one finger, flipped his palm and split Ye Chen. Puff! Blood flashed. Ye Chen, who had just stood still, was pierced through the shoulder with a sword. Let's take it. The sound of the drink rang, and the true disciples of Liangfeng even moved, and they surrounded Ye Chen in a round. In this scene, the disciples who watched the surrounding scene were shocked. Who would have thought that the true disciples of Renyang and Diyang Erfeng would dare to openly act in the audience, and they still rushed up to deal with them? This is a violation of the rules. Are they not afraid of being punished by Zongmen? Yeah. Why don't Dao Jia do anything about it? Don't you see it? The disciples of Ren Yangfeng and Di Yangfeng dare to act so openly, they must have strong back-office support, so that even Daojia elders don't dare to intervene rashly, and I heard that Daojia the elders are not inside the zone today at all. So, is Ye Chen dead? Boom! During the conversation, a roar rang through Fenjiantai. Looking at it, in the direction of the melee, some people used the Tianlei curse, and a bunch of true disciples were embarrassed by the aftermath. The scene was chaotic, and in the billowing smoke, Ye Chen's figure appeared. Come! Ye Chen stepped out, and Qingxiu's face looked a little dazed at the moment. Looking at his hands again, he was actually holding the 4 Tianlei curse charms. It seemed that the person who used the Tianlei curse was him. Perhaps, this is the forced, half-dead body, unable to resist the siege of many true disciples. This is the only way to take the risk of violating the door regulations and use the thunder curse to shock the true disciples around. Ye Chen, you ignored the door regulations and used the Sky Thunder curse. Suddenly, all the parties were swearing. You all dare to besiege me under Fengjiantai. Why can't I use the Sky Thunder curse, and I die on both the left and right, and Huangquan Road is indispensable for you? Ye Chen looked mad and looked sneer at many true biography disciples. Get out of the way, big deal with a lot of true disciples on the road. He's crazy. Many true disciples gritted their teeth. I'm crazy. Ye Chen licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Come when there is a seed, and under the curse of Tian Lei, we will break our bones together. Ye Chen. Li sounded suddenly, a group of people outside the crowd have come, headed by the first disciple of the precepts, Yin Jiping. You are so brave, you have just openly used the Tian Lei curse in Zhong Nei. Yin Jiping came up with a loud drink. His position has long been obvious, no matter which side he belongs to, but he is definitely not on the side of Ye Chen. Brother Yin, you only saw that I used the Tian Lei curse. Didn't you see them besieging me below the stage? Ye Chen gave a sneer glance at Yin Jiping, but the Tian Lei curse in his hand did not let go. That's not why you used the Sky Thunder curse. Joke, isn't the knife holder around your neck, and you will also obediently kill anyone? I used the Tian Lei curse for my own protection. That being the case, then see the true chapter on the commandment hall. Yin Jiping sighed coldly, and an electric mang rushed out of his sleeve. A closer look turned out to be a glowing rope, as fast as a snake. Su Jiping suddenly shot, and the rope was weirdly fast. Rao Ye Chen never reacted, and he was trapped firmly on the spot. Ye Chen struggled, but the mystery of the rope was far beyond his expectation. Not only did he have the ability to restrain him, but even his ability to move was restricted so that he could not move in place. Take it away, Yin Jiping drank. Immediately, a disciple of the Commandment Church rushed out and stepped forward to take away Ye Chen. In order to show fairness, Yin Jiping also ordered the disciples of Jia Lutang to drag Liang Feng's true disciples out of the crowd together. However, at the moment when he left the crowd, Yin Jiping and the true disciples of Liang Feng looked at each other and smiled, as if the scene at this moment was already planned. Their little action was captured by Xiong Er. Although he is not reliable, he is very clever. This is basically the plot of Liang Feng and the Commandment Hall. They were stunned, and they had colluded long ago. Ye Chen was taken away today, and it is difficult to survive. Xiong Er, take the tiger baby and leave Hengyue. Ye Chen being dragged, growling hysterically. Maybe he also saw that it is difficult to survive when he enters the precepts hall today. He doesn't want to be bullied all day long after his death. All he can do is to trust the tiger baby. Give the bear too. Seeing Ye Chen being dragged away, Xiong Er gritted his teeth and hated that the backstage of Liang Feng was too hard. Even if he was from the Xiong family, it was difficult to save Ye Chen's life. Backstage? Thinking of this, Xiong Er's eyes brightened. Is it harder than the backstage? Then I will find a backstage for Ye Chen that you cannot afford. Ye Chen was dragged to the commandment hall, followed by a mighty crowd. Once again at the cold and majestic commandment hall, Ye Chen was locked on the copper pillar by a chain on the spot. The disciples of Liang Feng Zhenchuan, who also violated the rules of the gate, just stood in the hall with shackles leisurely. Compared with Ye Chen's misery, their treatment really formed a sharp contrast. Ye Chen, Zhong Nei used the Tian Lei curse. Do you admit it? Yin Jiping stood with his hand in front of Ye Chen and looked at Ye Chen with a sneer. They want to kill me. I'm trying to protect myself. Kill you? This is where to start. Liang Feng's disciples began to speak. Ye Chen, you are bloody. You are obviously studying. How did we become we are going to kill you? Brother Ian, I don't want to hear Ye Chen speak yellow, and this is the reason I'm looking for. At this time, the sailors in Liangfeng also started to coax again. Ye Chen used the Tianlei curse, and he really deserves it. Sanction him. You are so young, so cruel, and how good are you when you grow up? In the hall, there were the applause and scolding of disciples of Liangfeng Zhenju, filled with indignation. They reversed the black and white, bite, and forced a big hat on Ye Chen's body. And at this moment, Ye Chen, who was on the copper pillar, was like a wicked murderer who was scolded. In the hall, not only are the true disciples of Liangfeng, but also the followers of Hengyue. However, although they knew that the truth of the facts was not what Liang Feng's disciples said, none of them dared to stand up and speak for Ye Chen. They were afraid that they would be venerated by Liang Feng in the future. Well proven. This is acting. After Yin Jiping heard what disciples Liang Feng said, he looked coldly at Ye Chen again. Ye Chen, what else can you say? Ye Chen said nothing. What else could he say? What else could he say? From the moment he was drawn into the commandment hall, he thought of his ending. Liang Feng and the commandment hall had colluded long ago. He was a conscientious intern disciple who wanted to have a backstage and no backstage, and had no helper or helper. No amount of it is useless. Maybe it was he who underestimated Liang Feng's methods too. Every step was a trap, and every step was aimed at him. However, until this moment, he did not regret everything they did for the tiger baby. At this moment he suddenly realized that the journey of the monk was not a superficial sight, and the cruelty in it made people sad. In front of him, Yin Jiping sneered when he saw that Ye Chen wasn't talking. You don't speak, is this representative's default? Don't talk nonsense, come on. Ye Chen's voice became a little hoarse, and his exhaustion was unprecedented, making his eyes hazy. Okay, good. Yin Jiping laughed, flipped out an ancient scroll, and spread it out as if to read the decree. According to Article 9 of the Hengyue rules, this disciple is in the sect. Use the thunderbolt, capital punishment. After reading, Yin Jiping closed the scroll suddenly, and then winked at the disciples on both sides. However, at this moment, an old figure pulled in from the crowd as hard as he could, and upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Fengnian. Don't kill him, don't kill him. Zhang Fengnian poked in and looked at Yin Jiping begging, I beg you, don't kill him, kill me. Old grandfather, don't ask them. Ye Chen's hazy eyes instantly recovered and said struggling. Stupid boy, don't talk. Zhang Fengnian glanced at Ye Chen, and then looked at Yin Jiping again. His body was bent, and he couldn't bend any more. Nia Yin, he is just a child, let him go. Let him go. Yin Jiping laughed amusedly. Zhang Fengnian, you must be old and old. He used the Tianlei curse in the case, but that was a death penalty. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fengnian, who was so old, even fell on his knees at the feet of Yin Jiping. At this moment, Ye Chen who looked at him stood out, covered with bloodshot blood, and the tears of blood couldn't help pour into his eyes, watching the low and old back kneeling on the ground, blood and tears dripping across his face. Grandpa, how can you kneel to him? After a brief moment, Ye Chen's growl sounded in the hall. What? What? He was crazy, struggling madly, trying to break the chain that locked him. He is Ye Chen, who is iron bone, and will never be afraid of death, but watching the person he cares about humbly kneeling on the ground to intercede for him is more uncomfortable than killing him. Listening to Ye Chen's roar, Zhang Fengnian's body shivered, but she still didn't get up. Boom! 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 Soon, there was a thumping sound in the hall, the sound of Zhang Fengnian's forehead hitting the ground. Please, let him go. Please, let him go. Every time Zhang Fengnian uttered such words with his forehead hitting the ground, every time he lowered his head, his old face would be filled with lowly tears. He is Zhang Fengnian, a man of the same age as the Hengyue sovereign. At this moment, he kneels to a junior so lowly, it is unprecedented sadness, even more naked. He has no dignity. He was guilty of death, and no one can save him. Yin Jiping glanced at his feet, ignored it, and raised his chin high. Then kill me, trade my life for him, nephew Yin Shi, please. Zhang Fengnian hugged Yin Jiping's legs. This sudden hug made Yin Jiping frown and scorn, and immediately kicked Zhang Fengnian and shouted, "You are a waste, why should you talk to me about the conditions?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Fengnian, kicked away, rushed up and hugged Yin Jiping's legs again. "He is still a child, please let him go." Roll. Yin Jiping seemed to have lost patience, raised his foot again, kicked Zhang Fengnian to spit blood. What? All this was staged with Ye Chen's eyes open. He had been unable to contain his anger, and hysterically snarled, "Yin Jiping, if I don't die today, I will set you down. Even if I die, I won't let you go as a ghost." Suddenly, a dormant force in his body revived. The monstrous wrath seemed to stir the magic path hidden in his blood, and his mind was drowned by anger and killing. With the roar of Ye Chen, Yin Jiping was also angry and immediately screamed, "Kill me." Immediately, someone drew a large knife on both sides. And at this moment, the disciples of Liang Feng had a grinning smile. Of course, at this moment, an aura of light flew in from outside the hall, impartially, and knocked out the sharp sword sharply, and then a long voice passed into the hall. "Yo-yo! Jialutang is really lively today." The words did not end, a ghostly figure had appeared in the hall. This slender body, immortal wind and bones, relaxed temperament, the robe flutters without wind automatically and lingers around Ling Hui, even the dust of the hand is stained with aura, a pair of eyes, seemingly vicissitudes, full infinite wisdom. He is. Suddenly, the people in the hall including Liang Feng's disciples and Yin Jiping all leaned down, looking respectfully. The whole house was panic-stricken by the arrival of the person holding the whisk. The disciples have met Elder Su Fu. Full of the hall, such a voice is also unusually loud and consistent, respectful in all looks, dare not have the slightest neglect. No wonder these disciples are so, just because the identity of the coming person is too honorable. Su Fu, Hengyu Zong Ling Dan Pavilion's first. In Hengyu Zong, if he is a senior, he is still the elder brother of Hengyu Zong, and the only alchemist in Hengyu Zong. The alchemist is extremely dignified and poor. Su Fu is one of them. The elixir of Hengyu Zong is supplied by him. Few people in Hengyu Zong dare to mess with him. I saw Zhang Fengnian. I've seen Brother Su. The quiet commandment hall was broken by the faint voice next. Zhang Fengnian, who was vomiting by Yin Jiping's kick, fell to the ground, weak and weak. Are you Zhang Fengnian? Surprised words spit out from Su Fu's mouth, and he frowned at Zhang Fengnian kneeling on the ground. No wonder he was so surprised, because Zhang Fengnian's face was so old that he couldn't even recognize it. It was right to think about it carefully. Zhang Fengnian became a waste, unlike monks like them who can change their looks. Yeah, it's me. Zhang Fengnian was still on the ground. Su Fu frowned again. With his eyesight, it was natural to see that Zhang Fengnian had been beaten, and his start was unclear. Who hit you? Su Fu waved an aura into Zhang Fengnian's body. As soon as this remark was made, Yin Jiping who stood respectfully shivered, and the atmosphere did not dare to say a word. Who is it? Looking around at everyone in the temple, Su Fu shouted sharply, shaking the whole commandment hall with a trembling, powerful coercion covering the entire commandment hall. Yes, it's me. Despite the fear, Yin Jiping took a step forward with his head daring. After hearing the words, Su Fu looked at Yin Jiping, his eyes were so sharp that he stared at Yin Jiping. Elder. Elder, I was injured by accident, Before Su Jiping finished speaking, Su Fu flew out with a fan in his palm. It's really brave. Su Fu's voice was very cold. As the first disciple of the Commandment Hall, how dare you fight against the elders and kill you? Yin Jiping vomited blood with a single palm and looked pale, but after climbing up, he knelt directly on the ground and hurriedly begged for mercy. Elder. Elder, the disciple knows the wrong, the disciple knows the wrong. Brother Su, what makes you so angry? An old man in a purple robe came out of the Commandment Hall. Needless to say, it was Yin Jiping's retreat, the first seat of the Commandment Hall, Zhao Zijing. Brother Zhao, you really taught a good apprentice. Su Fu glanced at Zhao Zijing. Hearing that, Zhao Zijing frowned, looking at his apprentice Yin Jiping. Pinger, what did you do? I accidentally hurt Zhang. Uncle Zhang Fengnian. Zhang Fengnian? Zhao Zijing heard the words and glanced at Zhang Fengnian, but his eyes were full of disdain. Brother Su, Zhang Fengnian was driven down by the master early, you. Even if he was driven down the mountain, it is still Heng Yuezong. Su Sheng said. Su Fu was still a bit cold. Teach your apprentices well, as the first disciples of the Commandment Hall are so offensive to the elders, why are you convinced? Being instructed by Su Fu like this, Zhao Zijing took a deep breath, but there was no seizure, which provoked Su Fu, which is not a good thing. Here, Su Fu had looked at Ye Chen, who was locked on a copper pillar. Looking up and down Ye Chen, his eyes became sharp and deep, and he said after a while, I'll take this disciple. Elder, this. The disciples of Liang Feng looked for a moment. Why, do you have opinions? Su Fu glanced at the disciples of Liang Feng, and the scene was silent. Elder, he used the Tianlei curse in the case, but he committed the crime of death. Yin Jiping on the side said, Master is beside him, and he has some confidence. Moreover, Ye Chen had just said that he would take revenge on him. He didn't want Ye Chen to be taken away in this way. For him, it must be a disaster in the future. Hearing Yin Jiping's words, Zhao Zijing, the first member of the Commandment Hall, also said in a strange tone, Brother Su, he has committed a capital crime, and you want to take him away, I'm afraid. Ye Chen used the Tianlei curse for his own protection. The sound sounded, and Xiong Er had already come in from outside the hall. Oh. Su Fu raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiong Er's fat man. Immediately, Xiong Er gritted his teeth and looked at the disciples of Liang Feng. This group of turtle grandsons took turns to fight Ye Chen in Fenjiantai. Hearing Xiong Er's words, Su Fu glanced at disciples of Liang Feng again and sneered, so many people can hit a condensate, can you really do that? Don't look at Su Fu like this. Disciples of Liang Feng lowered their heads one by one, their faces were hot, and the atmosphere did not dare to say a word. Next. Su Fu retracted his gaze and looked at Xiong Er again. Ye Chen was beaten half-dead and could not continue to fight, so he jumped off the platform, but these turtle grandsons forced Ye Chen to come to power and continue to fight. Ye Chen did not agree, they besieged Ye Chen, the elder, human life. Where is your old Ming Jian? Ye Chen was forced to protect himself with the Tianlei curse. After hearing what Xiong Er said, Rao Su Su raised his eyebrows, looked at Zhao Zijing, and asked with a smile, Brother Zhao, in my Hengyue, it was the crime of wanting to seriously hurt his disciples to kill. The worst case is death. What about wantonly killing the elders? Su Fu asked again. Zhao Zijing's eyes narrowed, he wasn't stupid. This was obviously directed at his apprentice Yin Jiping, but Rao was so deep, he took a deep breath and said, it's also a capital crime. Since it's all a crime of death, Kill them now. Kill these gangsters. Su Fuyu was astonishingly dead. In a word, disciples Liang Feng and Yin Jiping fell to their knees on the ground. Brother Su, do you know what it means to kill them? Zhao Zijing's face went dark. It means that the Hengiweizong commandment hall is fair and strict. Su Fu shrugged. Since all the crimes have been committed, why only execute this disciple named Ye Chen, to die or to live? Brother Su, do you have to make the relationship so rigid? Is it stiff? Then come to peace. Su Fu smiled, pointing at the locked Ye Chen, and laughed. This little baby took me back to punish. As for disciples Liang Feng and Yin Jiping, you take care of it. All right. Zhao Zijing only saw it at this time. Su Fu put together so many useless things in order to protect Ye Chen. For a moment, Zhao Zijing thought a lot. Su Fu is right. They are all death crimes. Obviously, they can't just kill Ye Chen, but if they kill all of them, not only Liang Feng, but the family behind them will come to him to settle accounts. Moreover, he really did not want to make the relationship too rigid with Su Fu. It's unwise to mess with the alchemist. It's just an intern disciple. He doesn't look at it, it's not a big deal to take it away, and he can earn Su Fu's favor. This trade is not a loss. Zhao Zijing thought very thoroughly and laughed. If so, Brother Su can take it away. Master. Yin Jiping looked tight. Shut up for me. Zhao Zijing gave a cold drink and interrupted his speech. After this day, give me to stay in the ice cell. So, I can take it away. Su Fu glanced at Yin Jiping, then waved a ray of light, breaking Ye Chen's shackles. Boy. Xiong Er hurried forward and dragged Ye Chen. Thank you. Lying on Xiong Er's back, Ye Chen whispered, how could he think that Xiong Er actually brought him Su Fu, a great god? Boy. Xiong Er hurried forward and dragged Ye Chen. Thank you. Lying on Xiong Er's back, Ye Chen whispered, how could he think that Xiong Er actually brought him Su Fu, a great god? What? Su Fu? When Guhong and Qingyang real people heard the report from their disciples, Rao was also surprised. For this reason, Elder Su Fu almost broke down with Elder Zhao Zijing. He heard that Guhong's Qingyang real person looked at him with extreme doubts. This was unexpected, they planned so much, but never thought that Su Fu would be involved. The two frowned, and the eyes became dim. How could Su Fu be unable to save a trainee disciple? For this reason, he nearly turned the commandment hall on. This alone proved that Ye Chen was not so simple on the surface. Is it because of Ye Chen's talent? Guhong groaned. With Su Fu's protection, it is even more difficult to move Ye Chen. Qingyang Taoist's face also became extremely ugly. They knew in their hearts that no one could provoke Su Fu in Hengyue Zong. If it irritated him, he would have 10,000 ways to not provide you with a panacea, without a supply of panacea. What yarn? Compared to the two of them, Zhong Laodao of Tianyang Peak heard the news and was there on the spot. Su Fu saved Ye Chen. What's the matter? On a comfortable large bed, sleeping Ye Chen rubbed his nose and greedily sucked in the thick medicinal fragrance that was floating in the air. The next moment, he opened his eyes and faced Xiong Er's fat face. You finally woke up. Xiong Er was relieved. Where is this? Sitting up, Ye Chen rubbed his eyebrows and looked at the unfamiliar scenes around in doubt. Lingtang Pavilion. Xiong Er smiled. Ye Chen then remembered things during the day. He fought in Yuntatai, was besieged by disciples of Liang Feng, and dragged into the commandment hall. The scenes became clear in his mind, but Su Fu was never expected to save him. Sorry, in order to save you, I can only break our agreement. Xiong Er whispered aside. Ye Chen didn't say a word, knew what Xiong Erji was. There is an agreement between him and Xiong Er, that is the real fire about him, and let Xiong Er keep a secret for him. The relationship between true fire is very big. In addition to helping practice, it can help the alchemist to refine the alchemy. Heng Yuezong only had one ground fire, which was mastered by Su Fu of Lingdan Pavilion, but it was also because of this ground fire that Su Fu was refining Lingdan and Lingye to supply the demand for one case. This is why Su Fu saved him. Ground fire and real fire are not a level at first sight. The level of real fire is much higher than ground fire. It can be imagined that the elixir made from real fire is stronger than the elixir made from ground fire. Needless to say, the importance of real fire to the alchemist, Xiong Er fancied this, and then came to Lingtan Pavilion for help. Facts have shown that his decision is still correct. No matter whether Su Fu will take Ye Chen's true fire, at least Ye Chen is alive now. No matter what the outcome, it is better to die in the commandment hall. How is Su Fu's person? Ye Chen looked at Xiong Er for a moment of silence. What's the matter? Xiong Er yanked his ears. This old man looks decent, but he's actually very cumbersome. What is your answer? Are you afraid he will take your real fire? Xiong Er is not stupid, can hear what Ye Chen really wants to know. Ye Chen did not deny it, and nodded gently. He saved my life, even if it took my real fire now, I have nothing to say. Then you ask for more blessings. Xiong Er shook his head helplessly. The real fire is too important for the alchemist. Even if Su Fu is decent, he could really take your real fire. Little fat man, what do you think of me, Lao Su? An angry voice sounded, even if someone pushed in the door. Seeing this, Xiong Ergen coughed and did not dare to speak again. On the one hand, Ye Chen has turned over and jumped out of bed, bowing her hand to Su Fu, disciple Ye Chen, thank you elder for your life-saving grace. Just verbally? Nothing practical? Hearing that, Ye Chen pursed her lips and said, if you want real fire, you can take it at any time. It depends if I can surrender it. Su Fu smiled, looked at Ye Chen, and said, show me your real fire, I haven't seen it for years. Ye Chen took a deep breath, but still moved with conviction. Dan Hai's golden fire turned into a flame and appeared in his hands. Golden real fire. Seeing this, Rao was surprised by Su Fu's determination. Immediately, he pulled out a scroll from his arms, opened it, and watched it carefully. Ye Chen glanced at each page and found that there was a pattern of real fire on each page of the scroll, which was purple, yellow, and blue, and marked under each flame. No? Su Fu checked it before looking at the real fire in Ye Chen's palm. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, I have seen this golden real fire for the first time, even in the flame tome no record. Yes, there are too many flames breeding in the heavens and the earth, and not all of them are recorded. But this golden flame looks extraordinary. Su Fu looked at Ye Chen's real fire from left to right and muttered for a long time alone. Finally, Su Fucai stretched out his palm and grasped the real fire in Ye Chen's palm, hoping to see it more thoroughly. It's just that the weird scene happened. Ye Chen's real fire seemed to be spiritual. As soon as Su Fu was grasped in his hands, he fiercely resisted and burned wildly. Wow! Su Fu was painful and let go quickly, but his palm was burnt black. Looking at the real fire again, like a golden light, it channeled back into Ye Chen's body, making Xiong Er on the side extremely miserable. Your true fire has sages. Su Fu was surprised, ignoring the pain in his palms. Elders, aren't all the flames that heaven and earth have possessed? Xiong Er asked in confusion. Who says that the flames of heaven and earth breed are wise? Su Fu glanced at Xiong Er, and then scratched his beard, explaining, "Every flame that breeds heaven and earth has spirituality, but it is not spiritual and spiritual. A concept, if divided by level, the level of spiritual intelligence is higher than spirituality, although it is only one word away, it is a world of difference." That means. Xiong scratched his head. "Elder, how are the levels of real fire divided?" Ye Chen asked Su Fu while watching. He knew that there was also a level division of the true fire when he talked with the old man in the dark black market to refine the witch curse. Not explicitly stated. "That's hard to say." Su Fu scratched his beard. "Some are divided according to the level of spirituality, some are divided by the strength of the fire, and some are divided by the age of emergence. As for the clear level, I practice it. Years of experience are unknown." "Hey!" Having said that, Su Fu sighed, "I originally wanted to borrow your true fire into my body, and I will return it to you after I die. Now it seems that my idea is not working." "Why?" Ye Chen and Xiong asked one after another. "Because your true fire is inherently intelligent, and has recognized you as the master, forcibly incorporated into me, but will suffer a powerful backlash. This depends on the chance. Since he chose you, he is forced to force it." Hearing that, Ye Chen sighed with relief. Su Fu's words were obvious. He did not plan to take away the real fire, which meant that his real fire could still be kept. "However, I can't save you in vain." Su Fu coughed dryly. "But listen to the elder's scent. Alchemy for me." Refining alchemy?" Ye Chen stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. "The elder, it is okay for me to refine the spiritual fluid, but I don't know anything about alchemy. Isn't there me?" At night, Ye Chen walked out of Lingdan Pavilion, and after about 3 days, he helped Su Fu to refine the alchemy. Along the way, Ye Chen remained silent. He didn't die this time because he was lucky. Ren Yongfeng, Di Yongfeng, and Jia Lu Tang thought of his conspiracy against him now, and he was a little scared. If Su Fu arrived at the critical moment, he would be a ghost. Open guns are easy to hide, and dark arrows are difficult to prevent. He was determined that even with Su Fu's protection, there is still the possibility of being destroyed at any time. The famous door is decent, and it sounds good. The sinister inside, he sees it through. "I'm too weak." Murmuring, he clenched his fist tightly, hissing in his teeth, "I'm going to be stronger and protect those I care about." Back at the little spirit garden, he knelt on Zhang Fengnian's door for a long time. It was this elderly man who spared his dignity and saved his life to save him. His guilt filled him with a slam on his knees. "Senior, it's the junior that made you ashamed. Ye Chen swears here, those who bully you, I will make them pay 100 times 1,000 times. The night sky is deep, and broken stars are like dust." It was not until late that Ye Chen returned to his room. The candlelight swayed, and he sat silently on the bed, looking inside his body. Today in the commandment hall, he almost fell into the magic path. If that was the case, even Su Fu might not be able to save him. This trump card must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Ye Chen muttered. This is a cruel world. The so-called right way cannot tolerate magic. Somehow, he fell asleep. In his deep sleep, he fell into a wonderful state, his mind became unsteady, and he wandered continuously in illusory and reality. In his sleep, he seemed to dimly see a dark world, a big tripod, standing between heaven and earth, so huge that he couldn't breathe, and he could still hear the evil demon from the big trip. Sound. What? Sitting up sharply, he gasped heavily, and cold sweat was flowing on his forehead. Dream. When he saw the familiar scene in front of him, he rubbed his eyebrows, but the picture of the mountainous ding in the dream was always lingering in his mind, only because the dream was too real. 3 days passed quietly. In the early morning, having a hasty breakfast, Ye Chen went up the mountain with his back on his back, and today he is going to help Su Fu refining the alchemy. At this moment, there was an elder inside the Lingdan pavilion, a female elder, with a peerless look, like a fairy from 9 heavens. This woman, take a closer look, isn't it exactly Chu Xian Ye Chen met in Househan that day? Sister Mei, do you really want to choose a disciple as an apprentice from the outside? Su Fu looked at Chu Xianer, still surprised in his tone. No way, it's all forced by the master. Chu Xianer shrugged his shoulders, feeling helpless. He asked me to choose a talented one, and it's best to fix it in a condensed state, in case need. Yes, Shimmy, you should also receive an apprentice. Outsiders have a lot of talents. That's not what you choose. Show, how can you say that, brother? Chu Xianer frowned. Su Fu shook her head with a smile, and immediately shifted the topic. What does Shimmy think of Tianji Dan at the Nether Black Market auction? Talking about Tianji Dan, Chu Xianer frowned, and groaned for a moment before he said, there are too many rumors from the outside world, but nothing more than 3 cases in one temple. In my opinion, it is the bloodthirsty temple. How did I hear that there was only half of Tianji Dan being taken back? This matter has yet to be verified. Brothers also participated in the competition for Tianji Dan that day, but in the end it was played by others. As for whether Tianji Dan was taken back intact, maybe Tianji Dan was photographed afterwards. People know. Elder Su, I'm here. The two were talking. Ye Chen had entered Lingdan Pavilion. As soon as he walked in, Ye Chen saw Chu Xianer sitting beside Su Fu. How is she? Ye Chen froze, and used to turn around and ran. However, as soon as he ran 2 steps, he felt a strong and irresistible suction covering his body, and dragged him back again and again. Of course, Chu Xianer shot. Putting Ye Chen back again, Chu Xianer looked at him with a smile and smiled, little man, am I scary? No, not scary. Ye Chen smiled. Then why did you run when you saw me? This was the case last time, and this is also the case this time. Chu Xianer's beautiful eyes flickered with luster, and Ye Chen was full of doubts when she saw her. Why, Shimmy has seen him? Su Fu, a little surprised. I saw it once in Househan and ran when I saw it. Hearing that, Su Fu raised an eyebrow and looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, you have done something wrong. No. Ye Chen's head shook like a rattle. Then what do you run? You are Ye Chen. Before Chu Chen returned, Chu Xianer said, apparently she didn't know that Ye Chen was standing in front of her. Shimmy knows him? Su Fu stunned again. It's hard not to know. Chu Xianer stretched his back. Fenjiantai beat dozens of true disciples from Renyang and Diyang, and this happened to the inside door. After hearing this, Ye Chen coughed, and could not help but touch the tip of his nose, feeling that his intern disciple is already a celebrity in Hangyu Zone, and since Hangyu won by 1 feat, it is hard to think of it. Little guy, are you interested in being my disciple? With a whispered smile, Chu Xianer looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen froze, apparently did not expect Chu Xianer to say so. Do it or not? This is a problem. Although he determined that the woman in front of him and the woman in the monster forest that day were not alone, if he became her apprentice, he would always have the feeling that he would be inexplicably stabbed at night. It's still useless. Seeing Ye Chen not talking, Su Fu on the side couldn't sit still, and stepped forward and kicked Ye Chen. Will you consider it? Chu Xianer looked at Ye Chen with interest. Elder, am I going with you to the inside door now? Ye Chen asked tentatively, looking at Chu Xianer. Of course there are tests. If you can enter the inside door, you are qualified. Understand? That's it. Chu Xianer got up, and Lianbu flew towards the outside. When he stepped out of Lingdan Pavilion, he turned back and smiled. If you can enter the inner door, I will consider tell you a secret method. This smile filled Ye Chen with a moment of intoxication. After that night, Chu Linger's figure was lingering in his mind. That night spring evening, the Qianning was engraved in his heart. She was so beautiful, like a fairy, holy and immaculate. Now, a woman who looks exactly like her is in front of her eyes, which makes it feel like a dream. Su was so fascinated that he never realized that he was already there. Everyone's gone and watched. Su Fu stepped forward again and slammed Ye Chen back from reality into reality. Ye Chen coughed and touched the tip of his nose. Working. Su Fu dragged Ye Chen and went straight to the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, Ye Chen saw a tall alchemy furnace full of 3 feet. The alchemy furnace was engraved with blue dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and basalt, and there were many complicated patterns besides these. He has seen the alchemy furnace, but he has never seen such a big man. It seems that there is a heavy sense of pressure. In addition to these, he also felt a wave of heat rising from the ground, needless to say the fire in the ground. At this moment, the real fire in his body seemed to be the real fire under the ground, and he trembled. This tremor didn't matter, and it scared the rolling ground fire back. Take care of your real fire, don't let it swallow the ground fire. Su Fu glanced at Ye Chen angrily. Can real fire swallow the fire? Ye Chen was a little surprised. It's all fire, it's the same kind, and of course it can be swallowed. This is the first time I heard it. Ye Chen muttered in a low voice, and his heart had already warned Dan Hai of the real fire, otherwise it would be really swallowed up by this fire, and Su Fu would not blame him for choking. Put your hand on the alchemy furnace. Let me measure your spiritual strength. Su Fu said. Soul power level? Ye Chen was surprised. Rao was a former intelligence expert, and it was the first time that he heard that the soul was also classified. Although he was curious in his heart, he still put his hand on the alchemy furnace. It seems that the alchemy furnace is not only used for alchemy, but also the ability to test the level of human soul power. He had just put his hands on it, and the alchemy furnace buzzed. Immediately, a ray of light burst from the top of the furnace and converged into a mysterious spirit in the air. It turned out to be the level of the spiritual order. Seeing the word spirit, Su Fu rubbed his beard, and was surprised in his tone. Ye Chen withdrew his palm, looked curiously at Su Fu, and asked, Elder, what is the division of soul power? Soul power is divided into 5 levels: human order, spiritual order, Xian order, earth order, and heaven order. Knowing Ye Chen did not understand this, Su Fu expounded Ye Chen, the 5 levels of soul power, corresponding to the 5 great realms of the monk. The human order corresponds to the condensed state, the spiritual order corresponds to the human realm, the mysterious order corresponds to the real state, the spiritual order corresponds to the spiritual illusion, and the heaven order corresponds to the empty realm. Is the same level as Xiao, but your soul power is even higher than your Xiaowei. Having said that, Su Fu did not forget to glance at Ye Chen and asked, have you ever taken the elixir that nourishes your soul? Hearing that, Ye Chen shook her head gently. That's weird. Su Fu rubbed his beard, his eyes incomprehensible. Elder, is there any difference? Of course there is a difference. The soul is mysterious, and it is full of too many impossible and high souls. The comprehension is far beyond ordinary people. When they gather the gods, they have unique conditions. Yuan, what is Yuanshan? Ye Chen's eyes stared at Su Fu. After hearing the words, Su Fu took a deep breath, with awe in his eyes, and yearning. The so-called Yuanshan is one level higher than the soul, just like the spiritual power is one level higher than the true energy. Generally speaking, only Xiaowei can reach heaven. Only in silence is the qualification for condensing the Yuanshan. Only with the Yuanshan can the Yuanshan come out of the flesh. The Yuanshan is immortal and the human body is immortal. That is the truth. Ye Chen touched his chin. In this way, the monks below the sky can't condense the gods. There is no absolute thing, Su Fu said. There are thousands of worlds, there are all kinds of wonders, and there are not many people who can condense the Yuanshan in the spiritual realm, but the number is almost zero. Having said that, Su Fu paused for a while and continued, of course, there is no shortage of aliens in this world. I once saw a secret in an ancient book. There is a mysterious and ancient race. They have the Yuanshan innately. What race is that? Spirit. 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 Ye Chen was shocked. He was also an ancient nine-ethnic tribe of Nyocha. He really has a long history today. Su Fu's experience far exceeded his expectations. He really has learned a lot today, and Su Fu's experience far exceeded his expectations. Your soul power is one level higher than your cultivation. Maybe you can really gather the Yuanshan before the sky is silent. Su Fu clutched his beard and looked at Ye Chen quite deeply. That relationship is good. Ye Chen grinned. In the inner hall of Lingdan Pavilion, Su Fu has started to prepare materials for alchemy. That was a plant of spirit grass, and Su Fu had taken out more than 30 kinds of them, many of which he had never seen before. Ye Chen couldn't help sighing. Just looking at these 30 kinds of spirit grass, he could imagine how complicated the process of refining alchemy was. Compared to refining alchemy, refining jade spiritual fluid was a real witch. The most important thing for alchemy is soul power, and the second is to control the flame. Su Fu sorted out the spirit grass for 100 years, while spreading the common sense of alchemy for Ye Chen. You have unique conditions for alchemy, because your soul power is one level higher than Xiao. And your true fire is inherently sane, and is connected to your mind, and you can control the fire very finely, which is very important for alchemy. Having said that, Su Fu took a deep look at Ye Chen. So, you are very suitable to be an alchemist. Alchemist? Me? Ye Chen froze. Your conditions are unique. If you do and become a master of alchemy, I am really sorry that God cares about you. Su Fu said, and took out more than a dozen spirit grasses again. Depending on your qualifications, it may be possible to surpass Dan Chen Gai. Dan Chen? Ye Chen surprised. How could he not know the name of Dan Chen, who specializes in intelligence work? That is the most famous alchemist of Dechu. It does not belong to any party, but it is also a party that neither party dares to provoke. How could he not have thought that Su Fu would say that he might surpass Dan Chen, which he could not even think of? What about you guys, are you interested in being an alchemist? Su Fureo looked at Ye Chen with interest. Think, of course. Ye Chen didn't even want to blurt out. The profession of the alchemist is too noble. The vast Chu is so rare that it is offered by all parties as ancestors. If it becomes an alchemist, the path must be bright. After getting the answer he wanted, Su Fu came to the alchemy furnace. I teach you to make the first elixir. I'm optimistic. I'll only show it once. Su Fu said, already moving the fire under the Dan furnace. Boom! Suddenly, purple flames burned in the alchemy furnace, and even the pattern of the 4 gods on the alchemy furnace was illuminated. Afterwards, Su Fu waved the robe, and put 3 or 5 spirit grasses into the alchemy furnace, and then skillfully controlled the essence of the ground fire refining. During this period, more than 1 spirit grass was put into it. Aside, Ye Chen stood there silently, and every action of Su Fu was imprinted in his heart. It's a long process. I don't know when, the inner hall of Lingdan Pavilion flared with strong medicine and fragrance. Get out of the Dan. As Su Fu spit out, he patted the alchemy furnace, and a purple spirit pill flew out, and he caught it by waving his arm. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurried forward, looking at the elixir in Su Fu's hand brightly. Look at it. Su Fu passed Yi Ling in her hand. Ye Chen reached out and took it. Ling Tan was just refined, and there was a feeling of warmth. It was crystal clear, still purple gas lingering on it, and there was a strong medicinal scent on the face. When you smelled it, you felt relaxed. In addition to this, there is a line on the miracle. This is Hui Xian Dan. When there is a lack of energy and spiritual power, you can quickly replenish your body's consumption. Su Fu has found a comfortable place to sit down. This kind of Ling Dan is one of the lowest level Ling Dan. You should see the striped road above, which is a sign of the elixir level. Ling Dan is also classified? Ye Chen looked at Su Fu. Of course. Su Fu said, there is a stripe on the miracle in your hand, which means that there is a stripe. If there are 2 strips on it, it is a striatum, and so on. The higher the level. Elder, what are the highest spirits you have refined? Ye Chen asked curiously. The spirit I am refining alone is the highest one. Su Fu didn't hide it, and said with a beard, cooperating with the old guy from Danshan once, he once produced a 5-grain spirit. Jian was a few grains of magic that day. Su Sure Ye Chen wanted to know too much, so he didn't think too much, so he asked directly. Hearing that, Su Fu frowned, and looked at Ye Chen deeply. You still know Tianji Dan? Ye Chen coughed and touched the tip of his nose. Some days ago, Xiong Er and I went around the dark black market, and I also heard people say. Su Fuwei glanced back indiscriminately. He answered Ye Chen's question, Tianji Dan is the highest level miracle I know. If you divide it by rank, it is 6-strand miracle. Is Tianji Dan difficult to refining? Ye Chen looked at Su Fu doubtfully. Senior Dan Chen is so powerful that he can't make it? Where is the play? Su Fu glanced at Ye Chen angrily. Every Ling Dan has a corresponding Dan Fong. There is no Dan Fong, even if the old Dan Chen doesn't know how to make it, even if with Dan Fong, I guess I can't find enough spiritual grass to make Tianji Dan. I don't know who the old picture was taken by that old force. Why are you talking so much? Su Fu kicked Ye Chen Zhang back to the alchemy furnace. Is that what you should care about? As a result, Su Fu threw a scroll to Ye Chen at will, and scolded him with anger. This is Dan Fong who is back to Xian Dan. Please enlighten me well. After enlightenment, I will make alchemy for Lao Tzu and don't be lazy. Ye Chen touched the tip of his nose, and he opened the Dan Fong of Xian Dan gently. I don't know, it's a shock. After a brief look, he found that this alchemy is much more complicated than that of the jade syrup, and the flame control requirements are extremely high. Even a small link error may lead to the failure of alchemy. This is just a miracle. Ye Chen frowned. However, in order to become a master of alchemy, this difficulty is still difficult for him. While learning about Dan Fong, he also remembered Su Fu's practice of alchemy in his mind, and this combination allowed him to capture a trace of fur. Not far away, Su Fu, who is lying on a chair leisurely, is still in a state of falsehood, and sometimes narrows his eyes to narrow Ye Chen. Knowing that night was coming, Ye Chen really let go of Dan Fong. He was also caught in a false concubine with Su Fu. The picture of Su Fu refining Xian Dan was played back in his mind without limit. He didn't know when he opened his eyes slowly, and then took a deep breath. Then he thought of the real fire into the alchemy furnace, and then several spirit grasses were put into the alchemy furnace. Because of his previous experience in refining the jade spirit fluid, his control of the flames is quite familiar. Soon, he extracted the essence of each herb, and then more herbs were put in. However, he still underestimated the tediousness of alchemy. For the first time, it was inevitable that he was busy in the corner, and the control of the flames was out of alignment. The first alchemy failed. Ye Chen stopped, secretly found out what was wrong, and put the real fire into the alchemy furnace. The second time, alchemy began. Then he kept getting frustrated. Frustrated again and again, the ground was already full of spirit grass and was burned with debris. Su Fu prepared hundreds of Huixuandan spirit grass for him, in order to let Ye Chen sum up experience in failure, and find out the true meaning of alchemy. Near dawn, Ye Chen still failed to refine Hui Xian Dan. Instead, his face was very pale. The alchemy consumed soul power. The overnight alchemy overwhelmed his soul power, and his mind continued to buzz. After all, he swayed to his knees on the ground, panting heavily. Too eager to get success, but it will be self-defeating. Su Fu, a fake sister, heard a voice. I looked at alchemy too little. Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. Alchemy is the same as monasticism. You must be clear-minded. Su Fu glanced at Ye Chen with a harsh reprimand. Your heart is not at all quiet and you have thoughts. This is the taboo of alchemists. I understand. Ye Chen listened to Su Fu's teachings. He really failed to calm down, because too many things before made him too eager to become a strong man. He was used to the blood boiling in the war, but he couldn't adapt to the calmness of alchemy. I spent 93 spirit grasses that year to make Huixuandan. Ye Chen, how about you? Murmured, and Su Fu fell into a state of falsehood again. The alchemy furnace trembled again, and Ye Chen failed for the 20th time. I don't believe it. After gritting his teeth, he didn't rest for a moment, and offered the real fire again. This is a spiritual mountain surrounded by aura in the inner gate. Manhua is called Yunf Peak. At the peak, Chu Xianer was sitting there quietly and voicing. Behind her, a shadow came slowly, curling up the charming fragrance of a woman. Linger, why did you run out again? Feeling Chu Linger coming, Chu Xianer got up, and still remembered to bounce on Chu Linger's forehead, lazy again. No. Chu Linger grinned, then looked around, as if looking for something. What are you looking for? Sister, I heard you received an apprentice outside. Where? Bring it to me, I'll see what kind of talents can enter your eyes. It's still outside. Chu Xianer whispered a smile, it was indeed a very interesting little guy. The test I gave him was to enter the inside door. If it doesn't even pass this, then it will be avoided. Having said that, Chu Xianer did not forget to push Chu Linger and urged, hurry up and go to the retreat. Don't sneak out again. I see. Chu Linger said with a deformation in his stomach, but he obediently left here. Exit Dan. Late at night, a hoarse voice sounded in Lingdan Pavilion. Refined it so soon? Sleeping Su Fu was awake, turned over and jumped out, and stepped to Ye Chen. Looking at Ye Chen again, he has grasped a panacea flying from the alchemy furnace in his hands. Su was too exhausted. He just scratched when he caught Lingdan. He almost fell to the ground, looking pale as paper, with sunken eyes, bloodshot eyes, a beard stubble on his face, and a decadent face on his face. Su Fu shot and penetrated a ray of light into Ye Chen's body, which allowed Ye Chen to stabilize his heel. Refined, refined. Regardless of his exhaustion, Ye Chen looked at Hui Xiandan in his hands with joy. This elixir is not as smooth as Su Fu's refining, and even a bit potty, and even the purple gas lingering on it is sometimes absent, and the stripe road is also blurred. However, Rao was so pleased that he was very relieved. After all, it was the first time to practice alchemy, and it was not as excusable as Su Fulian. Su Fu has taken over Hui Xiandan, and then he still glanced at the remaining spirit grass. It took only 40 copies of Lingqiao to make Huixuandan. There was a light of surprise flashing in his eyes. Su Fu was really shocked. Even the old Danshan for the first time, I used almost 70 servings of alchemy. This kid. Although Ye Chen's results were far beyond his expectation, he calmly said, "You barely pass, but your quality of Xiandan is too poor this time, and it will take time to hone." Understand? Ye Chen grinned. Not only is the first panacea you have refined, let's eat it. Su Fu passed Ye Xian back to him. Okay. Ye Chenzhong nodded, holding the first elixir that he had made himself, and then opened his mouth and swallowed it. Soon, Hui Xuandan's medicinal power melted in his body, and the consumed energy was quickly replenished. This rich sperm is indeed much stronger than that of Yu Lingye. Huge gap. Let's rest. Continue tomorrow. Su Fu disappeared here with a word, and then a gurgling voice came back, "Clean the alchemy furnace, especially those residues." Understand? Ye Chen was in a good mood, moved directly to the top of the alchemy furnace, then turned over and jumped in. The night sky is deep, and broken stars are like dust. There was a quiet scene in Lingdan Pavilion. Knowing that there was a slight sound of footsteps, the silence of the night was broken. This is a woman who came out of the side hall in Lingdan Pavilion. She fluttered in her clothes, came in personally, 3,000 blue silk moved without wind, and a beautiful cheek was born full of indifference thousands of miles away. The whole temperament was like an ice lotus. This female disciple is Qiyu, the first disciple of Lingdan Pavilion. This retreat still didn't break through to the real sun. A muttering whispered, Qiyume's eyes flashed reluctantly. Okay. As she passed the alchemy furnace, she frowned slightly and heard the sound of crickets inside. "Who, come out?" Qiyu said coldly. Soon, a black and white hand was picked out from the inside, and then Ye Chen, who was black all over, fell out of his head. Seeing this, Qiyume's eyes froze for a moment. "Who are you? Why are you in the Lingtan Pavilion? What do you run in the alchemy furnace?" Hearing that, Ye Chen turned over and jumped out, and smiled, "I'm Elder Su calling for a mess." Looking at Ye Chen, who is full of black and white, and especially when he felt Ye Chen's condensed spirits, Qiyu Qiao's eyebrows froze again. "Do not touch the things in Lingtang Pavilion." Seeing Qiyu's frosty cheek covered with frost, and the seeming disdain in Qiyu's discourse, Ye Chen only made a salty and humorous hum. At last glanced at Ye Chen, Qiyu stepped forward. "What expression? I don't owe you money." Ye Chen disagreed and climbed into the alchemy furnace again. Soon, his real fire in Danhai trembled, as if he felt the ground fire under the alchemy furnace again, and it became very restless. If it was not restrained by Ye Chen, it would have been possible to run down and swallow the fire. "Be honest, it's scary for children." Ye Chen cursed. Indeed, from the first time he jumped into this alchemy furnace, the ground fire was honest, and he did not dare to show his head. Although it does not have spiritual intelligence, it has spirituality. It is still very afraid of the true fire that is stronger than itself. Wiping off the ashes in the alchemy furnace, Ye Chen found that there was still a lot of words in the alchemy furnace. Su was too dark in the alchemy furnace, which made him subconsciously sacrifice the real fire and held it in his palm. The real fire instantly shook the gold in the alchemy furnace. He could see it clearly. Each of those words was the size of a baby's nails. It was densely carved in the entire alchemy furnace. The lines of many words were probably too old, and he didn't recognize them. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, he seemed to hear the low voice of Long Yin, and it seemed to be faint, making him think it was an illusion. With a slight frown, he reached out and touched the dense text lightly. This pattern doesn't matter, those dense texts have moved, and they circulate on the inner wall of the alchemy furnace, each glowing and shining, brilliant, and he couldn't help covering his eyes. Soon, those dense texts jumped out of the inner wall one by one, turning around Ye Chen quickly. In the end, all of Ye Chen's eyebrows poured into him. What? With a low roar, Ye Chen hugged his head and passed out on the spot. Night, again fell into silence. He returned from the outside during Chiyue, but just glanced at the alchemy furnace and entered the side hall. In the alchemy furnace, Ye Chen still lay there quietly, but his mind was involved in a wonderful mood. What is this place? He looked at the world in shock. In front of him, it was a world of illusory and barbarism. The giant mountains were soaring, and the vast land was endless. Although it was illusory, he could feel a sense of wildness. Boom! 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 Suddenly, this illusory world seemed to tremble. In the distance, he saw a majestic figure coming slowly, and the banging sound turned out to be the sound of his walking. He looks like an ancient barbarian, with bare arms and a tiger skin under his back. This man has a tiger-backed waist, eyes like a torch, dark black hair messy, fluttering in the wind, and muscles like a dragon, full of explosive power. Is this an ancient barbarian? Ye Chen murmured. Although it was illusory, he still felt a strong pressure. Every step of that majestic figure made his heart tremble. Boom! In Ye Chen's surprised look, the barbaric man stepped down and stopped there. His back is like a mountain, standing still, like a monument that will never fall, and no external force can shake it. He stood like that, like a statue. Sun and moon reincarnation, spring to autumn, he did not know how long he stood, he never moved a point, years left traces in his deep mountains. After all, he moved, his eyes suddenly opened, and two voluptuous electric flashes shot out. Then, on his body, a dragon pattern appeared at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and more electric was walking on his arm. Kong Long. Along with his terrifying roar, he stepped out, then waved his arm violently, and blasted out at nothing. Roar! Suddenly, there was a dragon yelling through the sky, and the barbaric man slammed a huge shadow of Thunder Dragon, and the shadow of Thunder Dragon roared, and went straight to the sky. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed, and the clouds were overcast. The huge dragon shadow broke the sky and the earth were unknown. Okay, good domineering mystery. Seeing all this, Ye Chen's open mouth had not been closed for a long time. At this moment, the illusory world began to dissipate, and a huge stream of information poured into his mind. It was a secret method called Kong Long, and the picture of the barbaric man performing this secret method was in his mind. Unlimited playback. What? I do not know when, in the alchemy furnace, Ye Chen sat up suddenly. He was awake after a brief sluggishness. Kong Long. He murmured before he understood that he was involved in a wonderful artistic conception, and that artistic conception had a picture of the memory of the barbaric life before, and it was exactly that named Kong Long. Thinking to himself, he hurriedly got up and looked at the inner wall of the alchemy furnace again, only to find that the dense text on it was gone. Looks like, this Konglong mystery has been portrayed in this alchemy furnace for a long time. Ye Chen muttered to himself. If that's the case, doesn't Su Fu know? Let's say. Ye Chen flashed his eyes and looked at the real fire of Dan Hai. Still, this Konglong mystery will only show up when it encounters real fire, and the ground fire is far away. Without the qualification to make it appear, then Su Fu didn't know, it made sense. With such speculation for a while, he turned over and jumped out of the alchemy furnace. Running out of Lingdan Pavilion all the way, he came to Hung Yuezong's Ho Shan. Here it is. Looking for a secret place, Ye Chen sat down hurriedly and comprehended the secrets of Konglong. The method of Konglong's secret method flowed in his mind again. During enlightenment, he kept his tongue out. Konglong, just listening to the name, is a domineering secret with attack position. The method of Konglong's secret method is also introduced in this way. This overbearing secret method has high requirements on the physical body of the caster. It is because of the fierceness that the physical body cannot reach the standard and will be injured. The barbaric person in the artistic conception must be an ancient barbarian. The barbarians have a strong physical body, and their skills are naturally overbearing. I don't know if my physical strength has reached the standard of the exhibitor Konglong. Thinking in this way, Ye Chen stood up suddenly, took a deep breath, and the method of the Konglong secret method immediately operated. It's stabbing. It's stabbing. Suddenly, there was a tear in his body inexplicably, causing pain in his body. He clearly felt the rapid flow of blood in his body, more like a fire burning, and an overbearing power surged in the meridians. Rao was unable to help yelling when his meridian flexibility was painful. Konglong. With a roar, he stepped forward and blasted out with one palm. Roar. Suddenly, there was the sound of a tyrannosaurus, and a phantom of the thunder dragon roared out instantly, sweeping around the ancient trees and rubble. Boom. Rumble. The roar rang, and the solid rock wall a few feet away collapsed with his palm. At this moment, Ye Chen, who had just cast Konglong, almost fell head-to-head on the ground. It's a huge amount of consumption. His eyes were full of astonishment. Ye Chen hurriedly filled a few mouthfuls of spirits into his mouth, and a note of Konglong almost drained all his vitality from Dan Hai. Sure enough, after the overbearing attack, a strong backing was needed to support it. Although the Konglong secret method was overbearing, in his state at the moment, it was the limit to cast it once, and it was definitely impossible to hit the second palm. When the spirit fluid enters the body, the true energy consumed by the Konglong secret method is slowly recovered, but the body pain is still there. I still hurt myself. Ye Chen sighed. With my physical strength now, I can actually perform this Konglong mystery in front of me. It was almost dawn. Ye Chen once again drank a sip of fluid, and then ran out of the mountains. Back at Lingtan Pavilion, it was already bright. In the inner hall, Su Fu had sat cross-legged and waited. Elder, early. Ye Chen greeted with a smile. Come here. Su Fu beckoned Ye Chen over, and then whispered, see you last month? Ye Chen nodded, knowing that Su Fu was talking about his apprentice Chi Yu. It feels like Ye in my family. Su Fu looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Ye Chen was stunned, but still said, it looks beautiful and looks like a fairy daughter. Do you like it? Ye Chen hesitated. He heard it. He got up early. Su Fu was going to match him with Chi Yu. Master, a harsh female voice came from the side hall. The next moment, Chi Yu, wearing a white dress, walked into the inner hall. What she could see was her cheek with rage. You're out. Su Fugan laughed, pretending to be silly there. Chi Yu stared at Su Fu fiercely, Mei Mei shot directly at Ye Chen, and her eyes were still cold. The disciples practice with one heart, there is no child's private affairs. Moreover, even if you are look for someone better than me. What is he, a condensed state, can't you marry out? Qiyu cracked his head and covered his face with a drunk drink. Not only Su Fu, but even Ye Chen, who was scorned and scolded, could not lift his head. Yue, listen to me. I don't want to listen. Qiyu directly interrupted Su Fu's words, and before he left, he gave Ye Chen a cold look, and then he walked out of the inner hall with a robe. After Qiyu left, Ye Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Fu aside. I said, elder, you disciple, this temper is also terrible. Ah. I'm used to it. Well, Elder Su, who cleans your alchemy furnace normally? Ye Chen shifted the topic to the alchemy furnace, and wanted to make sure that Su Fu knew whether there was a hidden dragon secret. That's my baby, except you, I cleaned with you on weekdays. Then you didn't find anything in the alchemy furnace? Ye Chen asked tentatively. Stuff? What? Su Fu stared at Ye Chen for a moment. Seeing Su Fu show such an expression, Ye Chen got the answer he wanted. That is, Su Fu and Qiyu didn't even know that the mysterious Kong dragon is hidden in the alchemy furnace, and that Kong's secret is likely to meet the true fire. Appeared. What about you? What? Su Fu was still staring at Ye Chen. Nothing, it's the residue of some spirit grass. Ye Chen said casually, then walked out of the inner hall. I'm going to make alchemy. Fuss. Su Fu said angrily. When he came to the alchemy furnace, Ye Chen took a deep breath, and offered the real fire and poured it into the alchemy furnace. Su Fu also followed and lay on the chair. Although he was in a fake state, he was always paying attention to Ye Chen. Soon, Ye Chen's alchemy broke out, and the spirit grass that was thrown in was burned clean. Helplessly shook his head, he continued again. All day long alchemy, he used all the remaining spirit grass, but only 3 Huixuanden was refined. This kid's progress is also quick. Su Fu, lying on the chair, secretly marveled at Ye Chen's talent. In the same year, he used more than 90 spirit grasses to reconstitute Huixian Dan for the first time, more than twice as much as Ye Chen, and he used more than 80 spirit grasses to regenerate Huixian Dan the second time, and Ye Chen only used a dozen copies. Such a terrifying alchemy talent, Dan Chen, you will be shocked in the future. Su Fu murmured. His exhaustion caused Ye Chen to collapse under the alchemy furnace, panting heavily. 3, hey. Holding 3 of them back to Xian Dan, he was happy. He didn't expect to go to the sky in one step, but he was making progress every day. Did you feel the change of soul power? The voice sounded, and Su Fu had come slowly. Ye Chen nodded happily. I found that my soul power was faintly stronger as I continued to refine the alchemy, and my mood was much clearer. It looks like your kid isn't stupid. Elder Su, do you have an elixir that nourishes the soul? Ye Chen grinned as he rubbed his hands. I have, that's mine. You want to do it yourself? I don't have Dan Fang. Ye Chen looked at Su Fu with clear eyes. Su Fu glanced at Ye Chen angrily, took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen hurriedly took it. After looking around, he noticed that the elixir called Soldan is also a kind of elixir, but from a description point of view, the rank seems to be higher than that of Huixuanden, and the method of refining is extremely complicated. Dan Fang, I show you, don't pass it on. Su Fu cautioned Ye Chen, Dan Fang is very important to our alchemist, don't take it seriously. Understand. Ye Chen replied casually, looking down at Dan Fang. Look slowly. Su Fu got up and walked towards the inner hall, leaving a token before leaving. What spiritual grass is missing? Take my token to the Lingqiao garden to pick. Are there any good things? Holding Chen's token, Ye Chen's eyes became bright. This is a pass. That night, he came to Lingqiao garden with a token. Coming back to Lingqiao garden again, he feels quite optimistic. Since he has a token in hand, he is not polite. Soon, the male disciple named Li San stepped out, not even tied his clothes. Is there something wrong? Li San asked, pretentiously. Elder Su asked me to pick the spirit grass. Ye Chen said, showing Su Fu's token. Oh, huh. After seeing Elder Su's token, Li San changed instantly, his face flattered, as if looking at the token, as if looking at Su Fu himself. You keep busy. Ye Chen was too lazy to waste time with him, holding the token and went straight in. In the eyes, you can see that there is an acre of spirit grass, each lingering with aura, fighting for freshness. Without delay, he took out the Danfang of Huixian Dan and Soul Dan, and began to pick the elixir required for refining. Different from last time, this time he was quite confident, opened the storage bag, just like harvesting, people walked past, all behind were bare, the whole behavior of a robber. While walking, Danhai's real fire trembled. I forgot about it. Ye Chen got up in a hurry and looked in one direction. The first time, the real fire trembled, proving that there is a baby in this Lingqiao garden, but because the last time was tight, he didn't have time to check. This time he came over with the token, and he naturally explored it. Giving up picking spirit grass for a while, he walked in one direction. He didn't stop until he came to the deep corner of Lingqiao garden, because there was no way to go in front, it was a bottomless cliff. Frowning slightly, he glanced down. At this look, he hurriedly retracted his eyes, and the cliff was not bottomed out. Rao was a glance at him, he felt a feeling of being engulfed, and he couldn't fly away from the air. It should be just below. Muttered, Ye Chen looked around. This is already the edge of Hengyue Zongling Mountain. Even if it is a spiritual realm, it is difficult to fly up the cliff, not to mention that there is a prohibition here, and the enemy's people will not be stupid enough to steal in from here. What's going on below? Ye Chen felt his chin and threw a stone down. Just a full quarter of an hour later, he heard no response. Real fire began to tremble violently again at this moment.